A vintage tungsten filament bulb hung from the center of the room by a black wire, flickering dimly. The tranquil atmosphere spread throughout the space like ink diffusing in clear water. In the very heart of the room stood a large round table, its surface marred with age. At the center, a small ornate clock ticked methodically, its intricate patterns catching the faint light. Surrounding the table sat 10 individuals, each clad in garments that bore the marks of wear, their faces coated with a fine layer of dust. Some leaned heavily on the table, while others reclined in their chairs, all deep in slumber. Beside them stood a man clad in a black suit, his face obscured by a goat head mask. His gaze, peering through the worn mask, fixed intently on the 10 slumbering figures before him. As the clock on the table chimed, the hour and minute hands pointed to the number 12. In the distance, a low bell tolled, reverberating softly. At that moment, the 10 men and women surrounding the round table began to stir, gradually awakening from their stupor. They blinked around in confusion, casting puzzled glances at one another. It seemed none could recall how they had come to be in this peculiar place. "Good morning to you all, 9 participants," the goat head figure began, a hint of mirth in his voice. "It is a pleasure to meet you here. You have been in slumber before me for 12 hours. The man's appearance was unsettling, startling the crowd in the dim glow of the light. The mask appeared to be fashioned from an actual goat's head, with much of the fur discolored and matted together in knots. Hollow eyes carved into the goat mask revealed his cunning gaze beneath. With every gesture, he exuded a distinct odor characteristic of goats, laced with an overtone of decay. A man with tattooed arms paused for several moments, before finally recognizing the absurdity of the situation. With hesitation, he inquired of the goat head figure, "Who are you?" "I believe you all share this inquiry. Allow me to introduce myself." The goat head figure replied cheerfully, gesturing animatedly with his hands, seemingly prepared with an answer. A young man named Chi Xia, seated farthest from the goat figure, quickly surveyed the room. After a brief moment, his expression turned grave. There was something profoundly strange about this room. It had no doors, surrounded solely by walls. In other words, the space was entirely enclosed, the walls, ceiling, and floor conforming to a claustrophobic arrangement, with only a table placed centrally. How had they arrived here? Could it be that they had been brought in first, and then the walls erected around them? Chi Xia glanced around again, noting that the floor, walls, and ceiling were adorned with intersecting lines, partitioning the surfaces into numerous squares. Another detail that caught his attention was the goat head figure's reference to the 9 participants. Counting those seated around the table, there were 10 individuals, including the goat figure. That made a total of 11. What did 9 participants signify? He reached into his pocket, only to confirm that his phone had indeed been confiscated. "No need for introductions," a cool, composed woman interjected, addressing the goat head figure. "I advise you to cease your actions at once. I suspect you have unlawfully confined us for over 24 hours, constituting illegal detention. Every word you utter will be recorded and may serve as incriminating evidence against you." As she spoke, she disdainfully brushed off the dust on her arms, as if she detested becoming dirty more than the act of being imprisoned. The woman's words jolted the others to attention regardless of the identity of their captor. The audacity to kidnap 10 individuals crossed a grave legal boundary. "Hold on a moment," a middle-aged man in a lab coat cut in, directing his gaze toward the cool woman. "We just woke up. How can you be certain we've been held for 24 hours? His voice was calm, yet piercing. The woman unhurriedly pointed to the clock on the table and replied, "The clock indicates 12 o'clock, but I have a habit of staying up late, and the last time I checked my watch at home, it was already 12. This suggests we have been confined for at least 12 hours. She gestured towards the walls, continuing, "You must have noticed there are no doors here, indicating that considerable effort was made to bring us into this room. If we have indeed been asleep for 12 hours, and the clock now points to 12, that means it has completed at least 2 full cycles. Hence, my suspicion that beyond 24 hours stands. Am I mistaken?" The man in the lab coat shot her a cold glance, his eyes still filled with skepticism. In this bizarre environment, her level of composure was disconcerting. Would a rational person calmly articulate such remarks in the face of abduction? At that moment, a robust young man clad in a black t-shirt piped up, "Goathead, why do you say there are 9 people when clearly there are 10? The goathead figure fell silent, not immediately responding. "Damn it. I don't care how many people are here," the tattooed man cursed, attempting to rise from the table, only to find his legs were limp and powerless beneath him. He could only continue to point accusingly at the goathead figure, saying, "I advise you to recognize the gravity of provoking me. I could very well take your life." His words drew serious expressions from the men. Around a leader was needed to rally the group, and if they could subdue the goat-head figure together, perhaps the situation remained within control. Yet, they all quickly discovered their legs felt as if they had been injected with some unknown substance, leaving them utterly incapacitated. Thus, the tattooed man resorted to threatening the goat-head figure, his voice escalating in rage. Qi Xia remained silent, softly stroking his chin as he focused intently on the clock atop the table, deep in thought. The situation was evidently not as straightforward as it seemed. He understood the goat-head figure's mention of 9 participants if there were 10 individuals in total. One among them must be exempt from being a participant. But who could that be? Among them sat 6 men, and 4 women. Could one be the abductor? The goat-head figure remained quiet, slowly drawing closer to Qi Xia, positioning himself behind the young man. The others turned to follow his gaze, only to notice that the young man differed from the rest, though his face was also grimy. An unsettling smile radiated from him. The goat-head figure calmly lifted his hand and placed it on the young man's neck. The young man's smile grew increasingly strange as eyes flitted around the room, revealing he was already aware of something. With a sudden dull thud, the goat-head man slammed the young man's head onto the table. Pale, viscous matter splattered across the surface like spilled paint, droplets spraying onto the faces of those nearby. The young man's skull was utterly crushed against the tabletop. Once again, a distant bell tolled from outside the room. Qi Xia found himself near the deceased. He felt a warm, sticky substance stick to his face, unfamiliar and visceral. Although he considered his psychological fortitude to be robust, he was startled to discover he was trembling. The girl sitting beside the dead man froze for 3 seconds before her expression twisted into horror, her voice erupting in a scream. That scream shattered the psychological defenses of all present. Could a figure so wan and frail shatter the human skull against a table? Was the goat head even human? How could such a slight frame yield such formidable strength? The goat head figure spoke slowly. The reason I prepared for 10 individuals is to use one among you to silence the rest. Chapter 2. The lie. The woman's scream ceased, and the crowd's thoughts abruptly halted. The men who had just been clamoring and hurling insults fell silent. This was no longer a matter of illegality. The grotesque figure before them was indeed capable of murder. After a prolonged silence of over a minute, the goat-headed man slightly nodded. Very well, 9 of you. It seems you have all quieted down. The crowd changed color, yet none dared to utter a word, as he had stated. It was indeed 9 now. Qi Xia extended a trembling hand and removed a powdery yellow substance from her face. The shattered brain, still warm, pulsed faintly, but within moments, it lost its vitality, akin to a deflated balloon. Allow me to introduce myself. The goat-headed man extended his bloodied finger, pointing to his mask, and proclaimed, I am Ren Yang, and you are the participants. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, followed by confusion. Ren Yang, participants? You have been gathered here to partake in a game, ultimately to create a god, he stated with an even tone. These consecutive statements caused the crowd to furrow their brows. After several minutes of interaction, they had gathered that the man before them was indeed insane. Yet this madman claimed he intended to create a god. What kind of god? A robust young man inquired. Somewhat apprehensively, that a god akin to Inwa, the goat-headed man exclaimed, gesturing animatedly, exuding a fetid aroma, his voice laced with a sinister delight. How splendid it is! You shall witness history alongside me. Once, Inwa created humanity, yet transformed into a rainbow while mending the heavens. We cannot lose Inwa. Thus, we shall create another Inwa. A grand mission awaits the god. His voice rose in fervor, his entire being seemingly electrified. Inwa, the sturdy young man's brow furrowed deeply, feeling an overwhelming sense of disbelief. He paused before asking, Are you part of some sort of religion? Religion? The goat-headed man appeared slightly taken aback, turning towards the young man and stating, We are far grander than religion. We possess a world. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into silence once more. The young man's query was astute. The goat-headed figure's actions bore a striking resemblance to a cult. Yet most cults tend to fabricate a new deity rather than invoke a heroic figure like Inwa. Then what do you wish for us to participate? The young man continued, I have already mentioned. It is merely a game, the goat-headed man replied without hesitation. If you win, one among you shall become the god. Damn it. The tattooed man seemed to have regained his composure, cursing as he spoke. The list of deified beings, is it? What if we fail to win? Fail to win. The goat-headed man glanced at the blood on his hands, expressing a hint of disappointment. It would be quite regrettable, though he did not state it outright. The crowd understood his implication. Failing meant death. Among the options he presented, there was no path of surviving to leave. One could either become his so-called god or meet the same fate as the young man whose head had been shattered. If everyone comprehends, he continued, then this game shall officially commence. This round is called the liar. The goat-headed man slowly retrieved a stack of paper from within his clothing, casually walking to each participant to place a sheet before them. He then distributed several pins. The table bore numerous bloodstains. As each person's white paper landed, it became tainted with crimson. Flipping the paper over and wiping it with their hands spread the blood like paint, rendering the white paper even redder. Next, I require each of you to recount the last story that transpired before your arrival here, the goat-headed man continued. But take heed, among all storytellers, one shall speak a falsehood. Once all 9 have shared their tales, you shall commence voting. If all 8 select the liar, that individual shall be eliminated, and the rest shall survive. Should even one make an erroneous choice, the liar prevails, and the others are eliminated. A liar. The crowd was slightly perplexed. Could anyone truly lie in such a life-and-death scenario? Wait, can we discuss strategy? The robust man suddenly asked. Feel free, the goat-headed man nodded. Before the game begins? You have 1 minute to confer. Will you discuss now, or later? I wish to discuss now, the robust man stated decisively. By all means. The goat-headed man stepped back, distancing himself from the table. The robust man pursed his lips, surveying the others, deliberately avoiding the headless corpse sprawled on the table, and began. I do not know who among you will lie, but this rule sounds excessively arbitrary. If even one person votes incorrectly, we all perish. Even if we choose correctly, the liar still dies. Thus, it seems there will inevitably be a casualty. I have devised a method that allows everyone to survive. The crowd turned their attention to the robust man. Was it truly feasible for everyone to survive? We all tell the truth, he declared without waiting for them to grasp the concept. We, the 9 of us, shall speak only truth, and then write no one lies on this paper. This statement does not violate the rules, and we can successfully live. The man in the white coat tapped his fingers lightly on the table, pausing before responding. Your plan is commendable, yet it hinges on one premise. You are not the liar. How can we trust you? If you are indeed the liar, then by writing no one lies, only you would survive. What nonsense is that? The robust man's expression darkened with indignation. If I were the liar, how could I propose such a suggestion? I would only need to ensure my own survival. The goat-headed man waved his hand slightly, instructing, the minute has elapsed. Please cease your discussions. Both men snorted in unison, falling silent. Now, let us draw cards. The goat-headed man produced a small stack of cards from his pocket, resembling playing cards, with the words "Enwa game" written on the back. The robust man was taken aback, inquiring, what are these? These are identity cards. The goat-headed man laughed heartily. Should one draw the liar, they must speak a falsehood. The robust man clenched his teeth. Are you toying with us? Why not disclose such a rule beforehand? This is to impart a lesson. The goat-headed man sneered. I had yet to finish explaining the rules when you asked if you could strategize. It was you who squandered a precious minute, not I. Though the robust man's face soured, he swallowed his anger, considering the goat-headed man's lethal methods. Within a minute, all 9 individuals drew a card from the goat-headed man's hand. Yet none dared to flip them over. If a card bore the word liar, it would become a question of their own survival versus that of others. The hands of the 4 women trembled slightly, and the men's expressions were equally grim. This was not merely a matter of identity, but of life and death. Taking a deep breath, Chixia casually covered her card with her hand and shifted it before her. She gently flipped it over to reveal the stark words liar. Chapter 3. The skilled a liar. Chixia mentally repeated the words, confirming her identity before stealthily concealing the card. Just a minute ago, she had entertained the notion of everyone leaving alive. But now, the situation was different. Though she was unfamiliar with the 8 individuals before her, this time, it was only they who would perish if there are no objections. Please remember the rules. This game has only one liar. The goat-headed man pointed to the seductive girl to Chixia's left, stating, you shall begin, proceeding clockwise. Me? The girl was momentarily stunned before pouting her lips. Chixia glanced over, noting that the girl to her left would be the first to narrate, which was not particularly advantageous for her, as she would be the last to speak. Under conditions of extreme tension and suppression, individuals typically only remember the first and last narrators. Yet, voicing any doubts now would seem excessively disruptive. They could only proceed step by step. The seductive girl furrowed her brow, her large eyes darting about, ultimately letting out a sigh. Very well, I'll begin, but I'm not good at storytelling, so please don't hold it against me if I falter. At that moment, the crowd fell into silence, simply listening intently. The seductive girl raised her slender finger, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, and began, "My name is Tion, and I'm a technical worker. We earn our living through our skills, and I do not feel ashamed of it." It was then that everyone noticed that this girl named Tion was scantily clad, wearing nothing but a filthy, low-cut mini dress that left little to the imagination. Yet, she seemed unconcerned about her appearance. Many of my stories are not convenient to share with everyone. In any case, you may call me action, but referring to me as description truly leaves me at a loss for words. After all, who in their right mind would pursue my line of work if they possessed even a modicum of education? Regardless, prior to my arrival here, I was engaged in my job. However, the customer I encountered was truly peculiar. Our establishment clearly offers designated service areas, yet he insisted on retreating to his car, claiming it would be more exhilarating. Consequently, in pursuit of profit, I had no choice but to accompany him. This marked my inaugural experience working in a vehicle, and I was taken aback by how, despite its seemingly upscale appearance, the interior was so cramped that I was soon drenched in sweat. I genuinely could not fathom what sort of excitement could possibly exist in such a dismal setting. During this time, the customer's phone incessantly rang, yet he adamantly refused to answer it, which drove me to the brink of frustration. Tion appeared to want to berate the customer further, but her gaze inadvertently fell upon the lifeless body on the table, causing her to shudder in fright. After taking a deep breath, she sighed. Forget it. I accept the industry I have chosen. I just never expected a quake to occur. Initially, I believed our movements were causing the vehicle to shake so violently, only to discover it was a genuine earthquake. Upon uttering the words earthquake, everyone's expression shifted slightly, as if recalling something. Our vehicle was parked in a narrow alley, directly beneath a large advertising billboard. At that moment, my head was protruding from the car, and I happened to witness it. Tion pointed to the top of her head, trembling as she spoke. That enormous billboard, for reasons unknown, suddenly crashed down with a deafening clang and landed squarely on the car, and then I lost consciousness. She exhaled deeply again and continued, "When I regained consciousness, I found myself here. I was truly terrified." Tion wore a look of grievance, one that seemed practiced to elicit sympathy from men. The tattooed man beside her blinked in surprise and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, do we need to continue this discussion?" The man in the white coat hesitated, glancing at the tattooed fellow. "What do you mean? This miss has already lied. We can simply vote," the tattooed man adamantly declared. "You? What are you talking about?" Tion exclaimed. "How could I have lied?" The tattooed man cast a cold glance at Tion and asserted, "Your name. You claim to be Tion, but all escort names are pseudonyms. Names like Tion, Xiaofeng, Anli Li are quite common. Thus your concealment of your true name constitutes a lie." Upon hearing this, Tion's face flushed crimson. You are spouting nonsense. My name is Tion. I haven't used my real name in years." After saying this, she surveyed the others and added, "In my workplace, only by calling me Tion can anyone find me. No one recognizes my real name." At this moment, everyone began to ponder, and Qixia's expression grew serious. From Tion's narrative, Qixia perceived no indication of deceit. Her storytelling was steady and calm, akin to conversing with a friend. This style of narration could only suggest two possibilities. Either she had meticulously crafted this tale long ago and recited it repeatedly, or she was speaking the truth. Yet now, the tattooed man had introduced a different line of reasoning, name deception. Such deception does not necessitate logical coherence, making it difficult for the average person to detect flaws. After all, none of those present had met before, and names could only be learned through each other's accounts. Qixia diligently recalled the words of the goat head, who stated, among all the storytellers, "One is lying." This rule did not specify that the liar must employ a false story. False names were equally applicable. Seeing herself under suspicion, Tian's eyes widened in fear, and she stammered, "If you still don't believe me. My real name is Zhang Lijuan and I am from Shangxi. You can try calling me by my real name. I won't respond to anything but Tian." Upon hearing this, Qixia silently shook her head. This woman was not as clever as she had imagined. Thus, she could not have concocted this lie in advance, nor could she have suddenly thought of the name deception tactic. The goat head had declared, "There is exactly one liar," which meant that person could only be Qixia herself. If the others remained oblivious to the gravity of the Tian issue, she had uncovered a surefire method. If one were to fabricate a name, Qi was not an ideal surname. Although not rare, it was not particularly common either, making it easier for people to remember. In other words, everything she recounted needed to be as inconspicuous as possible. Thus, she resolved to call herself Li Ming. The remaining tale could be told in a conventional manner, making it nearly impossible for even the most astute observers to detect any inconsistencies. The game was nearing its conclusion. Chapter 4. Catastrophe? At that moment, the tattooed man raised his hand, addressing the goat head. "Hey, Judge, how should we handle those with pseudonyms? Does that count as lying?" The goat head neither nodded nor shook his head, simply stating, "I will no longer participate in the proceedings. You need only write down the names according to your own judgment. Just remember, the rules are absolute. In the end, I will personally administer punishment to the loser." The term punishment resonated ominously, sending shivers down everyone's spine. "This means I haven't lied." Tian exclaimed anxiously, "If I were lying, I would be dead by now, right? Even if it's a pseudonym." "My pseudonym is indeed Tian." No one responded to her. They were now in a critical stage where any doubt could not be overlooked. "Next, it's my turn to speak." The tattooed man scoffed, appearing unwilling. If this young lady's story did not count as a lie, then neither did his. My name is Qiao Jiajin, and I live in Guangdong. I have no particular profession. Before coming here, I was collecting debts. Qiao Jiajin spoke Mandarin poorly, prompting the audience to listen intently. People these days are truly amusing. They promise everything when borrowing money, yet when it comes to repayment, they begin to lament. Those who vilify us debt collectors as devils, as cold-hearted, should reconsider. When they were most desperate and in need of funds, it was I who extended a helping hand. When all institutions refused to lend to them, I was the one who did. To them, I am not a devil, but a savior. Yet how do they treat me, their savior? They weep and wail, claiming how difficult their lives are, having been swindled out of 2 million. They condemn us debt collectors for being so heartless as to seek sympathy from their neighbors to resolve their predicaments. However, when they borrowed the money, we signed a contract, clearly outlining all the interest. Now that they cannot repay, is it our fault? Last night, I intended to teach him a lesson. I brought him to the rooftop of a tall building. But unexpectedly, an earthquake struck. I never intended to take his life. But in the chaos, he drew a knife, attempting to kill me. In the midst of the turmoil, he pushed me off the rooftop, and I collided with an advertising billboard. The subsequent events I can no longer recall. Upon hearing this man's tale, the crowd frowned in unison. Yet Tian seemed to have made a discovery, laughing in anger. "See, I told you why you would smear me. It turns out you are the liar." "What? On what grounds do you accuse me of lying?" Qiao Jiajin retorted fiercely. "I am in Shangxi, and you are in Guangdong." Tian pointed at him, saying, "Your story is merely a reflection of mine. There was an earthquake where I was, and you had one too. I was struck by a billboard, and you also collided with a billboard. If this isn't lying, then what is? I don't care where you are." "I experienced an earthquake," the tattooed man exclaimed. "If I were to conceal the truth, that would indeed be lying. As for the billboard, surely there cannot be just one in the entire world. In short, you are lying," Tian insisted, directing her finger at Qiao Jiajin. "Your profession is inherently associated with wrongdoing, so it's no surprise you would lie." "Ha, is your profession any nobler than mine?" Qixia observed the heated exchange between the two. Sensing something amiss, it was not merely that one of them was lying, but rather that both had experienced an earthquake. He was neither in Shangxi nor Guangdong, but in Shandong. Could such a widespread earthquake truly exist? This earthquake spanned half the country, affecting 3 provinces. If both of their accounts were true, it would signify an unprecedented disaster. Enough already, let us conclude this. The robust man seated opposite interrupted the two. Then turned to the next woman. "It's your turn. If we are to judge who is lying, It would be better to wait until everyone has spoken. Upon hearing this, both parties huffed in agreement and ceased their arguments. The woman beside Xiao Jijian timidly nodded and spoke. My name is Xiao Ran, and I am a kindergarten teacher. The girl named Xiao Ran appeared quite frightened, her voice soft and trembling. Before coming here, I was accompanying a child while waiting for their parents. This child was usually picked up by their mother, but I later learned that she had fallen gravely ill, with something growing in her brain that required surgery. Consequently, the father has been coming to fetch the child these past few days, though he seems to frequently forget. Yesterday, it was already past 6 in the evening, and I had long since finished my work hours. Yet for reasons unknown, the child's father persistently ignored my calls. I did not know the child's home address, making it impossible to escort him back, so we stood at the intersection, waiting that night. I had my own matters to attend to. I had an appointment with a psychologist, as I felt increasingly discontent with my current job and hoped the psychologist could provide some guidance. However, I never anticipated that we would wait for several hours, causing me to miss my evening appointment. Just as I was lost in thought, the ground suddenly began to shake, and I was terrified. It took several seconds for me to realize we were experiencing an earthquake. The sensation was unlike anything I had heard. The earth did not bounce but swayed from side to side, akin to standing on a table that someone was shaking vigorously. In an instinctive reaction, I grabbed the child beside me tightly, yet I was at a loss for what to do. I noticed the 3 pagodas of Chongsheng Temple in the distance had cracked. Fortunately, we were standing in an open area. Almost immediately, I saw an out-of-control car hurtling towards us. I could only staggeringly carry the child to the side, but the quaking ground caused me to fall with every step I took. In the end, I fell and struck my head and lost consciousness. When I awoke, I found myself here. This recounting lacks any remarkable highlights. The only thing that intrigued Qixia was the mention of the 3 pagodas of Chongsheng Temple. These 3 pagodas are located in Dali, Yunnan. Qixia gently touched the cards on the table. Although his hand covered the 3 characters, he knew they read liared, so could there be multiple liars? If the rules are absolute, then what the goat-headed figure just stated, there is exactly one liar, must be true. Since I drew liar, it proves that no one else can be a liar. There can only be one. Their words must all be the truth. Yet, this story spanning 3 provinces seemed to intertwine faintly. Not only the earthquake, but even their narratives were connected. Was that not peculiar? At this moment, everyone's gaze turned to the next person, a middle-aged man in a white coat. Chapter 5. The doctor. The white coat appeared cooler and more composed than the others, unaffected even by the corpse on the table. My name is Zhao Haiba, and I am a doctor. As you can likely deduce from my attire, he tugged at his soiled white coat and continued, prior to arriving here, I was performing surgery on a woman. She was diagnosed with an intraventricular tumor that had been growing rapidly, causing mild hydrocephalus over the past 6 months. If not addressed promptly through a craniotomy, her life would be at risk. I opted for a frontal approach, directly puncturing the ventricle under CT guidance. Each time this procedure is performed, it carries substantial risk, yet the woman chose to take the chance to remain with her young son for as long as possible. Typically, to ensure a stable environment, the operating room must be free from even th. However, his direction was misguided. Perhaps it was his professional instinct, or perhaps a sense of justice compelled him, but he persistently sought to organize the crowd in an orderly fashion. The intermission had surpassed its halfway mark, and gradually, the voices of the assembly dwindled. During this time, Qixia had repeated in his mind countless times, "My name is Li Ming," until he found himself somewhat agitated. After all, a corpse with a shattered head lay beside him, making it impossible to find tranquility. Blood dripped steadily from the table onto the floor, and the group had been in the presence of this body for nearly an hour. A strange stench beginning to waft through the air. Qixia glanced indifferently at the corpse beside him, its pants now deplorably filthy. Upon death, the body's various organs quickly lose muscular control, resulting in incontinence. Before the stench of decay arrived, an unpleasant odor had already assaulted their senses. Qixia and another girl sat on either side of the corpse. She seemed particularly displeased by the smell, persistently covering her mouth and nose with her hand. Another 10 minutes passed, and the goat-headed figure finally spoke. "The 20-minute intermission is over. The game will resume." The young man named Han Yimo took a moment to compose himself, inhaled deeply, and then declared, "My name is Han Yimo, and I am a web novelist. Before arriving here, I was diligently crafting the conclusion to a novel in my rented apartment. With over 100 characters making an appearance, I was wholly engrossed in writing, completely oblivious to any disturbances outside. I wasn't even aware of when the earthquake struck or when I lost consciousness. Han Yimo's account diverged from those of the others, appearing to be entirely independent, abruptly concluding after just a few sentences, "I asked that it?" A burly man asked, slightly taken aback. "You finish with 'I don't know'?" I cannot lie, so there is no need for me to fabricate an answer to please everyone. Han Yimo's voice, though soft, carried an inexplicable authority. "Very well, then next." Officer Lee, still bearing an expression of skepticism, continued, "It is now your turn, madam." "Hey, officer." Qiao Zhejian expressed dissatisfaction with Officer Lee's demeanor. "We're all participants here. There's no need for you to act like the captain. Someone has to step up to organize the group, don't they?" Officer Lee retorted, "I have already stated that there is only one enemy among us, and the remaining 8 must unite. But that doesn't give you the right to command." Qiao Zhejian dismissed Officer Lee's assertions. "Out there, I might fear you, but in this situation, who knows whether you are the liar?" "Ladies and gentlemen, please cease your quarrel," a coolly composed woman interjected. This woman had accused the goat-headed figure from the outset of imprisoning them for 24 hours, displaying remarkable clarity and composure. Once the two had settled, she continued, "In this so-called game, regardless of who ultimately prevails, the rest may be regarded as indirect murderers, as it was our collective vote that led to the demise of that goat. This is the issue you should be contemplating." Upon hearing this, Qi Xiao's expression shifted slightly. If he truly emerged alive from this room, he would indeed have killed the other 8. But what could he do? The card before him was an authentic liar, and who would willingly sacrifice their own life to ensure the survival of others. "I am Zhang Chunza, a lawyer," the coolly composed woman said, her arms crossed and her expression unyielding. "It is unfortunate to meet everyone in such a bizarre place. Otherwise, I would have certainly handed you my business card." The group failed to comprehend Zhang Chunza's humor, but she seemed unfazed. "Before arriving here, I was organizing court materials. My client had been defrauded of 2 million yuan, a sum of considerable magnitude, and the nature of the crime was severe." When she mentioned 2 million, the crowd maintained their composure. Yet Qiao Zhejian appeared momentarily stunned, asking, 2 million? Indeed, 2 million. It is said that lawyers are the most impartial individuals. Yet we too have personal feelings. That man, desperate to support his family, resorted to high-interest loans, which is quite concerning. However, illegal lending constitutes a separate case, unrelated to me. When the earthquake struck, I was driving to meet my client on Qingyang Avenue, just past the Du Fu thatched cottage, near the Wuhou Shrine. I recalled that I was not driving fast, approximately 40 miles per hour, when suddenly I saw the ground crack ahead. I immediately braked and came to a steady stop before the fissure, but unexpectedly, the cars behind me could not avoid a collision, resulting in a series of rear-end crashes. I merely heard a few loud noises. My car was pushed into the crevice, and then I lost consciousness, arriving here. Another story concluded, leaving only 3 individuals yet to share their accounts. Wuhou Shrine. Dr. Zhao pondered aloud. "Is that the one in Chengdu?" "Yes, I work in Chengdu. It seems this earthquake has affected the entire nation." Based solely on these unfamiliar narratives, discerning who was lying proved exceedingly challenging. "Now it is my turn." Officer Li surveyed the group. "As I previously mentioned, my name is Li Shangwu, a criminal police officer from Inner Mongolia. Before coming here, I was surveilling a fraud suspect, having received reliable information regarding the suspect's exact whereabouts. This fraud case amounts to a staggering 2 million yuan, the first of its kind this year in our city. My colleagues and I had been monitoring from our vehicle, waiting for the suspect to appear. However, the suspect proved to be more astute than we anticipated, seemingly sensing danger, and for 3 consecutive days, he remained elusive. During those 3 days, we were confined to the vehicle, unable to eat or drink, our mental state teetering on the brink. But do you know what is more unbearable for an adult man than the absence of food or drink? It is running out of cigarettes. Neither of us had even a single smoke left. According to protocol, we were not permitted to leave our post, but the craving for a cigarette was unbearable. I instructed my colleague to run, and by some, while I kept a vigilant watch on the suspect's residence. To my dismay, shortly after he departed, the earth began to tremble violently. I intended to exit the vehicle to ascertain what was occurring, but suddenly, I was constricted from behind by a thin wire around my neck. Although we were both skilled in close-quarters combat, The wire from the back seat was exceedingly difficult to manage. I could neither reach the assailant behind me nor remove the wire from my neck. At that moment, the group observed a distinct red mark around Officer Lee's neck. I immediately reclined the seat to regain my breath, yet I was unable to turn around, as my tall frame had my legs wedged beneath the steering wheel. Seizing the opportunity while I was down, the assailant struck me forcefully on the head with an unknown object, and I lost consciousness. Upon hearing Officer Lee's account, the crowd began to harbor doubts. His narrative presented an entirely different scenario. All preceding participants had succumbed to accidents and lost consciousness, while he had been assaulted and brought to this place. If one were to select the most suspicious individual among them, it would undoubtedly be him. Chapter 7. The odds, officer? You are lying, Xiao Jiajin coldly asserted. Humph, I knew you would say that, but what evidence do you have to prove I am lying? Just because someone attacked me? Of course not. Xiao Jiajin smiled slightly. Although the reason eluded him, the stories shared thus far bore varying degrees of connection, with many overlapping characters. If one disregarded geographical locations, the accounts were all reasonable. So what? The crux of the matter lies here. Xiao Jiajin directed a finger at lawyer Zhang Chunza. You and the lawyer share a common character in your stories, the fraud who swindled 2 million yuan. Yet your narratives contradict each other, indicating that one of you is lying. Officer Lee paused, inquiring, where is the contradiction? Xiao Jiajin shook his head, gazing at Officer Lee. The lawyer is already preparing for trial, which indicates that in her story, the suspect has been captured, while you remain in hiding, suggesting that in your narrative, the suspect is still at large. Is that not a contradiction? Officer Lee pondered for a moment before responding. I must concede. Your argument holds some merit. However, I believe you have been influenced by this game. First and foremost, you must understand a crucial premise. All previous storytellers were not in the same city as the others. In other words, even if our experiences are similar, we cannot be recounting the same event. Since these are distinct occurrences, the outcomes will naturally differ, Qixia observed quietly as the two continued to argue. Refraining from intervening. Yes, let them argue. The fiercer the debate, the better, as long as either party casts a vote against the other, the liar would triumph. After all, the rules were absolute. Aside from the liar, if any one person miscast their vote, the remaining individuals would meet their demise. Although Officer Lee had provided an explanation, Xiao Jiajin's words lingered in the minds of the assembly. After all, this is the first time everyone has discovered the conflicting narratives within the stories of two individuals. Qixia couldn't help but regard the ruffian named Xiao Jiajin with a newfound respect. Though he appeared carefree and reckless, he was far more astute than one might presume. Well, it's my turn now. A young woman spoke up. The crowd shifted their focus towards her. This girl had emitted a piercing scream at the onset of the calamity, but now she seemed to have regained her composure, albeit with a gaze that dared not wander towards those beside her. Greetings, everyone. My name is Lin Qing, and I am a psychological counselor. Qixia paused momentarily, intrigued by the name Lin Qing in the Tang dynasty and prior. Lin Qing denoted apple. These two characters are steeped in poetic significance, leaving a lasting impression. Perhaps Miss Lin's parents wished for their daughter to possess a distinctive name, yet it was evident that this name could prove perilous here. Among the attendees were writers, teachers, lawyers, doctors, and police officers, all of whom might recognize the meaning behind Lin Qing. A mere contemplation of her name could render Lin Qing's story unforgettable. Noticing the lack of reaction from the crowd, Lin Qing covered her mouth and nose and continued. I hail from Ningxia. Before arriving here, I was awaiting a client, a kindergarten teacher. The onlookers exchanged knowing glances at the kindergarten teacher named Xiao Ran, realizing that this story was interconnected. According to her, the current state of the kindergarten profession is quite challenging. Children cannot be reprimanded or scolded. Parents treat kindergarten teachers as nannies, while children regard them as servants. Every classroom is equipped with surveillance cameras, allowing parents to monitor in real time. If a teacher's tone is even slightly stern, a call will be made to the principal. Yet, isn't sending children to kindergarten meant to help them develop their values? If teachers are prohibited from enforcing discipline, how will children recognize their own mistakes? She felt as if she had long been trapped in a state of confusion and repression. Thus, I prepared a treatment plan for her, spanning about a month. However, for reasons unknown, the client never showed up for our appointment, and I remained in the studio waiting. When the earthquake struck, I had no opportunity to escape, as my studio is located on the 26th floor. The higher the floor, the more intense the tremors felt. I sensed the entire building swaying. I had never known that Ningxia could experience earthquakes, but this time I truly felt it. Eventually, I vaguely remember the ceiling collapsing, and everything went dark. As Lin Qing concluded her tale, a realization seemed to dawn upon the others. Qiao Jiajin spoke first. I have 2 questions. Go ahead, Lin Qing replied, still covering her mouth and nose. You mentioned that every classroom is equipped with surveillance. What does that entail? The crowd was surprised that Qiao Jiajin's focus lay on this detail, but Lin Qing, being a psychological counselor, patiently elucidated. I believe the purpose of the surveillance is to allow parents to view the classroom activities from anywhere. So it's closed-circuit television. Is this a prestigious kindergarten? Qiao Jiajin mused to himself, then inquired, is the kindergarten teacher you were supposed to meet the same Xiao Ran sitting next to us? I do not know. Lin Qing shook her head. I only added her on WeChat. We intended to discuss further in person. WeChat. Qiao Jiajin paused, seemingly confused. Officer Li interjected, Ruffian, here you go again. Xiao Ran is in Yunnan, while Lin Qing is in Ningxia. Who would traverse such a vast distance to seek a psychological counselor? Qiao Jiajin retorted, I merely find it suspicious. This is the first time someone's story has mentioned other participants. Dr. Zhao nodded, agreeing with Qiao Jiajin's reasoning, and asked, Xiao Ran, does your reason for seeking a psychological counselor align with what Lin Qing described? Xiao Ran hesitated, then replied, not entirely. I sought help because I was persistently criticized by a parent, which led to some depression. That merely indicates this is a coincidence, Dr. Zhao acknowledged, considering the disparate regions involved, deeming it unnecessary to force a connection. At this moment, silence enveloped the group until Lawyer Zhang suddenly spoke. Miss Lin? Much of your narrative is derived from the kindergarten teacher's story. Isn't that a breach of protocol? Lin Qing was momentarily taken aback. I shared the kindergarten teacher's experiences to provide you with a clearer understanding of my work. Please do not misunderstand. I meant no offense. Zhang Chanza smiled slightly, adding, what I imply is that if the kindergarten teacher's experiences are fabricated, they will naturally differ from Xiao Ran's story, thereby proving your deceit. You? Lin Qing was taken aback by the woman's assertiveness, only managing to defend herself. Dr. Zhao and Officer Li both stated that we're from different provinces. This is merely coincidence. Coincidence, is it? Zhang Chanza crossed her arms and continued. Consider this carefully. Why were we specifically chosen to gather here among these 9 individuals? Let us not forget, we are 9 strangers. To discern inconsistencies in each other's stories, we must be provided with a clue. And that clue is that all our narratives are interconnected. After hearing each person's story, I sense that we are deliberately selected individuals. This is how we can successfully uncover discrepancies and identify the liar. Otherwise, this game becomes utterly absurd, as the odds are overwhelmingly in favor of the liar. Chapter 8. The showdown. This revelation seemed to awaken everyone, including Qi Xia. Indeed, the odds for the liar were exceedingly favorable. Qi Xia furrowed his brow, pondering why his chances were so high. In a room full of strangers, telling lies would be nearly impossible to detect, as they were unfamiliar with him and his background. Could a mere alias truly condemn 8 lives? Or perhaps the one designated as the liar was fated to be the chosen one, rendering this game inherently unfair? No, Qi Xia mused, if being chosen meant survival, it would be far more straightforward to inscribe life and death directly on the cards, thus achieving the goal with greater ease. Otherwise, what significance did this hour-long game hold? A profound sense of unease spread within him. Qi Xia reflected deeply on every word spoken by the goat-headed figure. Hey, it's your turn, Qiao Jiajin nudged him. Only then did he snap back to reality, noticing the crowd's scrutinizing gazes. It was too late for further contemplation. Lest he appear even more suspicious. Steeling himself, he reorganized his thoughts. The phrase "my name is Li Ming, and I am from Shandong" echoed in his mind. However, at this moment, he could not afford to use that answer. To uncover the solution to this game, he had to take a gamble. Qi Xia opened his eyes and addressed the group. Everyone, my name is Qi Xia, I am from Shandong, and I am a professional con artist. A con artist? The attendees erupted in astonishment at Qi Xia's declaration, for the role of the con artist had intertwined with many of their narratives. Ironically, they were now tasked with discerning the truth from a con artist. Before arriving here, I was devising a way to clean the 2 million I had in my possession. It took considerable effort, but I ultimately secured 140,000. This was the most economical method I could conceive. However, En route to reclaiming the money, I unexpectedly encountered the earthquake. Upon reaching the entrance, I witnessed my house trembling violently. Logically, one should never enter a building during such a crisis, given the imminent risk of collapse. Yet, I was deeply concerned for those inside, compelling me to rush in. As fate would have it, the moment I entered, the porch collapsed, trapping me and plunging me into unconsciousness. Qixia recounted his story in a calm tone, and the crowd watched him with wary eyes. He was acutely aware that he was engaging in a perilous endeavor, but this was the only way to validate his suspicions. If the goat-headed figure spoke at this juncture, it would confirm that his conjectures were indeed close to the truth. As Qixia anticipated, the goat-headed figure slowly stepped forward, addressing the group. Excellent. Everyone has shared their stories. We now have 20 minutes for free discussion. After 20 minutes, each of you will need to write a name on the paper before you. Just as he had surmised, Qixia's brow lifted. Indeed, there were 20 minutes to deliberate. This revelation clarified everything. The atmosphere grew frantic as the time remaining for their fates dwindled to a mere 20 minutes. Qiao Jiejin and Li Shangwu were eager to cast their votes against each other. Perhaps due to their professional backgrounds, brimming with animosity. Dr. Zhao began interrogating writer Han Yimou, given that his story bore no connection to anyone else's. Lawyer Zhang and Xiao Ran appeared skeptical of Qixia, while Lin Xing, Han Yimou, and Tian remained in a state of indecision. According to the surface rules, the liar was on the verge of victory, as the votes were far from unified. The rules are articulated with utmost clarity. Only if the majority identifies the liar can all 8 survive. Qixia refrains from engaging in any discussion, quietly closing his eyes. Countless clues swirl in his mind. The goat head proclaims, among the storytellers, there exists but one liar. The goat head asserts, the rules are absolute. The goat head states, you have all been asleep for 12 hours. Qixia opens his eyes. Now, only one final piece of information is needed to unravel this puzzle. But where could that information be? Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminates his mind. The intersecting lines on the walls and floor awaken him in an instant. He glances at the clock on the table. It is nearly 1 o'clock. So that's how it is. Qixia's eyes widen, narrowly avoiding deception. I am indeed a liar. Yet I almost fell victim to your ruse. The group seems to sense Qixia's unease. However, this deceiver has spoken little from the outset, leaving them unaware of his thoughts. Excuse me, could I have another piece of paper? Qixia inquires of the goat head. The goat head visibly pauses at this request, then tentatively replies, you need another piece of paper? Yes, Qixia nods, I require a draft paper. After a prolonged silence, the goat head retrieves another sheet from his suit pocket and hands it to Qixia. Without hesitation, Qixia accepts the paper and begins his calculations. He counts the large squares on the wall, there are 9 in total, and the squares on the floor and ceiling amount to 16, if I am not mistaken. Qixia swiftly scribbles, noting that each square represents 1 square meter, indicating that we currently occupy a room 3 meters high, with both length and width measuring 4 meters. 4 times 4 times 3. 48 cubic meters. Qixia's hand trembles slightly. Insufficient. Utterly inadequate. The others gaze at Qixia in confusion. This is ostensibly a matter of deducing who is lying, yet he is engrossed in mathematical equations. He lists numerous calculations, ultimately arriving at the figures 54.6 and 49.14. Upon seeing these numbers, Qixia's countenance turns ashen, as if grappling with an unsettling realization. If his hypothesis is entirely accurate, the current situation is indeed terrifying. His eyes flutter as his thoughts soar far beyond the confines of the room. The clamor of debate among the group gradually diminishes. This man, who does not engage in discourse, is merely calculating. Has he truly discovered the answer to this dilemma? After a considerable interval, he raises his gaze to the others. His expression tinged with fear, hesitation, doubt, and confusion. Everyone. Qixia clears his throat and speaks softly. Initially, I had no intention of rescuing you. But should you make an incorrect choice, I too shall perish. I absolutely cannot die here. Someone awaits me outside. Therefore, I must find a way to escape. I can only disclose the answer now, and I implore you to listen to my explanation attentively. What does the answer signify? Inquires Qiao Jiejin, seated closest to Qixia. Slightly taken aback, Qixia does not respond. Instead, he reaches for his identity card and slowly unveils it before the group. This is the identity I drew. The assembly focuses intently on the card, where the words liar stand out prominently. Chapter 9. An unbearable truth. The group is momentarily stunned upon seeing these 3 words. I have drawn the liar, Chi Xia states slowly, but whether this card is revealed or not is inconsequential. For it holds no significance. He lifts the card and casually tosses it onto the table. If I am not mistaken, each of you possesses a card that reads LIR. No one in the group stirs at this revelation. After a pause, Officer Lee finally speaks. So, are you suggesting that everyone just lied? Precisely, Chi Xia affirms. You are all more astute than I had anticipated. Each of you has woven a minor falsehood into your narratives, allowing your stories to stand soundly without disrupting the plot's logic. Officer Lee contemplates this for a moment, seemingly arriving at a realization. If what you say is true, he sighs meaningfully, the situation becomes even more complicated. The group turns to Officer Lee, perplexed. He continues, according to the rules, only if we all select the liar can we survive together. However, this implies that the liar would lose. Thus, Dr. Zhao is the first to grasp Officer Lee's implication. Are you saying we can vote freely since everyone is lying? It transforms into a guaranteed win scenario, where only the person voted for must perish. Precisely, Officer Lee nods. The optimal strategy now is to concentrate all votes on one individual, thereby minimizing losses as the remaining individuals can survive. His words plunge the atmosphere into a palpable tension, while the goat head remains motionless. So, they are merely voting for one person to die. Chi Xia sighs in resignation. Addressing Officer Lee, Officer, is interrupting others your favorite pastime? Does it bring you a sense of accomplishment? What kind of talk is that? Officer Lee frowns. Am I not assisting you in strategizing? I do not require your assistance. Chi Xia retorts without a moment's hesitation. Your idea could endanger everyone. What? Officer Lee stares, bewildered. How could I endanger everyone? Am I not correct? If everyone is lying, does that not validate every vote? Officer Lee, the goat head stated, the rules are absolute, and there is only one liar. Do you not recall this? Officer Lee ponders momentarily, recalling that the goat head indeed articulated those phrases. Let me clarify our thoughts. Chi Xia interjects coldly. In this game, it appears that the liar holds a significant advantage, as everyone feels they are on the brink of victory. However, should we vote recklessly, the consequence will be the demise of us all. Sitting beside Chi Xia, Xiao Jiajin muses aloud, because we have violated the rules. Indeed, Chi Xia nods. Yet the intriguing aspect of this game lies in our utter inability to ascertain whether others are lying. As Lawyer Zhang mentioned, we can only deduce contradictions based on our individual experiences, but we are not from the same region. Even if discrepancies arise, we cannot be certain enough to prove another esticide. Chi Xia surveys the pensive faces of the group before continuing. The organizer deliberately selected the 9 of us to be seated here, undeniably with a purpose, to lead us to mistakenly identify flaws within seemingly interconnected stories. But is that truly correct? How can we be certain that others are lying? Chi Xia scoffs. In this game, the only liar we can unequivocally identify from the known clues is but one person. His words are in stark contrast to our current predicament. Chi Xia seizes a pen and swiftly scrawls the characters Renyang on the paper. I had been curious as to why the goat head introduced the peculiar name Renyang at the outset. It seemed rather superfluous. In retrospect, this too is a part of the game. The group slowly turns their gaze toward Renyang, who remains utterly unmoved. Officer Lee appears momentarily taken aback, then shakes his head. Liar, I have a question. The goat head stated that among all storytellers, there exists but one liar, yet he himself did not tell a story. Did he not? Chi Xia shrugs noncommittally. I distinctly remember the goat head stating that he gathered us here to create a deity. Is that not an absurd tale? Officer Lee bows his head in silence, finding Chi Xia's argument compelling, yet sensing something amiss. However, Dr. Zhao interjects, your entire hypothesis hinges on the premise that everyone is a liar. But how can you assert that we are liars? What if we were to reveal our cards and only you were the liar? You cannot possibly have spoken the truth. Chi Xia offers a bitter smile, his expression tinged with despair. I have taken time to validate this issue. I not only know that you are all lying, but I also know precisely where you have lied. He pushes his draft paper forward and looks at Tyant beside him. Tyant, were you working in the car? With your head out the window when the falling billboard struck the vehicle, rendering you unconscious? Tyant bites her lip, hesitant to respond. Xiao Jiajin, Did you truly only lose consciousness after falling from such a height onto the billboard? Xiao Zhejian remained silent. Teacher Xiao Ran, did you actually manage to evade that speeding car while carrying the child? Xiao Ran's gaze flickers evasively. Dr. Zhao, operating rooms are constructed to be sturdier than standard rooms for stability. Yet you claim the operating room's ceiling collapsed. Were you truly just knocked unconscious? Dr. Zhao turns his head away. Han Yimo, you claim to be utterly unaware of the events that have transpired, yet when engrossed in writing, one most dreads interruption. Are you truly oblivious to how you arrived here? Han Yimo let out a faint sigh. Lawyer Zhang, your vehicle has collided with a fissure. How profound is that chasm? Lawyer Zhang crossed his arms. His expression impassive. Officer Li, what brand of car do you drive? Is it capable of reclining the seats instantly, liberating you from the constraints of those behind you? Officer Li touched the red mark on his neck, hesitating to respond. Lin Qing, your ceiling has also collapsed, yet you assert that your studio is situated on a higher floor. Once a high-rise begins to cave in, the entire edifice would cease to exist. Would it not? Lin Qing bowed her head deeply. Qi Xia, observing the expressions of those present, clenched her teeth and declared, Ladies and gentlemen, let us concede that, including myself, we are all already deceased. Chapter 10. Is it over? The ensuing silence lingered for several minutes as everyone grappled with this incredulous revelation. After a brief moment, Officer Li was the first to reveal his identity card, which indeed bore the inscription Liar. The others followed suit, unveiling their cards, all of which read Liar. You are quite astute. Lawyer Zhang cast a look of acknowledgement towards Qi Xia, yet how did you discern that we are all deceased? Qi Xia pointed to her draft paper and remarked, It is not difficult, I have been pondering. Why is the room sealed? Why are there lines drawn on the walls and floor? Why is there a clock placed at the center of the table? And why does the goat man insist on enforcing a halftime break? The average person's air consumption is approximately 0.007 cubic meters per minute, translating to 0.42 cubic meters per hour. With 10 individuals in this room, the hourly air consumption would reach 4.2 cubic meters. According to the goat man, we have not only been in this room for 12 hours, but have also participated in nearly an hour of gameplay. Multiplying 4.2 cubic meters by 13 yields the figure 54.6. Qi Xia circled 54.6 on her draft paper, stating, This is the volume of air we should have consumed. She then surveyed the room and asked, But how many cubic meters does this room actually contain? The others followed her gaze. The organizers left us clues. They drew lines on the walls and floor, dividing them into numerous squares, each approximately 1 meter in length. Qi Xia pointed to the marks on the wall. The number of squares on the wall is 3 by 4, while the floor and ceiling are 4 by 4, making the dimensions of the room 4 by 4 by 3, totaling 48 cubic meters. How can a room of 48 cubic meters accommodate 54.6 cubic meters of air? Qi Xia furrowed her brow, her expression somber, and continued, After such a lengthy duration, logically, the air should be thinning. Yet we do not feel any symptoms of oxygen deprivation. Dr. Zhao pondered for a moment, took Qi Xia's draft paper, and pointed to the number 49.14, inquiring, What does this number signify? Qi Xia, with a grave expression, replied, This also represents the volume of air that needs to be consumed, but this calculation is for 9 individuals. 9 individuals? Dr. Zhao was taken aback, for there were clearly 10 people consuming air in the room. Yet he calculated for 9. I have made a bold assumption. Qi Xia stated expressionlessly, What if the goatman is not human? Would our air supply be sufficient? Clearly, it would not be. What sort of lunacy is this? Dr. Zhao mused, astonished by such a bizarre hypothesis. Is it truly incomprehensible? Qi Xia gestured towards the headless corpse beside her. Dr. Zhao, you ought to be well aware of cranial anatomy. Generally speaking, can a human shatter a skull with one hand? Dr. Zhao remained silent, for he understood that this was utterly impossible. Not to mention a human skull. Even breaking a rabbit's skull with one hand on a table is no simple feat. Qi Xia withdrew her gaze, looking at the others, and stated, Time is of the essence. I have already written down my choice. It is now your turn, but remember, as long as one person's answer differs from mine, all present shall face consequences. The group felt a twinge of trepidation. A creature capable of indiscriminate killing was to be voted out by them. Would it acquiesce? Qiao Jiaqing glanced at the goat man with peripheral vision, noticing he remained still. his profound gaze peering from behind the goat mask. Lost in thought. To hell with it. I'm going for broke, Xiao Jiaqing declared, boldly writing down human goat. The others hesitated for a moment before also inscribing their answers. Qixia scanned the room, and without exception, all read human goat. As the clock struck 1, the game concluded. The goat man slowly approached, stating, "Congratulations, you have survived the liar game. I shall personally administer consequences to the loser." Before anyone could react, the goat man produced a handgun from his coat, turned the muzzle towards his own heart, and pulled the trigger. An unimaginable roar reverberated through the confined space. In such an enclosed environment, the sound struggled to dissipate, leaving everyone with a ringing in their ears. Subsequently, the goat man clutched his chest and began to wail. The resounding screams quickly drowned out the echo of the gunshot, reverberating throughout the room, sending chills down everyone's spines. The goat man continued to scream and spewed blood, and it was not until a full minute had passed that his cries subsided into pained groans. What on earth? Xiao Jiaqing stared at the goat man, incredulous. Was he serious? After a few more minutes, the groans faded entirely. The 9 individuals present suddenly found they could exert strength in their legs. Dr. Zhao was the first to rise, walking over to the goat man, feeling for the pulse in his neck, only to discover it had ceased. "Hey!" Dr. Zhao shouted at the goat man. "The game is over. How do we get out?" But the silent corpse offered no response. The others gradually stood up. The room remained unchanged, save for the addition of a corpse. How peculiar. Are we truly dead? Tian appeared to be grappling with this question, extending her delicate hand to slap herself sharply. "Ouch!" Tian exclaimed, still feeling pain. "Why can we still feel pain if we are dead?" Xiao Jiaqing shook his head in exasperation. "What? Have you died before?" Tian hesitated momentarily, realizing that she had indeed never died. So, who knows what happens after death? Given the circumstances, this might very well be hell. Xiao Jiaqing glanced at the 2 corpses in the room, feeling an immense discomfort. Not only can I feel pain, but I can also smell something foul. "So what are we? Souls?" the writer Han Yimo inquired. Upon hearing this, Dr. Zhao checked his own body, finding his heartbeat, body temperature, and pulse all normal. He was breathing regularly, yet astonishingly not consuming oxygen. It seems death is indeed a mysterious phenomenon, one that defies any medical understanding. Regardless of what we are, I do not wish to remain trapped in this small room for the foreseeable future, Officer Li stated. "Let us search for an escape." Officer Li approached the goat man, casually picking up the gun that had fallen near him. This action startled the others, prompting them to instinctively distance themselves from him. Officer Li expertly opened the chamber to examine it, then ejected the magazine, discovering that the gun contained only 1 bullet, now spent. This was both good and bad news. The good news was that they need not worry about anyone wielding the gun to harm others. The bad news was that they were defenseless against any other dangers. Xiao Jiaqing, feeling bold, slowly removed the goatman's mask, revealing a completely decayed visage beneath. His eyes were rolled back, devoid of any signs of life. What a terrifying face. Lawyer Zhang concurred. Chapter 11. Let us continue. Qixia remained seated, neither rising nor searching for clues. She felt a peculiar sense of unease. The psychologist Lin Qing, who also remained seated, inquired, "What are you contemplating?" "Me." Qixia was taken aback. "What? Do you wish to conduct a psychological evaluation on me?" "Not at all. While individuals as astute as you often harbor some psychological issues, the current situation is hardly conducive to therapy." Lin Qing replied with a slight smile. "I merely wish to inquire about your thoughts." Qixia pondered for a moment before responding. "I am contemplating the reasons behind our predicament." "Reasons?" Qixia disregarded Lin Qing and instead called out to Dr. Zhao. "Doctor, how long can an individual survive after being shot in the heart?" Dr. Zhao turned back, reflecting momentarily before answering. "If I recall correctly, a gunshot to the heart would render a person unconscious within seconds. But since death in medical terms refers to brain death, even in an unconscious state, the brain may continue functioning for several minutes." Qixia nodded. That goatman screamed for several minutes, indicating his physical constitution is far more resilient than that of an average human. "Correct?" "Indeed," Dr. Zhao confirmed. "He remained conscious for several minutes despite the gunshot to his heart." As the crowd heard Qixia conversing with the doctor, they involuntarily fell silent. Just moments ago, It was the clarity of thought exhibited by this charlatan that had allowed all 9 to survive. But what might be the reason behind it? Qixia extended his index finger and thumb to form the shape of a gun, placing it against his temple. A typical choice for an act of self-destruction. After a moment's contemplation, he adjusted his hand to point at his jaw. Or perhaps this way, he then withdrew his hand and directed it towards his heart, regardless of the method. A person contemplating suicide would invariably opt for a means that minimizes pain. Yet why would he aim for his own heart? Xiao Jiajin toyed with the goat mask, flipping the man's head over, and remarked, "Perhaps this pig-headed fellow has a tougher skull. A shot might not even suffice to take him down. Since he is capable of spitting blood, it proves that his physiological structure is akin to ours." Officer Li interjected, asserting that no matter how robust he may be, at this distance, a bullet to the head would undoubtedly be fatal. Qixia nodded in agreement. If that is the case, I can only deduce one reason. He pointed to the mask in Xiao Jiajin's hand and said, "The goat-headed man likely chose to shoot his heart in order to protect something," suggesting that the game is far from over. Xiao Jiajin was taken aback. "Are you implying he fears damaging his mask?" "Precisely." Under Qixia's guidance, Xiao Jiajin flipped the goat skin mask over, revealing its coarse inner lining to the astonished onlookers. A foul, decaying odor wafted from within. True to Qixia's predictions, the interior of the mask bore inscriptions written in black ink. Some areas were stained with blood, yet Xiao Jiajin paid it no mind, hastily wiping it with his t-shirt until the words became legible. "What is this?" He paused in astonishment, beginning to read the words aloud in his imperfect Mandarin. "I am human dog. You are cursed. I hope you survive. The clock ticks unceasingly, and danger lurks in every direction. If you wish to live, please turn towards your hometown 100 times. By the way, they say bamboo shoots spring up after the rain. Why are the bamboo shoots unafraid of being battered by the rain? See you after the rain." Qixia furrowed his brow slightly. Indeed, this was a clue for the next game. The shadow of death looming over them showed no signs of dissipating. Had they already perished, only to face death once more? "Hey, charlatan, what does this mean?" Xiao Jiajin inquired. "How should I know?" Qixia scoffed. "There are 9 of us here. Must I bear the burden of deciphering everything?" Lawyer Zhang Chunza slowly settled into a chair, remarking, "Though I hesitate to concede, your reasoning aligns closely with that of the organizer. If you have any thoughts, you might as well share them." Before Qixia could respond, the walls around them suddenly transformed. Amidst the collective astonishment, numerous holes seemed to materialize out of thin air. What was once a wall of cement now resembled a constantly shifting mass. Moments later, rows of holes were neatly arranged along the wall, as if they had always been there. Simultaneously, the sound of chains being pulled echoed from all sides. "What is happening?" The crowd erupted into chaos. "Look at the ceiling," someone cried out. They all looked up, discovering that the ceiling was also riddled with holes. Qixia finally stood up, took the goat skin mask from Xiao Jiajin, and scrutinized the last line inscribed upon it. "See you after the rain, rain." Xiao Jiajin stealthily approached the wall, leaning near one of the openings to peer inside, only to recoil in shock, stepping back several paces. "What the hell?" he shouted, frantically searching for a place to hide, only to realize there was nowhere to conceal himself. "What's in there?" Xiao Ran asked, fear creeping into her voice. The others recognized that if something could frighten the already bold Xiao Jiajin into retreat, it must be something extraordinary. "What the hell?" Xiao Jiajin yelled, "It's a harpoon." "The holes are filled with retreating harpoons." "What does retreating mean?" Dr. Zhao inquired, puzzled that it suggests they are cocked. Qixia explained, "Since the sound of chains has been echoing since earlier, these harpoons are now primed to fire at any moment." "Hey, charlatan, think of a way out." Xiao Jiajin rushed to Qixia's side, anxious, saying if they all fired at once, where could they possibly hide? Qixia pondered carefully. Surviving himself wouldn't be difficult, considering there were already 2 corpses on the scene. The penetration power of the harpoons is limited. If he piled the 2 corpses in a corner and concealed himself behind them, while there remained a risk of injury, his chances of survival would still be significantly high. This time, ensuring the survival of everyone seemed improbable. Self-preservation took precedence, and thus he would not be rescuing them any longer. Qixia whispered, "You." Xiao Jiajin hesitated, glancing towards Officer Li and Dr. Zhao for assistance, but they appeared even more flustered. Xia surveyed the inscriptions on the goatskin mask once more. Could it be that he had misunderstood? Only when there is one person left would this game truly conclude. If everyone continued to survive, this murderous game would perpetually resurface. After all, this room is exceedingly bizarre, with walls that could change at any moment. This defies any semblance of scientific rationale, resembling magic instead. Yet if the organizer possesses such magical prowess, why would they torment these 9 dead souls? Is this some sort of macabre game orchestrated by an agency managing spirits? While Xia was lost in thought, Lin Qing suddenly spoke, gazing at the mask in his hand. It is written here, a method for us to survive, stating we must turn towards our hometown 100 times. The crowd gradually calmed, beginning to contemplate the meaning of this phrase. Could it be that we must face the direction of our hometown and spin around? Tian suggested. That doesn't seem right? Xiao Zhejin shook his head. Within this room, how could one discern the direction of their hometown? Moreover, spinning 100 times would only leave one dizzy, yielding no results. Forget it. I'll give it a try. Tian randomly selected a direction and began to rotate. Xia reflected for a moment, understanding that the matter could not be so straightforward. Chapter 12. Your hometown. If the phrase "the rules are absolute" still applies to this second game, then the inscriptions on the mask must contain the key to unraveling it. But how to decode it? When would the harpoons be fired? The clock ticks unceasingly. Could it be at 1:15? Xia glanced at the clock on the table, noting that it was already 1:05. If 1:15 is when the harpoons are launched, then they have less than 10 minutes remaining. Turn towards your hometown 100 times. The hometowns of the 9 individuals present vary greatly, and 100 times is no trifling number. If they pursue the wrong line of thought, they could easily squander these precious 10 minutes. But in this room, aside from themselves, what else could be turned? Xia's gaze settled on the clock at the center of the table. He leaned forward, reaching out to lightly touch the clock, only to find it firmly affixed to the table's surface, immobile. If the clock cannot move, could it be the chairs? Xia looked down at the chair beneath him. It was an old, moldy, commonplace seat, carelessly placed on the ground, devoid of any mechanism. If that is the case, then it must be. Xia turned his attention to the round table in the center of the room, only to realize something peculiar. This table cannot truly be called round, for it appeared to be a polygon, albeit with a greater number of sides, giving the first impression of being round. He extended his hand and rotated the tabletop. Indeed, a faint sound of chains echoed from within. However, the table was heavy. Xia exerted considerable effort but could only turn it a few centimeters, 100 turns. This figure could not possibly be accomplished by only 2 or 3 people. All 9 present must work together to rotate the tabletop to have any hope of survival. Lin Qing keenly perceived Xia's actions and called for everyone to halt. They all approached the table. Discovering that it could indeed be turned, "You're quite something, charlatan." Xiao Zhejin nodded, suggesting that if we rotate this table 100 times, we should be able to unlock that invisible door. Xia glanced at the clock again. Though time was pressing, the current issue had become more straightforward. Turning the round table towards the direction of home ultimately presents 2 options, left or right. However, each person's hometown lies in various directions, northeast, southeast, southwest, northwest. How could they determine whether to turn left or right? Xia, do you already know when the harpoons will be fired? Lin Qing asked, covering her mouth and nose. The hint suggests the time will be uninterrupted. Likely at 1:15, Xia replied softly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhejin's expression changed. Doesn't that mean we have less than 10 minutes left? Let us get started. Dr. Zhao moved the body that had been sprawled on the table aside, slowly taking a seat, reaching out to test the weight of the table, saying, "But we only have one chance. If we turn the table 100 times in the wrong direction, what then? There is still a 50% chance of survival." Xiao Zhejin urged, "If we do nothing, we're certain to die. But if we start turning, there is still a 50% hope of living. Let us not waste time." Upon finishing his words, he exerted all his strength to begin turning the table to the left. Although Xiao Zhejin appeared frail, he possessed remarkable strength, managing to rotate the table a full half-turn single-handedly. "What are you all still dawdling for? Come on, lend a hand," he bellowed at the others. The remaining individuals recognized the wisdom in Xiao Zhejin's statement and reluctantly joined him in the endeavor. There was no definitive answer at present. They could only take a gamble. Meanwhile, Xia remained motionless, uncertain of the direction in which to think. left or right? Why was the keyword hometown, since they were all Chinese? Did that imply the east? North above and south below, west to the left and east to the right? Should the answer be right? But what about those residing in the west? Or perhaps everyone's hometown was related to the Zhuozhuan from the spring and autumn period, thus making the answer left? With his eyes half closed, Qi Xia contemplated using the two corpses as a shield. Yet if everyone else perished and the next game commenced, what then? It was not yet time to abandon them. Qi Xia thought to himself, then reached out, seizing a sheet of white paper from the rotating table. He picked up a pen, stood, and walked to a nearby space, where he sat down and began writing fervently. Though the others were somewhat puzzled, they did not cease their efforts, having already rotated the table over 10 times. If he hadn't introduced himself as a fraud, I would have thought that fellow was a mathematician. Xiao Zhejian remarked to Tian beside him. Tian, feeling a bit dizzy from the self-rotation, could only nod perfunctorily. This time, Qi Xia did not present a vertical format, but instead sketched a rough map of the country on the paper. Hometown. His mind raced, and suddenly he had a revelation. Wait a moment, Qi Xia's eyes widened. If the host possessed such vast powers to find individuals with similar experiences from so many provinces, then provinces must also be a focal point. Right? He turned back to the group rotating the table and asked earnestly, did anyone here lie about their hometown? The group shook their heads in unison. After all, hometown involved accents and expressions, making deceit easily detectable. Excellent. Qi Xia nodded slightly. Now, please take turns and tell me your hometowns once more. Officer Li spoke first. I am from Inner Mongolia. Qi Xia marked a black on the map at the location of Inner Mongolia. I am from Sichuan, lawyer Zhang Chanza stated coldly. I'm in Shaanxi. Tian added. Dali, Yunnan, kindergarten teacher Xiao Ran chimed in. Guangdong. Xiao Zhejian said that I'm from Ningxia. Psychologist Lin Qing mentioned that I work in Jiangsu. Dr. Zhao stated. Qi Xia annotated each person's hometown on the map and wrote down his own. Shandong.at that moment. All eyes turned to the writer Han Yimo, for he had yet to disclose his hometown. Han Yimo, are you from Guangxi or Taiwan? Han Yimo was taken aback and asked, how did you know? Time is pressing. Please answer me first. I am from Guangxi. Qi Xia nodded. At this point, Han Yimo had only 2 provinces left, Guangxi Zhuang Autonomous Region and Taiwan Province. If his answer was not one of these two, he would have told a monumental lie. Fortunately, he spoke the truth. Qi Xia marked the last province on the map, and there were now 9 black dots on the sketch. Just as expected, Qi Xia muttered. Quick, stop, turn to the right. Right? Qi Xia hastily ran to the side of the table, tossed the white paper onto it, and began turning the table in the opposite direction. Although the others were somewhat baffled, they followed suit. Dr. Zhao glanced at the map on the table and the 9 black dots. Why right? Chapter 13a Rain Qi Xia continued turning the table with effort while explaining. The positions of Ningxia and Shandong can form a horizontal line. Inner Mongolia, Sichuan, and Yunnan can create a slant. Meanwhile, the 4 points of Guangxi, Guangdong, Shaanxi, and Jiangsu can form a square, which corresponds to the character right. Regardless of Han Yimo's hometown, as long as it is either Guangxi or Taiwan, it will form a character, thus confirming the answer from the outset. The group quickened their motions, casting strange glances at Qi Xia. His thoughts were quite unconventional, yet he had unveiled the mystery twice in succession, causing the others to begin harboring doubts. Qi Xia was aware of this as well. So he addressed the group, please do not misunderstand. If the next game involves sacrificing yourselves for survival, I will unreservedly ensure my own survival. Upon hearing this, the group fell silent, gritting their teeth as they continued to turn the table. 9 individuals sat around the table, persistently pushing to the right. How many turns has it been? Xiao Zhejian inquired. 26 turns, Lin Qing replied. You can actually count that? Xiao Zhejian blinked. This table looks the same. I counted the bloodstains on the table, Lin Qing replied earnestly. Counting is crucial for us psychologists. Qi Xia furrowed his brow. Not yet 30 turns. We need to hurry. The group then quieted down, hastening their movements. However, as time passed, the table became increasingly difficult to maneuver, as if the internal mechanisms were tightening. What on earth is happening? Xiao Zhejian gritted his teeth. This is way too heavy. Keep going. It might really be connected to the door. Tian exclaimed, baring her teeth. Her words sparked a glimmer of hope among the group amidst their despair. The door. Since this room could conjure holes out of thin air, why could it not create a door? Everyone's arms were beginning to ache, yet they continued to rotate the table in circles. "Do not give up. Only 5 more turns," Lin Qing shouted. At that moment, everyone was gritting their teeth, exerting their strength, and none dared to slack off. With a final crack, the last turn concluded, and the table was evidently embedded into something. The group collectively sighed in relief, the pain in their arms gradually becoming apparent. At this moment, only 3 minutes remained until the clock struck 1. "Where's the door?" Xiao Jiajin shouted anxiously. The surrounding walls showed no change, and within the pitch-black void, the cold glint of fishhooks could still be seen. "Oh no! There's no door." A hint of despair crept into Xiao Jiajin's voice. "Wrong. We guessed incorrectly," Xiao Ran shrieked. "It should have turned left, right? We shouldn't have trusted that fraud. We're all going to die here." Qi Xia frowned slightly. "Wrong." Before the others could respond, the clock at the center of the table suddenly exhibited unusual behavior. It quivered slightly, then emitted 8 beams of light. The 8 beams radiated from the clock and gradually moved to the edges of the table. Halting there, to the bewilderment of the onlookers, the clock precisely divided the table into several equal-sized sectors, akin to a pizza. With a resounding crash, the table shattered into pieces. The clock now stood atop a small wooden pedestal. And upon closer inspection, Qi Xia noted there were 9 small triangular pieces and 1 large triangular piece. No, rather than being triangular, it was better described as triangular-shaped, since each tabletop piece had a flat base. Time was too pressing, and chaos ensued among the group. "What is this?" Han Yimou exclaimed in shock. "Why did the table break?" At that moment, Officer Li discovered that each triangular table surface bore a handle on its underside, and years of professional experience instantly enlightened him. Their shields. He lifted the largest triangular piece and held it in front of himself. "We can use these shields to block the fishhooks." Upon hearing this, the others also raised their table pieces, but unfortunately, only 1 large piece remained, while everyone else was left with small triangular segments that could barely shield their bodies. Yet, within mere seconds, they encountered a problem. "How do we defend ourselves?" Lawyer Zhang Chenza rarely displayed panic. "If fishhooks are shooting from all directions, we can only block one side. We must cooperate." Qi Xia regained his composure and stated, "Let's form a circle and shield each other's backs." Upon hearing this, the group hurriedly adjusted their positions, quietly awaiting the impending threat. In that moment, the only sounds that could be heard were their synchronized breaths. 9 strangers had now become teammates, each indispensable. Qi Xia inadvertently glanced back at Han Yimou, noticing the beads of sweat on his forehead and his trembling form, revealing his evident anxiety. At that instant, a distant chime echoed from outside the room. "Are you all right?" Qi Xia inquired. "I'm fine. It's nothing." Han Yimou shook his head. "Hey, Dr. Zhao, flip your shield over." Zhang Chenza suddenly interjected. "Why?" Dr. Zhao looked at the triangular piece in his hands, with the pointed end facing down and the wider end on top. "You can't shield my legs like that," Zhang Chenza said, panic evident in his voice. "I'll be hit. If I flip it, I want to be able to protect my head," Dr. Zhao retorted, unwilling to back down. Some people, upon hearing the exchange, found Dr. Zhao's argument quite reasonable and began flipping their shields over. With the pointed ends down and the wider ends up, an absurd situation arose. The fishhooks flying from all directions would only be blocked at the upper half, leaving everyone's legs vulnerable to injury. Was this truly the right course of action? Xiao Ran was momentarily taken aback. Even if we managed to conceal our legs within the pointed ends to shield ourselves from the front, what about the harpoons flying in from behind? And what about those descending from above? Allow me to guard against the threats above. Officer Li raised the massive tabletop, urging everyone to draw closer. Declaring his intent to protect them. It must be said that this strategy now seems to be the optimal solution. One person holds the largest tabletop overhead while the others guard the periphery. Yet, Qi Xia still sensed a flaw in the plan. Lin Qing swiftly contemplated before suggesting, "Let the remaining individuals be arranged in an alternating manner, allowing each of us to stagger our positions." "Indeed, that is quite logical," Xiao Jiajin concurred. However, Qi Xia interjected, "If everyone holds their tabletops perpendicular to the harpoons, it would be far too easy for them to penetrate." "Handsome fellow, what do you propose?" Xiao Jiajin inquired. Qi Xia's gaze lingered on the sheepskin mask on the ground. "Why are bamboo shoots unafraid of the rain?" The final phrase hinted at something profound, causing Qi Xia to ponder deeply. "Hold on. Give me a moment." Qi Xia furrowed her brow. The group held their breath, watching as seconds ticked away, with only a minute remaining before the harpoons would be launched. Let us not dwell on that. Dr. Zhao barked, let's arrange ourselves as Lin Qing suggested, in an alternating fashion. You, pig intestines, be quiet. Xiao Zhejin shouted. I trust in the words of the deceiver. You, Dr. Zhao gritted his teeth, swallowing his words. What do the large and small tabletops truly signify? No, wait. Qi Xia's eyes widened suddenly. It's the lie. The large tabletop will lead to our demise. What? Officer Li looked at Qi Xia with confusion. Officer, discard the large tabletop and grab the last small one. Everyone, point your ends upwards. Although the crowd was somewhat skeptical, most were left with blank minds and had no choice but to comply. Dr. Zhao pondered briefly before also inverting his pointed end. After a few seconds of hesitation, Officer Li picked up the final small tabletop. Everyone, crouch down, Qi Xia continued, shifting their pointed ends backward and pressing them together. Officer Li, you need not shield the top anymore. Join us. Under Qi Xia's command, the group gradually aligned all the tabletops, forming a cone. One had anticipated that by discarding the large tabletop, all the smaller ones would seamlessly coalesce into a pyramid shape, effectively blocking gaps from all directions. Including directly above, from a distance, the structure resembled bamboo shoots, poised to welcome a torrential downpour. In the pitch-black space, the tension in their hearts raced, with only the sound of their breathing echoing among them. It's coming. Qi Xia calculated the time in her mind, softly signaling in the next instant. They heard the explosive rush of wind, as an invisible object violently struck the tabletop in Qi Xia's hands. Immediately, sounds from all directions surged like a tempest. The force of the harpoons was astonishing. Everyone felt their arms throb painfully, teetering on the brink of losing grip on their tabletops. Fortunately, all the tabletops were pressed together at that moment. Maintaining a delicate balance, Xiao Ran's tabletop was suddenly pierced by a harpoon, eliciting a startled cry from her. Qi Xia turned her head to find that the harpoon had halted merely 2 or 3 centimeters from Xiao Ran's eyes. Thank goodness the tabletop was sufficiently sturdy. Otherwise, Xiao Ran would have met her end. Chapter 14. After the rain hold on, Officer Li shouted, the number of harpoons is limited. If we endure just a bit longer, we will survive. Before anyone could respond, another scream pierced the air. Turning to look, they found it was Tian Tian. Unlike Xiao Ran, she was not so fortunate. The harpoon pierced through her palm in an instant. Tian Tian lost her strength, and the tabletop before her began to sway precariously under the onslaught of the incoming harpoons. Be careful. Xiao Zhejin gritted his teeth and reached for the tabletop in front of Tian Tian. In that moment, a harpoon accurately flew in through the gap, impaling Han Yimo's shoulder. Han Yimo let out a heart-wrenching cry, yet his grip on the tabletop remained steadfast. Do not panic. Officer Li reached out to steady Han Yimo, then separated his hands to support one side of the tabletop. Xiao Zhejin, acting swiftly, lent his hand to stabilize the tabletop for Tian Tian. Fortunately, both of them were remarkably strong, and the formation began to stabilize once more. As the crashing sounds gradually diminished, the group began to comprehend the remarkable efficiency of this arrangement. Had they followed Officer Li and Dr. Zhao's initial idea of staggering the tabletops with each person holding them, the vertical alignment would have made them exceedingly vulnerable to penetration by the harpoons. Now, the bamboo shoot formation created sloped contact surfaces between the harpoons and the tabletops, significantly reducing their penetrating power. Particularly, the harpoons descending from directly above had their trajectories altered due to the conical shape. After some time, the sounds from outside ceased entirely. Has it ended? Han Yimo asked through clenched teeth. Wait another minute. Qi Xia replied. The group continued to hold their tabletops, patiently waiting for a minute, soon realizing that there was indeed no further commotion outside. Xiao Zhejin cautiously shifted a gap to peer outside. I can't believe. He was instantly stunned by the sight. Before Qi Xia had long realized that the rope on the harpoon was not merely ornamental. They would inevitably retract the harpoon sooner or later. The crowd, in a state of panic, hurriedly followed Han Yimo, during which Officer Li attempted to grasp the rope, struggling against the immense force emanating from the dark void. However, all his efforts proved futile in the end. The table, now riddled with harpoons, was gradually being torn apart, pulling back bit by bit. Such power, capable of shredding wood, was certainly beyond the capacity of bare hands to resist. Despite enduring excruciating pain, Han Yimou quickly identified another pressing issue. If he were to be dragged against the wall without breaking free from the harpoon, he would be firmly pinned to the wall, left to await his demise. With this thought in mind, he painfully rose to his feet and grasped Qixia once more, enunciating each word with urgency. "Help me remove the harpoon. Take it off now." Chapter 15. A crisis unresolved. Qixia's expression was one of distress. Having just attempted to extract the harpoon, only to find its barbs exquisitely designed, making it nearly impossible to withdraw from the body. Gazing at the copious blood flowing forth, Qixia felt momentarily disoriented. Had they truly perished? Do the deceased still experience pain? Steeling himself, Qixia recognized that now was not the time for such contemplations. He needed to sever the ropes immediately, with all the harpoons slowly retracting. How could he use another harpoon to cut the rope? One thing was certain. When the ropes were fully retracted into the wall, the harpoons would vanish, and Han Yimou would meet his end. He had to find a way to obtain a harpoon. But how? Qixia furrowed his brow and swiftly scanned his surroundings. He would have to take one last gamble. He seized two slowly retreating harpoons from the ground and quickly bound their ropes together. Securing a tight knot. "Hey, stop crowding around Han Yimou," Qixia called out. "Do as I do. We must at least retain one harpoon." Lin Qing instantly grasped his intent and found two harpoons of her own, deftly tying them together. However, the knot she fashioned was peculiar, one Qixia had never seen before. At that moment, he had no time to ponder. He focused intently on the two harpoons before him. As the ropes continued to retract, they were now tautly intertwined. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before one of the ropes snapped, leaving only one behind. Qixia slowly stepped back, the two ropes emitting a terrifying sound. If his suspicions were correct, the ruptured rope under such immense tension could potentially injure someone. Indeed, the next moment, one of the ropes let out a resounding crack and broke. The other rope, along with its harpoon, flailed erratically in the air before striking the ground with a forceful thud, leaving a deep imprint. Qixia rushed forward, hoping to untie the broken rope before the harpoon was entirely retracted into the wall. However, he soon discovered that the previously bound ropes had become completely deformed due to the immense tension. It was impossible to untie them, let alone recognize their original shape. "I'm ready," Lin Qing shouted from a short distance away. "Whoever has strength, come help cut the rider's ropes." "Ready?" Qixia turned to see that Lin Qing had crafted an exceptionally clever knot, which automatically separated when the rope broke. Officer Li, still struggling with his initial knot, hastily set down the harpoon he was holding and exclaimed, "I'll cut it. Give it to me." Upon receiving the harpoon, Officer Li dashed towards Han Yimou, who was on the verge of being pulled against the wall. Fortunately, though the harpoon appeared sharp, its tip had a small cutting edge, sufficient to be used as a knife. Qiao Zhejian quickly stepped forward to assist, although Qixia had devised a plan at the first opportunity. Han Yimou was now less than half a meter from the wall. The searing pain was unbearable, leaving Han Yimou no choice but to reluctantly retreat along with the rope. Otherwise, the barbs would cause him unbearable agony. Officer Li firmly grasped the rope behind him, momentarily contemplating before targeting the rope closest to Han Yimou's body, beginning to cut with the sharp harpoon. His hands were steady, each slice accurately targeting the rope. However, the rope proved to be tougher than anticipated. After several attempts, only small notches remained. He quickly assessed the situation and realized it was becoming dire. Though the rope would eventually be severed, time was running short. Within a minute, Han Yimou would be pressed against the wall, rendering it impossible to cut the rope from behind. "Damn it, are you done yet?" Qiao Zhejian asked, growing anxious. "You're taking too long. You're going to get this guy killed." "Stop the nonsense," Officer Li snapped, then continued to exert more force. As Han Yimou's body drew ever closer to the wall, beads of sweat began to dot. Officer Li's face. One must commend his fortitude. Despite the oppressive tension in the air, he did not falter, making each incision precisely on the previous notch. Yet, with Han Yimou now less than 30 centimeters from the wall, Officer Li found his arm growing weary. Qiao Zhejian, quick on his feet, positioned himself behind Han Yimou, shielding him with his body. While this meant Han Yimou would suffer injury sooner, it also ensured that the distance between him and the wall would not change in the short term. "Quickly!" Officer Lee took a deep breath and continued cutting to this point. The rope had already been severed significantly, yet it remained tethered. Han Yimou writhed in agony, the harpoon piercing through his body and then brutally stabbing back into his chest with its barbs. His clothing was now drenched in blood, presenting a ghastly sight. Am I going to die? Han Yimou gritted his teeth, murmuring, Am I truly going to die? Who is it that seeks our demise? Act like a man. Officer Lee admonished sternly, So many are trying to save you. Don't start crying now. Upon hearing those words, Han Yimou immediately silenced himself, recognizing the truth in Officer Lee's statement. With so many people scurrying about, he could not afford to hinder their efforts. The barbs were deeply embedded in Han Yimou's flesh, prompting him to emit muffled groans as he bit down hard. Seeing this, Dr. Zhao promptly produced a cloth strip and stuffed it into Han Yimou's mouth. Understanding that a person in extreme pain might inadvertently grind their teeth to dust, the crowd gathered around Han Yimou, and though mere seconds passed, they felt like hours as Officer Lee meticulously continued to cut the rope. Finally, with one last decisive slice, the resilient rope was severed. In that instant, both Han Yimou and Xiao Jiajin collapsed to the ground, weakened. The surrounding individuals rushed to support both men, relieved to see that Han Yimou had narrowly escaped death. Dr. Zhao promptly pulled Han Yimou aside to examine his wounds. The condition of the wounds was as anticipated, necessitating the extraction of the harpoon from the front. The most pressing issue now was staunching the bleeding. Dr. Zhao pondered for some time before ultimately using several strips of cloth to plug the wounds near the harpoon. Hey, doctor, aren't you going to remove the harpoon? Xiao Jiajin inquired. It cannot be removed. Doing so would mean his death, Dr. Zhao replied sternly. Death? Xiao Jiajin asked, perplexed, stepping forward to push Dr. Zhao. What is going on? We went through so much effort, only for you not to save him? I am saving him, Dr. Zhao snapped, shaking off Xiao Jiajin's hand. Tio put it bluntly, only by leaving the harpoon in can he survive. Why? Xiao Ran interjected, unable to contain her curiosity. If the harpoon is extracted, he would be left with nothing but a gaping wound, and death would merely be a matter of time. Dr. Zhao explained calmly, By keeping the harpoon in place, while he will endure excruciating pain. At least he won't succumb to excessive blood loss. Those minor wounds will likely cease bleeding soon due to coagulation. Chapter 16. Another crisis arises although the crowd lacked medical knowledge. They understood Dr. Zhao's explanation well enough. For the time being, extracting the harpoon seemed straightforward, but suturing a wound was a far more complex endeavor. With the writer's life now secured, their only task was to swiftly vacate this place and find a more suitable location to treat his wounds properly. Dr. Zhao's words pulled everyone back to the grim reality. If they could not escape this eerie room, their fate would inevitably mirror Han Yimou's. But how could they leave? Is the game over? Lin Qing asked. Covering her mouth and nose, Qixia pondered carefully before shaking his head. The mask had clearly stated that the being known as Human Dog wished for their survival and mentioned see you after the rain. Logically, after the chaotic barrage of harpoons, the so-called Human Dog would appear next, potentially introducing another game. Yet, why had he not shown himself? Hey, liar. Xiao Jiajin slowly approached Qixia, his expression serious. You have a way to survive. Don't you? What of it? Qixia replied coldly. Whether I survive or not is of no concern to you. I'm not as clever as you. I can only seek a partner, Xiao Jiajin suggested, seemingly proposing himself. You have the brains, I have the brawn. Let us cooperate. Upon hearing this, Qixia furrowed his brow slightly. I'm sorry, but I'm a fraud. I have no intention of trusting anyone but myself. Before Xiao Jiajin could respond, a voice of inquiry emanated from Officer Lee. What is this? Upon hearing this, everyone turned to find Officer Lee scrutinizing the harpoon in his hand intently. What's the matter? Dr. Zhao approached Officer Lee, cautiously inquiring. There were words. Officer Lee handed the harpoon to Dr. Zhao. Upon receiving it and examining it, Zhao's expression shifted dramatically. Indeed, the tail of the harpoon, as thick as a finger, bore minute inscriptions, I am Renyang. The fact that you can see this message signifies that you have survived. However, how many of you have truly survived? Is anyone injured? I am genuinely concerned for your well-being. I cannot stand idly by and watch you perish. In a quarter of an hour, death will descend upon you once more. Evade it and find a way to survive. Clenching his teeth, Dr. Zhao forcefully hurled the harpoon to the ground. How utterly absurd. This is never-ending, he bellowed, seemingly striving to release all the pent-up emotions he had suppressed thus far. Calm down, Officer Li replied sternly. If you cannot control your emotions, how do you expect to survive? Survive. But we are already dead. Dr. Zhao finally snapped. We are dead, yet we are still tormented by the fear of death. What does the organizer truly desire? Why can't they simply kill us or set us free? At that moment, the faces of everyone present grew grim. Indeed, what was the purpose behind this relentless wave of death threats? Just as that sheep-headed man proclaimed, were they to select a god? Must it be that only one would ascend to godhood while the rest would descend into hell? Everyone, we have survived 2 games. Do you truly believe it is due to our cleverness? No. Dr. Zhao tightened his fists. We have merely been exceedingly fortunate. But what about next time? And the time after that? In this ever-changing room, how long can we possibly survive? Officer Li pressed his lips together, stepping forward to grasp Dr. Zhao by the collar. Listen, my friend. At this critical juncture, what we need most is morale. If you wish to give up living, you may do so on your own. Do not spread despair among us. Dr. Zhao's lips quivered slightly. But how are we to escape? Do you have a way to lead us out? Officer Li pondered for a moment before responding. I have no solution. I only know that we must survive. As long as we survive, there remains hope. He released his grip on Dr. Zhao and moved aside to inspect the harpoon. Then he approached Han Yimou, observing the harpoon embedded in his shoulder, discovering that the inscriptions on both harpoons were identical. It seemed their luck was indeed remarkable. This last challenge required not only evading lethal attacks, but also retaining at least one harpoon to uncover the clues for the next phase. Regardless, this time they had at least received clear guidance. Officer Li scrutinized the inscriptions on the harpoon and stated, unlike before, this time the threat will only come from above. He pointed to the inscription that read, Death will descend upon you once more. As soon as he spoke, the entire room began to transform. All the holes in the walls slowly vanished, while the ceiling's openings underwent a change, revealing several rectangular holes approximately 1 meter long and 20 to 30 centimeters wide. Upon closer inspection, there were a total of 9 holes. Could this be what was meant by death descending once more? It seemed the game was becoming simpler. Officer Li gazed at the 9 holes in the ceiling and sighed. This is a stroke of misfortune amidst fortune. But why had it transformed back into Ren Yang? Lawyer Zhang pointed to the dismembered corpse on the floor, impaled by the harpoon, and asked, wasn't Ren Yang already killed by us? Qixia pondered briefly, finding it peculiar. The deceased sheep-headed man had indeed referred to himself as Ren Yang, yet his mask bore the words I am Ren Go. One moment a sheep, the next a dog. Could this too be a clue? Time was of the essence. Officer Li addressed the group. It is already 1:23. It appears it won't be long before the 9 holes above unleash some perilous object. Everyone, grab the tablet and position yourselves against the wall. At that moment, they noticed something odd about the tablets on the ground. They seemed to possess a unique structure. After being torn apart by the harpoon, only a square piece with a handle remained. Its central wood appearing denser than the surrounding material. While the tablets they held were small, fortunately, all 9 holes above were clustered near the center, suggesting that standing against the wall should be safe. Silently, they moved to collect the shattered tablets from the ground and position themselves against the wall, distancing themselves from the central holes. Meanwhile, Qixia remained still, slowly closing her eyes. From any perspective, the third game was exceedingly strange. The organizer had directly provided a solution, in Qixia's view. The hints offered this time were excessively redundant. Did they want them dead, or did they wish for them to survive? Why specify Ren Yang and Ren Go? If Ren Yang and Ren Go were not names, what could they signify? Hey, liar, come over here. Xiao Zhejin shouted. Standing under the hole will get you killed. Killed, I cannot die here. Qixia replied coolly, glancing at the holes above. I have compelling reasons to escape. What's happening? Has the smartest among us become a traitor? Xiao Zhejin questioned, puzzled. Qixia extended her index finger, gently tapping her temple. Wait, give me a moment. The group collectively slowed their breathing, quietly observing Qixia in the center of the room. All perplexed as to why such an obvious game required further contemplation. Chapter 17. Sheep and Dogs. Sheep and Dogs. Qixia narrowed her eyes, meticulously pondering all that had transpired. Initially, the one who claimed to be Ren Yang wanted them to turn against one another. Yet now this Renyang expressed deep concern for their well-being, stating that they could not bear to see them die. Was this not a lie? Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated Qi Xia's mind. Yes, it was this. Deceit. Everything aligned with Qi Xia's expectations. Sheep and dogs were not names, but rather types of games. Could sheep represent the tale of the boy who cried wolf? The shepherd boy, who lied repeatedly, found no one to rescue him when danger came. Thus the sheep game involved lies. It was a game of deceit. Dogs could symbolize loyalty, just as in the previous harpoon game. Had they not worked together, none would have survived. Therefore, could it represent cooperation? Qi Xia picked up the harpoon once more. Realizing that sheep had the potential to deceive while explaining the rules, but among those few sentences, which one contained the lie. I cannot bear to watch you die. If this statement were a falsehood. Wait, Qi Xia's eyes widened in realization. This statement was not the answer, but rather a trap that could lead to their demise. What are you talking about? Xiao Jiajin asked, confused. Every word in that statement is a lie, Qi Xia asserted decisively. Standing against the wall will lead to death. Standing beneath the holes is survival. Dr. Zhao and Officer Li exchanged glances, unsure of Qi Xia's intentions. Everyone, do you remember? Sheep are capable of lying. Qi Xia stood in the center of the room, attempting to draw the others closer. If we follow the rules as dictated, we will ultimately bring about our own destruction. That is the distinction between sheep and dogs. But is that truly reasonable? Xiao Ran timidly asked. Only your head is positioned beneath a hole. How could that not be the most dangerous spot? Qi Xia too had not fully considered this point. What could possibly fall from the holes above that would endanger those by the wall? Qi Xia contemplated further and revised her statement. Regardless, after this phase concludes, we stand a good chance of escaping, so you may choose according to your own judgment. How do you know we can escape? Officer Li queried warily. Because this time, there is no preview regarding the next game in the hints provided, Qi Xia explained. This suggests two possibilities. Either this is the final game, or the organizer is highly confident that they can eliminate us all in this round. The group, upon hearing this, wore solemn expressions, yet could not refute her. In any case, I will remain here, Qi Xia asserted, indicating her position. As for how you choose, that is entirely up to you. Aware that everything was merely conjecture, Qi Xia picked up a square tablet from the ground for added caution. After hearing Qi Xia's words, Xiao Jiajin gradually approached her, stating, I have said it before, I believe in you. But I am a liar. Qi Xia replied coldly, it matters not. Lin Jing deliberated, then covered her mouth and nose, moving toward the center of the room. Hey, what are you doing? Xiao Ran shouted from the wall. Do you really believe him? Lin Jing nodded slightly. Yes, think about it carefully. Who has allowed us to survive thus far? Xiao Ran paused, suddenly finding Lin Jing's words quite reasonable. After a brief internal struggle, she followed suit. Han Yimo pressed his hand against the wound on his shoulder and also moved forward. Your name is Qi Xia, right? I believe in you too. Tian, and Zhang Chunza followed suit. At this moment, only Dr. Zhao and Officer Li remained pressed against the wall. Hey, aren't you coming over? Tian called out. Dr. Zhao appeared somewhat hesitant, seemingly uncertain about his choice. There was no need to coerce others. Qi Xia waved her hand dismissively. This challenge did not require collaboration. All that mattered was her own survival. The clock on the ground gradually approached 1:30. Officer Li narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Qi Xia. He did not believe that this deceiver would choose to end her life at this moment. Yet why was she insisting on standing beneath the hole with everyone else? At this juncture, Lin Qing discerned the thoughts of the two and addressed them. Qi Xia doesn't seem to be lying. Are you coming over? You can tell? Officer Li asked quietly. Indeed, Lin Qing nodded. Due to my profession, I can usually discern when someone is being dishonest. In that case. Officer Li exchanged a glance with Dr. Zhao, and they silently stepped forward, saying to Lin Qing, since a professional has spoken, we will trust you. The others promptly picked up the nearest tablet from the ground, raising it above their heads to shield themselves, prepared for whatever might fall through the hole. You all are quite cunning, Xiao Jiajin remarked with a shake of his head as he also picked up a tablet. Upon closer inspection, the current tablets resembled shields more than before, being neatly square with sides measuring about 40 to 50 centimeters, equipped with exceptionally sturdy handles. Qi Xia glanced at the time, seized Xiao Jiajin's arm, and said, Get ready. It's coming. No sooner had she spoken than the clock struck 1:30. A thunderous clanking echoed from above. As if something unseen was being drawn back, alas, there was no reaction from the hole. Neither death nor life materialized as they had imagined. After a few seconds, the floor beneath them suddenly began to rise. "This is bad." Qi Xia's expression shifted, turning graver than she had anticipated. The commotion among the crowd surged. None had expected the organizers would attempt to crush them into a paste within this low-ceilinged room. "What's going on?" Before anyone could clarify their situation, Qi Xia shouted, "Get down!" The quicker members of the group immediately crouched down, but the despair in their eyes was palpable. They all understood that given the current circumstances, the floor and ceiling were likely to converge, leaving no escape for anyone. Crouched on the ground, Qi Xia's mind raced. She knew her deductions were likely correct. The hole above must be their escape route, but how could they survive? As the floor continued to rise with a resounding noise, the room's height diminished rapidly. Forcing everyone to crouch low to navigate, Qi Xia looked up. The previously distant rectangular hole was now mere arm's reach away. Seizing the moment amidst the chaos, she decisively extended her hand towards the hole. Discovering it to be an ordinary opening with a vast interior, the ceiling constructed of some form of hard metal. Could it be? Crouching down, Qi Xia quickly lowered her head and, almost instinctively, picked up her square wooden tablet from the ground. If the hole was indeed a path to survival, and the tablet was her only means of escape, what connection might there be between the two? Qi Xia positioned the tablet upright, inserting it into the ceiling's hole, then turned it horizontally and pulled down. Remarkably, the tablet lodged firmly within the opening, revealing only a handle protruding downward. Was this the path to survival? Qi Xia's eyes widened as she instantly comprehended the imminent events. Observing Qi Xia's actions, the others hastily emulated her, each wedging their square tablets into the ceiling's hole. "Be careful." Soon, Qi Xia began to caution, but before she could finish, the floor beneath them crumbled into dust. "Ah, no!" Cries of alarm erupted simultaneously. Their bodies plummeted downward, instinctively grasping the handles above, preventing a direct fall. Han Yimou gritted his teeth, desperately gripping the handle with his left hand, but he had lost too much blood. His strength waning, Qi Xia watched helplessly as his grip began to falter. Chapter 18. True or false questions. The 9 individuals now resembled a chandelier dangling from the ceiling, swinging precariously as they clutched the handles. Lin Qing glanced down, her heart sinking. Below lay a chasm approximately 10 meters deep. Had they failed to grasp the handles, they would have surely met their demise. "Hey, Rider, hold on tight," Xiao Jiajin exclaimed, realizing that Han Yimou was slipping. "Why are you so weak at this critical moment?" Han Yimou's muscles strained, but his body continued to slide downward. Xiao Jiajin, positioned closely to Han Yimou, quickly released one hand to grasp his pants. Pulling upward, with considerable strength, Xiao Jiajin lifted Han Yimou, who hastily reached up to regain his grip on the handle. Officer Li, witnessing the scene, also extended a hand to assist. Together, they supported Han Yimou from falling. Just as they began to exhale in relief, a muffled groan caught their attention. Turning, they saw Tian, unable to suppress a cry, and only then did they remember her injured hand. Yet, this girl seemed remarkably resilient, only letting out a sound when her blood stained the handle. She released her right hand, relying solely on her left to hold on, but the frail strength of a girl made it increasingly difficult to support her weight, causing her to slide downward abruptly. Qi Xia's expression shifted, and she immediately reached out to grasp her injured wrist. The moment their skin touched, she felt Tiantian's emaciated body trembling slightly, her wrist ice cold. "Oh, deceiver, you're quite decent," Xiao Jiajin remarked. Qi Xia sighed in exasperation and replied, "I simply wish to avoid witnessing more corpses. Don't read too much into it." Time ticked by, and the arms of everyone began to ache. Prolonged hanging was no easy feat for anyone. Even Officer Li began to sweat. "How long must we hang here?" Lin Qing inquired of Qi Xia. "I don't know," Qi Xia replied gravely. He was aware that there was no prompt for the next game. Yet hope remained elusive. Should the organizers be any more ruthless, allowing them to dangle indefinitely would seal their fates. But was there truly no hint of a next game? Qi Xia's heart raced with uncertainty. Could there be some hidden prompt concealed from view? He lowered his gaze to the ground below. If any hint existed, it would surely be somewhere down there. His eyes scanned the area. Due to the floor's collapse, a new wall had emerged at the bottom, and in the far corner, it appeared there was a door. However, that door seemed far beyond reach for the group. They were still nearly 10 meters above the ground, and jumping from such a height would guarantee injury. Lin Xing followed Qixia's gaze for a moment and discerned the issue. Is that a door? Upon hearing this, the others looked down, and indeed, they noticed the dilapidated wooden door at the bottom. Just as despair settled among them, the door slowly creaked open. A shadow clad in black stepped forth from the darkness. Qixia peered closely. This figure, too, wore a black suit, but unlike the previous goat-headed figure, this one donned a massive green snake head. Long time no see, everyone. I am the Serpent Man, he began, his voice calm. Your mother, Xiao Jiajin shouted. First we had a goat, then a dog, and now a snake. Do you believe I want to kill you right now? Please do not be agitated, the Serpent Man replied evenly, glancing at the group before continuing. You are about to engage in the final round of the game. I have a lever at my side. Should I pull it, your ceiling will gradually descend, and none shall be harmed. The crowd turned towards the sound, and sure enough, beside the wooden door was an inconspicuous lever that had gone unnoticed in the dim light. Then can you pull it down now? Xiaoran asked timidly. The Serpent Man smirked subtly and replied, let us play a game. Whether you survive depends on your performance. Another game. Dr. Zhao's hair was disheveled, and he grit his teeth, seemingly ready to devour someone. Listen well, everyone. This game is called true or false. The Serpent Man stepped closer to the dangling group and stated, you may ask me a total of 3 questions, to which my replies will only be yes or no. Be mindful, I will not lie. After the 3 questions, if I agree to save you, I will pull the lever. If I refuse, I will lock this door and leave you to your fate. Qixia furrowed his brow. 3 questions? Only yes or no? This game seemed exceedingly tricky. Regardless, their objective was to persuade this snake-headed figure to lower them, so their queries would inevitably revolve around that topic. Yet, would he agree? Seizing the moment while the others pondered, Xiaoran boldly spoke, Hey, can you let us down? No, Qixia exclaimed, swiftly covering Xiaoran's mouth, but her words had already reached the Serpent Man's ears. He coldly chuckled and replied, No. Hey, beautiful girl, Xiao Jiajin shouted, there are 3 questions in total, so don't mess around. Xiaoran lowered her head in distress, her expression filled with sorrow. Only 2 questions remain. The serpent-headed figure retreated a step, positioning himself closer to the wooden door, appearing to have given up on the crowd. A seemingly casual question from Xiaoran transformed this game into a hellish ordeal. The serpent-headed figure would certainly not let them off easily. If he truly intended to save them, why would he establish such a game? However, if he did not wish to save them, how could he be persuaded to pull the lever? Even if the question were reframed as will you not let us go? His answer would still be yes. Deceiver, do you possess a solution? Xiao Jiajin turned to Qixia. Qixia slightly closed her eyes, her thoughts in disarray. Solutions. As a mere individual, where could she find such an abundance of solutions? Every step taken since entering this room demanded Qixia's ingenuity. How could she bear the weight of so many lives? Yet she soon felt a wave of despair. If she surrendered, would the others have any means to survive? I cannot perish here. A faint glimmer reignited in Qixia's eyes. She was still waiting for me. A gentle female voice resonated in Qixia's mind. Xia, do you understand? There are many paths in this world, and each person has their own. She slightly opened her eyes, and the thoughts in her mind became significantly clearer. Indeed, her mistake lay in following the other's path entirely. Serpent-headed one, Qixia called softly. Officer Li paused, turning to ask, Hey, what do you wish to inquire? Let's communicate ahead of time to avoid a repeat of the earlier situation. It's all right. I have already devised a way to survive. Qixia confidently lowered her head, gazing at the serpent-headed figure. You all remain silent. This will soon come to an end. Do you truly have a solution? Zhang Chunza inquired. I should. Qixia took a deep breath, carefully contemplating the next 2 questions. No, to be precise, it was only 1 question. Just a single question would conclude this game. From the very beginning, the focus should not have been on how to compel the other to pull the lever, but rather on the logic of yes and no. The serpent-headed figure appeared intrigued by Qixia, his eyes peering out from the hollow of his snakeskin mask. Qixia paused before asking, Serpent-headed one, if my next question is will you pull the lever? Will your answer be the same as this question? Chapter 19. Omnipotent. The serpent-headed figure hesitated slightly, wanting to choose an answer, yet realizing that any response would be futile. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, the serpent-headed figure erupted into laughter, doubling over, before soon regaining composure and stating, "You are truly amusing." Amusing? Qi Xia shot a cold glance at the serpent-headed figure. Where is the amusement in this? Have I not already won? The serpent-headed figure slowly approached the wall and pulled down the lever. The crowd felt their bodies plummet, and the ceiling began to descend gradually. Qiao Jiajin wore a puzzled expression, turning to Qi Xia and asking, "Deceiver, what does this mean? Why does this equate to victory?" Qi Xia observed that indeed, they were descending, and breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "Think about it. Once this question is asked, we are saved, regardless of the outcome. If my next question is, will you pull the lever? Will your answer be the same as this question?" Qiao Jiajin silently repeated the question, struggling to comprehend. "Oh, that's how it is." Dr. Zhao nodded thoughtfully. "If he answers yes, then the next question must also be yes, thus ensuring our salvation. After all, the next question is, will you pull the lever? But what if he answers no?" Qiao Jiajin felt he had uncovered a loophole. If he says no, then it would suffice. If he were to say no, then the next question could only be answered with yes. Han Yimou weakly remarked, "The brilliance of this question lies in the fact that if he answers no, he admits that he would provide differing answers to the two questions. Remember? This serpent-headed figure claimed he would not speak falsehoods." Qiao Jiajin was taken aback, turning once more to Qi Xia, asking, "Did you just think of all this? What kind of monster are you?" "I cannot claim to be a monster." Qi Xia shook her head. "I am merely a con artist wandering the world." As they spoke, the group had gently descended to the ground. After a prolonged suspension, their palms were sore, and the condition of the two injured individuals was even more dire. "Congratulations, everyone, for surviving the interview. Beyond this door lies a new world awaiting you." The serpent-headed figure stood with his hands clasped behind his back, beside the wooden door. "You scoundrel." Qiao Jiajin approached menacingly, seemingly intent on venting all his frustrations regarding the human sheep and human dog onto the serpent-headed figure. The serpent-headed figure turned to face the aggressive Qiao Jiajin, remaining unmoved. "Are you all perverts?" Qiao Jiajin bellowed, stepping forward to seize the serpent-headed figure's collar. "Wearing these strange masks, you have tried time and again to bring us to our demise. And now I have finally caught you." The serpent-headed figure smirked and murmured, "While you are still alive, I advise you to release me soon." "What did you say?" Qiao Jiajin raised his fist, ready to strike the serpent-headed figure when Officer Li caught his arm. "Hey, have you forgotten about the man whose skull was smashed? If they are all the same kind of person, how do you plan to defeat them?" A reluctant expression crossed Qiao Jiajin's rugged face. He clenched his jaw and slowly uttered a few words, "But those damned." "Fear not. Are we not about to escape?" Officer Li interrupted, speaking softly, "Once we are free, I will ensure they pay for this." The crowd fell silent, slowly approaching the serpent-headed figure. Observing him up close revealed his true peculiarity. The temperature around the serpent-headed figure was notably lower than in other areas, and his old suit combined with the mask exuded a strange, foul odor. His eyes shone through the mask, unmistakably human, yet the scent surrounding him resembled that of a long-dead serpent. "Welcome to the new world." The serpent-headed figure's muffled voice emanated from within the mask as he turned to open the door. With a creak, light streamed in from outside. Qi Xia furrowed her brow, realizing that the area beyond was not outdoors, but rather a corridor. "Where are we?" Qi Xia asked. "I have already mentioned, it is a new world." The serpent-headed figure slowly raised his hands, proclaiming, "The future god will emerge among you. It shall arise in the new world." "How exhilarating! Another god." Qiao Jiajin growled, "What exactly are you plotting?" Noticing the inquiry, the serpent-headed figure displayed evident interest. "An omnipotent god. He can realize all thoughts. Omnipotent?" Qiao Jiajin's brow furrowed into a tight knot. Dr. Zhao subtly gestured to Qiao Jiajin to remain calm, then addressed the serpent-headed figure. "All right, we understand. Now please let us out." The serpent-headed figure paused, nodded, and stepped aside. Qi Xia led the way, with the others hastening to follow, eager to leave the place behind. As they stepped into the corridor, an unusual scent filled their nostrils. How could one describe that scent? Heavy, an overwhelmingly oppressive scent. It was as if billions of people had perished, their remains exposed to the air, rotting and attracting countless insects to feast upon. They reproduced in droves, only to die in vast numbers, succumbing to decay themselves. After the stench of rot lingered for some time, it transformed into the now heavy aroma. Qixia took a while to regain her composure, then opened her eyes to behold a scene of despair before her. As they passed through a series of dilapidated wooden doors, the group found themselves in close proximity to individuals adorned with animal masks. Among them were representations of a bull, a horse, a dog, and, as previously encountered, a sheep and a serpent. Each one exuded an eerie aura, permeating the air with the stench of decay. The scene behind the doors was predominantly littered with corpses, leaving one to ponder the nature of the game they had been involved in. After taking several more steps, the group was startled by the sight of two masked figures before them. The person on the left wore an enormous rat mask, leaning against the wall, while the one on the right sported a massive rooster mask, arms crossed over his chest. These masks were clearly not artificially crafted. They were genuine animal skulls. Yet, where in the world would one find such oversized rodents and fowls? Like their counterparts, these two merely cast a fleeting glance at Qixia and the others, without any further actions. What could these creatures signify? Lin Qing felt a twinge of fear and instinctively distanced herself from the pair. Qixia furrowed his brow slightly, as if a realization dawned upon him. Sheep, dog, serpent, rat, rooster, they corresponded to the Chinese zodiac. He parted his lips to utter a few words, causing the group to pause and direct their attention toward him. The animal masks worn by the individuals in tattered suits indeed belonged to the 12 zodiac signs. Chapter 20. The Path to Discovery. What do the 12 zodiac signs represent? What lies at the end of the corridor? Is it the realm of the dead? In this dimly lit corridor that seemed to stretch into infinity, the group moved forward with trepidation. After enduring several rounds of intense games, everyone felt utterly drained, and the pervasive aura of death that had lingered around them began to dissipate. Qixia inadvertently turned his head to see Lin Qing standing beside him, her hand covering her mouth and nose. "Aren't you uncomfortable like that?" Qixia mimicked her gesture, placing his own hand over his mouth and nose. Though the odor was indeed foul, such a position would hinder her ability to breathe. "Breathe?" Lin Qing blinked in surprise, then smiled. "I don't find it hard to breathe. It just feels odd not covering my mouth and nose, like being without clothes." She chuckled shyly before lowering her hand. Her nose was quite prominent, and her lips were luscious, rendering any covering unnecessary. Qixia was perplexed by her analogy of feeling like being without clothes. Lin Qing smiled faintly, still feeling somewhat uncomfortable, and raised her hand to cover her mouth and nose once more. "It's a bit embarrassing. Don't you find it odd?" she asked Qixia, referring to her exposed mouth and nose. "Why would it be odd?" Qixia found her question strange. "It's just a mask." Lin Qing regarded him with a bewildered expression, as if he were an alien. "Why are you all so nonchalant without a mask?" Before Qixia could respond, an eerie light flickered in the distance. The group was drawn to this illumination, turning their gazes forward. It was an exit. A beam of light, reminiscent of a sunset, streamed in from the opening. "We're getting out." Xiao Zhejin exclaimed excitedly, "I see the light of the sunset." This shout undeniably served as a shot of adrenaline for the group, and Dr. Zhao assisted Han Yimou as they quickened their pace alongside the others. "Sunset." Qixia pondered momentarily before addressing the group. "We awakened at midnight, and after more than an hour of gameplay, it should be around 2 o'clock. Whether it's 2 in the morning or 2 in the afternoon, seeing a sunset is impossible. I think you're overthinking it." Officer Li shook his head. "The time in this room might not be accurate. It's possible that the current time is indeed evening." Qixia nodded slightly, recognizing the validity of Officer Li's assertion. His understanding of time was solely derived from the clock within the room, yet no one could guarantee its accuracy. Taking a few more steps, they encountered a shadow beside the exit. As they approached, the shadow gradually took on a human form, also adorned with an animal mask. Yet this mask induced a wave of nausea among the group. Unlike all the other animal masks, this individual's mask was not crafted from a single animal skull. Rather, it was a grotesque amalgamation of various animal organs sewn together. His mouth, Xia's gaze radiated a resolute determination, as if someone awaited his arrival. Renlong slightly nodded, saying, "It is precisely the games you have experienced. Different games yield different paths." Xia's expression darkened as he scrutinized the golden orb in his hand. Are you suggesting that we must actively participate in these games to acquire a path? Indeed, Renlong affirmed with a smirk, waving his grimy hands. Take them, take them. We must leave this place. Qixia contemplated the orb, lost in thought. The others, unsure of how to counsel him, gradually exited the door. A gentle breeze brushed against them, carrying a weighty and indescribable aroma. The few present slowly opened their eyes, yet there was no elation akin to a rebirth, for before them lay a city resembling a desolate ruin. A dull red sky loomed overhead, bearing a sun of earthy hue, its surface marred by creeping black lines. Beneath this surreal sky, a dilapidated cityscape unfolded, once a bustling area of a small town. Now seemingly ravaged by bombs and subsequently consumed by flames. The inferno raged for days on end, reducing the place to its current state. Most buildings stood in disrepair, walls cracked and crumbling, while countless dark red plants clung to the structures. Officer Li swallowed hard and inquired, "Hey, Renlong, what on earth have you brought us to?" He turned away, his words trailing off as his mouth gaped in disbelief. The group followed his gaze and found that behind them lay not edifices, but an expansive plaza. The nine stood alone at the plaza's center, as if they had descended from the heavens. How did we end up here? Where is the door we came through? Where is Renlong? Alas, no one in this place could provide answers to their queries. At the very center of the plaza stood a conspicuous large electronic display, aging and rusted at the edges, illuminating a perplexing phrase. "I have heard the echoes of calamity." Calamity? What on earth does that mean? Xiao Jiajin read the phrase twice, still none the wiser. Qixia noticed a massive, weathered bronze bell looming above the electronic screen, its ancient presence clashing with the modern display. After a long pause, the writer Han Yimo slowly raised his head and murmured, "So we are truly dead. This must be the underworld, correct?" Before witnessing this sight, he had held onto a sliver of hope. Perhaps they had not perished but were merely captured moments before death. Yet how could one explain this manifestly abnormal realm? I cannot ascertain whether we are dead or alive. All I know is that if we do not tend to your wounds, you will surely die, Dr. Zhao stated, mustering his strength as he supported Han Yimo's arm. His words gradually drew the others from their stupor back to reality. Regardless of their circumstances, it appeared they were alive. Since they seemed to be alive, they could not afford to surrender. "There seems to be a convenience store over there." Lin Qing pointed into the distance, pondering whether it might hold needles and bandages despite its severe damage. Without hesitation, Xiao Jiajin assisted Han Yimo with his other arm, offering a wry smile as he said, "Let's investigate. It would be even better if we could find some food." The group cautiously advanced forward, the bizarre atmosphere perpetually unsettling their minds. The convenience store occupied a central position on the road, its entrance entirely shattered, the sign partially collapsed. Just as they approached the threshold, they hesitated, their steps faltering. Opposite the convenience store stood a restaurant, where a figure lingered at the entrance, adorned with a bull mask and clad in a black suit, arms crossed behind his back, resembling a statue. A wave of tension washed over the group. People wearing animal masks were often unhinged. Did his presence signify the imposition of yet another trial? They waited with bated breath, only to find the bull-headed figure utterly motionless, not uttering a word nor casting a glance their way. Finally summoning their courage, they inched closer to the convenience store's entrance. "Is it a mannequin?" Tingtian asked warily. Qixia scrutinized the bull-headed figure, noting the subtle movements of its eyes behind the mask, indicating it was not a mere prop but rather a sentinel for the restaurant behind it. "Regardless of who or what it is, let us act as if it does not exist," Officer Li declared, turning to push open the dilapidated door of the convenience store. The moment the door creaked ajar, a nauseating stench assaulted their senses. The city's odor was already oppressively heavy, but the scent emanating from the convenience store was far worse. A nauseating blend of fishy, foul, and charred aromas, accompanied by a faint warmth that lingered within. These odors felt freshly released. Ugh! Lawyer Zhang Qinjia could no longer contain himself, doubling over to retch. Tingtian glanced at her with concern, asking, "Are you all right?" "Esteemed lawyer, I'm fine." Zhang Qinjia wiped her mouth, looking at Tingtian. "You seem unaffected in the slightest." Tingtian's expression was awkward, forcing a smile as she replied, "Perhaps it has to do with my profession. I've encountered far worse smells. Please don't spare us the details." Zhang Qinzhe nearly heaved again. Qixia covered his mouth and nose as he ventured further inside, where the shelves lay mostly toppled, the floor slick and dark, obscured by an unknown substance. Chapter 22. The Clerk. How revolting. Xiao Jiajin grimaced at the filthy remnants on the ground, pondering whether the pungent odor could possibly be excrement. Excrement? Qixia suddenly turned to Xiao Jiajin. Intrigued by this notion, in other words, aside from the 9 of them and the masked figure, there might be others, perhaps even other entities, inhabiting this place. This being or entity had likely resided here for an extended period. Otherwise, the ground would not be littered with such waste. The group began to search the area, yet found no needles or bandages. Outside the convenience store, there were no visible pharmacies or clinics, aimlessly wandering about. Han Yimo might not endure much longer. What shall we do? Officer Li, hands on his hips, glanced helplessly at Dr. Zhao, seemingly seeking his counsel. Before Dr. Zhao could respond, a rustling sound emanated from behind the counter, and the door to the staff break room creaked open. The 9 were taken aback, instinctively retreating several paces, their eyes fixed on the slowly opening door. A frail silhouette emerged, revealing a girl so emaciated she was barely recognizable. Her age indiscernible. Her cheeks were sunken, and her eyes bulged outward, as if all the flesh had vanished from her face. She pressed her cracked lips together, curiously gazing at the group. After a brief moment of stunned silence, she seemed to come to her senses, hastily adjusting her tattered attire, and spoke in a raspy voice, "Welcome. Welcome. Welcome?" Officer Li pondered the meaning of her words, seemingly grasping the implication. "Are you the clerk?" The girl nodded. "Yes." The group fell silent, for this revelation seemed profoundly illogical. Setting aside the question of why there were other humans here, why would a clerk work in a completely derelict convenience store? Noticing their lack of movement, the clerk tentatively offered, "Please feel free to browse." Yet, there was hardly anything left to browse. The shelves were nearly bare, the few remaining items rotting and smeared with filth. Her vacant stare fixated on them, sending shivers down the spines of the girls. "Do you have any needles or thread?" Qixia inquired, maintaining a calm demeanor. "Needles. Thread?" The clerk's glassy eyes flickered momentarily, then she extended her hand, mimicking the motion of threading a needle. "Are you referring to this kind of needle and thread?" It was then they noticed her hands were smeared with dark, dried blood, a truly horrifying sight. Qixia stepped closer, asking, "Do you have them for sale?" "You liar, you." Before Qixia met Xiao Jiajin, he believed himself to be the most courageous person alive. Yet now even he hesitated to converse with this woman. She was clearly unhinged. Couldn't he see that? "What difference does it make if I can tell?" Qixia replied steadily. "Our situation cannot worsen than it already is." The clerk appeared to ponder for a moment before suddenly swinging open the counter's partition and rushing out. Only then did they see her in full. She wore an oversized, filthy white shirt that hung awkwardly on her, resembling a garment draped over a hanger. The shirt was smeared with unknown substances that resembled both oil and blood. It nearly reached her knees, and she appeared to be wearing no pants, her thighs marred by dried blood. Qixia furrowed his brow slightly, instinctively wanting to step back, only to have the clerk grasp his wrist firmly. He felt as if his wrist were ensnared by a withered vine, dry and painfully constricting. "I have them here," the clerk exclaimed, revealing her yellowed teeth. "I have needles and thread. Come with me." She incessantly pointed toward the staff break room, as if inviting Qixia to enter. The group was genuinely frightened by her, and judging by her current demeanor, following her inside did not seem prudent. "Forget it. We won't be purchasing anything." Xiao Jiajin stepped forward, attempting to pry the woman's hand away, urging, "Let go." However, the female shop assistant appeared oblivious, continuing to pull Qixia along with an exuberant smile, exclaiming, "There are needles and threads in this room. Come on." Her strength seemed to surpass that of both Xiao Jiajin and Qixia combined. "Hey, someone come and help!" Xiao Jiajin shouted over his shoulder. Officer Li and Dr. Zhao snapped back to attention and hurried over. The shop assistant, unfazed, quickened her pace. Qixia felt an overwhelming force dragging her along, utterly unable to break free. The distance to the staff lounge was not far, and within 6 or 7 steps, they had already crossed the threshold. Dr. Zhao and Officer Li were tugging at Qixia, but unexpectedly, the shop assistant suddenly released her grip. A startled cry escaped, and several individuals nearly lost their balance. Once steadied, they observed that the shop assistant paid them no mind. Instead, she turned and began rummaging through the room. The four men, still shaken, surveyed the interior. It was slightly cleaner than the outside, with a folding bed in the corner, the bedding already yellowed. A large patch of bloodstains marred the surface, looking relatively fresh. In another corner, a rudimentary stove held a rusty iron pot, bubbling away with something inside. The shop assistant, seemingly indifferent to everything, continued to sift through an old box. Where is it? Needles and threads. She incessantly tossed items from the box, which contained soda cans, old magazines, and various utensils. Xiao Zhejian touched his nose, glancing at the iron pot. Speaking of which, I am quite hungry, he murmured to Qi Xia. If she weren't a madwoman, I would ask if I could share a meal. Qi Xia glanced at the pot, where a pale object simmered. You dare eat what's in this place? Officer Li queried. Who knows how filthy that might be? But it smells quite fragrant, Xiao Zhejian countered. Indeed, thanks to the pot, a delightful aroma wafted through the room, masking the foul stench. What are you cooking? Xiao Zhejian boldly inquired, clearly eager to partake. Piglet, the shop assistant replied. Piglet? Xiao Zhejian's interest peaked as he moved closer to inspect the pot. But the shop assistant suddenly exclaimed, Ah, found it! She turned around, cradling an object in her hands, gleefully announcing, Look, needles and threads. Officer Li stepped forward to examine it, his expression turning awkward. It was not needles and threads, but rather a rusty fishhook accompanied by a tangled bundle of fishing line. He turned to Dr. Zhao, subtly signaling him with his gaze. Dr. Zhao pondered for a moment, then focused on the fishhook and line, asking, Miss, do you have any other needles and threads? No, the shop assistant shook her head. Just this one, are you buying it? Chapter 23. The transaction. Dr. Zhao glanced at Qi Xia with uncertainty, and Qi Xia was equally at a loss for words. Can this be used? She whispered. It's not a significant issue, Dr. Zhao nodded, explaining that curved needles are often utilized in medical suturing, as long as they are sharp enough. Qi Xia contemplated for a moment before addressing the shop assistant. Miss, we don't have any money. Can we trade you something instead? Money? The shop assistant stared blankly at Qi Xia, as if trying to comprehend what money meant. After a long pause, she finally replied, I don't want money. I want to sleep with you. Sleep? Qi Xia's lips moved slightly, perplexed. Once we finish sleeping, we can eat the piglet. The shop assistant's expression turned somewhat deranged, and she even drooled. With that, she approached the filthy bed, bent down and patted the space beside her, which was marred by a large patch of dried blood. Come on, hurry over. The shop assistant quickly removed her top, revealing that she wore nothing beneath. Her emaciated body was caked with grime and blood, resembling a skeleton. After a long silence, Xiao Zhejian elbowed Qi Xia and said, You might as well offer yourself. Why don't you go? Qi Xia retorted sharply. The boss has chosen you. Xiao Zhejian replied with a hint of schadenfreude. Didn't you hear? As long as you sleep with her, we can eat the piglet from her pot. Besides, the writer is also waiting for that fishhook to save his life. This counts as a tremendous act of merit. Before Qi Xia could respond, the shop assistant seemed to have overheard Xiao Zhejian, turning to him and declaring, You can join too. All four of you can? Huh. Xiao Zhejian was taken aback. Me, what is going on? Officer Li finally lost his composure. After years on the force, the situation before him was utterly incomprehensible. Miss, what are you after? We came to buy something. Why are you offering yourself? The shop assistant's eyes widened as she suddenly shouted. I want to eat the piglet. After saying this, she seemed to remember something, hurriedly placing the fishhook and line on the bed before rushing to peer into the pot. Piglet, please don't get overcooked. She anxiously prodded the contents with a stick. Seizing the moment, Qi Xia quietly approached the bed, snatched up the fishhook and line, and turned to hand them to Dr. Zhao, saying, Go save the person. We can handle things here. All right. Dr. Zhao took the fishhook and line outside, finding a relatively clean stone on the ground to begin working on the hook. He briefly updated the women on the situation inside. Sweet, being a professional, still struggled to comprehend the shop assistant's behavior. Forget about that. Qi Xia is right. We need to save the person first. Lin Qing took the fishing line and returned to check on Han Yimo's condition. Dr. Zhao used the stone to scrape the rust off the fishhook, sharpening it as best he could while Lin Qing organized the tangled fishing line. Almost done. After ensuring everything was ready, Dr. Zhao turned to Han Yimo and said, I'm going to remove the fish spear and then stitch the wound. Okay. Han Yimou nodded slightly. But we don't have any anesthetics. Dr. Zhao admitted. The pain might exceed your expectations. It's fine, as long as I can survive, right? Han Yimou asked with a bitter smile. If the wound doesn't get infected, surviving shouldn't be an issue. That's good. Let's do it. Inside, the three men stood behind the shop assistant, watching as she fiddled with the pot. She wore no clothing, yet the three men felt no stir within themselves, even contemplating escape. Hey, trickster, Qiao Jiajin whispered. What if she gets angry for stealing her goods? I don't know. Qixia shook her head. Officer Li remained silent for a moment before quietly saying, Don't we still have the Dao? Who knows if she wants it? How can that be? Qiao Jiajin replied with displeasure. That Dao was earned at the cost of all our lives. Are you really going to give it to this madwoman? We are saving lives here too. As the two debated, the shop assistant slowly turned around. She seemed relieved, calmly approaching the bed, where the fishhook and line had once rested, now conspicuously absent. She hesitated for a moment, glancing at the bed as if sensing something amiss. Huh? But she quickly shook her head, stating, Right. Sleeping. Which one of you four will go first? The shop assistant raised her gaze, looking at the three men before her, her expression momentarily dazed, asking, Aren't there four? Have you always been three? Forget it. Three is fine. Qiao Jiajin shook his head, muttering, See? She's even crazier than I imagined. Qixia was momentarily stunned before speaking. We don't want to sleep with you. We just came to buy something. With that, she pulled a shiny Dao from her pocket, placing it beside the shop assistant, continuing, I don't know if this is valuable, but it's all we have. Qixia believed that those living here would certainly recognize the animal masks and had likely heard of Dao to some extent. Such a life-for-life exchange should hold some worth. The shop assistant curiously examined the bead, squeezing it a few times, noticing its slight elasticity and pondering its material. Then, to the astonishment of the three men, she tossed the bead into her mouth. With a crunch, she bit it, chewed, and swallowed. Not tasty, the shop assistant shook her head. Nowhere near as good as the piglet. The three men were utterly speechless, never anticipating that their hard-earned Dao would be treated as a mere snack. If you're not going to sleep, then you may leave. The shop assistant sighed in resignation, her expression one of profound disappointment. Someone will come to sleep with me eventually. Although the situation left the three baffled, at least they were free to leave. The three men begrudgingly exited the room, contemplating how to explain their loss of a Dao to the others, only to find Dr. Zhao had already removed the fish spear from Han Yimou, blood gushing forth as he broke into a sweat. Come help, Lin Qing called out. Qiao Jiajin and Officer Li hurriedly rushed forward, assisting in restraining Han Yimou's hands and feet. I in such excruciating pain. A person instinctively writhes. Han Yimou, look at me, Dr. Zhao said sternly. Do you still remember who I am? You are Dr. Zhao. Han Yimou replied through clenched teeth, furrowing his brow. Exactly, you must stay conscious. Dr. Zhao threaded the fishing hook through the line, piercing his flesh in one swift motion. Han Yimou let out a muffled groan. Let's have a chat, Dr. Zhao said calmly. Talk about something that interests you to distract yourself. Something I'm interested in. Han Yimou offered a bitter smile. Aren't you a novelist? Dr. Zhao suggested. Why not discuss your works? Chapter 24. Outlier He. Han Yimou managed a wry smile. Dr. Zhao, you think too highly of me. As a novelist, the last thing I wish to discuss is my own work. If I had some leisure time, I'd prefer to temporarily forget everything in my stories and simply relax. Then let us talk about something else. Dr. Zhao was slowly stitching the wound, but this particular wound was circular, making the stitching more complex than usual. He took a moment to collect himself and inquired, Tell me, aside from writing, how do you usually unwind? I play video games. Dr. Zhao nodded. That's wonderful. I play games after work too. What games do you enjoy? Due to excessive blood loss, Han Yimou's thoughts were sluggish, and after a long pause, he replied, League of Legends. There's a female ninja named Akali whom I really like. Oh? Dr. Zhao chuckled. What a coincidence. I also play League of Legends and have a fondness for Akali. Though he spoke in a steady tone, everyone could see his hands trembling slightly. After all, this was the first time in his many years of practice that he was suturing a wound without anesthesia while the patient was conscious. It was uncertain whether he genuinely liked the character or was merely trying to keep the conversation flowing with Han Yimou. You like Akali too? Han Yimou weakly nodded. I'm completely captivated by everything about her. This female ninja known as the Fist of Shadow. I feel her backstory is Dr. Zhao's movements momentarily paused as he gently stroked Han Yimo's face, asking, Han Yimo, can you see me? Huh? Han Yimo was puzzled by Dr. Zhao's sudden question and could only respond, I can see you. Who am I? You are Dr. Zhao. Upon hearing this, Dr. Zhao nodded again, saying, Han Yimo, you are experiencing hallucinations now. You must remain alert. Hallucinations? Han Yimo felt that his current state was relatively normal and did not comprehend Dr. Zhao's meaning. Am I not chatting with you normally? How could there be hallucinations? It must be a symptom of excessive blood loss. Your brain is not receiving enough oxygen. As for Akali, her heroic title is the Fist of Shadow, not the Outlier. The Outlier? Han Yimo squinted, hesitating slightly. He had never heard of that name. Could this be a reason for his hallucinations? Xiao Zhejin nudged Qixia beside him, asking, what are they talking about? I don't know. Qixia shook his head. I don't play games, so I don't understand. I've played video games. Xiao Zhejin scoffed, but I've never heard of this game they're discussing. This hero battle game more interesting than Fatal Fury. Qixia, uninterested in the topic, moved aside to sit on a clean stone. He was contemplating another matter. The conversation between Han Yimo and Dr. Zhao fell silent, likely due to the overwhelming hallucinations that hindered their dialogue. The atmosphere among the group gradually grew somber. Lin Qing, realizing she could not be of assistance, sat beside Qixia. What are you thinking about? Lin Qing asked. Qixia turned to glance at her, his expression indifferent. This is the second time you've asked me what are you thinking? Qixia remarked. Do you always ask your patients such direct questions during psychological consultations? But you are not my patient. Lin Qing shook her head. We wouldn't refer to our clients as patients, as that would be quite impolite. I am merely curious. What could someone as intelligent as you be thinking about? Thinking about my wife, Qixia replied with a hint of melancholy. Your wife? Lin Qing nodded silently, recalling his earlier words about someone waiting for him outside. Is that person your wife? Yes, Qixia affirmed. Lin Qing smiled slightly. I didn't anticipate that answer. So you are already married? Why shouldn't I be married? Qixia sensed an underlying tone in Lin Qing's words. I did not mean to offend you, but you are a deceiver. What kind of person is your wife? You. Qixia, rarely showing anger, slowly stood, his gaze icy. What do you mean? Am I a deceiver? So the person who could marry me must be of lowly status? Huh? Lin Qing was taken aback by Qixia's intensity. I truly did not mean to offend. I was just curious. I advise you not to be curious about me. Qixia reiterated coldly. I am a deceiver, and what I say is unlikely to be the truth. Their conversation ended on an unhappy note. Yet Lin Qing appeared unfazed. At last, Dr. Zhao finished suturing the wound. That should do it, Dr. Zhao said while wiping the blood from his hands. We have done all we can for now. We can only hope the wound does not become infected. Thank you. Han Yimo's lips were pale as he slowly addressed Dr. Zhao. Seeing everything come to a close, Qixia gradually rose, addressing the group. Everyone, it's time to say goodbye. The other 8 individuals looked at each other in confusion upon hearing this. Goodbye? Where are you going? Xiao Zhejin inquired. That is of no concern to you. Qixia glanced at the restaurant across the street, seemingly lost in thought. You can't possibly be going to find Dao, can you? Officer Li was taken aback. Why? Do you have any advice? Qixia appeared to acquiesce to this notion. With all due respect, you are courting death. Officer Li shook his head helplessly. 3,600 Dao. What does it mean to have 3,600 Dao? If you could obtain 1 Dao each time, you would have to clear 3,600 of those life-threatening games to succeed. Indeed, Qixia nodded, acknowledging the daunting odds, but there is still hope, isn't there? Hope? Officer Li sighed. 10 days, 3,600 games, averaging 360 per day. Even if you do nothing but clear games, that time is far from sufficient. Furthermore, you could die at any moment in the game. Yet if you do nothing, you would die after 10 days. After a pause, he added, moreover, this death is based on the assumption that everything Erlong said is entirely true. In other words, we may not die after 10 days, nor is this place certain to be destroyed. Even if you gather all 3,600 Dao, he may not let you go. I understand the reasoning. Qixia interrupted Officer Li, but I do not intend to wait here. Even if it's just to step outside for a moment, it is far better than remaining here. But you? Officer Li sought to argue further when the door to the staff lounge creaked open. The group turned to see the previous female clerk emerge. She was completely naked, her mouth smeared with grease, clutching something in her hand, her emaciated figure resembling little more than a skeleton. Zhang Chunza frowned slightly, shedding her blazer and draping it over the clerk's shoulders. She turned to face the men, her expression one of indignation. What on earth did you big men do in that room? Where are this girl's clothes? Xiao Jiajin shook his head helplessly. It's not something that can be explained in a moment. I suggest you just leave her be. You are truly kind. The female clerk's eyes roamed over the blazer draped on her, then glanced at Zhang Chunza. What a pity you are not a man. Otherwise, I would certainly want to sleep with you. Sleep? Zhang Chunza was taken aback by the girl's words. What nonsense are you talking about? Since we can't sleep, then how about I give you this to eat? She opened her filthy hand, revealing a cooked, mutilated infant's arm. Chapter 25. Divergence Point. Zhang Chunza's eyes widened in shock, rendering her speechless. She could only instinctively retreat. What is wrong? Xiao Jiajin, blocked by Zhang Chunza, was unaware of the unfolding horror. He watched in disbelief as this once imposing lawyer stumbled back several steps before collapsing onto the filthy ground. You. Zhang Chunza pointed at the female clerk. The others followed her gaze, discovering that the clerk's outstretched hand cradled a small arm that was unmistakably not that of an adult. Moreover, the fingers were distinctly defined, indicating it was certainly not that of an animal. It appeared the female clerk had indeed cooked. The arm now emanated an enticing aroma. Qixia, witnessing this scene and recalling the peculiar environment of the room, immediately understood. Is this a piglet? Qixia tentatively inquired. Indeed. The female shop assistant nodded, inquiring, aren't you going to eat? Qixia maintained a stoic expression and pressed further. You mentioned that if we slept with you, you could feast on the piglets. Is this truly what you consume? Indeed, the shop assistant replied, her gaze blank as she looked at Qixia. The piglets are quite delectable. The atmosphere was thick with the scent of blood. Stains marred both the shop assistant's thighs and the bed, suggesting that she had recently given birth. Her invitation for men to share her bed was merely a desperate ploy to secure a morsel of food. I can only indulge in piglets about once a year. The shop assistant chuckled, revealing her withered yellow teeth. I merely wanted to ask if any of you would be willing to join me in bed. I could trade you for pig trotters. We don't eat. Officer Lee shook his head. If you won't eat, then let's leave it at that. She rummaged through her belongings and stuffed the overcooked food into her pocket, wiping the grease from her hands. Zhang Chunza, seeing the state of the clothing draped over her, found himself at a loss for words. He had never imagined that such ingredients could be so greasy. Tianyun slowly approached the shop assistant, her expression a mix of emotions, and said, Miss, what you consumed was not piglets. It was it was. Not piglets? The shop assistant's vacant eyes flickered. But that was a piglet. It suddenly sprang out and knocked into me. The group exchanged bewildered glances, unsure how to respond. Hey, Dad, I'm hungry again. The shop assistant raised an eyebrow. I'm off to enjoy some pork soup. It's delightful to be full with that. She turned and re-entered the staff lounge. And just before closing the door, she seemed to remember something, flashing a silly grin at the group and saying, Please feel free to choose. She then slammed the door shut. A heavy silence fell over the few remaining, the atmosphere unbearably oppressive. Finally, Qixia broke the stillness, speaking up, Even if this wretched place doesn't perish in 10 days, we cannot return to the real world. She reached up to touch her forehead. If we are to remain here indefinitely, we will inevitably succumb to madness like her. This time, Officer Lee did not counter Qixia's words. He too hesitated, pondering how long humans could retain their sanity in this evidently unnatural city. Beneath a blood-red sky and a yellowish sun, the clatter of kitchen utensils echoed from within. It seemed the shop assistant had served herself another bowl of delicacies and was now indulging in her feast. Just a door away, a woman was consuming something that could hardly be deemed food. Everything about this place was profoundly abnormal. I want to go outside and see, Qixia declared. Aren't you curious? What is this place? Who are these people? Does the city have an edge? What lies beyond? How did we arrive here, and how do we escape? Rather than curiosity, the expressions of the group leaned more towards fear. I sense danger lurking everywhere here. Xiaoran shook her head, addressing Qixia. I'd rather find a safe place to wait than participate in those games outside. Darling, there's neither food nor drink here, Xiao Jiajin remarked. Patting his stomach, we need to survive. We can't possibly eat that piglet, can we? His stance was clear. Rather than wait here for death, He too wished to venture outside. The 9 of them appeared to have divided into 2 factions. Some wanted to leave, while others preferred to stay. Dr. Zhao glanced at Han Yimo beside him and said, "It's fine to explore outside, but the injured cannot go. He is destined to remain here. As a doctor, I must stay to care for him." "Then I will stay with you," Xiao Ran murmured softly. "Are you all out of your minds?" Xiao Zhejin shook his head. "One patient, 1 frail girl, and a doctor. Are you 3 preparing to live here?" "I will stay too," Officer Li suddenly interjected. Dr. Zhao and the others turned to look at him, knowing that having the robust Officer Li remain would enhance their safety. Officer Li nodded at Dr. Zhao, stating, "What this ruffian says is correct. It is far too perilous for you 3 to be alone here. Not to mention the animal masks. Even if that woman were to go mad, you wouldn't stand a chance." With 4 individuals now choosing to stay, the group's gaze shifted to Tiantian, Zhang Chenza, and Lin Qing. The 3 girls yet to declare their intentions. "Of course, I will stay." Zhang Chenza smiled faintly. "As a lawyer, I will not act until I have all the information. Otherwise, I may make a wrong judgment." With that, she rose and joined Officer Li and Dr. Zhao. At this moment, Qi Xia and Xiao Jijin appeared as outliers, wishing to venture forth in this perilous world like immature children yearning for adventure. Tian glanced at Lin Qing beside her, then moved to Qi Xia's side, yet remained silent. She seemed to require no reason to join Qi Xia's group. Xiao Zhejian raised an eyebrow. "I thought you would stay." "Stay?" Tian smiled wryly, shaking her head, then pointed at the ground, remarking, "Can't you see? There is a wall here, compelling me to leave." "A wall?" Qi Xia and Xiao Zhejian looked down but found no wall. On one side of the wall were the police, the lawyers, the doctors, and the writers. On this side were the cheats, the ruffians, and the prostitutes. Tian spoke in an even tone, tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear. "Our faction was determined from the very beginning, wasn't it?" Qi Xia and Xiao Zhejian exchanged glances, understanding Tian's meaning. Indeed, even if all 9 of them had been forcibly brought here, they still held their own factions. Qi Xia, Xiao Zhejian, and Tian all existed in the gray areas of society, destined to feel out of place among others. Now, Lin Qing was the only one left who had yet to choose her faction. Given her role as a psychological consultant, she should have opted for the other side of the wall. However, to everyone's surprise, she gradually moved to join Qi Xia and the others. Qi Xia sensed something was amiss with this girl but couldn't pinpoint what. "You two?" Tian looked at her in confusion. "You aren't one of us. Following them may. But I am quite useful." Lin Qing interrupted Tian with a smile, covering her mouth and nose. "I understand human nature. Perhaps I can be of assistance." Xiao Zhejian stretched and slowly said, "Well then, with 2 lovely ladies accompanying me, I won't be bored with this trickster." "Don't call me a trickster." Qi Xia frowned, "and I don't need you following me." All right, Xiao Zhejian nodded. "When do we leave?" "Now." Before Qi Xia could finish her sentence, Lin Qing spoke up. "It's getting late. I personally suggest we wait until tomorrow to venture out." "Tomorrow?" The group turned to look outside, where indeed the sky had darkened. The sky had taken on a deeper shade of red, emanating an ominous aura. Chapter 26. The Dead. They said it would be 10 days later. Now it should be considered day 0. Right? Lin Qing switched hands to cover her mouth and nose and continued, "If you go out now, you will soon lose sight of the path, especially since there are no streetlights here." Qi Xia recognized the validity of Lin Qing's words and quietly walked to the side. Finding a clean shelf to sit upon, he was indeed anxious, having forgotten to check the time. Yet he was eager to escape this wretched place and reunite with his wife, Yun Yinan, the girl who adored wearing white. "Shaon, I will soon escape this dreadful place," he muttered to himself. "Just wait. We will soon have money." Qi Xia's expression remained distinct from the others. He displayed no panic or sorrow, just a hint of urgency. As the darkness deepened, the others sought clean spots to sit. Fortunately, the night was not cold. Everyone merely felt a bit hungry after nearly a day without food or water, each one feeling drained of energy. No one spoke further. They simply gazed slowly at the yellow sun sinking from the sky, as the world descended into darkness. The day's experiences felt like a terrifying nightmare to all, each person wishing that when they next opened their eyes, all this oddity would vanish. The entire city seemed to have fallen silent, as if brewing something ominous. The group heard distant murmurs, though the words were indistinct. It was too dark here, dark enough that they couldn't discern whether their eyes were open or closed. Having grown up in the city, none had ever encountered a darkness so profound that they could not see their own hands. "Trickster, are you asleep?" Xiao Jijin suddenly called out from nearby. "What? You mentioned there are other participants here?" Qixia fell silent for a moment before responding. "I've pondered that question too. The Dragon of Humanity stated that millions have passed through the door, so logically, we cannot be the only 9 here." Xiao Jijin also fell silent for a moment before asking, "Could that shop assistant be one of those who once emerged from the door?" Qixia was momentarily taken aback. He had never considered this angle, especially since that woman appeared to have lived here for many years. However, upon reflection, it was not contradictory. Whether they captured people 10 years in advance or 10 days in advance, it mattered little. What was crucial was that according to the Dragon of Humanity, this place was destined to perish in 10 days. They may have different starting points, but their destination was the same. Fortunately, they are unlikely to completely lose their sanity like the female shop assistant. After all, they only need to endure for 10 days here. Regardless, the results will be revealed after 10 days. "Are you sleeping, Pianzi?" Xiao Jijin inquired. Qixia chose to ignore him, instead turning her head to the side, deeply contemplating the events of the day. What could be the cause of all these bizarre occurrences? Unable to elicit a response from Qixia, Xiao Jijin fell silent, gradually losing his voice. Moments later, 2 individuals began conversing in the darkness, sounding like Dr. Zhao and Officer Lead Dr. Zhao. "What?" I would like to ask. "If a woman suffers from prolonged malnutrition, can she still conceive?" Dr. Zhao paused slightly, grasping Officer Li's implication. The female shop assistant appeared to have gone a long time without food, yet how could she give birth to a child? Others seemed equally intrigued by this question, quietly awaiting his answer. Dr. Zhao organized his thoughts and replied, "This question is quite complex. The woman who endures long-term malnutrition is prone to irregular menstruation, or even menopause, meaning that a lack of essential nutrients could prevent ovulation, thereby rendering conception impossible. Is this yet another matter beyond scientific explanation?" Officer Li asked gravely, noting the poor condition of the female shop assistant. "It is difficult to draw a definitive conclusion. In certain regions of Africa, the nutritional intake is also very low, yet the birth rates remain high at Dr. Zhao's side, acknowledging that this is not within my area of expertise. It pertains to individual physiology and the intake of crucial nutrients, of which my knowledge is limited." Following this, Officer Li ceased his inquiries and fell into silence. The others in the room also succumbed to a profound quiet. Qixia had no intention of sleeping, but in the absence of sight, one's perceptions grow hazy, ultimately leading to a cessation of thought. Accompanied by the tranquil rustling sounds from the street, Xia's eyelids grew heavy. He was unaware of when he drifted into slumber, but in his dreams, he encountered the figure of Yun Yinan. "Xia, do you know? There are many paths in this world, and each person has their own." "Yes, Shaoan, I understand." The Qixia in the dream nodded. "I will soon be free. Just wait for me." Time passed, though he could not determine how long, when suddenly a tremendous, almost thunderous bell tolled, echoing as if it were right beside him. Qixia opened his eyes, hastily rising to find that daylight had already broken. Turning around, everyone appeared shaken, mirroring Xia's frantic glances, startled awake by the resounding bell. "What happened?" Xiao Ran instinctively hid behind Officer Li. Before anyone could react, a strange coughing sound emanated from the corner of the room. The cough seemed to be accompanied by a mouthful of water. Dr. Zhao, realizing the sound came from behind, slowly turned around, only to witness a horrifying scene. Han Yimo lay on the ground, a pure black great sword embedded in his abdomen, as if it were a nail, pinning him firmly to the earth, the blade having been forcefully thrust downwards. With a significant portion buried in the ground, blood poured from his mouth as he coughed repeatedly. "Hey, Rider!" Xiao Jijin rushed forward to assess his condition. "Cough Dachid, Qixia." Han Yimo extended his hand, his voice sounding unnatural. Devoid of pain or fear, more akin, however, he called your name. Xiao Ran whispered from the side. Regardless of what sort it was, Han Yimo indeed shouted your name at the first moment. "So?" Qixia inquired. "So you are the murderer?" Xiao Ran hesitantly replied, hiding behind Officer Li, unable to look at Qixia. Qixia did not attempt to defend herself, merely fixating her gaze on Xiao Ran, seemingly assessing whether this woman was the true culprit or merely foolish. "Moreover, our companion is dead, and you show no sorrow, yet here you are, calmly analyzing the situation. You must be a fraud. What use is your analysis?" Xiao Ran spoke with a voice tinged with tears. Who among us would believe you? Sorrow. Qixia furrowed her brow, seemingly perplexed. Are you saying I should mourn for someone I've known for less than a day? You are so cold-blooded, which is why I said you resemble a murderer. Xiao Ran's voice grew progressively louder. Weren't you planning to leave last night? Why did you insist on staying here overnight? Upon careful reflection, it seems you deliberately stayed to commit murder, doesn't it? By now, Qixia had discerned that this woman was not necessarily the murderer but certainly foolish. She had previously shouted similar phrases in the initial room, questioning why they should trust this fraud. For her, logic held no value. She only believed in the outcomes she wished to accept. Xiao Jiajin could no longer endure the conversation and retorted to Xiao Ran. Hey? Foolish girl, if you dislike using your brain, don't interrupt others when they speak. I find the analysis of the fraud to be quite reasonable. But the three of you are not good people to begin with. Xiao Ran indignantly countered. Someone has died here, and you three are the most suspicious, right? So what if I'm foolish? Being foolish doesn't mean I will do bad things. This statement was aimed not only at Qixia but also included Xiao Jiajin and the bystander Tian Tian. Indeed, the three of them were not virtuous individuals. Qixia nodded in agreement, responding, You are correct. She abandoned the examination of the corpse and the massive sword, slowly rising to her feet. There is no need to continue observing. I am the one who killed him. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a stoic silence. Only Xiao Ran appeared somewhat agitated. Look, he has admitted it himself. He rambled on earlier to divert attention from the name of that sword. Officer Li furrowed his brow, seemingly deep in thought. Hey fraud. Xiao Jiajin. Pu Officer Li was taken aback for a moment upon hearing this, then shook his head and replied, We have already conducted experiments. Dao cannot serve as currency here. It is of no use to keep it, and besides, you want it fair and square, so you should keep it. How can that be? Xiao Ran exclaimed, her voice filled with agitation. Those Dao were exchanged with our lives. Officer Li gave a bitter smile and said, Since you understand that those Dao were earned at the cost of your lives, you should be even more grateful that Qixia once saved your life. Xiao Ran was momentarily speechless, choked by his words. There was indeed some truth in what Officer Li said. Without Qixia, she would have perished long ago in that terrifying room. Qixia silently nodded and retrieved a small ball from her pocket. Tossing it towards Officer Li, he caught it, and upon inspection, discovered it was a Dao. He looked at Qixia with a puzzled expression. What are you doing? I won't participate in the game. Giving me a Dao is of no use. Just temporarily store it with you. Qixia waved her hand dismissively. Consider it a money laundering. I'll give you this one, and the two in my possession will be clean. Just don't bother me anymore. Officer Li remained somewhat perplexed, unsure of what to say. The expressions of Dr. Zhao and Xiao Ran were even more complex, their minds in disarray. After a brief pause, they noticed Officer Li still standing there. Unmoving, officer? Is there something else? Xiao Jiajin inquired. Chapter 29. The puzzle. Officer Li did not respond to Xiao Jiajin but turned to Qixia and asked, I do have something to discuss regarding Han Yimo. Were you not about to finish your earlier statement? What does Han Yimo's death signify? And what about that sword? Qixia narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Officer Li closely. Officer, your expertise lies in criminal investigation. While mine is in deception, it seems rather odd for you to consult me about a case. Officer Li lowered his head in resignation, given that we find ourselves in such a ghastly place. How could criminal investigation possibly be of any use? After a moment's silence, Qixia decided to share her thoughts with him. Officer, I can only say, Han Yimo may have known that sword. Known? Officer Li furrowed his brow, then nodded thoughtfully. Are you suggesting he has seen that sword before? These are not matters for you to ponder now, Qixia replied. You should be more concerned about your own situation. What do you mean? Qixia sighed and turned to leave, but Officer Li grabbed her arm. Don't go. What exactly is my situation? Lin Qing leaned closer, covering her mouth and nose, and whispered into Officer Li's ear, Officer, if Qixia is unwilling to speak, I can tell you. There are 2 points you must be cautious of. Point 2. Indeed. First, the only one capable of easily wielding that enormous sword is that deranged female shop assistant. She possesses immense strength. In other words, if Han Yimo was indeed murdered, the shop assistant is the prime suspect. You all should leave this place as soon as possible. Officer Li nodded gravely, then inquired, and the second? The second concern is your teammates. They do not seem trustworthy. Officer Li's lips moved, as if he were contemplating something. Currently, standing by his side were a rather naive preschool teacher named Xiao Ran, a lawyer named Zhang Chunza who appeared indifferent to everything and only considered the pros and cons, and Dr. Zhao, who had previously confronted him and exhibited a somewhat self-centered demeanor. Could this group of four truly rely on each other when faced with life-threatening trials? After much internal deliberation, Officer Li finally spoke. Qixia, regardless of the circumstances, I will use the convenience store as a base and explore the nearby areas. If you come across any information, you can come to me for exchange, Qixia interjected, neither agreeing nor declining, casting him a fleeting glance before walking away. The remaining individuals were left in a state of uncertainty, trailing behind her. Officer Li gazed at the retreating figures for a moment, then returned to the convenience store with Dr. Zhao and Xiao Ran. He understood all too well that the four outside were likely more reliable at critical moments, yet they were out collecting Dao. In other words, they were courting death. Following them was not safe either. To survive, he needed to establish a stronghold first and then devise a long-term plan. Qixia led the group onward, and before long, they arrived at the square where they had descended the previous day. She came here to confirm one thing. The enormous bell's chime heard in the early morning. Just as yesterday, there was a massive electronic display screen in the center, with a bronze bell hanging above it. The bell had rung when Han Yimou was assassinated. Lin Qing blinked and remarked, I seem to recall hearing the bell chime several times. Several times? Xiao Zhejin paused, asking, when? Lin Qing's pupil shifted slightly as she recalled. Do you remember that man whose skull was shattered by the human sheep when we first woke up in the room? There was also a bell sound when he died. Tian seemed to grasp something. Could it be that every time someone dies, the bell tolls? The others nodded, believing this hypothesis to be correct. The bronze bell before them seemed to serve as a death knell, announcing the number of deceased. No, Qixia shook her head. The corridor we traversed contained at least 1,000 rooms. While we were engaged in this game, people in each room were dying. If this bell were indeed a death knell, we wouldn't have only heard it twice. But Tian felt Xixia's reasoning was sound. Yet what could the conditions for the bell's tolling possibly be? Hey? Lin Qing looked up at the display screen and noticed it was blank. I remember there was a line of text displayed yesterday. The group looked up and confirmed that the text had indeed vanished. It seemed to be something about echoes. Xiao Zhejin mused, stroking his chin. I echoed a disaster? I heard the echo of summoning disaster, Qixia said. Oh right, Xiao Zhejin nodded. What does that mean? Qixia shook her head. This is not something that can be understood through mere guessing. Our knowledge of this city is far too limited. What is summoning disaster? What is echoing? And who am I? Never mind. Let's explore elsewhere. Just as Qixia turned to leave, she suddenly froze. Before her stood a gaunt face, smiling eerily. This visage had appeared behind her without her noticing and was now staring at her intently. Qixia's pupils constricted, and she quickly stepped back a couple of paces. The other three were startled as well, confronted by a withered old man, who stood on tiptoe, his body hunched like a dead tree. I've thought of it. The old man smiled faintly, revealing a solitary remaining tooth. You asked me a question, and I have the answer. Qixia felt a chill run down her spine as the old man stared at her. Are you talking to me? The old man pressed his cracked lips together. Young man, I've figured it out. It's gambling with one's life. As long as you gamble your life, everything becomes manageable. He extended a hand with filthy nails. Reaching out to grasp Qixia, we are so close to escaping. As long as you are willing to stake your life, Qixia furrowed her brow and stepped back again, finding the old man's insistence on her life to be exceedingly strange. Hey, old man, who are you? Xiao Zhejin asked skeptically, have you met Qixia before? The old man's expression shifted, and he turned to face Xiao Zhejin. His complex expression suggested he was piecing something together. So that's it, you have already encountered Tianlong. Tianlong? The four exchanged glances, bewildered. There is no hope. The old man shook his head, slowly turning away. We cannot contend with him. We are forever lost here. And no wonder the Zodiac has returned. He muttered as he walked away, his silhouette appearing desolate. Chapter 30. The Rat F, Another Madman. Xiao Zhejin spat on the ground, feeling that the longer they remained in this place, the more likely they would succumb to madness themselves. Qixia was agitated by the old man's presence. Qixia, are you all right? Lin Qing asked beside her. I'm fine. Qixia steadied her nerves. These people could not hinder her. She was determined to participate in the game, and they need not follow. I will go with you, Lin Qing stated resolutely. No matter what game you are entering, I will accompany you. Upon hearing this, Qixia gradually halted, turning to look at Lin Qing with a cold gaze. The intensity of her stare frightened Lin Qing. What's wrong? Lin Qing. What is your motive? Motive? Lin Qing asked, somewhat perplexed. Do I need a motive? Qixia fixed her gaze on Lin Qing once more. Why are you approaching me? Regardless of how you look at it. You should be aligned with another team, right? The three of us and you are not of the same ilk, and we certainly should not be allies. In response to Qixia's inquiry, Lin Qing merely smiled gently. I have told you, I am very interested in you, and I want to know what you are thinking. I want to escape. Qixia spoke without a moment's hesitation. I have stated this countless times. I must leave to see my wife. She cannot be without me. Do you comprehend? Lin Qing blinked her eyes and replied. I understand. My wife's name is Unian, and she has endured hardships for me and suffered in my stead. She is the entirety of my thoughts in this life, which is why I must return to find her. Is that clear enough? Clear enough. Now that you grasp my intentions, are you not preparing to depart? Qixia said coldly. Lin Qing lowered her head slightly, pondering for a long while before responding. I am sorry, but for certain reasons, I still cannot leave. Qixia furrowed his brow as he regarded Lin Qing. Though he sensed no danger or deceit from her, he remained unable to discern her true motives. Suit yourself, Qixia remarked, finding it futile to reason with the woman, and turned to continue forward. Xiao Zhejian followed closely behind, speaking up, liar. We agreed that you have the intellect while I possess the strength. We shall cooperate. Do you also have a compelling reason to leave? Indeed. Xiao Zhejian nodded. Though I do not wish to die, I also do not wish to sit idly by. Collaboration is acceptable, but I must make one thing clear. Qixia said, glancing at Xiao Zhejian, we have no prior acquaintance. If it comes down to only one person being able to escape, I will unhesitatingly abandon you. What? You truly have no sense of loyalty? Xiao Zhejian shook his head in resignation. How unpleasant. Hearing their conversation, Tian silently lowered her head. It seemed each person had a distinct objective. Yet, compared to them, what was she doing? Suppose she truly overcame all obstacles and escaped from this wretched place. Suppose she really returned to the real world, resuming her original life. Would she then revert to a dreary existence, embracing those filthy old men? Considering this, perhaps dying here was not such a bad fate after all. Tian, what is the matter? Lin Qing inquired. Nothing. After leaving the square, the group arrived at a different street. This area differed from the one near the convenience store, appearing to consist of small residential houses, with low buildings arranged haphazardly, leaving one uncertain if anyone resided there. After walking a few steps, the four encountered another figure in an animal mask. This person stood at the entrance of an old room, hands clasped behind their back. Qixia strode directly towards them. Upon nearing, he discovered that the individual wore a large mouse mask, exuding an unpleasant odor. However, this person was quite petite, not nearly as robust as the animal-masked figures they had encountered previously. Xiao Zhejian spoke up, mouse person, right? The mouse-headed figure finally took notice of the four before smiling and saying, I am not a mouse person, but rather a human mouse. Her voice was melodious. She was a girl. This was presumably the first instance the group encountered a woman beneath an animal mask. How audacious of you! Xiao Zhejian retorted, I care not what you are. A human mouse is still a human mouse. Misnaming it could lead to trouble. The girl chuckled. It is rare for someone to visit me. Do you wish to participate in a trial? Qixia glanced at the house behind the human mouse and inquired. What are the rules? The rodent trial requires 1 Dao as an admission fee, the human mouse explained patiently, as if she were a very accommodating saleswoman. You will find it difficult to encounter a trial of such low difficulty in other districts. So what game lies behind you? Qixia asked again. The human mouse turned and pushed open the door, entering. Inside lay a small warehouse. My game is called Warehouse Seek Dao. Currently, there is 1 Dao in this room. Only one person may enter. If you find the Dao within 5 minutes, you win, and that Dao belongs to you. Qixia felt something was amiss, prompting him to ask, what if we cannot find it? Cannot find it? The human mouse chuckled lightly. If you cannot find it, your ticket becomes void, and you lose 1 Dao. Lose 1 Dao. Qixia was taken aback. Just like that? What else could it be? The human mouse looked at Qixia with curiosity. What is going on? Qixia furrowed his brow. contemplating a ticket costs 1 Dao, winning grants 1 Dao, and losing results in the loss of 1 Dao. This game felt disjointed. It seemed one would neither gain additional Dao nor face death as a consequence, if that is the case. What is the purpose of participating in these games? Isn't this a splendid opportunity? Tian suggested. We should seize this chance to better understand our predicament. However, Qixia remained skeptical, even if we win this game. What will it signify? I can go first to give it a try. Tian turned to Qixia and said, dying doesn't matter. What kind of talk is that? Linqing sensed something was amiss with Tian. Truly, Tian responded calmly, I've come to terms with it. I feel that whether I go out or not makes no difference. With that, she requested a Dao from Qixia and handed it to the human mouse. Is this sufficient? Tian inquired. Yes, I have received your ticket. Once you enter the room, the game will commence. The human mouse replied eagerly, I will reiterate the game rules. There is 1 Dao in this room. If you find it and bring it out within 5 minutes, that Dao belongs to you. All right, I understand. Tian nodded again. Are you prepared? The human mouse asked. Prepared, Tian affirmed with a nod. Excellent, the human mouse said. The game begins. Good luck. With that, she closed the door. Chapter 31. Rodent game outside the room. The others felt a mix of nerves, as it was their first time actively participating in a game. Qixia, Linqing called out. What? You once mentioned that different animals represent different game types, correct? That should be the case. After hearing this, Linqing glanced at the human mouse and quietly asked, What do you think the rodent game entails? Qixia pondered this question as well, if they did not know the type of game in advance. Tiantian's situation would be considerably precarious. But what does mouse pertain to? The ongoing game seemed to align well with mouse characteristics, which involved searching for a target among many items. Qixia whispered, Could it be that mouse signifies a search-type game? Inside the room, Tian began by surveying her surroundings and noted the numerous shelves filled with boxes of various sizes. A glance revealed at least 100 boxes. She casually picked up one box to inspect its contents, finding it filled with miscellaneous items. After some deliberation, she concluded that if she were to open each box and search through them within these 5 minutes, it would be nearly impossible to locate the Dao, given the sheer number of boxes. Raising her gaze, she noticed that the dim warehouse was illuminated by a solitary incandescent bulb, with the switch conveniently located on the wall beside her. After a few seconds of contemplation, an idea suddenly struck her. Gathering her strength, she forcefully toppled one shelf, creating a tremendous noise. The others outside immediately grew alarmed. Hey, beautiful girl, are you all right? Xiao Jiajin shouted, I'm fine. Tian replied loudly, I just thought of a method. Qixia contemplated for a moment before nodding. Indeed, that is a good idea. Huh? You know this too? Xiao Jiajin was taken aback. Do you two possess some kind of telepathic ability? The sounds inside the room grew louder as Tian continued to knock over all the shelves, scattering boxes everywhere. Various items spilled out, including plastic plates and bowls, old clothes, and scraps of paper. She approached several intact boxes and stomped on them vigorously, soon turning the once orderly warehouse into a complete mess. Breathing heavily, she glanced around, feeling that the time was nearly up, and then walked to the wall to turn off the incandescent light. Instantly, the room was plunged into darkness, leaving only the sound of Tiantian's breathing. This? Tian surveyed her surroundings, slowly furrowing her brow. In her memory, the so-called Dao radiated a faint glow. Thus, if the clutter were scattered across the floor in darkness, there would be a significant chance of spotting the Dao. Yet, at the moment she switched off the light, the entire room was engulfed in darkness, with not a glimmer of light remaining. Doubting her luck, she bravely approached, kicking various boxes with her feet to broaden her search area. How could a small glowing orb completely vanish in a dark room? After a lengthy search, Tian felt she had opened all the boxes, yet she still found nothing that emitted light. Just then, the human mouse knocked on the door from outside, saying, 10 seconds remaining. Tian shook her head in resignation and turned the light back on. With the sudden illumination, she discovered that beneath her feet lay a box of canned goods. Previously, the cans had been stored in boxes, but now they were scattered across the floor. She reached down and picked up a can to read the label, discovering it contained beans. Shaking the can, she indeed heard a rattling sound. I feel like a fool. Tian gritted her teeth. Could it be hidden among these cans? Creak. The humanoid mouse twisted the handle from outside and pushed open the door. The time has come, and the challenge has failed. Tian was startled. lifting her gaze to meet the bizarre face of the humanoid mouse. The three outside immediately approached, with Xiao Jiaqin inquiring, "So, how is it, pretty girl? Did you find it?" "No." Tian tossed the can aside, standing up with a sorrowful expression. "I suspect that the Tao is contained within these cans, and merely opening these dozens of cans by hand within 5 minutes is no trivial task." Qixia glanced down at the cans, all of which were fava bean cans, making it reasonable to hide a Tao inside. Yet, he still felt that something was amiss. Tian reluctantly exited the room, casting a panicked glance at the humanoid mouse. However, the humanoid mouse made no further movements. She simply closed the door behind her and continued to stand at the entrance. Was it truly just a loss of a Tao? Tian asked softly, "She doesn't intend to take my life." The humanoid mouse smiled and replied, "When did I ever say I wanted your life?" Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Jiaqin finally understood. "I say, if you're deceiving us, then can we try again?" "Try again." Qixia furrowed his brows. They already knew that the Tao was most likely hidden in those cans. This time, they could directly open the cans, as she wouldn't kill them anyway. Qixia glanced into his pocket, where only one Tao remained. The human dragon had previously mentioned that these Tao were both their rewards and their stakes. It seemed that participating in these games required a certain amount of Tao to wager against the opponent. If they expended too much Tao here, future games would become impossible. "Pretty girl, are you sure you've searched all the boxes?" Xiao Jiaqin confirmed with her. "I didn't search meticulously. I merely opened all the boxes and then turned off the lights." Tian shook her head. "But I didn't find any spots emitting light. So, the Tao should be sealed within a container." "Very well, then I shall try again." Xiao Jiaqin nodded. However, at that moment, Qixia suddenly reached out to stop him. "Wait." Qixia looked at the humanoid mouse and asked, "May I hear the game rules once more?" "Of course." The humanoid mouse smiled and turned to open the door. Only then did everyone realize that the room was as pristine as before. All the shelves returned to their original places, and the boxes rearranged. "What the?" Xiao Jiaqin was taken aback. Lin Qing and Tian gasped in astonishment. The humanoid mouse slowly walked in, surveyed the surroundings, and asked, "So, what do you think? My game is quite marvelous, isn't it?" Qixia nodded. The humanoid mouse added, "My game is called Seek the Tao. The admission ticket requires the consumption of 1 Tao. Now, there is 1 Tao in this room. If you can find it within 5 minutes, then the Tao will belong to you." After speaking, she smiled warmly. Upon hearing this, Qixia slowly nodded. "I want to play again," he declared. "All right, no problem," the humanoid mouse nodded. "You can play as many times as you wish. This time, I wager my life," Qixia stated. Chapter 32. Wagering life. Following his words, everyone was taken aback. Even the humanoid mouse appeared momentarily stunned. "You want to wager your life?" the humanoid mouse confirmed. "Indeed," Qixia nodded. "I wager my life." The humanoid mouse's throat moved slightly as she swallowed hard, then said, "No, there's really no need for that." Her reaction exceeded Qixia's expectations. He had thought that these animal masks would willingly wager their lives, but why was she now panicking? This is merely a simple seeking game. Wagering your life seems too exaggerated. Besides, my admission ticket only requires 1 Tao. You needn't risk your life for it. Lin Qing and Xiao Jiaqin, too, were perplexed. "Can you really wager your life in this game?" Xiao Jiaqin asked, furrowing his brows. "But why would you wager your life, deceiver? Are we out of Tao?" "I recall what that decrepit old man said. I want to try it here," Qixia whispered, noticing that the other party seemed frightened by his wagering life. "I know you want to win," Lin Qing interjected, "but if you wager your life to open the cans, what will you do if something goes wrong? What if the Tao I sent inside?" "I will win." Qixia, having spoken, turned his gaze toward the humanoid mouse. "I've placed my bet. Can we begin?" The humanoid mouse remained silent for a long while before finally stammering, "If you truly wish to wager your life, then do not regret it. The game begins now." Qixia stepped into the room as the humanoid mouse was about to exit and close the door. Qixia suddenly grabbed her. This action startled the humanoid mouse, causing her to freeze momentarily. Qixia, expressionless, extended his hand and slowly retrieved a Tao from the humanoid mouse's jacket pocket. "I found it." The three at the entrance gaped in disbelief. "Is this permissible? Finding a Tao on the referee the moment the game begins? Does this truly not violate the rules?" The humanoid mouse trembled incessantly, appearing genuinely terrified. "If I am not mistaken, once you close the door, this room can no longer contain any Tao, correct?" Qixia pressed intimidatingly. How do you know? Quite simply, Qixia replied softly. Every time you explain the game rules, you must stand inside the room and tell us that currently there is a Dao in this room. Your statement is accurate, but it is a colossal trap. Noticing the humanoid mouse's silence, Qixia continued, Indeed, there is currently one Dao in the room. Unfortunately, it will soon vanish. The eyes beneath the humanoid mouse's mask began to dart frantically, and after a long pause, she finally asked, You wagered your life based on this bold assumption? Assumption? Not at all, Qixia countered. What truly convinced me was your declaration of Tiantian's game failure. What? At that moment, she had closed the door, and logically, everyone should have been oblivious to the situation inside. Yet, the instant you opened the door, you told Tiantian she had failed. Qixia shook his head helplessly. How could you know she hadn't found it? I thought the answer was evident. She knew there couldn't possibly be a Dao in the room. The humanoid mouse shivered slightly. Moreover, the rodent game was yet another trap. We all assumed that rodents preferred to lurk in the shadows seeking their targets, which was also Tiantian's line of thought. Logically, she was correct. But there exist other types of rodents in this world, which conceal important things within their mouths, do they not? The humanoid mouse stared at Qixia for a long moment, realizing she had indeed lost. After a pause, she suddenly exerted great force to push Qixia down and turned to flee. What the? Xiao Jiaqin exclaimed, immediately reaching out to grab the humanoid mouse, but she dodged like a true mouse. Spinning away, she ran swiftly, darting down the street. At this moment, the others were somewhat at a loss. They had never anticipated that these animal masks would actually flee. What is happening? Deceiver! Xiao Jiaqin helped Qixia up from the ground. A look of confusion on his face. Why did she run away? I don't know. Qixia shook his head, but his expression suggested he had realized something. Could it be that wagering life refers to? He glanced in the direction of the humanoid mouse, attempting to confirm his suspicion, only to widen his eyes in astonishment. What is it? Qixia extended his hand, trembling as he pointed into the distance. The three turned to look and were instantly frozen in place. In the air, a floating figure appeared, blocking the path of the humanoid mouse. What the Dada Terminator? Xiao Jiaqin's voice trembled slightly, the scene before him exceeding all his expectations. The figure in midair waved gently, causing the humanoid mouse to collapse, as if rendered utterly powerless. Moments later, the two vanished into the distance, only to reappear before Qixia and the others. This celestial-like occurrence left the four present momentarily speechless. The figure floating in the air was a tall, slender man, his body bare, draped in a cloak made of crimson feathers, with several feathers stuck in his disheveled hair. At that moment, he floated gracefully, akin to a bird in flight. The four were thoroughly astonished by the sight before them, none daring to utter a word. The humanoid mouse trembled violently, and beneath the mask, it seemed she was whimpering. Humanoid mouse, what do you intend to do? The man asked softly. Were you attempting to flee just now? I thought I'd. The humanoid mouse trembled incessantly, her voice now distorted. Fleeing is not an option. The man slowly descended, gently stroking the humanoid mouse's head. You must be obedient. Wagering life means wagering life. Lord Zhuke, the humanoid mouse cried out, please spare me. That simply won't do. The one referred to as Zhu extended his long fingers, delicately tracing the surface of the humanoid mouse's mask. To wager is to accept the stakes. It is the other party who wishes to wager their life. I cannot intervene. Qixia felt a sense of foreboding creep into his heart. He steeled his resolve and spoke to the figure. I do not wish for her life. I wager my own life merely to acquire more Dao. Oh? Zhuke raised his gaze to Qixia, his hand slowly descending to rest upon the humanoid mouse's fair neck, grasping her as one would a genuine rodent. The mouse, trembling all over, was rendered speechless, paralyzed by fear. Is there truly a necessity for this? Qixia furrowed his brow, pondering. As the initiator of this life gamble, he no longer desired her life, but rather sought the Dao. Killing her would provide no advantage to him. Upon hearing Qixia seemingly plead for her life, the mouse slowly lifted her head to gaze at him, her eyes brimming with tears. Zhuke, having heard Qixia's words, gradually withdrew his hand and let out a soft chuckle. How amusing. Mouse, rise now, he has spared you. He patted the mouse gently on the back. Chapter 33. Exultation. The mouse, still in shock, glanced anxiously at Zhu Ke, as if seeking his approval. "What do you need me to help you up?" Zhu Ke asked with a smile. "No, it's fine." The mouse stood up, trembling. After a moment's hesitation, she expressed to Qi Xia, "Thank you, thank you." Qi Xia shook his head, saying, "There is no need for thanks. I merely—" Before he could finish, he witnessed a hand emerge from the mouse's abdomen. Her body froze and her voice faltered. Warm, viscous blood splattered all over Qi Xia. Zhu Ke slowly embraced the mouse from behind, as one would a lover. "This child is quite polite," he mused, with his eyes closed. He pressed his face against hers, inhaling her scent. "Saying thank you is a commendable habit, but you have broken the rules by attempting to escape. He may have spared you, but I shall not." Having spoken, Zhu Ke extended Ano. The Ringo seemed to have had a realization. "Oh right, that person named Zhu Ke once said something like, 'If it weren't for the constraints of the rules, I would definitely kill you.'" Qiao Jiajin nodded in agreement. To be able to restrain such a psychotic individual with special abilities, I believe those above him must be even more terrifying. Special abilities? Qi Xia furrowed his brows. It had been quite some time since he had heard that term. Wasn't it just special abilities, like the Terminator? Qiao Jiajin gestured. That person could fly in the sky. Upon hearing this, the three paused for a moment. "What does Terminator mean?" Ringo inquired curiously, glancing at Qiao Jiajin. "You dress quite fashionably, yet you turn out to be a country bumpkin?" Qiao Jiajin chuckled. "You haven't even seen the Terminator? Fashionable?" Ringo awkwardly opened her mouth. Those two words could only be heard from the older generation, and just being able to say them made one sound rather out of touch. Yet here she was, being looked down upon by such a person. Qiao Jiajin nudged Qi Xia with his elbow, asking, "Pianzi, you must have seen it, right? Arnold Schwarzenegger, simply incredibly handsome." Arnold Schwarzenegger. Ringo seemed to have heard the name before, yet she wasn't quite sure. "I don't care about the Terminator or Schwarzenegger. I also don't care how extraordinary that Birdman is." Qi Xia paused, stating, "What I want to know now is the extent of the rules and how much they can regulate." The three looked at each other in confusion. "Pianzi, what are you planning to do?" Qi Xia slowly extended his hand to gesture at his own neck, addressing the three. "I want to know if killing for the way is feasible." At this, Ringo and Tian each took a step back. Only Qiao Jiajin remained unmoved. "Killing for the way?" Qiao Jiajin frowned, his expression turning grave. "Are you saying if you don't gather 3,600 ways within 10 days, you intend to rob others?" "Yes, this is the most effective method I can think of," Qi Xia replied. "Now we are also a team. If we are to accomplish such a significant task, we must have your assistance. Therefore, I am now laying out the plan to hear your thoughts." "I will not assist you." Qiao Jiajin decisively shook his head, stating that even if the sky were to collapse in this place, he would not commit an unjust act. Those who possess ways likely endured countless hardships to survive. "So what reason do we have to kill them?" "Is that so?" Qi Xia nodded thoughtfully. "But if we wish to escape this cursed place, we can only resort to such methods. But 3,600 ways. Are you truly not considering giving it a try?" "I refuse as well," Ringo chimed in, asserting that she believed this idea was poor. "If we truly kill someone, even if we manage to escape, we could never return to the life we once had." Tantian pondered for a long while before speaking. "Yes, if it comes to killing others, I would rather die myself first." Qi Xia gazed into the eyes of the three, contemplating for some time before a slight smile graced his lips. "Very well, now I can confidently share my true plan with you." "What?" Qiao Jiajin was taken aback, exclaiming, "Damn, Pianzi, are you testing us?" Qi Xia nodded, saying, "If you three can accept the plan of killing for the way, it merely proves that we are not of the same kind, and I will abandon you at any time." "You?" Qiao Jiajin was nearly driven to fury by Qi Xia. He had thought you were genuinely going to kill someone. Logically, the rules should not permit the occurrence of killing for the way. Qi Xia explained that while he was unclear about the rules here, they seemed to maintain a kind of strange fairness. Those in charge appeared more like judges, and if they were indeed judges, they would ensure the safety of the participants. He paused before adding, "In other words, they would prefer us to die in the game rather than engage in mutual slaughter." Upon hearing Qi Xia's words, everyone fell silent. After a while, Ringo snapped back to reality and asked, "Then what is your actual plan?" "My plan is not complicated," Qi Xia responded. "Since these games do not lead to death, we will proceed to test one by one. You will first clarify the game rules while collecting clues. And once we have certainty, I will gamble my life. All the ways obtained will be evenly divided among us. And until we reach 3,600, we can continue using this tactic. Chapter 35. What is a flyer? Huh. The three stared at Qixia in shock. Although this plan was not complicated, it sounded fraught with danger. You intend to gamble your life against the opponent? Ringo inquired. That sounds too. This is the current method of resolution, Qixia stated. If you agree, we can commence our actions right away. Xiao Zhejin contemplated for a moment, asking, Pianzi, are you truly unafraid of death? Afraid, Qixia replied, but I must escape. Tian sighed, suddenly adopting a serious expression. Qixia, you must know that I did not join this team out of trust in you or a desire to rely on you. I came here because I was unwelcome there, I understand. Qixia nodded. Therefore, I find it hard to believe you would ultimately share the ways with me, and I do not think I can defeat you at the last moment to become the sole survivor. So, therefore, my cooperation with you is merely temporary. If I feel the current situation is unfavorable to me, I will betray you at any moment. Tian forced a smile and said, while for me, surviving or dying here makes little difference. If there is hope, I will strive for it. In summary, my collaboration with you three is solely to obtain my share. Upon hearing this, Qixia did not display any unusual expression. Instead, he nodded with a sense of relief. That is very good. Very good? Tian blinked, asking, was I not clear enough? I am only in it for the ways, so you need not place too much trust in me. The most solid relationship in this world is an employer-employee relationship. Qixia replied, I have no objections to it. This moment, Xiao Zhejin and Ringo exchanged glances. Tian had already laid things out so plainly. Can she really be trusted? Since we have all come to an agreement, let us set off. Tian seemed taken aback by Qixia's swift agreement, leaving her feeling somewhat unsettled. But upon reflection, was there any space left for her to be deceived? The four, each with their own thoughts, advanced once more into the depths of the city. The tranquil city constantly exuded an aura of danger, and Qixia noticed they seemed to be delving deeper into the prosperous area. Here, they could vaguely see some natives, wandering the desolate streets like soulless corpses. There seemed to be more people, Qixia murmured. Not only were there various natives, but it was also not uncommon to see individuals wearing animal masks standing in front of buildings. It appeared that the further they ventured into the city, the more people they encountered. As Qixia was speaking, he spotted a native approaching them, clutching a stack of papers. The person's figure was as gaunt as that of the female clerk, resembling a skeleton. Xiao Zhejin frowned and took a step forward. Expecting some sort of danger, he was surprised to see the individual hand him a flyer, saying, consider swimming and fitness. Before Xiao Zhejin could reach out to take it, the person, like a zombie, released their grip, allowing the flyer to fall to the ground. Yet, they walked away as if nothing had happened. The brave sword god? Xiao Zhejin blinked, puzzled by what the brave sword god was. He picked up the paper and saw that the writing was almost entirely worn away, appearing quite antiquated. There are still people handing out flyers here, Tian remarked in disbelief. Since there are clerks in the convenience store, it wouldn't be surprising to find someone distributing flyers on the street. Qixia replied. What is a flyer? Ringo asked, a simple question that left the three momentarily stunned. What did you say? Qixia thought he had misheard that I asked, what is a flyer? Ringo repeated clearly. What is a flyer? The three simultaneously cast peculiar looks at Ringo. Is this a question a normal person would ask? You don't know what a flyer is? Qixia inquired. I don't know. Ringo naturally shook her head. Do you all know? The three remained silent, yet their hearts were filled with confusion. From the very beginning, Ringo's behavior had been strange. She liked to cover her mouth and nose, insisted on following Qixia, and now she didn't even understand the most basic common knowledge. Could it be that she is not human? Or perhaps she is a member of the organizers? This terrifying thought began to swirl in Qixia's mind. If she truly is not human, what could her purpose be? I say, Ringo. Qixia finally spoke up. He could not possibly feel at ease without clarifying Ringo's identity. Flyers are common items. How could you not know? Common knowledge. Ringo's expression was clearly one of confusion. Just because you three know, does it make it common knowledge? At this moment, Xiao Zhejin interjected, this isn't a matter of whether the three of us know or not. Flyers are not a rarity. Everyone should be aware of them. Why are you unaware? Indeed. Tian nodded in agreement. Haven't you ever seen a flyer? You all seem quite peculiar. Lynching, feeling somewhat annoyed by the questioning, retorted. I do not know what a flyer is, so what, are you going to doubt me over this piece of paper? Qixia glanced at the girl before her, finding her behavior truly perplexing. If she were one of the hosts, such an obvious flaw should have at least prompted her to concoct a lie to cover it up. Yet, she appeared to be genuinely angry, seemingly unbothered by her unfamiliarity with the term flyer. Could it be that she was innocent? But what are the odds that a normal person would not recognize a flyer? Qixia pondered, if one were to insist, there indeed exists an exceedingly slim chance that someone could have never encountered a flyer. For instance, if Lynching were the daughter of a capitalist, raised in aristocratic circles with private transportation at her disposal. Or perhaps she had been studying abroad and had only recently returned home. Nonetheless, such probabilities are quite minimal. Moreover, she is merely a psychological counselor. A flyer, as it is known, refers to advertisements printed on paper. Xiao Zhejian turned to Lynching and asked, You've never seen one? No, Lynching replied earnestly with a nod. Qixia, unsure of how to proceed, furrowed her brow in contemplation. Hey, buddy! A sudden shout from across the street startled the group. They spotted a scruffy-looking man with glasses waving. Look over here. Buddy. This was the first time they had encountered another normal person here, causing a wave of tension among them. Was this newcomer friend or foe? Are you calling me? Qixia attempted to engage in conversation. That's right. You're one of the good people, aren't you? The bespectacled man smiled. Good people? You mean normal folks? He clarified, don't you call yourselves that? Qixia hesitated for a moment before responding. We don't appear to be mad, do we? Haha. I knew it. The man chuckled. We found a decent game. Are you interested in earning some dough together? He maintained a distance from Qixia and the others. Seemingly cautious, Qixia and Xiao Zhejian exchanged glances, unsure whether to trust him. However, upon further reflection, the rules of this place did not permit the seizure of Dao. If the man harbored ill intentions, he could only resort to deception. But when it came to deception, Qixia had never feared anyone. Chapter 36. The Earth Bull. How can we earn Dao? Qixia inquired again. We discovered a bull-themed game. According to the rules, substantial Dao can be earned, but it requires 20 participants to start. We still need 5 more. Would you like to join us? Still need 5 more? Qixia was taken aback. You've already gathered 15 people? It seemed there were indeed many participants here. Correct? The bespectacled man nodded, gesturing towards the distance where a crowd had gathered. Qixia contemplated for a moment before nodding. All right, let us go take a look. Great. I'll head over to wait for you. The man departed, seemingly understanding the situation. Hey. Xiao Zhejian felt uneasy. Shouldn't we go together? What if they turn out to be a violent gang? Do you want me to show you my skills? Qixia replied. It won't happen. Each room accommodates a maximum of 9 people. In this environment, forming a gang of more than 10 is far too ambitious. Not to mention these strangers, we don't fully trust even those who exited the same room as us. With that, he glanced at Lynching, as if implying something. Lynching appeared slightly displeased, seemingly at a loss as to why she was being doubted. Was it merely because she didn't recognize the term flyer? After traversing an old road, the 4 arrived in front of a large building. Just as the bespectacled man had said, a figure donned in a water buffalo mask stood at the entrance. Numerous participants outside grouped together, deliberately maintaining their distance from one another. Although these individuals were strangers, the sight of so many normal people gathered together instilled a sense of long-lost reassurance in Qixia and her companions. Regardless of their appearance, they were indeed living beings. Not bad, little glasses. A middle-aged man clapped the bespectacled man on the shoulder. You've brought in 4 people at once. Qixia approached the bull-headed man and asked, What are the game rules? The bull-headed man replied indifferently, bull-themed game, 1 Dao for each entry ticket, requiring 20 people to commence. During the game, players will be eliminated, and when it concludes, those remaining will each receive Dao equivalent to the number of players who cleared the game. Equivalent to the number of players who cleared the game. Qixia was taken aback. Are you saying that if there are 20 players left, each will receive 20 Dao? Indeed. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhejian's mouth fell open in astonishment. Good grief, that means one could strike it rich in a single go. That's 400 Dao. But will it be that easy? Tiantian expressed skepticism. Hey, bull man, you're not going to back out on this, are you? The bull-headed man paused for a moment before shaking his head. Allow me to correct you. I am not a bull man. Not a bull man? Tiantian looked at the large man in confusion. But don't you all have bull in your names? I am an earth bull. The bull-headed man replied coolly, "If you mistakenly think I'm a bull man, it could lead to dire consequences." Only then did the group realize that this earth bull was indeed quite different from the animal masks they had seen previously. His mask was pristine, almost lifelike, resembling a real bull, and his black suit was immaculate, as if freshly pressed. When he spoke, it seemed as though the mouth of the mask moved slightly as well. But what is the distinction between a bull man and an earth bull? Earth bull. Qixia scratched his head, puzzled. He raised his gaze again and asked, "Earth bull, what is your game?" The earth bull paused briefly before answering. "Pay the entry fee, and you'll know the details." Pay the entry fee. Qixia was now primarily concerned that if all four of them participated in the game simultaneously, their previously discussed strategy would be rendered ineffective. They would all be thrown into an unknown game together, which posed significant risks. Yet, if the stakes of the game were this high, the risk seemed proportionate to the potential rewards. "What do you think the bull game type might be?" Xiao Zhejian inquired. Qixia pondered for a moment before replying, "I suspect it's the type of game I loathe most. Oh? You have a type of game you dislike?" Xiao Zhejian's interest was piqued. "What is it?" "Bulls are known for their laborious nature. If I'm correct, it should be a physical game." Qixia cast a nonchalant glance at Xiao Zhejian. "It might suit someone like you. A brute. Ha." Xiao Zhejian rolled up his sleeves, revealing his muscular arms. "Finally, it's my turn to shine. Wait, who are you calling a brute?" Qixia shook his head in exasperation. "If it weren't for the allure of Dao, I doubt I would enter the bullroom." "Don't worry, just call me Big Brother, and I'll ensure you breeze through the bull-themed game." Xiao Zhejian replied with a mischievous grin. "Sounds like a good deal, right?" Qixia turned to regard Xiao Zhejian. "You appear to be about my age, at most 26 or 27. Why should I call you Big Brother? If that's the case, I must calculate this properly." Xiao Zhejian scratched his head. "What year were you born?" Qixia sensed an audacity emanating from Xiao Zhejian, who maintained a carefree demeanor even in such a stifling environment. "If you have time for banter, you might as well warm up," Qixia replied indifferently. "Unless you wish to cramp up later. Oh, come on." Xiao Zhejian was eager. "Just tell me. If you're older than me, I can call you Big Brother." Qixia, unable to withstand Xiao Zhejian's persistence, finally relented. "All right, you go first. What year were you born?" 1979. Xiao Zhejian chuckled. 1979. That's supposed to be funny. Qixia frowned. "You truly spare no effort in trying to deceive this Big Brother title. I don't want to discuss this any further." "Huh? Why not?" Xiao Zhejian looked at Qixia in confusion. "Just tell me what year you were born. Are you younger than me?" Tian chuckled and shook her head from the side, clearly enjoying the banter. It seemed that being around Xiao Zhejian was indeed a wise choice, as his personality lightened the atmosphere. Xiao Zhejian called out to Qixia a few more times, but when he realized she was ignoring him, he could only shake his head in resignation. Minutes passed, and the count remained at 19. Despite the number of participants present, finding 20 individuals was proving to be a challenge. "Has he not arrived yet?" The middle-aged man asked the bespectacled fellow beside him. "Did he oversleep?" "I'm not sure. He promised to come this morning." The bespectacled man scratched his head. "Should I go out and fetch someone else?" Forget it. Forget it." The middle-aged man waved his hand, noting that there were already 19 individuals present. "Let's wait for him a moment longer. I certainly do not wish to meet a grim fate without reason." Their conversation was overheard verbatim by Qixia, who was not far off. "Death." Qixia furrowed his brows, pondering the meaning of death. Will this game lead to death? Before he could fully grasp the implications, a languid figure appeared in the distance, bare-chested, revealing a tapestry of scars. He donned camouflage trousers and ambled towards them while stretching. Chapter 37. Team Division. He has arrived. The bespectacled youth exclaimed with delight. "At last, he is here." The robust man sauntered forward, towering at approximately 1.90 meters, with a buzz cut. While yawning and rummaging through his pockets, he inquired of the Minotaur. "How much?" "The admission fee is 1 Dao." The large man extracted a small ball from his pocket, flicking it toward the Minotaur, who caught it effortlessly in his hand. After a lengthy rest, "Let us commence." The man stretched again and rolled his neck, muttering, "Let me see what you have concocted this time." The four of them regarded the fierce-looking man, sensing he was no benevolent soul. Xiao Zhejian paid little heed to the large man. After all, he had encountered numerous such figures on the streets. These individuals often relied on their formidable physiques to intimidate others, and Xiao Zhejian had previously brought a few to tears, yet he wondered whether this imposing figure was merely a paper tiger. With the number of participants reaching 20, they began to approach to pay their admission fee. After a moment of contemplation, Qixia also produced 4 Dao. This was not a trivial sum for them. Surrendering these 4 would leave them with only 1 remaining. Are we truly going to partake in this game? Xiao Zhejian queried. What about our strategy? I am equally conflicted, Qixia replied. Although this course of action is fraught with peril, I feel that a game involving 20 participants is a rare occurrence worth the gamble. Upon gaining the consent of the other 3, Qixia deposited 4 Dao into the box before the Minotaur. Excellent. The Minotaur nodded, then turned to open a door revealing a staircase leading down to the basement. Participants, please proceed. He turned back and slowly descended the stairs, with the participants cautiously following him into the depths below. This venue appears exceedingly spacious, Sweetie murmured. We must remain vigilant, Qixia responded, as an ominous premonition loomed over him. The middle-aged man had asserted before the game that there would be death, which weighed heavily on Qixia's mind. Yet, his current fear was not death itself, but rather the dread of being eternally entombed in this enigmatic place. As a con artist, he had survived numerous life-threatening gambles, yet he had emerged unscathed each time. Reflecting on it, this situation bore no significant difference from the past. It was merely licking blood from the edge of a blade. Before long, they reached the end of the staircase. It was a modest room, dimly lit and permeated with an ancient scent, with 20 chairs arranged in the center. On either side of the room stood a door, painted in yellow and green respectively. Please, take a seat, the Minotaur instructed. No need to worry. The game has not yet commenced. Skeptical, the crowd settled into their seats, with Qixia and his companions sitting closely together. They then noticed small lights on the armrests of their chairs, 1 yellow and 1 green. Since this was a team game, to ensure fairness, a random team division would take place, and all participants must remain seated. Otherwise, there would be consequences. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions grew uneasy, particularly the bespectacled youth and the middle-aged man, who exclaimed, What? Team division? Qixia stroked his chin, contemplating that this setup primarily benefited the organizers. If this was a betting game, the best way to minimize the participants' chances of winning would indeed be to disrupt existing teams. The Minotaur approached a corner of the room, locating a switch, then turned back to the crowd with a knowing glance, stating, The game officially begins. With that, he pressed the button, and the lights on everyone's armrests began to flicker. Yellow and green lights alternating in a bizarre display within the dim space. Qixia gazed at the light on his armrest, feeling a twinge of anxiety. If Bull truly signified a physically demanding game, it would be beyond his expertise. This time, they would need to rely on the brute strength of Xiao Zhejian. However, Qixia knew that others would likely have the same thoughts. For instance, the bespectacled youth and the portly middle-aged man would likely summon the large man as their ally. Yet, it seemed that all their cautious strategies were under the Minotaur's control. He would strive to prevent such alliances, hence the random team division. Qixia understood that should he draw the short straw and be placed on a different team from Xiao Zhejian, the potential gains from this game would become exceedingly uncertain. Before Qixia could devise a comprehensive strategy, the flickering lights ceased. Some individuals' yellow lights illuminated, while others' green lights shone. It appeared this was the random team division. Qixia turned to survey the teams, feeling a mix of joy and concern. The joy stemmed from being placed in the same yellow team as Xiao Zhejian, yet the concern arose from the 2 girls being assigned to the green team, which would be significantly disadvantageous if this were a physically demanding game. Murmurs of discontent rippled through the crowd, revealing that apart from Qixia's team, the divisions were generally unsatisfactory. The Minotaur droned monotonously. Now, I will announce the game rules. Each side will independently compete in their respective arenas, with no connection between the two. If one can endure in the arena for 10 minutes without being eliminated, they will be deemed victorious. Ultimately, each participant will receive Dao equivalent to the number who passed. Upon hearing this rule, many grew restless. Hey! The middle-aged man abruptly stood, exclaiming, This is utterly vague. What kind of game are we participating in? What will we encounter? The crowd turned their gazes toward the Minotaur, expecting further clarification of the rules. However, he merely glanced at the middle-aged man before casually stating, Yellow team, follow me you. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth, yet hesitated to unleash a torrent of curses. He was already irate for not being placed with his teammates, and now confusion regarding the rules further destabilized his emotions. The bespectacled youth could only tug at his sleeve. Attempting to calm him down, Qixia turned to Sweetie and Lin Qing, saying, "No matter what lies beyond that door, exercise caution and prioritize your safety." "Understood." The two girls nodded nervously. "Let us proceed." Qixia and Xiao Jiajin moved forward. They surveyed their teammates and discovered an unfavorable situation. Among the 10, 6 were women. If they were to engage in a physically demanding game, it would undoubtedly be a grueling battle. Aside from Qixia and Xiao Jiajin, the other 2 men were the bespectacled youth and the middle-aged man, while the opposing team consisted solely of Sweetie and Lin Qing. Damn. Xiao Jiajin glanced at their 2 teammates' physiques and muttered a curse. One was a scrawny fellow, the other a hefty man. "Enough of that," Qixia interjected. "We can only rely on ourselves." The 10 of them lined up in front of the yellow door, while the other 10 stood before the green door under the Minotaur's direction. With a low, resonant clanking sound, the doors before them creaked open, revealing yet another staircase descending. Without hesitation, Xiao Jiajin stepped down, prompting the others to quicken their pace in following him. The staircase was not long, but it was steep, and they descended several dozen steps before reaching an expansive arena roughly the size of half a basketball court, where a circular iron plate the size of a table lay in the center. Qixia swiftly assessed the surroundings. The area was enclosed by high walls, with a large iron gate at the front. Above the gate hung a countdown clock, its digits frozen at 10 minutes. Chapter 38. The Black Visitor. "This is rather peculiar," Qixia whispered. "I had anticipated a physically demanding elimination game would feature a more intricate setting, designed to continuously eliminate participants. You're right." Xiao Jiajin nodded, also scrutinizing the square arena and the central iron plate, his expression betraying confusion. "How are we to be eliminated here?" No sooner had he spoken than the massive iron gate before them trembled and began to rise slowly. The plump middle-aged man observed the opening gate with bewilderment, asking, "What is this? Do we proceed further?" As the gate fully opened, the countdown clock on the wall activated. It appeared the game truly was commencing. "What on earth?" The crowd exchanged puzzled glances, utterly unaware of what lay ahead. Yet, the next moment, a deep, guttural roar emanated from within the gate. That sound was not human. Good grief. Xiao Jiajin's hairs stood on end, thinking, this cannot be real. Suddenly, a massive creature, entirely black, emerged from the shadows, standing upright on its hind legs, its mouth slightly agape, saliva dripping as if it hadn't eaten in 3 days. It completely emerged from the iron gate. The gate promptly closed behind it. "What is this? A bear?" Xiao Jiajin involuntarily took a step back. If his opponent were a human, he would have complete confidence in engaging in a contest, but the reality was that he was faced with a bear towering over him. Qixia focused her gaze, her expression darkening. The creature before them was a black bear, unmistakably marked by a prominent white crescent pattern on its neck. However, this particular black bear was extraordinarily large. Typically, black bears stand no taller than humans, averaging between 1.6 to 1.8 meters. Yet this one appeared to exceed 2 meters, utterly terrifying. A girl was about to scream, but instinctively covered her mouth. Nevertheless, a sound still escaped her lips. This abrupt noise startled not only those present but also the black bear. After a brief pause, the bear emitted a deeper growl, seemingly enraged. "What the hell is this cursed game?" The middle-aged man wailed, then turned to flee, but after just 3 steps, he froze in place. He realized that the staircase they had descended was now gone. Behind them loomed only a high wall, leaving them with no escape. The middle-aged man, as if in a trance, plopped down on the ground. "It's over. We're dead. We're doomed." "What do we do?" Xiao Jiajin turned to Qixia. This was no longer a matter of mere physical strength. "This is quite problematic." Qixia's expression grew grave. "Why must the opponent be a bear? The close-range lethality of a bear surpasses even that of a tiger or lion. And this confined space was its perfect hunting ground." The massive black bear advanced step by step towards them. The 2 nearest young girls were frozen in fear, unable to move. "Quick, play dead." The middle-aged man shouted desperately from the ground. "There's a slim chance of survival if you pretend to be dead when facing a bear." His shout jolted the 2 girls back to reality, and they immediately lay down, trembling and shutting their eyes tightly. "No." Qixia shouted as well, "Get up, run," but the girls ignored her, remaining motionless on the ground. Seeing someone feigning death, the rest of the crowd followed suit. Sprawling on the ground in a panic, leaving only Qixia, Xiao Jiajin, and a slightly plump girl standing. You're kidding me. Pretending to be dead is wrong. Xiao Jiajin asked seriously. Isn't it supposed to work against a bear? If you encounter a grizzly bear, playing dead might offer a glimmer of hope, but not with a black bear. Qixia shook her head earnestly. Grizzly bears do not consume humans. Their attacks are merely to defend their territory. When they perceive a deceased human as no threat, they cease their assault. However, black bears are different. They can indeed resort to eating humans when in extreme hunger. No sooner had she spoken than the enormous black bear approached one of the feigned dead girls and sniffed her face with its nose. Foolish, Qixia thought to herself, realizing the dire situation. When humans encounter black bears, even fleeing with all their might often leads to death, let alone lying on the ground awaiting their fate. Indeed, after sniffing for a few seconds, the bear suddenly opened its mouth and clamped down on the girl's neck. The girl let out a scream, but it was abruptly cut off, trapped in her throat. Unable to escape in a panic, her hands flailed against the bear, but it felt as though she were striking a solid sandbag. The black bear did not relent. Instead, it extended its forepaw and firmly struck the girl's chest. Her chest visibly caved in, as though her bones had shattered. The girl coughed up a mouthful of blood, and her body fell silent immediately, witnessing this scene. Qixia felt as if her heart had momentarily stopped. She had only seen news reports of animal attacks on her phone, never having witnessed such brutality firsthand. The scene was nothing short of a massacre. A collective gasp escaped the crowd, both men and women alike. It was only then that they finally understood the futility of playing dead, scattering in every direction to flee. Although humans are the rulers of the earth, they are utterly defenseless before these native creatures. Without tools or weapons, how on earth could they contend with this bear? Wait, tools and weapons. Qixia suddenly recalled the iron plate in the center of the arena, the one the size of a table. Who said there were no tools or weapons here? Did the organizers not place something here? Xiao Jiajin, we need to get that iron plate, Qixia declared, uncertain of what it was, yet it appeared to offer us protection. Damn, that you really know how to choose, huh? Xiao Jiajin glanced at the iron plate nearly resting at the bear's feet, hesitatingly remarking, that thing is currently out of stock. Would you like to choose something else? Dear customer, stop talking nonsense, Qixia insisted. If we don't use that iron plate to shield ourselves from the bear, our deaths are merely a matter of time. Fine. Xiao Jiajin seemed to have made a decision. I'll distract the bear, and you go grab the iron plate. Distract, Qixia hesitated, yet she understood this was their only option. The bear could sprint at speeds of up to 48 kilometers per hour. There was no outrunning it, so they had to maneuver around it. I understand, Xiao Jiajin nodded. With their strategy agreed upon, they quickly separated. Xiao Jiajin cautiously approached the black bear and suddenly shouted, "Hey, idiot!" The bear paused, lifting its head to look at him, its eyes filled with a cautious, murderous intent. It took a slow step forward, seemingly testing the waters. Xiao Jiajin, undeterred, also stepped forward. This action caused the creature before him to waver, unable to gauge Xiao Jiajin's capabilities. "Idiot, do you want to spar with me?" Xiao Jiajin forced a smile, waving his hand towards himself. "Come and hit me." Although the black bear did not comprehend human language, it was evidently provoked by Xiao Jiajin's demeanor. Slowly, it reared up on its hind legs, making itself appear even larger. Roar. The black bear let out a thunderous roar, as if to bolster its own confidence, unleashing a foul odor from its mouth. The resounding roar reverberated throughout the confined space, raising the hairs on the necks of everyone present. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Xiao Jiajin's brow, realizing he had stirred a formidable beast. Chapter 39. Iron Plate. The black bear took another step forward. Now merely over a meter away from Xiao Jiajin. At this moment, Xiao Jiajin dared not move any closer. The bear's arm span was lengthy, and any further advance would place him within its striking range. A certain death. Thus, he could only carefully take a step back. Observing this, Qixia's expression turned anxious. The rules of confrontation among animals are quite simple. If one party retreats, it signifies fear. Fear leads to becoming prey. The black bear, noticing Xiao Jiajin's retreat, felt its hesitation morph into a raging fury, now almost convinced that the creature before it posed no threat. After pausing for 3 seconds, the bear lunged forward, its robust forelimb swinging down like a stone pillar. Xiao Jiajin, no longer wishing to appear brave, shrank back to evade the blow. rolling on the ground before dashing away. The bear howled, its four limbs pounding the ground as it pursued him. At this point, the black bear had fully regarded Xiao Jiajin as its quarry. "You idiot! Hurry up!" Xiao Jiajin shouted as he ran. "My worthless life is in your hands. Don't place too much faith in me." Qixia replied, somewhat anxious, "I don't even know what that iron plate is. What the hell are you rambling about?" Xiao Jiajin cursed, "Hurry up and retrieve it." Seeing the black bear chase after him, Qixia dashed towards the iron plate on the ground. Logically, having witnessed all previous games, none were dead ends. There must be a path to survival, and in this open room, that path would undoubtedly be linked to the iron plate. Upon getting closer, she noticed the plate was somewhat tarnished, with numerous rust spots. Qixia reached out to examine it, only to discover it was an utterly ordinary round iron plate, devoid of any mechanisms or textual prompts. What is this nonsense? Qixia felt as though she had been duped. This plate was akin to a piece of ubiquitous garbage. Xiao Jiajin had run a dozen steps when he realized the bear was already upon him. Abruptly halting, turning around to shout, "Idiot!" The bear, startled by Xiao Jiajin's outburst, stepped back, rearing up once more. Xiao Jiajin let out a cold laugh, pointing menacingly at the bear. "Did I scare you, you idiot? Do you think I fear you?" Listen closely. The bear stared blankly at Xiao Jiajin, seemingly waiting for him to speak. Meanwhile, the onlookers were equally bewildered, all gazing at Xiao Jiajin, unsure of what he intended to say to a black bear. However, to everyone's astonishment, seeing that he had managed to stabilize the bear, Xiao Jiajin showed no hesitation and turned to flee. The bear, realizing it had been mocked, let out an even more furious roar and resumed its pursuit. At that moment, Qixia in the center of the arena had flipped the iron plate over, scrutinizing it closely. The plate was quite heavy, and it lacked any handles, making it impossible to lift for defense against the bear's attack. Before Qixia could process her thoughts, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her back, as if something had collided forcefully with her. Already crouched on the ground, the violent impact caused her to lose her balance and topple aside. Only then did she see that it was the middle-aged man from their group who had crashed into her. The middle-aged man glanced at the fallen Qixia, murmuring a soft apology before he lifted the iron sheet from the ground. Gritting his teeth, he slowly pushed it along the ground, reaching the corner in just a few steps, where he used the sheet to shield himself, trembling as he huddled in the corner. Qixia furrowed his brow. Sensing trouble, he had contemplated this very strategy before. By using the iron sheet as a barrier and hiding in the corner of the room, his chances of survival would significantly increase. However, this would ultimately result in only one survivor. Rendering the game meaningless, Tio gambled one's life for a Dao only to win another Dao in return. If given a choice, Qixia would not opt for this outcome. "You fool, still not done?" Xiao Jiajin bellowed once more. "Do you truly not take me seriously?" Wait. Qixia hesitated in response. "Just give me a moment." His mind raced as he understood that even if he managed to reclaim the iron sheet, it would be of little use. After all, he needed to save both himself and Xiao Jiajin. The sheet's area was limited, barely enough to shield one person. What to do? For the moment, they were fortunate that the remaining 8 participants were safe. But more than a minute had passed. Relying solely on Xiao Jiajin to survive the next 10 minutes was not feasible at that moment. A slightly plump girl dashed toward the middle-aged man, her voice trembling as she pleaded, "Can I hide in there? Please, I don't want to die. No. The middle-aged man shouted from behind the round iron sheet, "Only one person can hide here. If you come in, we'll both die." "I won't," the girl insisted, her voice quaking, her legs growing unsteady. "We'll each hide on one side." "We definitely won't." They spoke. A bespectacled man who had previously teamed up with the middle-aged man rushed over in a panic. Without seeking the middle-aged man's consent, he lifted the iron sheet and squeezed into the corner. "Hey, Little Glasses!" the middle-aged man exclaimed in alarm. "What are you doing?" Little Glasses gritted his teeth and replied, "Old Lu, you can't just think of saving yourself." The iron sheet that had previously been propped against the wall became unstable due to the addition of Little Glasses, as Old Lu's bulky frame rendered it unable to support both of them. Seeing this, the slightly plump woman ceased her conversation with Old Lu and squeezed under the other side of the iron sheet to join them in the corner. The remaining 4 participants ceased their frantic running and began to converge toward the iron sheet, as it represented their final chance at survival. Foolish, Qixia gradually moved closer to the crowd, who had already descended into chaos over the iron sheet within mere seconds. Old Liu, you can't be so selfish. Let go of the iron sheet and let's think of another plan. Little glasses, you're still young. You can run from the bear, but I can't. Get up and grab the iron sheet. Get away. There's no room behind the sheet. At this moment, each of them appeared capable of single-handedly taking down a bear. Yet in this dire situation, they preferred to violently grasp each other's throats and hair, fighting until blood filled their mouths. Rather than inch closer to the bear's vicinity, the iron sheet lay abandoned, forlorn on the ground. Meanwhile, Xiao Jiajin found himself cornered by the black bear, with no escape in sight, and resorted to the same tactic as before. Shouting as he turned around. This time, although the black bear was startled, it showed no signs of retreat. It lunged forward with its forearms, but Xiao Jiajin dodged to the side. The bear's powerful claws left deep gashes in the wall. Enough! Xiao Jiajin glared at the black bear. You've gone too far. Qixia realized that if he did not act soon, Xiao Jiajin would surely perish, and if he fell, the remaining participants would be slaughtered one by one. After all, only Xiao Jiajin dared to confront the black bear directly. He alone had to fend off the bear's attacks while protecting everyone else from harm. Wasn't that utterly absurd? Chapter 40. The Pareto Principle. Wait a moment. Qixia furrowed his brow, as if struck by a thought. To resist the enemy while safeguarding his own people. It sounded all too familiar. Eureka. This time, he truly had a plan. Qixia rushed to the iron sheet, lifting the heavy object and slowly rolling it across the ground, as if testing the feasibility of his strategy. Hey, Xiao Jiajin, Qixia called out. I've found the answer. Come to me. I've been waiting for you to say that for ages. Xiao Jiajin replied slowly, just wait. I'll be right there. The black bear sensed that its prey was attempting to flee, rising to its hind legs to widen its attack range. Yet, Xiao Jiajin had no intention of escaping. Suddenly, he leaped forward, feet planted firmly, shoulders moving with his waist, and delivered a powerful right punch to the bear's cheek, rotating his fist a full 180 degrees. Bang! A resounding impact echoed as his fist connected solidly with the bear's face, causing it to stagger back a step and a half. The bear momentarily paused, snorting hot air through its nose, then shook its head, seemingly dazed by the unexpected blow. It had never anticipated that this prey it had been chasing would possess such explosive power. Xiao Jiajin shook his own arm, which throbbed from the impact, muttering, "You fool, you're surprisingly tough." The black bear, regaining its senses, roared in anger and lunged forward once more. Xiao Jiajin carefully observed the bear's movements, taking a small step back with his right foot, shifting his weight between his feet to dodge the strike, causing the bear to nearly topple over due to its precarious balance. Seizing the opportunity, he crouched slightly and executed an uppercut from below, landing a solid blow on the bear's jaw. A strange wail erupted as the black bear took another hit. Though such damage posed little threat to its tough hide, it had begun to regard the man before it with wariness. Damn it, my arm feels like it's going to break, and you're still not down? Xiao Jiajin spat on the ground, then performed a forward roll to escape from beside the black bear. Qixia, witnessing this, felt momentarily stunned. He had thought Xiao Jiajin to be an ordinary thug, but his combat skills were impressively formidable. His movements resembled not a street fight but rather that of mixed martial arts. Xiao Jiajin reached Qixia's side, shaking his right hand while asking, "What should we do now?" "You take the lead." Qixia snapped back to reality, beckoning to Xiao Jiajin, "Prop the iron sheet to block the bear's attacks." "Is that it?" Xiao Jiajin replied, puzzled. "Are you out of your mind? I thought you would have a better idea." "No, this is the best idea," Qixia insisted, pulling Xiao Jiajin in front of him to steady the sheet. However, the circular shape of the iron sheet made it inherently unstable, easily rolling away. Xiao Jiajin had to lower himself and brace the sheet with his shoulder to keep it steady. "This thing is really heavy." Xiao Jiajin gritted his teeth. "I can't lift it." "You don't need to lift it," Qixia clarified. "Just roll it on the ground, damn. I get it, but then I won't be able to see the beast." Xiao Jiajin responded, "This big iron sheet is blocking my view. I can't see where it is or how to defend against its attacks." At this moment, the black bear grew increasingly enraged. Cautiously approaching Xiao Jiajin, "I'll help you keep an eye on it," Qixia assured, positioning himself behind Xiao Jiajin. "You?" "Yes, I'll hold onto your shirt from behind," Qixia explained. "When I pull to the right, You roll the iron sheet right. When I pull to the left, you roll it left. All right. Xiao Jiajin nodded, adjusting the sheet's position to face the bear, thinking that together they should be able to survive. Though he was uncertain whether the other participants would attempt to seize the sheet. They won't come for it, Qixia stated, because I intend to protect everyone here. What? Xiao Jiajin blinked. You want to use this iron sheet to shield everyone? Hey! Qixia turned to the struggling crowd, shouting, if you keep fighting like this, you'll truly die. If you don't want to die, come behind me. Upon hearing Qixia's words, the crowd snapped back to attention, looking at him and then at the iron sheet in Xiao Jiajin's hands. The middle-aged man was the first to rise, wiping the blood from his face that had been torn by the chaos. You two fools, put down the iron sheet. He staggered toward Xiao Jiajin, seemingly intent on reclaiming the sheet. But at that moment, Xiao Jiajin could not let go, shooting a glare at the middle-aged man. Qixia stepped forward, placing himself between the two. Hey, move aside. The middle-aged man shouted, Little Glasses, hurry and help. Qixia's mind raced, and a voice echoed within him. The Pareto principle, control is often held by just 20% of the individuals. To dominate a group, one need only manipulate a select few. Before the middle-aged man could summon help, Qixia suddenly lunged forward, gripping his neck tightly. The man had never anticipated that this seemingly refined individual would be so ruthless, leaving him momentarily dazed. Enough of this, Qixia stated firmly. If you want to live, listen to me. Listen to you? The middle-aged man's eyes flared with fury. Who do you think you are, to command me? Qixia's right hand tightened around the man's throat. I'm not negotiating with you. Upon encountering Qixia, Xiao Jiajin couldn't help but furrow his brow. Initially, he perceived Qixia as exceptionally intelligent, believing that following him might offer a glimmer of hope. He never anticipated the ferocity that lay beneath. Cough. You. Let go. The middle-aged man, on the verge of asphyxiation, repeatedly pounded on Qixia's arm. Are you mad? Either I strangle you here, or you quietly stand behind. Qixia's gaze was ice-cold, devoid of any emotion, presenting two options for him to choose from. Seeing this, the bespectacled man hurriedly approached, pleading, Big brother. Surely, it doesn't have to be this way. Just let old Lu go. Despite his words, he subtly adjusted his stance, inching closer to Qixia. Qixia scrutinized the man and noticed that one side of his glasses had been shattered during the scuffle, leaving him looking rather disheveled. The rules of the hunt, Qixia's eyes remained fixed on the two, silently reciting that hunters are invariably more ferocious than their prey. Even the most cunning prey has its vulnerabilities and vital spots. Big brother, please let go. Or else. The bespectacled man continued to inch towards Qixia, seemingly with ulterior motives. Qixia's expression turned frosty, and he swiftly extended his other hand. This time, he did not seize the man's neck, but instead grasped his cheek, pressing his thumb against the shattered glasses. Damn it! The bespectacled man exclaimed, immediately shutting his eyes tightly. If you seek trouble as well, I shall grind the glass shards into your eyes. No. He frantically waved his hands, half squatting while tilting his head back, too frightened to move. I was wrong, big brother. We will listen to whatever you say. Chapter 41. My mother hen very well. Qixia nodded. I must survive here. Should anyone obstruct me, the consequences will be dire. This declaration sent shivers down the spines of those present, for Qixia's gaze resembled that of a murderer. He seemed truly capable of killing. Even Xiao Jiajin, who usually wore a carefree expression, now bore a serious demeanor. A question inevitably arose in his mind. What kind of person is Qixia? Following this turn of events, the crowd stood up obediently like a flock of sheep and moved behind the iron plate. Observing this, Qixia gradually released his grip, and the middle-aged man and the bespectacled man leaned on each other. Still in shock, Qixia recognized that he had achieved his objective. He was now the sole leader of this group. How can you ensure everyone's survival? A slightly plump girl inquired. It can be summed up in a single phrase. Qixia responded slowly. The answer is the eagle catches the chick. The eagle catches the chick. The crowd appeared somewhat perplexed. Now, we have 3 roles. Qixia extended his hand, pointing to the distant black bear, saying, Eagle. He then gestured toward the disheveled group of 2 men and 5 women, declaring, Chicks. Finally, he glanced at Xiao Jiajin, exclaiming, Mother hen. Mother your mother. Xiao Jiajin retorted with disdain. Can we change the name? At this moment, The crowd began to grasp the situation. The heavy iron plate on the ground was ideal for warding off the black bear. But the best strategy was to roll it along the ground. However, with limited surface area and poor maneuverability, if the group became scattered, their situation would turn perilous. The optimal approach was for one person to move the table, while the others lined up behind him. As the group contemplated this, the black bear had already approached, its gaze fixated solely on Xiao Jiajin. "It's coming," Qixia quietly signaled to Xiao Jiajin. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jiajin immediately extended his legs backward, positioning his body at an angle, bracing his shoulder against the iron plate. The next moment, the black bear swung its powerful forelimb and struck the plate with tremendous force. Clang! A resounding crash echoed as the bear's attack was deflected, causing both it and Xiao Jiajin to stumble backward. Fortunately, Xiao Jiajin had anticipated the impact. Otherwise, although the iron plate would not have shattered, it would have certainly left him flattened. The onlookers sensed the gravity of the situation and quickly tightened their formation, 4 men standing in front and 5 women behind. The middle-aged man obediently clutched Qixia's clothing. "Hey, you trickster! How many more attacks can we expect?" Qixia glanced at the clock on the distant wall, replying, "Don't worry, there are only 7 minutes left. 7. Xiao Jiajin was taken aback. "What the hell, hasn't it just begun?" "The black bear's endurance is not great," Qixia remarked. "I do not believe it will attack continuously for the remaining time. We just need to endure the initial phase and remain vigilant." The black bear adjusted its stance, gradually shifting to the side. Qixia tugged on Xiao Jiajin's clothing, guiding his direction as the iron plate began to roll across the ground. This maneuver confounded the black bear. Though endowed with devastating strength, it was not an agile predator and could not immediately launch a side attack, forcing it to shuffle its massive body instead. And no matter where it moved, the iron plate would always face it. The black bear emitted low growls, having circled the group without finding any openings for an attack. In truth, the strategy of the eagle catches the chick had a straightforward counter. The eagle could suddenly change direction. For example, if the eagle was moving to the right and suddenly moved left, the chicks would be caught due to their inertia. This tactic was one that everyone had learned during childhood, and Qixia did not believe the black bear would quickly devise such a clever strategy. Very good, Qixia murmured to himself, hoping for a stalemate. At this moment, the group was tightly clustered. Maintaining a safe distance from the black bear, your plan might actually work, Xiao Jiajin whispered. "It's just that I'm a bit tired." "Just hold on a little longer," Qixia urged. 6 minutes will pass swiftly. "But I haven't eaten for a whole day and night." "Incoming," Qixia shouted. Xiao Jiajin immediately adjusted his center of gravity, lowering his body as he braced for another collision with the black bear. Clang! This time, the impact was significantly greater, nearly toppling both him and the iron plate. "This bear just won't quit," the middle-aged man shouted nervously. "Hey, you in front, hold your ground. You try holding it," Xiao Jiajin retorted. Feeling his entire body vibrate painfully, his bones feeling as though they might shatter, the black bear, realizing that its mightiest strike had failed to breach their defenses, appeared furious. He paused momentarily before slowly retreating. "What is going on?" the bespectacled man inquired. "Is it giving up?" Qixia frowned slightly, sensing something amiss. "Retreat? Oh no." Suddenly, he recalled something and quickly lowered his body, joining Xiao Jiajin and bracing against the iron plate. He then turned to the middle-aged man, saying, "Hey, you control the direction? Huh." Although somewhat puzzled, the middle-aged man recognized that the iron plate represented their lives and dared not delay. He mimicked Qixia's earlier actions, pulling on the clothing of the 2 men to steer the iron plate. Just as Qixia had anticipated, the black bear's retreat was not an act of surrender. Rather, it was preparing to charge with momentum for a fierce assault. "It's going to be all or nothing this time," Qixia remarked, glancing at Xiao Jiajin. "If we can withstand this, we have a high likelihood of survival." "Your words are no better than silence," Xiao Jiajin lamented, shaking his head. "Our current dilemma is that we don't know if we can withstand it." The black bear continued to back away, soon reaching the wall. The middle-aged man, who had been controlling the direction, swallowed hard upon witnessing this. A single strike from the bear was already lethal. If it charged with momentum, could the iron plate withstand its full weight? "Fatty," Xiao Jiajin shouted, "remember to warn us when it attacks." But the middle-aged man seemed oblivious, his eyes darting as if deep in thought. The black bear scraped its forepaws on the ground and suddenly accelerated. Seeing this, the middle-aged man cast aside any hesitation and dashed toward an empty space behind the group. "Hey, not you!" Xiao Jiajin began to scold, but the heavy footsteps of the bear drowned out his words, forcing him to hunker down. At that moment, the bespectacled man stepped forward, tugging at Qi Xia's clothing, shouting, "The direction is off." A bit more to the right. Both Qi Xia and Xiao Jiajin widened their eyes in shock. There's no time to adjust. Hold firm. As soon as the words escaped their lips, they felt as though they had been struck by a speeding truck. Their bodies, along with the iron plate, launched backward uncontrollably for half a meter before crashing heavily to the ground. This collision not only sent the entire group sprawling but also toppled the iron plate, pinning the two men beneath it. Chapter 42. Seeking advantage and avoiding harm. Cough, cough. Xiao Jiajin lay on the ground, coughing incessantly, feeling as though his internal organs had been shattered. The bespectacled man quickly sprang to his feet. Ready to reposition he bellowed at the several women behind him. "If these two fall, we're all doomed." Although the girls were understandably terrified, they recognized the urgency of the situation and bent down, gritting their teeth to begin moving the iron plate. Qi Xia lay on the ground, feeling somewhat dizzy. The impact from the black bear seemed to have knocked the very essence from him. He truly could not fathom how Xiao Jiaqin managed to withstand 2 assaults alone. "I will ensure that the fleeing fat man meets a wretched fate," Xiao Jiaqin muttered through clenched teeth. "To seek benefit and avoid harm is human nature." Qi Xia lay there, quietly reciting. The General Yang Shang states, "As for seeking benefit and avoiding harm, fearing death and relishing life, it is also a balance." "Have you been knocked senseless?" Xiao Jiaqin struggled to open his eyes and glanced at Qi Xia. "What does that have to do with the general? If that glutton hadn't suddenly abandoned us, this iron plate wouldn't have toppled over like this." At that moment, a few girls had managed to prop the iron plate back up, and the bespectacled boy leaned down to help Qi Xia and Xiao Jiaqin. "Hey, are you two all right?" The two stood up, feebly supporting the iron plate. "They couldn't say we're fine, only we're alive," Xiao Jiaqin responded. He cast a glance at the black bear. After this collision, the beast was not in much better shape. Its massive body seemed dazed, shaking its head repeatedly to regain alertness. "Let me take over this time," the bespectacled boy declared. "You two should rest at the back of the line." With that, he mimicked Xiao Jiaqin's stance, lowering himself and using his shoulder to brace against the iron plate. However, the bespectacled boy appeared far too frail. Merely holding the board seemed to tax him greatly, his legs trembling and veins bulging on his forehead. "Goodness, is this iron plate truly so heavy?" It seemed he sensed something was amiss with his posture, adjusting the angle of his legs, but the plate did not lighten. "Brother, it's not that I don't trust you," Xiao Jiaqin sighed, "but if we rely on you to hold the board, there's no point in us standing behind. We would all meet the same fate." "Well, perhaps you should take over," the bespectacled boy awkwardly chuckled. Stepping aside now, the line had largely reformed its defensive stance, and Xiao Jiaqin once again leaned against the iron plate. The black bear had also regained some awareness. It intended to charge at the iron plate once more but caught sight of the solitary middle-aged man standing aside. "Oh no, old Lu!" The bespectacled boy suddenly panicked. "Come over here." "Humph," Xiao Jiaqin scoffed. "That fat man chose to seek his own demise. Let him be. No." The bespectacled boy's expression turned serious. "Old Lu saved my life before. I cannot disregard him." "You are quite foolish," Xiao Jiaqin replied. Yet before the bespectacled boy could devise a plan to save old Lu, the black bear had already positioned itself between the crowd and old Lu. It seemed to understand that if old Lu managed to hide behind the iron plate, it would lose the opportunity to strike him down. The bespectacled boy appeared exceedingly anxious. After a long pause, he turned to Qi Xia and said, "Is there any way to save old Lu?" Qi Xia's eyes turned cold as he replied, "You can go and save him. I won't stop you that I have no means." "So I was hoping to ask you," the bespectacled boy stammered. "You seem like a formidable person. Could you assist me?" "No," Qi Xia declared without hesitation. "If you wish to go, then go on your own." The bespectacled boy thought to argue but realized he had no suitable justification to implore a stranger to risk their life. After a lengthy deliberation, he could only grit his teeth and say, "Then I shall go save him." He slowly released his grip on Qi Xia's clothing, fixing his gaze on the black bear. Next, the bespectacled boy comically took 3 deep breaths to bolster his courage. then shouted loudly to rally himself, stomping his right foot as he charged toward the bear. Just as he was about to take off, Qixia reached out to stop him. "Whoa!" the bespectacled boy exclaimed. Startled, nearly twisting his waist. "What are you doing? You will die. Aren't you afraid?" Qixia asked slowly. "How can I not be afraid?" the bespectacled boy nearly cried. "Yet I cannot just stand by and watch old Lu perish." "Then let us make a deal," Qixia said, fixing his gaze on the black bear not far away. "If I can ensure your survival in this game, both of your Tao will belong to me." "Huh?" The bespectacled boy was taken aback by Qixia's sudden proposition, momentarily at a loss for words. "Of course, if you refuse, you are free to save him yourself." Qixia's tone brooked no argument, leaving the bespectacled boy in a quandary. He had wagered his life alongside old Lu to participate in this game, yet had gained not even a single Tao. What was the point of it all? "I can only promise my own Tao to you, but as for old Lu's, I do not know if he would agree." "Then you shall vouch for him," Qixia replied. "You two are together, right?" After much contemplation. The bespectacled boy felt that life held far more significance than Tao. "Very well. I will vouch for him. If we both survive, our Tao will belong to you." "Good," Qixia nodded. "Now take off your shoes." "What? Your shoes?" Qixia reiterated. The bespectacled boy, unsure of Qixia's intentions, hurriedly removed his dirty sneakers and handed them over. Hunting laws dictate that animals are inherently sensitive. The first rule: never attack from behind, Qixia silently reminded himself. Grasping one of the sneakers, he suddenly took a step forward and hurled it forcefully at the black bear's back. The bear startled, its entire body quivering as it turned to survey its surroundings. The second rule: never severely injure the nose. Qixia seized the other sneaker and hurled it with all his might toward the bear's face. The shoe struck the bear's nose, though the force was minimal. It caused the creature to stumble. The black bear, now enraged, entirely disregarded old Lu and charged at Qixia. Reacting swiftly, Qixia yanked at Xiao Jiaqin's clothing, adjusting the direction of the iron plate. The bear's attack this time appeared chaotic, simply slamming its forepaws against the iron plate. Once, twice, thrice. Although it roared ferociously, the strength of these strikes was evidently diminished compared to before, all being effectively blocked by Xiao Jiaqin and the iron plate. Old Lu, in a flurry, ran over to join the line. Chapter 43. 20 seconds. The black bear relentlessly assaulted for 7 or 8 times, each strike growing weaker. The resounding crashes gradually faded to mere taps. "It's almost over," Qixia remarked. "Its attacks should cease now." True to his words, after delivering one final, feeble strike, the black bear cautiously surveyed the iron plate ahead, exhaling several hot breaths before abandoning its assault. It did not appear exhausted, yet it chose not to persist in attacking the iron plate. Xiao Jiaqin peered around the edge of the iron plate. That creature should still have strength left. Animals are different from humans. To cope with the omnipresent dangers of the natural world, they seldom allow themselves to reach a state of utter exhaustion. Even now, with energy to spare, it was not inclined to engage in a relentless battle against the iron plate. Indeed, the black bear silently turned away, heading toward a corpse on the ground, the body of a woman who had perished at the onset of the game. Similarly, she represented a more stable and secure source of food for the bear. The black bear's gaze lingered on the iron plate while sniffing the corpse on the ground. Then it opened its mouth and, with a pop, tore open the corpse's abdomen. The sound was reminiscent of puncturing a water-filled plastic bag, as crimson innards spilled onto the ground. Following this, the black bear began to rummage through the remains with its nose, using its tongue to select the organs it found most satisfying. Before long, the sound of smack resonated, indicating it was enjoying its meal. The onlookers turned their faces away, unable to bear the sight. The black bear continued to eat while casting glances toward the iron plate, establishing a bizarre standoff between the two parties. Fortunately, time was running short. Amidst the tense and oppressive atmosphere, the black bear made no further moves, merely consuming the entirety of the corpse's abdomen, exposing several stark ribs. Qixia glanced at the timer. There were just over 30 seconds remaining. It seemed the game was nearing its conclusion. However, just then, the satiated black bear let out a low growl and, in a sudden turn, charged forward once more. It appeared to understand that time was running out and was prepared to make a final push. "It's coming. Get ready," Qixia shouted, alerting Xiao Jiaqin. Xiao Jiaqin pushed back with his legs, positioning himself at an angle against the iron plate. The line behind him quickly stood firm, everyone steadying themselves against the person in front. They had hoped to weather this assault unscathed, yet unexpectedly, the black bear leaped up before the iron plate, towering over 2 meters in height, instilling a great sense of dread among them. This is bad, Qixia suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. In the next moment, the black bear placed its forepaws atop the iron plate and leaned its head forward. Its mouth was agape, remnants of human flesh caught between its teeth. Roar. A thunderous roar reverberated, causing Qixia to feel as if his ears might burst. The bear's foul saliva sprayed across his face. Hold firm, the bespectacled boy shouted. Zhao Jiajin clenched his teeth tightly, exerting all his strength to push against the table. He could distinctly feel several hundred kilograms of weight pressing forward, attempting to crush him into a mere pancake. Damn it. Speaking became a struggle for Zhao Jiajin as he gasped for breath. Qixia rushed forward to support him, but the black bear's power was so terrifying that those behind them were momentarily stunned. The black bear pushed forward a few more times, realizing that the iron plate would not budge an inch, and suddenly gripped the edge with both paws, yanking it back towards itself. Zhao Jiajin and Qixia were already straining against the table, and they had never anticipated that the black bear would also pull back, consequently flipping the table onto the ground. The two of them lost their footing and fell. With a resounding crash, the iron plate hit the ground, exposing everyone to the black bear's gaze, including the most vulnerable Zhao Jiajin and Qixia. Before they could react, the black bear lunged forward, swiping at Zhao Jiajin. In a sudden roll, Zhao Jiajin narrowly evaded the strike. Hey, you liar! Get up now. If you lie down any longer, you're as good as dead. He shouted at Qixia, who had rolled to the side, feeling as though she had been struck in the chest and was struggling to breathe. Zhao Jiajin scrambled to his feet, anxiously glancing at Qixia. This is bad. Liar, you need to get up. Qixia wanted to comply, but the pain was overwhelming, and after several attempts, she collapsed again. The black bear seemed to sense Qixia's predicament, abandoning the nimble Zhao Jiajin and turning its attention towards her. Gritting his teeth and stomping his foot, Zhao Jiajin took 2 steps back and leaped into the air, executing a knee strike right into the bear's face. The black bear let out a mournful wail, immediately shutting its eyes and swiping its front paw, striking Zhao Jiajin in the abdomen. Ugh! The blow, seemingly casual, landed on the most vulnerable part of the human body, sending Zhao Jiajin flying. Cough, cough. Damn it, he muttered, feeling as though his ribs had cracked. What do we do? The bespectacled youth said anxiously. We have to save them. Suddenly struck by an idea, he turned to the middle-aged man and exclaimed, Old Lu, take off your shoes. I have a way to save them. Don't be foolish. The middle-aged man retorted. You want to bring disaster upon yourself? As long as the black bear eats those 2, we will be safe. Time is running out. The bespectacled youth looked up and saw that there were indeed less than 20 seconds left in the game. The black bear was now extending its forelimb towards Qixia. Given the current situation, it seemed certain that she would perish. This man had been desperately maneuvering in front of the iron plate against the black bear. Regardless of his ultimate goal, he had saved everyone's lives. After a moment of inner turmoil, the bespectacled youth made up his mind. Hey, you bastard! He shouted as he took a step forward. Don't touch her. The black bear paused for a moment, retracting slightly. The middle-aged man was equally startled, growling, What the hell? Are you crazy, you blind bear? Ignoring the middle-aged man's protests, the bespectacled youth shouted at the black bear, If you have the guts, come chase me. Before he could finish his sentence, the black bear lunged at him. Panic-stricken, the bespectacled youth turned and fled. He had thought he could engage the black bear like Zhao Jiajin and stall for several seconds. However, he had never imagined how terrifying it would be to be pursued by such a massive, bloodthirsty predator. The hot wind from behind him carried a foul odor, and despite his attempts to maintain composure, his legs trembled uncontrollably, stumbling every couple of steps. He could only keep getting up after each fall, risking self-inflicted harm before the black bear could kill him. Chapter 44. Zhang Shan. The once orderly group collapsed in an instant, scattering in all directions, yet the black bear pursued only the bespectacled youth. It's over, it's over, it's over, he muttered in despair while careening around the room. Oh my God, I'm really going to die this time. In less than 10 steps. The black bear had cornered the bespectacled youth against the wall. His legs utterly betrayed him, and he slumped to the ground, unable to move. Leaning against the wall, he glanced back, only to see a horrifyingly dark face filling his vision. Ugly, fierce, and reeking. The black bear extended its snout, sniffing the youth's face. The bespectacled youth's complexion turned pale, his gaze vacant as he stared ahead, remaining motionless even as the bear brought its mouth close to his neck. "Mom," he whispered, "I can't go back." "Mom, don't wait for me." The black bear opened its rotten-smelling mouth, poised to bite down when suddenly, Zhao Zhijin, lying on the ground, bellowed, "Hey, time us up, damn it. Are you trying to cheat? Stop the killing." Everyone turned to look, and indeed, the electronic clock on the wall had concluded its countdown, stopping at 0. The next moment, the iron door in the distance suddenly swung open, causing the black bear to freeze. Immediately after, a powerful force erupted from the door, pulling the black bear in like a leaf caught in a gust of wind. It let out a pained howl before being swiftly yanked inside by an unseen force. The game was over. Everyone had survived. It's finished. After several minutes, a girl finally stammered, "The black bear is gone." The girls slowly stood up, embracing one another and weeping tears of joy. The bespectacled youth seemed stunned by the fright, sitting on the ground, gasping for breath. "Damn it." Zhao Zhijin stretched his sore body, covering his abdomen, his face weary. "That was tough. Liar. Thank goodness for your eagle catches chick strategy." Qi Xia stood up without speaking, her expression tinged with worry. "What's wrong?" Zhao Zhijin asked. "Do you think?" Qi Xia began. "Do you think they survived?" She was referring to Tian and Lin Qing, and Zhao Zhijin, knowing this, hesitated to speculate, and no one knew what had transpired in the other room. Were they also being chased by a black bear? Could their teammates unite to devise a strategy like eagle catches chicks? The group turned around to find the staircase they had come from reappearing behind them. "Stop thinking about it. Let us go see," Zhao Zhijin said, patting Qi Xia's shoulder. "Let us go." Old Lu helped the bespectacled youth to his feet, and the group supported one another as they slowly ascended the staircase. Arriving at the room where they had previously found chairs, the Minotaur stood silently, awaiting their triumph. "9 survived?" It paused slightly. "Not bad. Damn it." Zhao Zhijin muttered under his breath, "One day, I'll give those people a thrashing." "Please wait a moment. The others have yet to return." The Minotaur gestured for them to sit. The group no longer hesitated, taking their seats, for nothing was more terrifying to them than the black bear. After waiting for more than 2 minutes, Zhao Zhijin could no longer sit still. "Hey, old bull. Has their game not ended?" You both started simultaneously. "It should be over now, yet they haven't returned." Qi Xia furrowed her brow. Feeling a headache coming on, she quickly covered her forehead and asked the Minotaur, "If the game is over and no one has returned, does that mean they all died?" "I don't know." The Minotaur shook its head. "Please remain seated, don't panic." Though it said not to panic, who could remain calm? This time, the teams had been randomly shuffled, meaning almost every participant present had a teammate assigned to another team. Qi Xia turned her head and noticed the bespectacled youth a short distance ahead, whispering something to the middle-aged man beside him. "What? That's not acceptable," the middle-aged man exclaimed. The bespectacled youth quickly waved his hand, quietly explaining, No, I want to agree." The middle-aged man shook his head vigorously, refusing to entertain the idea. After that, he turned around and locked eyes with Qi Xia for a brief moment before quickly averting his gaze, as if he hadn't seen anything, and continued speaking in a hushed tone. "If that is the case, I'll have Zhang Shan decide for me." "Humph," Qi Xia scoffed, having guessed the content of their conversation. After waiting for a good 5 or 6 minutes, the group finally heard the sound of heavy footsteps approaching from the nearby door. "They're here." Following those footsteps, a multitude of other footsteps echoed as well, indicating that a considerable number had survived. A large man slowly emerged from the darkness, his expression stern, quickly scanning the room before a smile gradually broke across his face. You all survived?" "Zhang Shan." "Zhang Shan." The bespectacled youth rushed forward, elated. "Thank goodness. You're okay?" "What the hell?" the bespectacled youth shouted, quickly stepping back. The scene before him was too horrifying. The man named Zhang Shan had stood in the shadows, obscured from view, but as he stepped into the light, the horrifying injuries on his body became apparent. He was covered in blood, with 3 deep claw marks across his chest and 2 dark objects wedged under his right arm. resembling thick tree trunks. Gradually, Tian Tian and Lin Qing also appeared from the doorway. Beautiful girls. Xiao Zhejin scrutinized the two individuals before him and inquired, "Are you both all right?" "We're fine," Tian Tian responded with a bittersweet smile. "How about you?" "Still the same," Xiao Zhejin replied with a resigned shake of his head. "We've managed to survive on the idea of deceiving the little ones." "What?" Tian Tian exclaimed in disbelief as she glanced at Qixia. "Can we really rely on Qixia for this game?" Lin Qing also found it hard to believe. "Xiao Zhejin, didn't you say you would handle the bovine game by yourself?" "Ugh, don't even mention it." Xiao Zhejin grumbled. If it were a mere human, it would be one thing. But that was a black bear. Who in this world can stand up to a black bear? Tian Tian and Lin Qing exchanged glances, hesitantly voicing, perhaps someone really can kill a bear. Upon hearing this, Qixia and Xiao Zhejin turned their attention to the robust man named Zhang Shan. Could it be that he had killed the bear? They watched as his teammates emerged behind him, totaling exactly 10. Clearly, no one in their group had perished. Zhang Shan unceremoniously dropped the two items he had tucked under his arm onto the ground and, appearing utterly exhausted, sank into a chair. "Damn it, old Nyo, you really are something else. Have you prepared the bear already?" Everyone looked down to discover that what he had thrown was not branches but rather two bloody forearms from the black bear. Chapter 45. Capturing the thief. By capturing the king, the Minotaur did not respond, merely surveying the survivors before stating with a hint of annoyance, "Each of you will receive 19 Dao. The game is over. Please step forward in turn to collect your Dao." The bespectacled man stole a glance at Zhang Shan's wounds, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. "Zhang Shan, are you truly all right?" "I'm perfectly fine." Zhang Shan laughed, patting the bespectacled man's head. "How about you all? You and old Lu seem quite spirited." The bespectacled man suddenly exclaimed, "Zhang Shan, speaking of old Lu, I have something to discuss with you." Old Lu, equally anxious, rushed to Zhang Shan's side, gesticulating wildly. Yes, you must advocate for me." "Advocate? What happened?" Noticing the three whispering amongst themselves, Qixia's expression darkened as she turned to Lin Qing and asked, "What exactly transpired?" Lin Qing took a deep breath and confessed, "To be honest, I thought we were doomed." "Indeed." Tian Tian chimed in. "When the black bear appeared, Lin Qing and I were so terrified that we could barely stand." "And then?" Xiao Zhejin pressed. "Then?" Lin Qing blinked, pondering as she continued, "I only remember that man named Zhang Shan shouting, 'Get out of the way!' before he lifted a metal plate and charged at the black bear." "What?" Qixia and Xiao Zhejin exclaimed simultaneously. "We didn't dare to look." Lin Qing admitted, "It was utterly brutal. That man tackled the bear to the ground with the metal plate, pinning it down, and then kept striking its head while blood was everywhere. Good grief, he truly is a Terminator." Xiao Zhejin gritted his teeth. "That hulking figure is remarkably sharp. It seems he knows the bear's weaknesses." Even before the game concluded, the bear was utterly battered, its nose broken and many teeth knocked out. Lin Qing added, "But Zhang Shan didn't fare well either. The bear, in its final moments, fought back, flipping the metal plate and clawing at him, leaving him bloodied. Thankfully, the bear fell within a minute. Thanks to him, everyone else is unharmed." Qixia frowned upon hearing this. In a wonder, Tian Tian and Lin Qing believed they could not win the game on their own. It turned out that in their arena, no one had employed the same strategy. Rather, someone had wielded that heavy metal plate as a weapon against the black bear. "Then why did you take so long to return?" Xiao Zhejin asked. "You only came back 3 or 4 minutes after the game ended. Both I and the little deceiver were preparing for your funerals. That's even more frightening." Lin Qing bit her lip, lowering her gaze. After the big guy killed the bear, he suddenly remarked, "I haven't eaten in days. Bear paws are a delicacy," and then directed us to help him break the bear's forelimbs with the metal plate. "So those two bear arms," Xiao Zhejin began, but suddenly noticed Zhang Shan, the bespectacled man, and old Lu striding toward them. Each of them carried a small cloth pouch at their waist, indicating they had received their The leading figure, Zhang Shan, wore a cold expression, his gaze fixated on Qixia, suggesting that he bore ill intentions. Xiao Zhejin suddenly recalled the transaction between Qixia and the bespectacled man, realizing the situation was dire. "Little deceiver, what's going on?" "The Matthew effect," Qixia murmured to herself. "To him who has, more will be given, and he will have abundance. But from him who has not, even what he has will be taken away." What does that mean? Without responding, Qixia coolly assessed her surroundings, dragging a chair closer to herself to ensure some distance from the approaching figures. There were 3 more chairs beside her, and upon closer inspection, she noticed one was positioned conveniently for her reach, its leg nearly broken. An excellent weapon. The Minotaur was still 10 steps away, unable to intervene immediately. Qixia understood that if all went well, she could definitely take Zhang Shan down. It was a manageable task. Qixia cast a cold glance at Zhang Shan. He could kill a bear, but unfortunately for him, I am not a bear. What do you intend to do? Lin Qing asked, feeling a bit frightened. Qiao Jijin also regarded the 3 approaching figures with a serious expression, slightly stretching his neck. The atmosphere grew tense, the air thick with the scent of gunpowder. If this hulking man truly intended to stand up for the others, it would surely lead to a fierce confrontation. Zhang Shan approached Qixia, contemplating her with a discerning gaze. Qixia met his gaze. Standing firm against the towering figure, I've heard. You've had some dealings with my friends. Indeed, Zhang Shan replied nonchalantly. That uncle bought a life from you with Dao. What, do you think you're someone important? Zhang Shan scoffed, scratching his ear with his pinky. Buying a life from you? Are you the king of hell? I could be. Qixia stepped forward, positioning herself closer to the chair. I can save lives. But I can also take them. Zhang Shan frowned. What is the matter with you? Can't you speak properly? Whether I can speak properly largely depends on whether you will give me the Dao. You certainly are quite bothersome, Zhang Shan grimaced. If I refuse, what do you plan to do? The bespectacled man was taken aback, quickly whispering, Zhang Shan. What is going on? This isn't what we agreed upon. Mind your own business, Zhang Shan retorted quietly. I have my own plans. If you don't give it, I'll take it myself. Huh? You looking for trouble? Before Zhang Shan could react, Qixia swiftly kicked the chair at her feet forward, colliding with Zhang Shan's knee. The sudden pain caused Zhang Shan to stagger back. Seizing the opportunity, Qixia dashed forward, effortlessly grabbing the chair from the ground. Aware that Zhang Shan was injured, she recognized this was the perfect moment to take him down. The 36 stratagems dictate. Capture the thief by capturing the king. Qixia silently reminded herself, and then swung the chair. Zhang Shan sensed the impending danger and immediately crouched to shield his head. The next moment, the chair shattered against his arm. Crack. Although it stung, it did not inflict any critical damage. Strike at the stronghold, seize the leader, to free the body, Qixia silently recited. Zhang Shan was clearly furious. You little brat, are you serious? Yet before he could voice his anger, he noticed Qixia still wielding a broken chair leg. With a swift motion, Qixia spun around, swinging the chair leg toward Zhang Shan's head. Zhang Shan, not one to be trifled with, quickly turned his head, using his hardened forehead to collide with the wooden stick. Crack! The chair leg splintered under the impact, leaving a red mark on Zhang Shan's forehead. How interesting. Zhang Shan gritted his teeth. You've got a vicious streak. Then I won't hold back. Chapter 46. 2 tigers on one mountain. Seeing Qixia make no further moves, Zhang Shan took a large step forward. Without hesitation, Qixia pushed the 2 chairs in her vicinity forward again, creating a barrier between herself and Zhang Shan. The towering Zhang Shan was already somewhat slow-moving, and now the chairs nearly caused him to stumble. As the dragon battles in the wild, its path is exhausted. Qixia took a running leap, stepping onto a chair, and before Zhang Shan could regain his balance, she lunged at him, mounting his frame. She understood that Zhang Shan was fundamentally different from the bespectacled man and old Lu. He would not be cowed into submission by intimidation. Thus, taking advantage of his momentary surprise, she began to unleash a flurry of punches at his face. Zhang Shan quickly curled his arms to protect his chin and side of his face, all the while keeping his eyes trained on Qixia's shoulders, anticipating her strikes to counter her attacks. Qixia's fists rained down upon his arms, feeling as though she were striking a wall. You little brat, you're courting death. Taking advantage of the brief moment when his opponent was speaking, Qixia struck down with his fist between Zhang Shan's arms, aiming directly for his nose. However, Zhang Shan seemed to have anticipated this move, swiftly clamping his arms together to halt Qixia's punch in its tracks. Seizing the opportunity, he locked Qixia's joint and twisted his arm to the side, causing Qixia to roll away while Zhang Shan freed himself from restraint. I truly underestimated you. Zhang Shan slowly rose to his feet, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Were you a killer before you arrived here? Is this how you fight? Qixia also rose with a stern expression, gasping for breath. His earlier assault had been a desperate gamble, yet he was taken aback to find his opponent seemingly unfazed. Hey, hey, hey! At that moment, the bespectacled youth rushed forward, looking anxious. What on earth are you two fighting about? Just calm down for a moment. Calm down? I can't calm down, Zhang Shan replied with an angry laugh. I must make this kid submit today. Before Qixia could devise his next strategy, Zhang Shan had already swept aside all the chairs and charged forward, his robust arms swinging like pillars aimed at Qixia's face. In a critical moment, Xiao Jiajin grabbed Zhang Shan's arm. Big guy, you can't hit him. Upon seeing himself obstructed, Zhang Shan increased his force, only to discover that the lean, tattooed man possessed considerable strength, rendering him immobile. Another meddler, Zhang Shan scoffed. Why on earth shouldn't I hit him? Because he is my brain, Xiao Jiajin replied with an innocent smile. If you damage his head, we both might end up fools. He is your brain? Zhang Shan found the man before him intriguing. Then what are you? As for me, Xiao Jiajin released Zhang Shan's arm, removed his jacket, revealing his tattooed body and well-defined muscles. If I had to label myself, I would say I am his fist. Zhang Shan raised an eyebrow, saying, interesting. Then I shall spar with you, this fist. With that, Zhang Shan assumed a boxing stance. One arm curled to protect his chin while the other swung toward Xiao Jiajin's face. Xiao Jiajin ducked and surged forward, evading the punch and closing in on his opponent, delivering an uppercut with his right hand. Zhang Shan tilted his head to evade, quickly adjusting his stance to keep his right hand forward, distancing himself from Xiao Jiajin that fleeting moment. Both men recognized that the other must have undergone some form of training, evident in their skillful movements. Zhang Shan pondered for half a second before stepping forward again, launching a powerful left hook. This time, Xiao Jiajin did not dodge. Instead, he seized Zhang Shan's entire arm, leaping into the air to spin around, hooking one leg around Zhang Shan's neck and using his body weight to bring him crashing to the ground. Clutching Zhang Shan's arms between his thighs, he pulled backward, his feet seeking suitable positions, one pressing against Zhang Shan's neck and the other poised to crush his chest. Zhang Shan was momentarily incredulous, but quickly regained focus. Recognizing the move as a common ground technique known as the cross lock, if Xiao Jiajin managed to secure his arm, defeat would be inevitable. With this thought, he intertwined his right hand with his left. Fingers interlocked to prevent Xiao Jiajin from straightening his arm. He couldn't fathom how a rough-looking thug could execute such a precise technique. Fortunately, having some knowledge of combat, he was able to stave off defeat, though he had yet to break free from the hold. Noticing that Zhang Shan's left hand was immobile, Xiao Jiajin utilized one foot to push against Zhang Shan's right arm, leveraging his thigh to force their hands apart. Zhang Shan was now drenched in sweat. His fingers were merely intertwined, providing insufficient stability under pressure. Soon, his hands broke free, his left arm straightened, sending a jolt of pain through him, causing him to cry out. Yet, with his considerable size, he quickly twisted his body, throwing a punch at Xiao Jiajin's abdomen with his right hand. Xiao Jiajin retracted the leg that was pressing against Zhang Shan's neck, using his knee to block the blow. Zhang Shan perceived a glimmer of hope and relentlessly pounded his right fist toward Xiao Jiajin, who could only defend himself with his knee. For the crosslock to be effective, two key factors were essential. One must firmly control an opponent's arm while using the legs to pin down their neck and chest. Xiao Jiajin was forced to retract his leg to deflect Zhang Shan's strikes. He lost the grip of his right leg, allowing Zhang Shan to rise. With a powerful yank of his left arm, Zhang Shan flipped over, aiming to take control of Xiao Jiajin. Sensing this, Xiao Jiajin immediately extended his right foot to block him. Unable to close the distance, Zhang Shan kept launching punches at Xiao Jiajin. Xiao Jiajin shielded himself with his arms, maintaining distance with his right leg. Seizing an opportunity while Zhang Shan was distracted, Xiao Jiajin suddenly dropped his lifted leg, delivering a fierce kick to Zhang Shan's calf. Zhang Shan lost his balance again, teetering on the brink of falling when Xiao Jiajin capitalized on the momentum, maneuvering behind him and wrapping his right arm around Zhang Shan's neck, locking it with his left arm for added pressure. With a backward leap, he pulled both of them to the ground, executing a naked choke. Just as Xiao Jiajin was about to tighten his grip, he sensed something amiss. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that Zhang Shan had managed to place one hand in front of his neck, preventing the choke from fully taking effect. Although he had staved off Qiao Jiajin's advance, Zhang Shan was not without his own troubles. While protecting his vital areas, he found his hand trapped as well. In this moment, neither could escape, locked in a stalemate. "Hey that big guy." Qiao Jiajin gritted his teeth. "Are you ready to concede? Call me big brother, and I will let go. No. Even if I die at your hands, I will never concede." Zhang Shan tightened his muscles, searching for an opening, but Qiao Jiajin's grip was remarkably stable, leaving him unable to find a flaw. Chapter 47. Escape. As the onlookers gazed on in alarm, Dino slowly approached. "Gentlemen, cease this at once," he said flatly. "Even if you kill each other, it is of no concern. But please take this outside before you continue." The two men remained unyielding, completely dismissing Dino's presence. Gritting their teeth and exerting force. Observing the struggle, Dino decided against further persuasion. Instead, he bent down and effortlessly removed Qiao Jiajin's arm from around Zhang Shan's neck, then grasped Zhang Shan by the collar with one hand and Qiao Jiajin's arm with the other, tossing them aside like small stones, sending them crashing into the surrounding chairs. "I'm going to." Qiao Jiajin felt as though his bones were on the verge of breaking. On the other side, Zhang Shan fared no better, writhing on the ground in pain, his wounds bleeding profusely. "Curse it. One day I will skin that old bull alive." At this moment, the crowd hurried over to check on both men. "Hey, Qiao Jiajin, are you still alive?" Upon hearing this, Qiao Jiajin forced a smile, replying, "What do you think?" Tian and Lin Qing quickly joined them, helping Qiao Jiajin to his feet, while the bespectacled youth and old Lu assisted Zhang Shan. "You all right, Zhang Shan?" The bespectacled youth inquired. "I'm fine." Zhang Shan scratched his head, feeling discomfort from his injuries, but still managed to regain his composure, saying to the bespectacled youth, "It seems you were right. Those two are rather interesting, isn't it?" The bespectacled youth beamed with pride, as if he had received a compliment. "The tattooed guy is incredibly strong, and that one called Pian Ranzai is quite clever. They are undoubtedly formidable." Old Lu, however, stood to the side, continually scoffing, seemingly unconvinced by the bespectacled youth's words. "Come, let's talk more." Zhang Shan chuckled heartily, leading the two forward once more. Yet, before they had taken 3 steps, Dino placed a dark hand on Zhang Shan's shoulder. "Planning to stir trouble again?" Zhang Shan glanced at Dino and reassured him. "Don't worry, it's just a simple conversation." Dino pondered for a moment before retracting his hand. "Be careful. I'm watching you." In just a few steps, Zhang Shan faced Qixia and Qiao Jiajin once more. Qiao Jiajin stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Qixia. "Big guy, are you ready for a rematch after we step outside?" "Forget it." Zhang Shan scratched at the alarming wound on his chest. "I don't have the strength today. Let us save it for next time." Qiao Jiajin chuckled at Zhang Shan's response. "Since you're not here to fight, what do you want with us?" "That's quite unreasonable." Zhang Shan shook his head helplessly. "From the very beginning, I did not come to find you to fight. It was your brother who suddenly attacked me." Qiao Jiajin contemplated this and realized it was indeed true. "You're not here to fight us." Qixia regarded the man before him with curiosity. "Then what do you seek from us?" Zhang Shan turned to the bespectacled youth and old Lu, gesturing for them to retrieve something from their waists. They reluctantly produced cloth bags and handed them over, although old Lu appeared unwilling. He seemed to regard Zhang Shan with some caution and complied. Zhang Shan weighed the 2 bags in his hands before tossing them to Qixia. "A total of 38 dao for you." Qixia received the 2 bags in disbelief and opened them to find glistening golden spheres inside. "What does this mean?" Qiao Jiajin cast a dubious glance at Zhang Shan, remarking, "We have yet to determine a victor. Why would you bestow upon us the dao?" Zhang Shan turned to glance at the bespectacled individual and continued. "Moreover, this was agreed upon within the game. Those who wager must abide by the outcome." "Quite impressive." Qixia and Qiao Jiajin exchanged glances, uncertain of each other's intentions. "When I initially sought you out, it was not to cause trouble," Zhang Shan said, tapping his temple with a finger as he addressed Qixia. "The bespectacled one informed me that you defeated the black bear here. Is that true?" Qixia remained silent, maintaining a wary gaze on Zhang Shan. "Do not overthink it," Zhang Shan urged. "We are gathering a formidable group to escape this place. Would you two be interested in joining us?" "Not at all," Qixia replied. "Do not dismiss us so swiftly." Zhang Shan chuckled, giving Qixia a friendly pat on the shoulder. "You may wish to reconsider." "Indeed." The bespectacled one stepped forward, addressing Qixia and Qiao Jiajin. "Mr. Qiao, Mr. Pian, both of your skills are remarkable. We have a substantial chance of escaping together. Pian? Qixia thought he had misheard. Did you just call me that? Yes, the bespectacled one replied, realizing his error. Hasn't Mr. Qiao always referred to you as Pian Renzi? Qixia shook his head in resignation. Names are merely labels. You may call me as you wish, but I will not be joining you. Why so resolute? The bespectacled one inquired, perplexed, as the saying goes. Many hands make light work, and I have participated in the game with you, knowing you to be a trustworthy ally, if we were to collaborate. But I do not trust you, Qixia interjected. Furthermore, there can only be one person who escapes this place. What does it matter how many of you gather? In the end, will you not just be cannon fodder? Only one person can escape? The bespectacled one faltered slightly. What nonsense are you spouting? Why can only one person leave here? Is it not so? Qixia countered. Those animal masks mentioned it. Just as he was about to elaborate, he suddenly halted. Wait a moment. Why did he believe that only one could escape? Had someone stated such a thing? No, not at all. Ren Yang had once told Qixia that if they won the game, one among them would become a god. At that time, Qiao Zhejian had clearly asked Ren Yang, what happens if we do not win the game? The response had been, if we do not win, it would be quite unfortunate. There had been no mention of escaping this place. Could it be that I misunderstood? The term unfortunate carries much ambiguity. Whom was Ren Yang lamenting for? Himself or the participants? Qixia blinked, feeling as though he had grasped something profound. In this cursed place, aside from becoming a god and being obliterated, could there truly be an option to escape? Why do you believe you can escape together? Qixia asked. Naturally, because we have seen someone escape this place. Zhang Shan replied. What did you say? Qixia's eyes widened in disbelief. You claim to have seen someone escape from here? Indeed, Zhang Shan nodded. Though to be precise, we merely discovered that person's notes. This Qixia found the matter peculiar. You have only found notes, yet you conclude that the person escaped. Zhang Shan smiled and clarified, let me be clear. My friend, if you wish to join us, we can share this information with you. But for now, whether you believe it or not, that is all I have to say. Qixia began to comprehend Zhang Shan's implications, but he could not ascertain the veracity of the claims made. At that moment, a slightly plump girl approached after overhearing Zhang Shan's words and asked, Hey, do you still accept new members? I can do anything. Zhang Shan regarded her with a smile and replied, My dear, it is not that I do not wish to accept you, but our objective is to conquer all games. Do you possess the resolve to face the forthcoming dangers? The girl, upon hearing this, lowered her head in contemplation and after a moment replied, I can. Ha ha. Zhang Shan seemed incredulous, stepping closer to her. Do not overestimate yourself. Just focus on surviving. The girl, unable to persuade Zhang Shan, wore a disappointed expression. Noticing the silence that enveloped the room, Zhang Shan glanced at Qixia, pulled a scrap of paper from his pocket, dipped his finger in his own blood, and hastily sketched a rough map. This marks our location. He handed the scrap to Qixia. If you come to terms with your decision, you may find us. Qixia accepted the paper, still watching the three with caution, while Zhang Shan appeared unfazed. Wrapping an arm around the bespectacled one and limping towards the exit with the two bare arms they had collected. Hey! Qixia called out. Zhang Shan turned back, only to see a white object flying towards his face. He quickly reached out to catch it. It was a cloth bag. I've changed my mind. I will only take half, Qixia declared. I do not want the Tao from the bespectacled one. Zhang Shan stared at the bag in his hand, momentarily stunned, before bursting into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, how refreshing. The bespectacled one looked on in confusion. Huh? Why? I volunteered for this, you clearly said. I am a deceiver, Qixia stated coldly. Do not trust my words. But m or Pian, my name is Qixia. He interjected, do not call me Mr. Pian. It sounds dreadful. Qixia. Zhang Shan repeated the name, intrigued. Interesting. I shall remember you. With that, he tossed a bear's forelimb to the forward I throw. Qiao Zhejian jumped in surprise, but nonetheless caught the furry limb. Realizing it was exceptionally heavy, weighing at least 20 to 30 pounds, and was dripping with blood. Zhang Shan remarked, we three cannot consume so much, and it is cumbersome to carry. Please dispose of it for me. Dispose of it? Zhang Shan waved a hand dismissively as he turned to leave. Qixia and the others exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond to the bare limb, until Zhang Shan and the two others exited the room. After a moment, the stout boy approached. handing them 4 filthy cloth bags. Take these. Snapping back to reality, Qixia and the others accepted their respective rewards. This time, the Dao was abundant, so much so that they were momentarily at a loss. Thanks to Zhang Shan, they had also acquired long-awaited food. The slightly plump girl observed Qixia from a distance before cautiously approaching him. "Can I join you?" she asked tentatively. "All my teammates perished during the interview." Qixia seemed oblivious to her words, weighing the cloth bag in his hand, and addressed the 3. "Let us depart." With that, he turned towards the exit, leaving the girl standing awkwardly behind. Xiao Jiajin shrugged apologetically at the girl, saying, "Do not take offense. He is always like this." Seeing that Xiao Jiajin appeared approachable, the girl grasped his arm tightly, her face revealing her anxiety. "Please let me join you. I am so scared right now." This? Xiao Jiajin wore an apologetic smile. "Very well. Miss, perhaps you can tag along for now." "Hey, Xiao Jiajin." Qixia called from a distance, "We are leaving." Xiao Jiajin glanced at Qixia, noticing a slight frown on his face. "Oh, all right. I'm coming." It seemed he understood something, nodding as he turned back to the girl. "Miss, it cannot happen this time. Perhaps next time." With that, he followed Qixia, ignoring the girl entirely. The slightly plump girl watched them depart, her previously hurt expression turning cold and vengeful at that moment. Only she and the stout boy remained in the room, as all the participants had left. The stout boy glanced at her while cleaning up the fallen chairs. And after a while, he asked nonchalantly, "Are you still engaged in your old tricks?" "Indeed." The slightly plump girl nodded. "It is quite a pity. Our line of work is becoming increasingly difficult. Why can't you behave normally?" The stout boy questioned, "Is it not better for us to follow the directives together?" "Ha." The girl laughed in anger, stepping forward to grasp the stout boy's collar, her voice fierce. "On what grounds do you dare speak to me like that? When it comes to normal, how do you Zodiac members surpass us?" The stout boy turned his head aside, responding quietly, "At the very least, we are striving toward the same goal. Then let us each strive and see who is right." The slightly plump girl retorted, releasing her grip and turning towards the exit. Before departing, she added sternly, "Zhang Shan cannot remain. As for Qixia, I will devise a plan." Pian Renzi. After stepping outside, Xiao Jiajin cautiously glanced back and whispered, "What is going on? Does that woman pose a problem?" "I am uncertain, but it is highly likely," Qixia remarked. "It's prudent to exercise caution in such a place." "Can you read facial expressions?" Xiao Jiajin chuckled. "Given that woman's benevolent and gentle demeanor, I fail to discern any issues." "This is not merely a matter of facial features," Qixia countered, shaking his head. "Firstly, she claimed that all her teammates perished during the interview. If this is indeed true, she must have employed some extreme measures. Otherwise, I find it hard to believe that a frail woman could be the sole survivor among 9 individuals," Qixia continued. "Secondly, her ability to survive alone until now, coupled with her survival tactics in the game, is sufficient evidence that she is no ordinary person. It is highly probable that she approached us for the sake of our Dao." Upon hearing this, Xiao Jiajin nodded in sudden realization. "I see. I thought she was merely pitiable. Of course, I could be entirely mistaken." Qixia added, "I simply prefer not to trust others easily." After saying this, he turned back to the 3 and inquired, "By the way, may I borrow your Dao?" Chapter 49. The internet. Without hesitation, Xiao Jiajin handed over the cloth pouch at his waist, followed closely by Lin Qing. Tian glanced at the two, her expression somewhat awkward, yet recognizing her disadvantaged position, she ultimately relinquished her own cloth pouch after much contemplation. Qixia accepted all the pouches and seated himself nearby. Beginning to tinker with something before long, he discarded an empty pouch and stood up to address the trio. "We've managed to secure enough for 5 people, totaling 95 Dao. This number cannot be evenly divided among 4. We must add the one we initially had left, making a total of 96, which means each of us will receive 24. He extended the 3 cloth pouches forward, saying, "I've prepared them for you. Be sure to count them now, as I will not take responsibility later." Tian hurriedly reached for the pouch, opened it, and counted, confirming it indeed contained 24 Dao, without a single one missing. Lin Qing and Xiao Jiajin then reattached their pouches to their waists. "Aren't you going to count?" Qixia asked. "I could very well be a swindler. That's all right." Lin Qing shook her head. "If I find any missing later, I'll just snatch it from you." "Yes, let's not resort to such tactics." Xiao Jiajin waved his hand. "Where do we go next?" Qixia glanced at the bear's paw in Xiao Jiajin's possession, pondered for a moment, and said, "Let us find something to eat." The thoughts of the group were straightforward. If they could cook the bear's paw, it would suffice to fill their stomachs, regardless of its flavor. However, in this dilapidated city, locating the essentials for cooking proved to be exceedingly difficult. There was not a single clean water source, stove, pot, or lighter to be found. The group wandered through the abandoned buildings of the city for over an hour, yet remained empty-handed. Upon reaching a deserted restaurant, Xiao Jiajin finally reached his breaking point. "This won't do," he declared, tossing the bear's paw onto the ground and flexing his sore wrist. "Carrying around this hefty meat, we'll either starve or exhaust ourselves in the end. You've worked hard." Lin Qing smiled at Xiao Jiajin. "Would you like me to take a turn carrying it?" "No need for that," he replied. "I feel there is great potential here." Tiantian surveyed the restaurant, noting that the damage was not severe. Sure enough, with a little rummaging, they soon discovered an aluminum pot beneath a table. The pot appeared relatively clean, albeit slightly deformed. As for firewood, there was an abundance scattered around. Qi Xia observed the wrecked furniture and noted the lack of water and fire. "I'll check the kitchen," Tiantian stated, heading towards the back of the restaurant. "Perhaps there's water there." Qi Xia nodded slightly and began searching the room for other useful items. After a few seconds, he felt something was amiss and turned to Xiao Jiajin, saying, "Xiao Jiajin, you should accompany Tiantian. Be wary of the natives." "That makes sense," Xiao Jiajin agreed, nodding as he walked towards the kitchen. Yet, he had barely taken 3 steps when he heard Tiantian's voice from a distance. "Hey, what are you doing here?" "Sister, you're here too." The voice responding to Tiantian was that of a girl. Qi Xia and Xiao Jiajin rushed towards the kitchen, and upon opening the door, they found a plump young woman standing there. She reached out, affectionately linking arms with Tiantian, and addressed the group. "What a coincidence that you're all here." Qi Xia regarded the woman with a cold gaze, his expression betraying his displeasure. "Are you following us?" "Huh." The girl appeared incredulous. "How could that be? I was here first." Xiao Jiajin was equally perplexed, uncertain as to why this girl would deliberately wait for them here. "Are you searching for something?" the girl inquired. "Yes, we're looking for water and fire," Tiantian replied. "Water and fire? That's splendid. We have both here," the girl laughed. Under Qi Xia's cautious scrutiny, the woman led Tiantian to a cupboard, tiptoeing to open the door, revealing several plastic buckets filled with clean water. Then, she produced a lighter from her pocket. "See?" Qi Xia felt the entire situation was far too coincidental, almost as if it had been orchestrated. Tiantian, somewhat pleased, accepted the lighter from the woman and asked, "Little girl, are you really willing to lend this to us?" "Sister, don't be so polite," the girl replied with an innocuous smile. "We survivors should help each other." Tiantian felt an immediate fondness for this woman, expressing her gratitude repeatedly. "What do you want in return?" Qi Xia interjected. The slightly plump girl turned, bewildered. "What do I want? I don't want anything at all. I am just doing you a favor. I hope that is truly the case," Qi Xia said, choosing not to pursue further inquiries, hoping merely that she would not attempt to deceive him. "That brother is quite peculiar," the girl remarked, blinking her large eyes. "Why is he so wary of me? That's just his nature." "You'll get used to it," Tiantian replied with a smile. "Little girl, what is your name, sister? You can just call me Xiao Xiao." Lin Qing observed Xiao Xiao from the side, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. The girl's figure was slightly plump with broad shoulders, and she wore an oversized t-shirt, yet her cheeks appeared gaunt, creating a disconcerting contrast. "Xiao Xiao, why don't you stay and share a meal with us? We four can't finish that bear's paw." "Sure," Xiao Xiao nodded happily. Seeing that this girl named Xiao Xiao seemed intent on concealing something, Qi Xia chose not to press further, merely hoping she wouldn't overreach and attempt to mislead him. Xiao Jiajin gathered a few bricks to construct a rudimentary stove, tossing in some scrap wood to ignite it. Tiantian, with Xiao Xiao's assistance, cleaned the pot thoroughly and boiled a pot of water. Meanwhile, Qi Xia attended to the bear's paw. He had often cooked at home but had never prepared a bear's paw, so he treated it as he would a chicken. After briefly blanching it in hot water, he plucked the fur, removed the skin, and washed away the blood, firmly instructing Xiao Xiao to keep her distance from the ingredients, to which the others did not object. Xiao Jiajin retrieved a rusty kitchen knife from the kitchen, sharpened it slightly, and chopped the prepared bear's paw into 2 segments, tossing them directly into the pot. This was the best method they could devise for cooking, as the water in the pot gradually reached a boil, bubbling and hissing. The group sat together in silence, gazing at the iron pot. After a while, Lin Qing broke the silence, asking, "Will bear meat taste good? Delicious?" Xiao Zhejian replied promptly, "Haven't you ever had bear paw?" "Have you?" Tian Tian turned to inquire. "I was fortunate enough to try it once." Xiao Zhejian recounted, "The flavor is unforgettable. Should we ever escape this place, I must have it again." Tian Tian shook her head in exasperation. "You truly are a reckless adventurer." "Reckless adventurer?" Xiao Zhejian chuckled. "Tian Tian, are you serious? It's not like I went out to hunt bears. I could just dine at a restaurant. Eating bear paw is illegal," Tian Tian added. "No matter how delectable, would you risk imprisonment for it?" "What nonsense are you spouting?" Xiao Zhejian retorted dismissively. "Since when is eating bear paw illegal?" Tian Tian furrowed her brow, feeling that sometimes she and Xiao Zhejian were in sync, while at other times, they were worlds apart. "You really should spend more time online." She sighed. "Stop flaunting your ignorance as if it were a given. The web?" Xiao Zhejian scratched his head. "Are you referring to that internet that became popular a few years back?" Chapter 50. Bear Paw Lin Qing. Stirring the pot, nearly dropped her utensil at the mention of the term internet. She had only ever encountered the word in history books. Tiantian's eyes widened slightly, and she turned to Xiao Zhejian. Her expression grave. "Xiao Zhejian, you previously mentioned what year were you born? Didn't I just say?" 1979, Xiao Zhejian replied nonchalantly, scratching his nose with a finger. "What of it?" Tian Tian slowly rose to her feet, carefully meeting Xiao Zhejian's gaze. "You're not joking with me, are you? If you were truly born in 1979, you should be in your 40s this year." Upon hearing these words, Lin Jing was momentarily taken aback and turned to Tan, saying, "That seems incorrect." Qixia paid no heed to the debate among the others and instead served herself a bowl of meat. Xiao Jiaqing furrowed his brow, finding Tiantian's words rather perplexing. What's the matter with you? Have you lost your mind from hunger? How could a dashing young man like me possibly appear to be over 40? Indeed, he did not look 40. Considering his appearance and physical condition, it was inconceivable for him to be in his 40s. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao, having overheard the conversation, remained motionless like Qixia. Lin Jing slightly parted her lips and inquired, "Xiao Jiaqing, what year is it now?" Xiao Jiaqing, with a dubious expression, replied, "It's 2006. Turning his head, he noticed Tian Tian and Lin Jing staring at him in disbelief, which only deepened his confusion. "Why are you all looking at me like that?" Lin Jing sensed an inexplicable oddity surrounding the situation and turned to Tian, asking, "Tian, which year do you come from?" "I come from 2019. Tian Tian furrowed her brow, asking, "What on earth is going on?" Lin Jing felt utterly drained, slowly sitting down and stating, "Everyone, I hail from 2068. "What?" Xiao Jiaqing exclaimed, utterly shocked. 2068? After hearing this, Qixia silently nodded. Yes, she indeed resembled someone from the future. Everything suddenly made sense. In her era, masks were worn from childhood, becoming as commonplace as clothing from birth. Thus, her expression when not wearing a mask seemed peculiar, as if she were unclothed. With the rapid advancement of the internet, she was unfamiliar with what flyers were. Online advertisements were dazzling enough. Qixia shook her head quietly, surprised that the others had noticed this issue. This only added to the strangeness. Tiantian's lips trembled slightly as she spoke to everyone. "We may not originate from the same year, yet we have gathered on the same day. Could this truly be the work of God?" Upon hearing this, Lin Jing incredulously remarked, "If we do not come from the same day, then the earthquake we experienced prior to arriving here must also be different." After saying this, she turned to Xiao Jiaqing, "But in my memory, I've never heard of a major earthquake occurring in your region." "And you?" Tian Tian suddenly asked Qixia, "Which year do you come from?" "I come from 2022, Qixia replied. "What is happening here?" Xiao Jiaqing felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. "What a bizarre situation, right? You're so clever. Have you figured something out?" Qixia shook her head. None of the theoretical knowledge she possessed could explain the current circumstances. Why did everyone come from different time frames? Was God selecting these individuals at random, or was there an ulterior motive? What was the span of time among the participants? Regardless, we would only gather here for 10 days. Qixia glanced out at the dark red sky, her gaze resolute. "I don't care whether all of this is orchestrated by God. All I desire now is to fill my stomach and seek the Tao. Even if you are deeply concerned about this issue, I would advise against pursuing the truth." Upon hearing Qixia's words, everyone gradually settled down. Indeed, she was right. They needed to leave. Regardless of which era they hailed from, they shared a common goal: to escape this cursed place and return to their original lives. Spending days investigating the issue of time frames would only divert them from their objective. The five of them fetched small bowls from the restaurant, and each filled their bowl with meat soup. Their expressions still somewhat awkward. The mysteries of this place seemed to envelop them in layers, and there were many things they wished to clarify. But as Qixia had said, seeking the truth would inevitably waste a great deal of time. What was more important, the truth or escape? Indeed, no more pondering. Tian sighed. Haven't we experienced enough of the incredible already? Lin Jing and Xiao Jiaqing exchanged looks, both shaking their heads in resignation. Tian picked up an old frying ladle, gently tearing off some meat from the bear's paw, placing portions into each person's bowl. The bear's paw had been stewed to the point of tenderness. A light touch caused the meat to separate from the bone. A rich aroma wafted through the air, accompanied by the steaming, savory juices that tantalized everyone's nostrils. Xiao gazed intently at her bowl, devouring the remnants of meat as if oblivious to everything around her. What have you done? Qixia stared at Xiao, questioning, have you poisoned it? Despite her words, a hint of doubt lingered in Qixia's mind. Xiao consumed the bear meat with an unparalleled appetite. If it were truly poisoned, why was she unaffected? Qixia, listen, the bell has rung, Xiao remarked nonchalantly. The bell has rung, what does that mean? Qixia inquired. It means I wish to propose a condition, Xiao declared as she set down her empty bowl and rose to her feet. A condition? Qixia looked at the slightly plump woman before him with disbelief. He had initially thought her merely cunning, yet she seemed far more formidable than he had anticipated. The balance of power had shifted entirely in her favor, leaving him without the option to refuse. What condition do you wish to discuss? Qixia asked. Do not collect Dao any further, Xiao replied. Settle here in peace. What? Qixia had considered numerous possibilities, yet this was one he had never envisioned. She was not here for Dao at all? You want me to live here in peace? Qixia attempted to rise, only to find his limbs unresponsive, and he could only lay on the ground, gritting his teeth in fury. Why the hell would I want to live here? Xiao wiped her hands on her pants, then approached the four individuals nearby, removing the Dao from their waists. Finally, she squatted beside Qixia, her expression devoid of emotion as she stated, because you are too strong, and you have the potential to collect a sufficient quantity of Dao. Isn't that a good thing? Qixia gritted his teeth, declaring, I will unravel the mystery of this cursed place and lead everyone out. No, I cannot allow that to happen. Xiao calmly shook her head. I will not permit anyone to succeed in collecting. I must protect this place. If you continue to be obstinate, I will ensure you come to regret it. I see. Qixia snorted disdainfully. You appear to be a rational person, yet you are truly a madwoman. Do you wish for me to exist here like those soulless beings forever? Has no one informed you that this cursed place has but 10 days left to live? It is destined for obliteration. Destined for obliteration? Xiao nodded, seemingly unperturbed by this revelation. Then let me rephrase. I want you to quietly await annihilation in these days, and you are forbidden from collecting. You. Madwoman, Qixia slowly articulated. What will you do if I refuse? Will you kill me? Perhaps, she replied. Yet you won't. Why is that? Because you have the chance to kill me right now, Qixia stated. You could have easily ended my life. Yet you choose to negotiate with me. What is your reasoning? Upon hearing this, Xiao furrowed her brow and turned away to remove the pot, tossing all the Dao into the flames. Hey! Qixia shouted. What is wrong with you? As the fire crackled, the Dao they had fought for turned to S8. That moment, Xiao turned back, sorrow etched on her face as she said to Qixia, I do not kill you because I hope that one day you will join us. Qixia felt utterly incapable of communicating with this woman named Xiao. Do you not understand? There are only 10 days left. After 10 days, everything will vanish. What do you mean by joining you in some future day? After a pause, he asked, and who are you? Qixia, Xiao replied. After 10 days, you will understand everything about this place and these people. She gestured to the 3 individuals lying on the ground, telling Qixia, they are insignificant. Their deaths mean nothing. But you are different. You must live here. Stop it, Qixia insisted. You cannot possibly know how much they mean to me. Xiao hesitated, as if struck by inspiration. I can prove to you that their deaths are inconsequential. What are you going to do? Without further ado, Xiao removed her outer garment, revealing a sports tank top underneath. In that moment, Qixia realized that this woman was far from merely slightly plump. Her muscle mass exceeded that of Qiao Jiajin, her abdominal muscles well-defined, and her arms resembling stone pillars. When he first encountered her, her broad shoulders had led him to mistakenly perceive her as overweight. Though her face appeared gaunt, no one could have fathomed the robust muscles hidden beneath that oversized t-shirt. Chapter 52. The extreme path. Xiao Xiao casually shattered a table, picked up a wooden plank adorned with nails, and slowly approached Qiao Jiajin. Hey, Qixia sensed impending doom. What are you planning to do? Wait a moment. These people are dead, and they are dead for good, Xiao Xiao asserted. I will prove it to you. No, Qixia shouted anxiously. I understand. I will comply with what you say. Just put that down. Xiao Xiao, as though deaf to his pleas, slowly raised the wooden plank. Hey, I agree to your conditions. You do not need to prove anything to me. Witnessing Xiao Zhao's deranged demeanor, Qixia hurriedly called out to Qiao Jiajin. Hey, Qiao Jiajin, stop playing dead and get up. No sooner had he spoken than the wooden plank descended, the nail-laden side piercing Qiao Jiajin's skull. Long live the extreme path, she said with a smile. Qiao Jiajin trembled violently, limbs convulsing several times before falling silent. Hey, Qiao Jiajin, Qixia's eyes widened, his lips moving. Speak, Qiao Jiajin. What the hell are you pretending for? The bears couldn't kill you. How could a nail possibly do the trick? Qixia received no response from Qiao Jiajin. Instead, he was met with the sight of spreading bloodstains. He understood that a nail driven into the brain would leave no one alive. Qiao Jiajin was dead. Qiao, Qixia stared in disbelief at the scene before him, his mind echoing a single thought. You have brains, I have strength. Shall we cooperate? Qixia, look, Xiao Xiao said with a smile. Their deaths are inconsequential. Qixia suddenly screamed in agony, a searing pain surging through his mind. His limbs regained sensation, but he could only clutch his head and writhe on the ground. Noticing Qixia's sudden ability to move, Xiao Xiao paused momentarily. The duration of this headache felt interminable, as if the nail had not pierced Qiao Jiajin but rather lodged itself in his own brain, stirring his very essence and driving him to despair. After 2 minutes, the pain abruptly ceased, and he stood expressionless. Impressive, Qixia, Xiao Xiao remarked with a smile. Can you disregard my echo? I advise you to know when to stop, Qixia replied coldly. If there is something to be done, let it be directed at me. No, Xiao Xiao countered. I must make you understand that these individuals can be killed at will, and you can kill them as well. Why would I kill them? Qixia's eyes were frigid, his demeanor utterly devoid of emotion. I am not like you madmen. Do not conflate me with your kind. It seems you still do not comprehend, Xiao Xiao sighed, shaking her head in resignation. With a swift motion, she removed the nailed plank from Qiao Jiajin's head, shaking off the blood. Once I have killed them all, you will naturally understand. With that, she strode directly toward Tian Tian. Madwoman, enough already. Qixia's lips moved. We have fought tooth and nail to survive until now. What right do you have to decide our fates? That is precisely why I say it is meaningless. Xiao Xiao raised the wooden plank once more. This time, Qixia did not grant her the opportunity. He charged forward, intending to knock her down. Yet, under the immense force, she remained unfazed. Qixia had no choice but to alter his approach, wrapping his arms around her waist, which felt as solid as a load-bearing wall, and attempting to push her back. Xiao Xiao staggered 2 steps back, her expression turning grave. Qixia, I am genuinely trying to help you, yet you remain obstinate. It is disheartening. Xiao Xiao shook her head, gripping Qixia's neck, and then casually tossed him aside as though he were a mere dog. Qixia crashed against the wall, a painful cry escaping him. He realized that the woman before him possessed extraordinary strength, likely honed through rigorous training. Long live the extreme path, Xiao Xiao chuckled, and the wooden plank descended once more, piercing Tian Tian's skull. Qixia heard Tian Tian's voice echo in his mind. I came here simply because I was unwelcome elsewhere. The excruciating pain tore through him once again, and Qixia clutched his head, howling in anguish. Tian Tian was dead. Qixia felt as though his mind would shatter. Darkness enveloped his vision, and his consciousness began to fade. Just before losing consciousness, he heard the resounding toll of a bell in the distance. Xia, look, Yunyan said, holding up a tattered shirt as if to boast to Qixia. Look here. She extended her fair finger to point at the pocket on the shirt's chest. Where a cartoon sheep was stitched, I've mended the tear for you. My skills are quite good, aren't they? Indeed, quite impressive. Qixia nodded as he devoured instant noodles. But why not buy a new one? Gotta save some money, Yunyin smiled and said. Once we have money in the future, you can buy as many as you like. For now, let's make do. Qixia paused slightly upon hearing this. Put down her instant noodles and replied, Shaoan, we will soon have money. If my order succeeds, we will have 2 million, I believe. Why? Yunyin nodded with a smile. Xia, there are many paths in this world, and everyone has their own. I believe you will surely succeed, Dangmem. Qixia nodded, feeling particularly reassured. She wanted to say something more to Yunyin, but suddenly noticed the sky outside. A dull red sky hung above, dominated by a yellowish sun. Qixia blinked, sensing something was amiss. What is happening? She turned back to look at Yunyin, only to find her face had transformed into Xiao Zhao's. Xiao Zhao smiled and mouthed, Long live the extreme path. In the next moment, 2 figures appeared behind Xiao Zhao, unmistakably Qiao Jiajin and Tiantian. Blood and brain matter streamed from their foreheads as they stared at Qixia with a sinister gaze, filled with resentment and unwillingness. You all. Qixia suddenly felt a wave of terror and immediately tumbled off her chair, rushing out the door. She needed to escape this haunted place. This was all a nightmare. However, when she opened her room's door, a deeper despair washed over her. Outside was an endless corridor lined with countless doors, from which people wearing animal masks were continuously emerging. Qixia! Qixia! A flurry of anxious voices pulled Qixia back. She slowly opened her eyes, discovering Lin Qing's clean face before her. Qixia furrowed his brow, feeling an excruciating headache. What is happening? Lin Qing's eyes were filled with tears as she sobbed. I was really scared. I thought you were dead like Qiao Jiajin and Tiantian. Only then did Qixia recall the horrifying experience, dazedly rising to his feet, glancing at the bodies of Qiao Jiajin and Tiantian not far away. Momentarily lost in thought. Although this was not a dream, it was a reality far more terrifying. Qixia, what on earth is happening? Lin Qing choked on her words. Who killed them? Qixia did not respond. Instead, he looked at Lin Qing with a blank expression, asking, Why are you still alive? Chapter 53. A new objective. Lin Qing was visibly taken aback by this. What do you mean, why am I still alive? She gradually took a step back, sensing that Qixia appeared somewhat dangerous. What are you going to do? Upon noticing Lin Qing's reaction, Qixia seemed to understand something and slowly walked over to Qiao Jiajin and Tiantian's side. Qixia.do, you know something? Lin Qing asked with a trembling voice. What on earth happened? Qixia crouched down, staring at these 2 comrades he had only known for 2 days, his heart a tumult of emotions. Though feeling despondent, every time he recalled the moments spent with them, it felt as if a worm was trying to break free from his mind, causing him excruciating pain. Lin Qing looked at Qixia with fear. Speak. You. The woman named Xiao Xiao killed them, Qixia said softly. I will make her pay in blood. Xiao Xiao. Lin Qing blinked in disbelief. Is she the girl we encountered before? Qixia gently touched Tiantian's forehead, where a small hollow had formed. This was the mark left by a nail piercing through. Tiantian had once stated that she could die here. Yet now, she didn't even know how she had met her demise. But I don't understand why, Lin Qing said. Why did she kill Qiao Jiajin and Tiantian? Qixia paused slightly before responding. I also want to know why she did this. I want to know even more. Why she didn't kill you, and no wonder you would ask me that. Lin Qing seemed to grasp Qixia's implication, but I don't know why I survived either. Even if you suspect me, I cannot prove my innocence. When I first awakened, I did suspect you, but now I have no doubts. After all, you seemed afraid I would kill you, which is not the expression of a conspirator. Qixia cast one last reluctant glance at Qiao Jiajin and Tiantian before slowly standing up. You thought I killed them, right? Lin Qing lowered her head in frustration. Indeed, after all, only the 2 of us survived. The murderer must be. Qixia paid no heed, continuing, Xiao Xiao told me to give up searching for the Tao, but I have no intention of heeding her. Lin Qing furrowed her brow, carefully processing this statement, and couldn't help but ask, she told you to give up searching for the Tao? Why? I don't know. Qixia shook his head. It seems they are part of an organization, and if I am not mistaken, they are trying to prevent others from collecting the Tao. That's too strange, Lin Qing said, reaching for her waist. Ah, where is my Tao? After saying this, she looked at Xia's waist and then down at Xiao Jijin and Tiantian's waists. Everyone's Dao was gone. That's exactly what I wanted to tell you. Xia murmured, that woman is not collecting Dao. She is destroying it. Afterward, Xia pointed to the extinguished furnace not far away and said to Lin Qing, I saw her burn our Dao with my own eyes. But that doesn't make sense. Lin Qing seemed confused. Did you not say before that the judges would never allow such things as killing to seize the Dao to happen? Xia pondered for a moment before answering, that woman named Xiao Xiao is very clever, or rather, she is well versed in the rules here. First, as I said, she did not seize the Dao. She merely destroyed it. Second, when she took or destroyed the Dao, Xiao Jijin and Tiantian were still alive. From any angle, she did not violate the rules. This means that killing is permitted, but seizing the Dao is not. Lin Qing lowered herself, her expression deeply sorrowful. She sat down on the ground, asking Xia, now we don't have a single Dao left. Even if we wanted to participate in the game, we can't, right? Xia looked at Lin Qing and said blandly, do you care so much about whether to participate in the game? I didn't feel you wanted to leave here before. Lin Qing nodded, yes, I had no interest in this place whatsoever, but now I must return to confirm something. Confirm something? That's right. Lin Qing looked at Xia with seriousness. I need to return to the real world to confirm something. Xia gazed into Lin Qing's eyes for 3 seconds, as if assessing whether she was lying. After a moment, he slowly rose and said, Lin Qing, regardless of the circumstances, we should part ways. Part ways? Yes, part ways, Xia nodded. That woman is after me. Continuing to follow me will put you in great danger. Lin Qing also stood up, replying, I cannot leave. I must act alongside you, or I won't be able to confirm that matter when I return to reality. Xia paused slightly, asking, the matter you speak of, does it involve me? Yes, is your interest in me also because of that matter? Xia inquired. Yes. What exactly is it? Xia rarely encountered a situation he could not comprehend at all. This girl named Lin Qing intrigued him greatly. I'm sorry. I truly cannot say. Lin Qing shook her head. You only need to remember, we are not enemies. Xia fell silent for a moment. Then earnestly advised, being with me may lead to your death. Lin Qing appeared hesitant but replied, I'm prepared to take a gamble. Perhaps I want to die, and I might get out of here. Seeing Lin Qing so resolute, Xia ceased his persuasion. He slowly walked to the door and glanced at the darkening sky. In that case, let's gamble together. Xia said, we haven't lost all Dao. There is still one stored with an acquaintance. You mean, Lin Qing suddenly realized, Officer Li will give you the Dao? He will. Xia paused before adding, but his 3 teammates will not. Then what should we do? Xia shifted his gaze to Xiao Jijin on the ground. Gritting his teeth as he said, I will plead with them. I must obtain that Dao. As long as I continue playing the game, that woman named Xiao Xiao will definitely appear again. I cannot allow Xiao Jijin and Tiantian to die without reason. With that, he picked up the remaining bear meat along with the pot and pushed the door open to step outside, with Lin Qing closely following. By this time, the sky had darkened considerably, and the city was filled with the sounds of insects, the chirping of crickets resonating everywhere. We need to hurry, Xia said. I hope they will appreciate this bear meat. Lin Qing glanced up at Xia once more, feeling an emptiness within her. The man before her seemed devoid of emotion, indifferent to the deaths of others. Chapter 54. Turbulent times for men and women. The two of them carried a worn aluminum pot as they traversed the city. Xia had never imagined that a city devoid of lights could be darker than the wilderness itself. After merely a brief walk of several minutes, the sky darkened ominously, as if ink had been spilled across its expanse. The surrounding chorus of rustling insects filled Xia with a sense of unease. Lin Qing, are you still there? Xia inquired. I am, Lin Qing replied. Please slow down a bit. Be careful not to fall. I cannot afford to slow down any further, Xia remarked, glancing at the dimming light. It was still just barely possible to discern the path ahead. We must hurry to the convenience store. Hold on to my clothing. Lin Qing nodded, reaching out to grasp Xia's garment. Relying on their memories, they walked for another 20 minutes before finally arriving at the square where they had previously descended. Fortunately, the area was relatively open, allowing them to make out the outlines of their surroundings. Heading eastward through the square, they soon spotted a shop glowing with firelight. That must be the convenience store. They thought that there's a fire. Lin Qing mused, puzzled. How did they manage to find a source of fire? It dawned on her that a female shop attendant was present, and when the crowd encountered her, She would have been cooking, likely borrowing the fire from another source. The two ventured through the darkness towards the flickering light, ultimately reaching the entrance of the convenience store. Strangely, the Minotaur that had previously stood outside the restaurant across the street had vanished. "Officer Li, Lawyer Zhang, are you there?" Lin Qing tentatively called out. "Xiao Ran? Dr. Zhao?" There was a clear rustling noise from within, yet no one responded. "What's going on?" Just as Lin Qing was about to step inside to investigate, Qi Xia restrained her. "Stay back. I'll go in first," he whispered. Accompanied by the incessant chirping of insects, the two entered the store. However, as Qi Xia crossed the threshold, a wooden board hurtled towards his face. Fortunately, he had been on guard and swiftly dodged, narrowly evading this lethal blow. Lin Qing gasped, quickly steadying Qi Xia. "Are you all right?" Only then did they realize that the figure wielding the wooden board was none other than Dr. Zhao. With Xiao Ran following closely behind him, Dr. Zhao glanced at Qi Xia and then at Lin Qing, finally managing a faint smile. So it's you two. I thought it was someone else." Qi Xia scrutinized the two, his expression a mix of confusion and concern. Dr. Zhao was clad in a white lab coat, completely bare beneath it, as if he had wrapped it around himself like a trench coat. His demeanor visibly awkward. Behind him, Xiao Ran's hair was disheveled, her clothes in disarray, and her makeup smudged. They resembled a couple who had just been robbed, clinging tightly to one another. Qi Xia began to comprehend the situation before him. Yet he was perplexed as to how it had come to this. Qi Xia, please don't misunderstand," Dr. Zhao said with a nervous smile. "Xiao Ran mentioned that she seemed to be injured, and I was merely helping her check." "What are you explaining for?" Xiao Ran interjected, elbowing Dr. Zhao. "Are you even a man?" Qi Xia shook his head. "I don't wish to involve myself in your affairs. Where are Officer Li and Lawyer Zhang?" Dr. Zhao's expression turned awkward again. "They went out to investigate the area during the day and haven't returned yet." "What?" Qi Xia furrowed his brow. "They still haven't returned?" The night had fully descended. And Officer Li had mentioned he would survey the nearby regions, so it was unlikely they would remain outside for long. Their absence raised grave concerns. Had they met their demise, or perhaps were they lying? Qi Xia slowly stepped further into the room, surveying the surroundings. Although the floor remained filthy and disordered, there were no signs of fresh blood or evidence of a struggle. A dim campfire flickered within, and not far from it lay the corpse of Han Yimo, casting an atmosphere that was both ambiguous and eerie. Qi Xia turned to the two who appeared guilty and slowly asked, "Aren't you all on the same team? They didn't return at night, yet you seem unconcerned, even finding time to amuse yourselves here?" "Well, that worrying does no good," Dr. Zhao replied. "It's so dark. We can't go out to search. So we must wait until morning." "Who are you to tell me what to do?" Xiao Ran snapped. "When did it become your place to worry about our team?" Qi Xia offered no retort, instead moving towards the staff break room, gently pushing the door open. Inside, the female attendant crouched in the corner, facing the wall, murmuring something to herself. It appeared she had remained there unmoving. Qi Xia closed the door and turned back to Dr. Zhao. As he was the more communicative of the two, "Is Dao still here?" Qi Xia asked. Dr. Zhao's expression shifted to one of clear wariness. "Qi Xia, what exactly are you here for?" "I came to borrow Dao," Qi Xia stated. "The Dao I left here during the day. I wish to borrow it for a time and will return it in full afterward." "Borrow Dao?" Dr. Zhao pondered briefly, then scrutinized Qi Xia's disheveled, blood-stained clothes. "What about your own Dao? What happened to that thug and the prostitute?" "They have names," Lin Qing interjected. "Please don't refer to them in that manner, no?" Dr. Zhao acknowledged dismissively. "What a lofty stance you're taking." Xiao Ran adjusted her clothing and stepped forward. "They didn't end up participating in the game and dying, did they?" Qi Xia's expression darkened, and he nodded slightly. "Pretty much, ha." Xiao Ran let out a derisive laugh, her tone mocking. "Weren't you adamant about collecting 3,600 Dao to leave? Now you've gotten your teammates killed and come to borrow ours." Qi Xia raised his gaze to regard her, his voice flat. "While the situation is indeed as you say, I advise you to tread carefully." Dr. Zhao hurriedly intervened, attempting to mediate. "Let us not escalate things. We can discuss this calmly. Afterward," he turned to Qi Xia. "It's not that we don't want to lend it to you. It's just that Officer Li took Dao with him." "Took it with him?" Qi Xia paused momentarily. "Yes." Dr. Zhao gestured towards the restaurant across the way. "After you left, they went there to participate in the game and, it seems, they won. Afterward, They went somewhere else. Qixia followed Dr. Zhao's pointing finger and quickly spotted a discrepancy. What do you mean it seems they won? You were so close, yet you didn't even know if they won or lost? Well, Dr. Zhao furrowed his brow, forcing a laugh. Originally, Xiao Ran didn't want them to take Dao with them, but Officer Li insisted on checking it out. They had differing opinions and ended up arguing. We couldn't intervene, so we let them go, considering that no one wants to accompany them on such a foolhardy venture. Let them go. Qixia's eyes widened in disbelief as he seized Dr. Zhao by the collar with considerable force. Hey! Xiao Ran gasped, rushing towards Qixia. Qixia sidestepped and deftly tripped her, causing her to crash to the ground in a rather humiliating manner. Taking a deep breath, Qixia glared at Dr. Zhao. Seething with anger, I had been courteous to you out of respect for Officer Li, yet you all had the audacity to go your separate ways. Chapter 55. The insect's call Lin Xing was taken aback by Qixia's sudden aggression and hurried to restrain him. Qixia, please calm down. She was bewildered by his uncharacteristic volatility. Qixia remained steadfast, gripping Dr. Zhao's collar tightly, his teeth clenched. How can I stay calm? Do you have any idea how many people I've seen perish in front of me today? Lin Xing bowed her head in silence. Indeed, from the onset with the human rat to the tragic ends of Qiao Jiajin and Tian Tian, they had been through far too many harrowing brushes with death. It's no wonder, Qixia continued, that your first instinct upon hearing someone enter is to strike with a wooden board. You know Officer Li and Lawyer Zhang are never coming back, don't you? Dr. Zhao's face betrayed a flicker of panic. No, Qixia, listen to me. I had no choice. They truly wanted to throw their lives away. Throw their lives away? Qixia scoffed. You've never stepped outside that door. So you know nothing of this place. Officer Li must have spoken with the Minotaur across the street, realizing that the games here do not lead to death and may, in fact, yield Dao. Which is why he took Lawyer Zhang with him. What? Dr. Zhao's expression shifted to one of confusion, genuinely hearing this information for the first time. It doesn't lead to death. How can that be? At that moment, Xiao Ran had risen from the floor, wiping the grime from her face, her anger palpable as she turned back towards Dr. Zhao. Zhao Haiba, what are you still doing standing there? They're already bullying us. But Dr. Zhao's expression was clearly troubled. Useless, Xiao Ran exclaimed in frustration. How can you be so ineffectual? Qixia glanced between Xiao Ran and Dr. Zhao, feeling a wave of despondency wash over him. He realized he had no time to waste entangled in their disputes. With that thought, he quietly released his grip. Qixia was now utterly lost. Where could Officer Li and Lawyer Zhang be? Had they encountered a zodiac that began with the character D? Had they participated in a life-or-death game? Were they still alive? The incessant chirping of insects outside grew louder, echoing as if a cricket were perched just outside the door, making it impossible to gather his thoughts. Qixia, what should we do? Lin Xing asked, her face etched with sorrow. Qixia lifted his head and inquired of Dr. Zhao, did they mention where they were going? A flicker of hope lingered in his heart. Officer Li was known for his prudence. If he truly intended to leave, he would likely have left behind a trace. No. Dr. Zhao shook his head, but I did observe them walking to the right after participating in the bullhead game across the street. To the right? Qixia glanced at the pitch-black sky outside, mentally calculating. Officer Li should not have traveled too far. He merely sought to distance himself from these two individuals. After all, he had confided in Qixia that he hoped to meet again one day to exchange information. If that were the case, he would likely remain active in the vicinity, possibly at the nearest game room, apart from the restaurant across the street. With a general direction in mind, Qixia felt reassured. Although the night was dark, he was resolute in not remaining in the same place as these two. He picked up a wooden stick from inside the room and slowly approached Han Yimo's lifeless body. Whispering, brother, even in death there is no peace. I apologize for your suffering. What are you planning to do? Xiao Ran asked irritably. Qixia did not respond. Instead, he tore a fragment of fabric from Han Yimo's clothing and wrapped it around the end of the stick. He then smeared some dry filth on the stick surface. Once completed, he walked over to the flames in the room and ignited the side with the fabric, crafting a rudimentary torch. Lin Xing, I intend to venture out in search of them. Qixia declared, I am unsure of the dangers that may lurk outside, but I refuse to stay here. Will you wait until dawn? Regardless of whether I find them or not, I shall return for you. Upon hearing this, Lin Xing turned to glance at Xiao Ran and Dr. Zhao, shaking her head. No, I will accompany you. With that, She lifted the pot containing bear meat and positioned herself beside Qixia. What is this? Dr. Zhao finally noticed the worn aluminum pot, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. This is... Lin Qing hesitated before shaking her head. Nothing? Is it food? Dr. Zhao stepped forward eagerly. Did you find something to eat? Xiao Ran's expression shifted as well. Yes, there's something to eat. Their gazes transformed, resembling those of famished beasts rather than humans. Qixia pulled Lin Qing back behind him, positioning her between them and the two others, and spoke slowly. I'm afraid this is not for you. Bisa Dr. Zhao stammered. No, Brother Xia. We may have overstepped earlier. Please do not take it to heart. Indeed, Xiao Ran forced a smile. Who doesn't bicker? Besides, as a man, would you truly be angry with a woman like me? I was merely jesting. Exactly, Dr. Zhao chimed in. There's plenty in that pot. We want to consume it all. Qixia's expression darkened once more as he replied. What's in that pot was earned through great effort by Qiao Jijin. You may inquire with him. If he permits it, I shall have no objections. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ran's face shifted dramatically, and after a brief pause, she lunged towards the pot. Qixia had anticipated this move and could only let out a resigned sigh as he restrained her. What's this? No longer deceiving but resorting to stealing. Qixia remarked with a hint of mockery. There is no such thing as a lawless land in this world. I advise you to think carefully. There was once a police officer among your ranks. Yu Qixia snorted, pushing Xiao Ran aside as he stepped outside, torch in hand, with Lin Qing closely following. At that moment, Xiao Ran and Dr. Zhao realized what it meant for a cooked duck to fly away. The pot of fragrant food lay before them, yet they could not even touch it. Oh, not leave, Xiao Ran shouted, racing after Qixia. Outside, the world was enveloped in darkness, save for the flickering torchlight and the sound of insects. To Xiao Ran's surprise, Qixia and Lin Qing stood quietly 3 paces away, their backs turned to her, utterly still. Huh? Moments later, she observed Qixia and Lin Qing slowly retreating a step. Hey, what's wrong with you? Xiao Ran asked. Lin Qing turned her head stiffly, resembling a robot, her eyes filled with terror. She pressed a finger to her lips, signaling silence. Are you out of your mind? Xiao Ran snapped. If you want to leave. Fine, just leave the pot. After uttering this, Xiao Ran sensed something was amiss. The light from Qixia's torch illuminated a small area, revealing something moving in the dim glow. In the next instant, Xiao Ran's eyes widened in horror as she beheld a gaunt, almost inhuman figure, a naked man, stark white all over. He crawled on all fours in an unsettling manner. His legs splayed behind him. 2 hollow eye sockets adorned his sunken face, and his lips curled as he emitted a sound. Rustle. 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 Chapter 56. Sitting just as Xiao Ran was about to scream, Dr. Zhao swiftly covered her mouth from behind. The scream morphed into a muffled whimper, trapped in her throat. Dr. Zhao, curious about the silence from the 3 who had just exited, stepped out to witness this bizarre scene, nearly losing his composure. The 4 of them stood frozen, silently observing this creature that resembled a cricket. It moved swiftly like an insect, altering directions incessantly as if searching for something, occasionally raising its head to peer around with its gaping eye sockets. Its neck twisted unnaturally, reminiscent of an insect's rapid movements. Suddenly, it leapt high and bounded towards the wall of the convenience store. Qixia hurriedly raised his torch to illuminate the area, determined to keep track of its movements. Losing sight of the target in such darkness was the gravest error. However, the moment the flame illuminated the wall, even Qixia, with his steely nerves, felt his legs weaken as he nearly collapsed. The wall was swarming with these people. A glance revealed at least a dozen of them, scuttling rapidly along the surface. As the light shone upon them, they seemed to sense something amiss and scurried back into the darkness. They resembled crickets, cockroaches, and spiders. Anything but human. Qixia felt every hair on his body stand on end. As he and Lin Qing had made their way to the convenience store in the dark, they were constantly surrounded by the sound of rustling. That rustling had not been insects but rather individuals. The realization that the ground beneath them and the walls nearby were teeming with such entities was beyond terrifying. A cold sweat trickled down Qixia's brow as he slowly turned back, waving his hand to signal the others. They understood his intent and began to retreat slowly. Qixia kept his torch trained on the creatures on the wall, carefully backing away with the others until they reached the corner of the room. The cold, mottled wall provided them with a fleeting sense of safety. What on earth are those things? Xiao Ran trembled as she asked. They are human, Dr. Zhao responded, then quickly shook his head. No human bones could never move like that. They must be insects. Qixia took a deep breath and stated, last night, I also heard rustling sounds, indicating that these things did not just appear today. They have been here all along. He turned to Lin Qing, his expression graved. We were exceedingly fortunate. We did not step on any of them along the way. Lin Qing nodded, still visibly shaken. The four fell into silence. Before witnessing such a terrifying sight, perhaps they could have slept soundly that night. Yet now, none dared to close their eyes, leaning against the wall and vigilantly watching the door, ever wary of those creatures attempting to break into the night, devoid of sleep and sound, stretched on interminably. They stood by the wall for what felt like half the night, their bodies aching. Gradually, they began to notice a peculiar pattern. The insects outside seemed disinterested in invading this brightly lit space. Qixia mulled over the rules governing this place, rationalizing their behavior. Regardless of how bizarre they appeared, even with blood streaming from their eyes, they were still merely insects. If these insects were akin to the staff, they would undoubtedly play their roles to perfection. With this thought, Qixia gradually sat down, stretching his sore limbs. Seeing someone take the lead, the other three followed suit, but remained tense. Qixia, what shall we do? Lin Qing asked. Qixia stroked his chin and replied, let us sleep. Sleep? Just a little. To conserve our strength, Qixia found a clean wooden board and laid it beside Lin Qing. After dawn, we will set off to find Officer Li. But those outside, don't worry, Qixia said nonchalantly. They won't come in as long as we stay put. For now, there is no danger. Lin Qing nodded cautiously, much like a child, and then lay down. Qixia also approached a corner, found a clean wooden board to cover the pot, and sat on it, pressing down on the pot. Xiao Ran and Dr. Zhao exchanged glances, looking at each other and then at Qixia and Lin Qing. How could they possibly sleep? Even if they could ignore the insects outside, Xiao Ran had always felt that Qixia was a dangerous person. In the story he had told, he was a con man who had swindled 2 million. How could such a person be good? Would they wake up the next morning, only to have mysteriously perished again? Qixia was completely indifferent to Xiao Ran and Dr. Zhao's expressions, leaning back against the wall with his eyes closed. To him, whether these two were sleepless or not was of no concern. Lin Qing, lying on the board, glanced at Qixia in the corner and felt a twinge of pity. She shifted over and said, Qixia, the board is large enough. You should lie down too. Qixia lifted his eyelids slightly and replied, no need. I am accustomed to sleeping while sitting. Sleeping while sitting? Lin Qing pondered for a moment, then stood up, moved the board closer to Qixia, and lay back down, continuing, then you can sit beside me while you sleep. Qixia did not refuse. Compared to Xiao Ran and Dr. Zhao, Lin Qing left a relatively good impression on him. Lying on the board, Lin Qing curiously looked at Qixia and asked, why are you accustomed to sleeping while sitting? Qixia raised an eyebrow and thoughtfully considered the question. Because sleeping while sitting prevents me from entering a state of relaxation, allowing my mind to remain alert. Lin Qing nodded but seemed to think of something else. Do you always sleep while sitting? Yes. For many years? Qixia found Lin Qing's curiosity strange and turned to her. Is this question really that important? Lin Qing swallowed hard, gathered her thoughts, and finally asked, but you have a wife. Even if you live together, do you sit up to sleep every night? Chapter 57 Old Luhum. Qixia was taken aback. He hadn't expected Lin Qing's line of questioning to stem from this. Are you overthinking it? Qixia shook his head. I hold Xiaoan every night until she falls asleep, then I sit by the desk. Oh. Lin Qing nodded as if relieved. But isn't that quite exhausting for you? Qixia wanted to say something but momentarily fell silent. Lin Qing, you may not understand my profession. If I let my guard down even for a moment, I might be staring into an abyss. Is that so? Lin Qing replied, seemingly comprehending only in part. Actually, I am quite curious about you. You seem like a very intelligent person, yet you make a living by deceiving others. Upon hearing this, Qixia lowered his head in silence. I don't want to, he said, but it's the only thing I can do. The long night that followed was even longer than the first. The pitch-black darkness lingered in the air like a long-lost friend, reluctant to depart. Although Qixia and Lin Qing managed to sleep to some extent, they awoke feeling sore and weary at dawn. Dr. Zhao and Xiao Ran appeared to have not slept at all, their eyes sunken and dark circles prominent, as they kept a vigilant watch over the door and Qixia. They feared not only the insects outside but also that Qixia might. At the break of dawn, rise with a black sword to murder them. Fortunately, as dawn broke, neither of these scenarios came to pass. Let us go, Qixia stretched and said to Lin Jing. It's time to embark on today's journey. A day passed, and Qixia's gains amounted to 0. The previous daily target of collecting 300 Dao had now escalated to 400. Given the events of yesterday, it seemed many game rewards increased with difficulty. Thus, to achieve the goal rapidly, they needed to engage in several extremely perilous games today. Without bidding farewell to Xiao Ran and Dr. Zhao, the two stood up, carrying the aluminum pot, and stepped outside. The insects were nowhere to be seen, leaving them to wonder where such a vast number of creatures hid during the day. Were they lurking in the nearby buildings? The air remained murky, but Qixia had gradually grown accustomed to the foul stench of decay. After taking Lin Jing outside, they passed a restaurant across the street and headed towards the right path. The buildings here differed from where Qixia had encountered the human rats, mostly comprised of shops. They walked to the end of the street without encountering any signs of life. Now standing at a T-junction, Qixia glanced left and right. If they had been here, would they have gone left or right? Qixia pondered, feeling he did not know Lawyer Zhang and Officer Li well enough to deduce their decisions. At that moment, Lin Jing noticed something near the wall on the right of Qixia. Look, she pointed to a corner where some white marks were visible. Qixia leaned down and observed two crooked symbols resembling the numbers 5 and 2, yet also reminiscent of the letters S and Z. Could these be left by them? Lin Jing asked, puzzled. Most likely, Qixia nodded, suggesting that Z could represent Lawyer Zhang. What about S? Lin Jing inquired. Shouldn't it be L if it were Officer Li? I can't fathom that either. After a brief pause, he asked, Lin Jing, do you remember Officer Li's real name? Real name. Lin Jing thought for a moment, suddenly recalling, he mentioned in the first game that his name is Li Shangwu. After saying this, she glanced at the symbol that resembled both S and 5. Could this truly be their mark? Lin Jing wondered aloud. But how could they have known we were coming? Qixia shared her confusion. If they intended to leave any message, it should have been clearer. In retrospect, the only possibility seemed to be that they were afraid he would lose his way, hence leaving symbols only they could decipher. Regardless, there must be someone in that direction. Let us go check it out. The two confirmed their direction and set off again. Walking along the dilapidated street, within 20 minutes, Qixia heard a commotion emanating from a building. Damn it! Not this time! Come on! A man bellowed, shouting, bring it on. Just as his words faded, he was forcefully ejected from the door and fell heavily to the ground. Ouch, my back, the man grumbled, rubbing his backside. Qixia glanced at him, his expression darkening. The man who had been thrown out was none other than the short, stout middle-aged man he had seen earlier. Old Luit seemed the city Qixia was in was quite large. Yet he had encountered the same person for 2 consecutive days. What a coincidence. Old Lu noticed Qixia as well. Hey, you? After a moment, he seemed to remember something and shook his head, standing up with a face full of frustration, ready to leave. Wait a moment, Qixia called out to him. Have you seen anyone else here? Old Lu turned back, casting a disdainful glance at Qixia. Oh? Is this Lord Yama? I haven't used the life I bought from you yet. Are you here to collect again? Qixia shook his head helplessly. I don't wish to argue about the past. I am currently looking for my companions. If you can assist me, I will find a way to repay you. Repay? Old Lu's eyes darted around, and with a fake smile, he approached. All right, if you say so. Then do me a favor, if you satisfy me, I'll immediately tell you where the 2 people you just saw are. 2 people. Sure, what do you need me to do? Qixia asked coldly. He pointed to the room before them, which was a Go club. Help me go in and beat that pig. Old Lu grinned. I want to make him lose so badly he won't have a single pair of pants left. A pig? Qixia turned to see indeed a filthy pig-headed man sitting in the Go club, with black and white stones in front of him and 2 empty bowls beside him. Qixia rubbed his nose and turned back to Old Lu. Old Lu, I can help you, but you need to answer me first. Did you really see anyone else just now? Old Lu paused, then said, Yes, I saw them. Qixia took another step closer to the overweight man and asked, I'll ask you again, did you see anyone else? Old Lu looked frightened, his gaze fixed on Qixia's eyes. I really saw them. 2 people. Yes. 1 man. 1 woman? Yes. What characteristics? Upon hearing this, Lao hurriedly recalled, the man was quite serious, while the woman was rather reticent. Lao continued to step back, appearing somewhat shaken in Qixia's presence. He was well aware that this man had previously subdued Zhang Shan with brute force, making him a formidable opponent. After several pressing inquiries, Qixia discerned that the other party did not seem to be lying, and thus remarked, "All right, I agree." Lin Qing's lips curled slightly upwards as she whispered, "Qixia, you understand psychology?" "I don't really understand psychology," Qixia replied, shaking his head softly. "I've just grown accustomed to playing the villain." Upon Qixia's agreement to the request, Lauel's attitude towards him shifted somewhat. "Hey kid, let's make this clear. All the Dao we win will belong to me. I want to keep one," Qixia stated. "Impossible," Lauel replied without hesitation, shaking his head. "Are you negotiating terms with me? You took 19 Dao from me before. And now you want more? If you're going to have that attitude, I'm leaving right now." Qixia nodded and said, "Fine, I want to take the Dao, but you must help me pay for the ticket." Lauel's eyes darted as he leaned closer and said, "Kid, I must warn you. Those two are not in this area. If you dare to play tricks on me, I will not divulge their whereabouts. Rest assured, playing tricks on you would only waste my time." With newfound confidence, Lauel grabbed Qixia and began to lead him into the room. "Wait," Qixia interjected. "For safety's sake, you should explain this game to me." "Oh, I almost forgot," Lauel exclaimed, slapping his forehead. "Kid, have you never played the pig game before?" "What do you mean?" Qixia asked, frowning. "Well, the pig game, as the name suggests, is all about acting like a pig." "Acting like a pig?" Qixia found it somewhat perplexing. "Why would one act like a pig?" "Because you don't have to think," Lauel replied with a grin. "The pig game is purely a game of luck, much like rock, paper, scissors, or betting on high or low." "What?" Qixia paused. "Are you saying that the outcome is entirely dependent on fate?" "Exactly," Lauel nodded, glancing at Qixia. "You're not having second thoughts, are you?" Qixia, while not exactly having second thoughts, found it difficult to comprehend the connection between pigs and luck. "What is there to fear about the pig game?" Lauel said with a hint of exasperation. "You seemed quite clever before, yet now that it's about luck, you're scared?" "Luck?" Qixia understood that pigs were not low-intelligence animals. Among all species globally, pigs rank among the top 10 in intelligence, their cognitive abilities comparable to that of a 5-year-old child. Furthermore, what Lauel referred to as rock, paper, scissors or betting on high or low was not purely a game of chance. With the right tactics, one could certainly minimize losses and maximize gains. "I still want to ask, what exactly is this game about?" Qixia surveyed the building before him. It was clearly a Go club. How could they be playing a game of chance here? Simply put, there are two equal piles of pieces, one black and one white. You close your eyes and randomly pick one piece. If you pick a black one, you win. That it? "Yes," Lauel said. "I've already told you. It's a game of luck." After saying this, he pulled a white piece from his pocket and slammed it onto the ground. "I've damn well picked a white piece twice in a row. My luck is terrible." Qixia could hardly believe his ears. If that were truly the case, he could not guarantee that he could win against the pig head man. He picked up the white piece from the ground and examined it. It was indeed an ordinary piece, without any hidden mechanisms. "Kid, are you even capable?" Lauel asked anxiously. "Don't you want the whereabouts of those two?" Qixia knew he had no other options. He was currently penniless and could only pin his hopes on Officer Li. However, to inquire about Officer Li's whereabouts, he needed to pry the information from Lauel's lips. To take a step back, he had nothing left to lose. Even if he lost this game of chance, he would not suffer any real loss and could take this opportunity to understand the pig. "No, I'm just considering my strategy," Qixia said. "Let us go in." Upon hearing this, Lauel excitedly nodded and pulled Qixia into the room. Lin Qing felt that the situation was somewhat absurd but did not intervene. Quietly following suit as soon as they entered the room, the pig head man joyfully flailed his arms and exclaimed, "Humph, here we go. More people to play with me." His voice was very deep, yet his tone was quite childish. Qixia instinctively covered his mouth and nose. The odor from the pig head mask was simply unbearable. "You filthy pig," Lauel shouted. "Today, I'll make you lose everything. Even your underwear." "Ha ha ha ha, all right. The pig head man clapped his hands. "Who wants to play with me?" Qixia slowly sat down opposite the pig head man and stated, "I'll play. How do we settle the ticket?" "The ticket is negotiable at most 5 Dao. If you win, it doubles," the pig head man said. "Bring it on, negotiable." Qixia shook his head. "So, it's a human pig game?" "Yes, I'm a human pig. I'm a human pig." After saying this, he pointed at Qixia. "You a foolish pig. You're a foolish pig." The group ignored him, as no one wished to converse with a madman. Lao El gritted his teeth and reluctantly pulled 5 dao from his pocket, handing them to the human pig with evident reluctance. Qixia noticed that Lao El's gaze resembled that of a gambler. Although this was a game of chance, he was willing to keep investing. Lao El, 5, isn't that a bit too high of a stake? Qixia asked, puzzled. Kid, Lao El looked at Qixia seriously. I just played 2 rounds. The first round was 1 dao, the second round was 2 dao, and I lost them all to this damn pig as long as you win this round. I can not only break even but also profit. Qixia pondered for a moment, then looked back at the human pig and asked, what are the rules of the game? Very simple. The human pig pushed the black and white pieces forward and said, there are 50 black and 50 white pieces. I want you to divide them into these 2 bowls. He then pushed 2 identical large bowls forward. As for how you distribute the pieces, that's up to you. The human pig grinned. Once you finish distributing, you'll have to close your eyes. I will mix up the bowls and shake the pieces. Then, you'll randomly choose 1 bowl and pick 1 piece from it. If you pick a black piece, you win. Of course, if anyone tries to interfere with the game or gives you any hints, I will punish everyone present. Qixia remained expressionless after hearing this. He looked down at the bowls and pieces on the table and let out a cold snort. Hey, what are you laughing at? The human pig asked cheerfully. As long as you have enough luck, you might just win. Qixia found it somewhat ridiculous. Distributing the number of pieces himself and choosing the pieces himself? A game of luck? A pig game? This seemingly 50-50 game was clearly a trap, enticing countless participants to leap into its depths. Human pig, I underestimated you, Qixia said. You are far cleverer than I imagined. Oh? The human pig looked puzzled. I don't understand what you mean. Lao El was also somewhat confused. Kid, what are you saying? Is there a sure win strategy in this game? I wouldn't dare to claim a sure win strategy. Qixia shook his head. But the pig game is certainly not a game of mere luck. It is fundamentally a matter of probability theory. What do you mean? Lao El was baffled, and no matter how you distribute them, the number of black and white pieces remains 50. Which means the probability of picking any piece is 1 in 2. That's so. Qixia noncommittally shook his head. It is precisely this aspect that makes the game appear to be one of luck. Let me be honest with you, kid. Lao El leaned closer to Qixia and whispered, in my first round, I separated the black and white pieces, so as long as I could pick the bowl with the black pieces, I would win. Unfortunately, I lost in the second round. I evenly distributed the black and white pieces into the 2 bowls, yet I still did not pick a black piece. My luck was simply abysmal. Lao El stroked his chin and continued. Upon reflection, if I break the ratio and alter the number of black and white pieces in each bowl, that would actually make it less likely for me to pick a black piece. Therefore, there can be no surefire winning strategy. Qixia nodded. This game cannot guarantee a sure win. I can only attempt to increase my chances of winning. Do you have a plan? Qixia did not respond. Instead addressing the human pig, I'm ready. Let us begin. The human pig chuckled and then extended his hand in a gesture of invitation. Begin distributing. Qixia looked at the 2 identical bowls, then at the black and white pieces, which felt identical in texture and weight, and silently picked up a handful of pieces, placing them into 1 bowl. Lao El watched Qixia in silence, uncertain of how he would arrange the 100 pieces. Qixia continuously grabbed pieces and tossed them into the bowls as if he were not calculating the number of black and white pieces at all. Hey, can you manage this? Lao El asked hesitantly. Are you not going to count how many you've already placed? Qixia remained silent, continuously tossing pieces into a bowl. Lao El and Lin Qing exchanged glances, both perplexed by Qixia's intentions. It was only when Qixia had cast all the pieces into the same bowl that he ceased his actions. The pighead man, observing this, grew somewhat irate. Hey, that's a foul. The pieces must be distributed into 2 bowls. I know. Qixia nodded. The distribution is not yet finished. With that, he retrieved a black piece from the bowl and tossed it into another. My distribution is complete. Qixia lifted his gaze, calmly regarding the pighead man. What? The onlookers were momentarily taken aback. What method of distribution is this? 1 bowl containing a single black piece, while the other holds the remaining 99. Lao El scrutinized the 2 bowls on the table, his pupils shifting, and after a long pause, he finally spoke. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. He had grasped Qixia's strategy, and no matter how Lao El allocated the pieces, the optimal distribution in both bowls would result in an equal chance of 1/2. This would ensure he had a 50 probability of drawing the black piece. However, Qi Xia disrupted this equilibrium. He altered the odds such that one bowl had a 100 chance of yielding the black piece, while the other bowl's probability was as close to 1/2 as possible. Since the selection of a bowl was random from the outset, Qi Xia had a high likelihood of directly choosing the bowl containing the black piece, thereby securing an immediate victory without further selection. Even if luck were not on his side and he chose the other bowl, the odds of selecting the black piece were still quite close to 1/2, specifically 49. He had effectively provided himself with a covert insurance for victory. The pighead man, witnessing this development, felt a chill of unease beneath his mask. "Are you trying to outsmart me?" The tone of the pighead man shifted, losing its childishness and taking on a note of cunning. "Outsmart?" Qi Xia found this amusing, raising an eyebrow as he replied. "Everything I have done adheres to the rules. How could it be considered clever trickery?" The pighead man withdrew an eye mask from his pocket and slowly extended it to Qi Xia, stating, "I know quite a few clever individuals, and most of them are rather unfortunate." Qi Xia nodded, accepting the eye mask. "I cannot dispute that. After all, intelligent individuals rarely rely on luck. But fundamentally, we are gambling," the pighead man said in a somber tone, "and the most crucial aspect of gambling is luck. You may be clever, but what of your luck?" "I do not know," Qi Xia responded, "but we shall find out shortly." Qi Xia gradually donned the eye mask, placing his hands on the table and remaining still. The pighead man took the two bowls and began to shake the pieces within them. This rule was originally designed to counteract certain opportunists who would place white pieces at the bottom and layer black pieces on top for easier drawing. Yet, for Qi Xia's strategy, this rule had lost its efficacy. The pighead man understood that no matter how he shuffled the pieces, this man before him would unhesitatingly select one. After all, he had completed his task. And now he was prepared to leave everything to his luck. With this thought, he casually shook the bowls and rearranged their positions, setting them down once more, one on the left and one on the right. "So, which bowl will you choose?" the pighead man inquired. "The one to your left, or the one to your right?" Qi Xia lowered his head in silence for a moment before speaking. "I choose the left." Both Lin Qing and Lao El were taken aback, sensing that something was amiss. For Qi Xia's left was the bowl containing 99 pieces. The pighead man's eyes suddenly gleamed with a hint of excitement. "Excellent. Now please select a piece from it." He tauntedly pushed the bowl towards Qi Xia, as though anticipating his folly. Qi Xia's lips curled into a slight smile. "Did you not wish to test my luck? This bowl serves perfectly for that." "What?" The pighead man was momentarily stunned. You know this bowl is wrong?" "Close enough." Qi Xia slowly extended his hand into the bowl, saying, "In truth, choosing either side is akin to selecting rock, paper, scissors. Although it appears to be a balanced probability, human psychology often skews the outcome." "What do you mean?" Lao El asked, puzzled. "Much like how most people instinctively throw scissors first and rock, paper, scissors, the probabilities do not align evenly," Qi Xia explained. Paper leaves one's hand open, inducing a sense of vulnerability, while rock clenches the fist, creating an unconscious feeling of oppression, thus making scissors the most moderate choice. The same applies to choosing sides. Subconsciously, people often believe the left side is safer, as the majority of individuals are right-handed and thus prone to more frequent injury on their dominant side, making left the more instinctively secure choice. "You are indeed no ordinary person," the pighead man remarked. "There is no need to flatter me, as you are well aware of these principles yourself," Qi Xia said. "You placing 99 pieces on my left was not a mere coincidence, was it?" Chapter 60. Psychological Warfare. The pighead man remained silent, instead observing Qi Xia intently. "Even if you see through all of this, you still face a 49 chance of drawing the black piece." "Indeed," Qi Xia continued to rummage through the bowl. "When all logic fails, I will place my faith in the metaphysical." "And what is your metaphysical theory?" "It is simply this. I must escape," Qi Xia declared. "I firmly believe I can leave this wretched place, and thus I will certainly draw the black piece here." With that, he grasped two pieces from the bowl and held them up before the pighead man. Revealing them, the pighead man's expression changed instantly. The eyes beneath his mask trembled in disbelief at what he beheld. Both pieces were black. The two gleaming black pieces resembled hollow eyes, lying in Qi Xia's palm and gazing silently at the pighead man, sending a shiver down his spine. After a moment of silence, seeing that the pighead man had yet to speak, Qi Xia's smile widened once more as he tossed one of the black pieces back into the bowl. Keeping the other, I have made my selection. It took a few seconds for the pighead man to comprehend. You dare to toy with me? He slammed the table and stood up, ready to explode. But upon reflection, he realized that Qixia had done nothing but raise the pieces to his own eyes. The pighead man had miscalculated. When Qixia presented the two black pieces before him, he should have said something, any taunt, any jest, even a prompt for the other to hasten their choice. Yet he faltered in not saying anything at all. In truth, only the situation where both pieces were black was sufficient to render one speechless. He believed Qixia had surrendered everything to luck, yet he had not anticipated that Qixia continued to engage in psychological warfare until the very end. The pighead man had just been perplexed as to how this man could draw two black pieces simultaneously. Did his luck truly run that strong? But now it dawned on him that the other party had no idea what color the pieces he had drawn were. Qixia was observing his reaction, planning his next move based on whether the pighead man's response was one of shock or disdain. Feeling utterly defeated, the pighead man slowly sank back into his seat, conceding, I must admit, not only do you possess a sharp mind, but your luck is also quite formidable. Qixia placed the pieces on the table and slowly removed the eye mask. Thank you. Lao suddenly leaped up, releasing all the joy he had restrained for so long. You truly are a genius, he exclaimed excitedly, embracing Qixia. Kid, all our past grievances are now settled. Ha 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 ha. Qixia shook his head helplessly. Should I thank you? Then, Lin Qing also shared in their joy. Although they had not acquired any Dao this time, the sheer delight of victory was enough to uplift spirits. The pighead man, wearing a reluctant expression, stepped aside and retrieved 10 pieces of Dao from a box. Handing them to Lao El beamed with delight, stowing the Dao in his pocket before turning to Qixia. Kid, it's not that I don't want to give you some. Since this time I provided the ticket, please understand. Qixia was unfazed, nodding as he stood up. The Dao is inconsequential. I need to know the whereabouts of those two individuals. Oh, that's easily arranged, Lao said. Though I may be stingy, I am always clear about my debts. Come with me. I saw those two outside a game room this morning. Excellent. Qixia and Lin Qing nodded in agreement, rising to leave. Hey! The pighead man called out. The three turned back in confusion. What is it? What is your name? The pighead man asked, fixing his gaze on Qixia. Qixia. The pighead man repeated, then slowly took a seat at the table, seemingly deep in thought. After a long pause, he still had not spoken, leaving everyone puzzled. Could it be that winning too much at once has driven this pig mad? Lao speculated quietly. I doubt he'll earn even 10 Dao today. Mad? Lin Qing scoffed. They were likely mad to begin with. Just as everyone was gathering their belongings to leave, the pighead man finally spoke again. Qixia. Upon hearing the pighead man call his name, Qixia turned back, his expression tinged with impatience. What is it now? I want to gamble with you once more, and this time, I wager my life, the pighead man declared in a steady tone. The three individuals stood in a daze upon hearing those words, as if none could comprehend the meaning of human pig. What? After old LV finally snapped back to reality, he took a significant step back, exclaiming, Have you truly lost your mind, you pig? Lin Jing quickly grasped Qixia's arm, urging, Let us not pay him any mind. Qixia frowned upon hearing this. I refuse. Refuse? The human pig crossed his arms defiantly. You intend to refuse? Indeed. Qixia nodded. I cannot gamble my life when the odds are merely 50-50. It holds no significance for me. Old LV turned his head, eyeing Qixia with suspicion. Kid, what sort of nonsense are you spouting? What's wrong? Qixia retorted. Do you believe I should stake my life? This is not merely a matter of should or should not. Old LV exclaimed, stamping his feet anxiously in this cursed place. If one party proposes a life gamble, the other must comply. Qixia froze momentarily, as if a realization dawned upon her. When she had proposed a life gamble to the human rat, despite her immense reluctance, she ultimately acquiesced. In retrospect, it was a peculiar decision. Her game was exceedingly simple. If the opponent truly chose to gamble with their life, it was highly likely they had discovered a means of resolution. Under such unfavorable circumstances, one should have refused without question. Yet, at that time, she had not. Was it true that simply proposing a life gamble would force a binding contract of life and death? If this rule were to be violated, A judge like Zhuchua would descend from the heavens to exact punishment on the transgressor. Qi Xia's expression grew increasingly frigid. That Zhuke would relish the opportunity to eliminate him. If she chose to flee now, the consequences would be dire. Even more despairing was the realization that every tactic she had previously employed would become ineffective upon a second attempt, drastically increasing her chances of failure. Do not be afraid. The human pig seemed to read Qi Xia's thoughts and spoke. I am not such an unreasonable pig. Let us try a more interesting approach this time. He retrieved 2 pairs of glasses from a nearby box and placed them on the table. These are fine items I borrowed from Brother Yang. The others examined the glasses closely. They appeared no different from ordinary spectacles, save for a small device located at the nose pad. Ladies and gentlemen, I require your assistance, the human pig said with a goofy grin. Assistance? Old LV immediately pouted. Help you? Not a chance. If you refuse, I shall announce a life gamble with all of you. The human pig stated in an oddly inflected tone. You're truly insane. Old LV nearly stumbled, incredulous. Is it really necessary to escalate this just because you lost Tindas to me? Do you think I wish to live as a pig in this dreadful place, relying on luck to get by each day? The human pig extended his hand, caressing the pig's snout on his mask. Though the mask bore no expression, it exuded a menacing aura. You do not understand me. Only through life gambles. Only by wagering against formidable opponents does life here hold any meaning. The glint in the human pig's eyes conveyed to Qi Xia a notion. He had been pretending to be a pig, biding his time for the day he could devour a tiger, truly a madman. Old LV glanced at Qi Xia, conflicted. The human pig had singled him out for a life gamble, and fleeing was no longer an option. Human pig, let us change the approach. Qi Xia contemplated for a moment before saying, I will stay here and gamble my life with you, without requiring their assistance. Huh? Both Old LV and Lin Jing were momentarily taken aback. Kid, what are you doing? Old LV protested. I brought you here for this game. Why would you choose to stay and gamble your life alone? Qi Xia regarded Old LV, surprised to discover he had been somewhat prejudiced against him. Unexpectedly, Old LV proved to be reliable at a critical moment. Uncle, Qi Xia asserted, the more people left behind, the greater the danger. If I perish, you must escort my friend to find that man and woman. No way, I'm not leaving. Lin Jing shook her head. Qi Xia, have you forgotten what I told you? I damned well want to leave either. Old LV interjected, shaking his head. Kid, this human pig is targeting you. Logically, I and this young lady should be safe. But rest assured, if you die, I will personally collect your body. Qi Xia scratched his head in exasperation. While his opinion of Old LV had shifted somewhat, his words remained rather unpalatable. That sounds ominous. Since that's the case, I'll refrain from persuading you any further. Qi Xia sighed, raising his gaze to the human pig. You mentioned a new way to play. What is it? The human pig's excitement resurfaced as he pushed the 2 pairs of glasses toward them. Come, put them on. Put them on. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Jing and Old LV donned the glasses. In the next instant, mechanical arms extended from the temples, wrapping around the back of their heads and snapping together with a click. Lin Jing sensed something was amiss. She attempted to remove the glasses, only to discover they were intricately designed, locked in place like a golden band. What's going on? Just as Lin Jing began to speak, the human pig interrupted her. Beautiful lady, refrain from speaking carelessly. He said with a grin, from now on, you must follow my rules if you wish to remain safe. Rules. Your glasses are now activated. The human pig explained. Point one of you will feel a chill from the glasses, while the other will experience a burning sensation. In the time to come, the person feeling the chill is permitted to speak only falsehoods, while the one feeling the heat may only speak the truth. A foreboding sensation washed over Qi Xia. This game mode felt eerily familiar. Should any of you harbor ulterior motives or speak before the game begins? The human pig pointed to his brow. This will be pierced through. Do you understand? Lin Jing immediately sealed her lips upon hearing this, realizing that something was triggering within the glasses, potentially a bowstring or a laser. Old LV's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and purple, knowing well that too many words lead to mistakes, and any careless remark could activate the mechanism. Noticing their silence, the human pig turned to Qi Xia, stating, as for the game you and I will play, the basic rules are similar to the last time, but this time I shall distribute. You will distribute? Qi Xia observed the pieces on the table, pondering briefly, After you distribute, I will choose. Precisely. The human pig nodded. Does it not seem rather unfair to you? Of course it's unfair. Though he voiced this, Qixia understood that the rules were not yet complete, especially regarding the truth and falsehood regulations. Thus, out of great benevolence, I shall add an additional rule. The human pig chuckled. After you finish selecting, you must inquire with these two for color confirmation. However, you may only ask once, regardless of whom you choose. With that, he looked at Lin Jing and old LV, adding, to ensure fairness, you two may only respond with black or white. Any objections? The two nodded, faces etched with panic. Qixia seemed to comprehend the absurdity of the rule. Now he could not discern who among Lin Jing and old LV would speak the truth. And any questions posed would further complicate matters. The watch theorem that Qixia closed his eyes, silently reciting, when a person possesses only one watch, they know the time clearly, but when they have two watches displaying different times, they cannot trust either. Are you ready, Qixia? The human pig inquired. Qixia took a deep breath, raising his gaze to meet the human pig's eyes. I wish to ask you the same question. This is a battle for our lives. Are you prepared, life? The human pig chuckled, his laughter soon turning into a tremor of delight. In our existence here, where is there any talk of life? Only in death can I truly feel alive. Qixia nodded, realizing that the human pig had likely been living in this place for an extended period. Conventional reasoning would hardly sway him. Thus, Qixia reached for the blindfold, donning it. The human pig silently began to allocate the pieces. Lin Jing and old LV watched the two maintain their composure, seemingly unfazed by the impending gamble on their lives, while they themselves trembled with anxiety. Do you wish to escape? Qixia suddenly asked. What? The human pig replied, nonchalantly. Have you never considered fleeing from here, apart from dying? The human pig paused, his hand hovering in midair, before responding. Where would I flee to? To return from whence I came, Qixia, despite wearing the blindfold, spoke earnestly. Do you not desire to return? After a moment of contemplation, the human pig replied, if I did not wish to return, why would I willingly become a pig? What? Qixia felt he had stumbled upon a significant clue. But I do not intend to escape, Qixia, the human pig said, having arranged the pieces with utmost seriousness. I plan to walk out of here with my head held high. Chapter 62. The Deadly Proposition? To walk out with your head held high. Qixia wore a contemplative expression, pondering deeply. I have already made my allocation. It is now your turn. The creature, resembling both man and pig, pushed both bowls forward, inviting a choice between the survival of you or me. Lin Jing and Lao El observed this scene with furrowed brows. The creature mixed all the pieces thoroughly, ensuring each bowl contained an equal measure of black and white. From this moment onward, everything would hinge upon chance. Qixia made no immediate move. Instead, he tilted his ear as if attempting to discern the colors of the pieces through sound. After a brief pause, Qixia spoke. Man-pig, please assist me in making my selection. What? The creature was taken aback. What did you say? I said, assist me in choosing. Qixia replied earnestly. Select two pieces for me, and I shall choose one from them. Qixia, this is a matter of life and death. Are you not inclined to seize control of your own fate? It matters not. Qixia appeared unfazed. You expressed a desire to partake in this gamble of life, to feel as though you have lived. However, upon reflection, it has been I who played this game from the beginning, while your role has been minimal. The creature fell silent, acknowledging the truth in his words. Thus, I offer you the opportunity to participate. Qixia gestured toward the bowls before them. This game is a contest between you and me. Hence, I am eager to see how you will choose. The creature extended a hand. Slowly stroking its chin, where unkempt bristles remained, he caressed them as if they were a beard, exuding an air of peculiar sagacity. He pondered for an extended period, unable to fathom Qixia's motives. This was ostensibly a game with equal chances of victory. However, should he select the pieces himself, the outcome would become increasingly unpredictable for Qixia in this tense moment of life and death. The man before him was relinquishing the determination of his fate to his adversary. Was he surrendering? Or merely employing cunning tactics? Do not hesitate, man-pig. Once you have made your choice, I will find it easier to select. Qixia urged. Once I have chosen, you will find it easier to select? After a moment, the creature finally nodded. I understand. Allow me to guide you on your journey. Qixia nodded in agreement, falling silent. The creature then reached for the bowls, decisively lifting 2 white pieces. For Qixia, these 2 white pieces served as tickets to hell. No matter how he inquired later, white could never transform into black. Just as he was about to hand these 2 white pieces to Qixia, a sudden thought struck him. The creature jerked his head up, realizing, wait, something is amiss. Could it be that Qixia had not anticipated his choice of 2 white pieces? This was a wager, a contest where one's life hinged upon the other's victory. Why was he so confident in allowing himself to select? The creature's realization dawned. He was being deceived. What did he mean by once you have chosen? I will find it easier to select? The creature's thoughts became clear. The moment these 2 white pieces were handed to Qixia, he would undoubtedly retract his decision, setting the 2 white pieces aside and selecting from the remaining bowls. This seemingly minor action would disrupt the equilibrium within the bowls, leaving 48 white pieces and 50 black pieces. Qixia's chances of victory would thereby increase. After all, Qixia was not a zodiac. His words during the game were not rules, merely suggestions. Since they were not rules, Qixia was under no obligation to adhere to them. Thus, retraction was a distinct possibility. You are indeed cunning. The wave of apprehension washed over the creature. Realizing he had nearly fallen into Qixia's trap, after careful consideration, he retrieved 2 black pieces. Yet, a moment of hesitation followed. If he directly handed the 2 black pieces to his opponent, he might inadvertently create an even greater peril. If Qixia anticipated his anticipation, wouldn't that lead to an immediate victory? The creature lowered his gaze to the pieces in his hands. His left hand held 2 white pieces, while his right hand grasped 2 black pieces. He realized that regardless of his choice, both options would increase Qixia's likelihood of success. An absurd predicament. Was everything truly calculated in advance by Qixia? Should he indeed offer him 2 white pieces? He squinted, contemplating once more. At the very least, the white pieces would slightly enhance Qixia's chances of victory, while the black pieces would significantly augment them. No, that cannot be right. The creature shook his head again. 2 black and 2 white pieces were both unsuitable. As he remained oblivious to Qixia's strategy, he was compelled to adjust his own strategy, discarding the plan of 2 black and 2 white pieces. Settling instead on 1 black and 1 white. This moment, a singular thought occupied his mind. Since he could not diminish his opponent's chances of success, he would maintain the status quo. Returning everything to a 50-50 state would likely pose a greater challenge for Qixia. Indeed, that is the way of it. The creature nodded, placing 1 black and 1 white piece into Qixia's hand. Qixia, I have made my selection, he declared. The question of life and death now returns to you. Question of life and death, Qixia mused, examining the 2 pieces in his hand with a complex expression. The creature finally exhaled, relieved that, at this stage, he had made the optimal choice. For Qixia, the scenario of 1 black and 1 white piece should prove the most challenging. He would need to inquire about the color of one of the pieces from the 2 individuals. He remained ignorant of the color of the piece he selected, nor could he ascertain whether the person he questioned would speak truthfully or deceitfully. Under this dual veil of uncertainty, Qixia's chances of victory would diminish infinitely. Lao and Linjing, witnessing the 1 black and 1 white piece in Qixia's grasp, broke out in cold sweat. These 2 were not fools. They understood the stakes at play. It appeared that Qixia's early strategies had all failed, and everything had reverted to square one. The pieces remained 1 black and 1 white, and one individual remained truthful while the other lied. Without extraordinary luck, how could one possibly survive? Lao bit his lip, wiping the fine sweat from his forehead, his hands growing cold with tension. Qixia, whom do you wish to inquire? The creature asked. Qixia turned towards Lao, then glanced at Linjing, his expression heavy with contemplation. Who among them was the truth-teller? After approximately 30 seconds, Qixia made his choice. I choose Linjing. Upon hearing this, Linjing trembled, as if startled. Very well, the creature turned to Linjing, gesturing for her to approach. Remember the rules. You may only respond with black or white. Should you utter anything else or offer any hint, it will result in your immediate demise. Linjing nodded, her face pale. The creature then turned back to Qixia. Commence. Qixia, you have but one opportunity to inquire. Whether you preserve your life hinges on this question. Chapter 63. Fortuitous luck. Qixia licked his parched lips, lifting a piece from his hand. Linjing's pupils widened in an instant. It was a white piece. Qixia, I can only speak falsehoods. You must not trust me. Lin Jing silently implored, hoping for a miracle that would allow Qixia to hear her thoughts. She was engulfed by fear, terrified that her trust in her would lead him to his demise. "Oh, not trust me," Lin Jing repeated in her mind. After pondering for a moment, Qixia chose not to pose a question. Instead, he retrieved a black piece. Lin Jing's brow furrowed. She knew that regardless of whether it was black or white, she must provide an opposite answer. Qixia slowly raised the black piece, bringing it closer to Lin Jing, and said, "Lin Jing, tell me." Lin Jing covered her mouth with her hand, teetering on the brink of despair. She did not wish to inform Qixia that this is a white piece, but if she refrained from lying, the mechanisms on her glasses would trigger. Qixia seemed to sense something, speaking gently. "Do not be anxious, Lin Jing. Keep your mind clear. All is not yet concluded." Upon hearing this, Lin Jing despondently nodded. Once she felt her emotions had stabilized, Qixia posed the question, "Lin Jing, tell me, what color would Lao El say this piece is?" Huh. Both Lin Jing and Lao El were taken aback, and the creature's eyes shifted. "Listen carefully to my question. Lin Jing, I shall repeat it. What color would Lao El say this piece is?" Lao El. Lin Jing glanced back at Lao El, her mind racing. The sensation of cold from her glasses indicated she was the one to lie. Meanwhile, the creature had not lied thus far, affirming that his rules were absolute. Hence, Lao El would speak the truth. If that were the case, Lao El would declare the piece to be black. Just as Lin Jing was about to utter the words black, a realization struck her. She was the one who lied, and thus could not tell Qixia that it was black. Even if Lao El stated black, she would have to declare it white. In that instance, everything would revert to square one. The crux of this game rested not with Lao El, but with her own words. Lin Jing bit her lip, ultimately managing to utter two words, white. At that moment, she felt as though she had seized the throat of truth, transforming every truth spoken through her lips into falsehood. Lao El, filled with frustration, covered his forehead, feeling as though all was lost. "White, is it?" Qixia turned his head, seemingly examining the piece in his hand, then smiled slightly, saying, "I see." The creature pondered for a moment, contemplating. "What will you do, Qixia? Your most trusted ally has informed you that the piece in your hand is white. What choice will you make?" Qixia gradually set the black piece aside, then picked up another white piece, extending it forward into the creature's hand. "Oh? You have made your choice?" the creature inquired. This time, the human pig, having learned from past experiences, deliberately adopted a tone of utter blandness. Consequently, Qixia could no longer discern the color of the pieces in his hand through his words. "Yes, I have made my choice." Qixia nodded, "But it is not the one you hold. That white piece belongs to you." "What?" Qixia ignored the human pig, instead grasping the black piece before him and declaring, "This black piece in my hand represents life, while the white piece you possess signifies death. The game is over." As everyone stood in stunned silence, Qixia slowly removed his blindfold. Everything unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. The only discomfort he felt was a sensitivity to the light, a consequence of wearing the blindfold for too long. The human pig trembled with agitation. "What kind of joke is this?" Qixia opened his eyes, glanced at the human pig, and replied, "I wagered my life with you. How could this be a jest?" After saying this, he gestured towards Lin Qing and old LV. "Release them. A wager is a wager." The human pig stared wide-eyed for a moment, then, with a sigh of frustration, retrieved a remote control from the drawer and aimlessly pressed a button. With a click, the mechanism on the glasses was released. The two hastily removed the life-threatening apparatus and tossed it aside. "Qixia, you truly are something else," old LV shouted excitedly, stepping forward to pat Qixia on the back. "Did you win the lottery or something? What incredible luck you possess." "Luck?" Qixia shook his head. "In this life-or-death gamble, I relied on no luck whatsoever. It was merely that the human pig underestimated me." Upon hearing this, the human pig silently turned his head. "I underestimated you." "Indeed." Qixia adjusted his clothing and rose slowly. "I have long told you that the wise do not depend on luck. Yet you dismissed my words, so you mean." The human pig stood up in disbelief. "Everything that just transpired was part of your plan?" "Yes," Qixia nodded. "My strategy was exceedingly simple. As long as you selected one black and one white piece for me, I would win, and it was a certainty. There were no unforeseen circumstances. The human pig's eyes widened, his pupils dilating. This was the first time since becoming a pig that he had lost so utterly. To ensure you would choose one black and one white piece for me, I even specifically told you. Only after you have chosen will I have a better choice. Qixia extended his hand, picking up 2 black pieces and 2 white pieces from the table, holding them as if simulating the human pig's thought process at that moment. You must have waged an internal struggle for a while, only to realize that giving me 1 black and 1 white was the safest option. The human pig's mask transmitted incredulous sounds. You even anticipated this. Should I say you were too cautious or too careless? Qixia weighed the 2 white pieces in his hand. If you had trusted your first instinct and given me 2 white pieces, I would already be dead. The human pig ceased to speak, merely glaring at Qixia with resentment. Qixia continued, when I held pieces of both colors, as long as I asked questions as I did earlier, I would know the colors of the pieces in my hand with absolute certainty. Lin Qing, upon hearing this, quickly pondered. Moments later, her mouth fell open in astonishment. The question Qixia had posed was extraordinarily clever. He had inquired, what color would the other person say this is? Regardless of whether the questioned individual spoke the truth or told a lie. As long as Qixia held a black piece, the answer would invariably be white. When he asked Lin Qing, she knew old LV's answer would be black, yet due to her nature of lying, she altered it to white. When he asked old LV, he would directly echo Lin Qing's answer, white. Even if, for the sake of argument, the answer Qixia received was not white but black, he would immediately deduce that the other piece in his hand was the correct answer. Chapter 64. The Redeemer you are, after all, not a sheep, Qixia said to the human pig. The first encounter with the human sheep brought us much suffering. You believed that incorporating a mechanism of deceit into your game would enhance your chances of victory, but you did not foresee that this very decision would lead to your demise. The human pig fell silent for a moment, then reached up to remove the mask from his face. Beneath that filthy, odorous mask was a well-featured man, appearing to be in his 40s, his eyes brimming with wisdom. If only I had been just a little bit more, the human pig lamented. I could have walked out of here with dignity. Qixia's gaze shifted, and he asked, human pig, what does it mean to walk out with dignity? The human pig paused, re-evaluating the young man before him, realizing he bore a striking resemblance to his younger self. Qixia, have you ever made a mistake? A mistake? Qixia contemplated seriously. The term mistake is rather elusive. In some respects, his very profession could be deemed a mistake, yet on another level, he had no choice but to proceed thus. It's not about legality, the human pig continued, but rather a mistake significant enough to alter the trajectory of your entire life. One that fills you with regret, one that renders you remorseful for the rest of your days. Such a mistake. Qixia's brow furrowed deeply upon hearing this, as something within his mind began to writhe. What do you mean? Qixia asked coldly. We are all guilty individuals, the human pig said with a bitter smile. Indeed, guilty individuals cannot attain the way. I will ultimately perish here. Guilty individuals cannot attain the way? Qixia seemed to recall having heard this phrase before. Qixia, do you know? The world of commerce is akin to a casino. The human pig gradually stood, moving to rummage through a nearby drawer for something. I once wagered all the group's liquid assets on a hope. In hindsight, it seems that was no different from wagering my life. After a lengthy search, the human pig finally unearthed an aged revolver from the drawer. He dusted off the firearm and opened the cylinder to reveal a solitary bullet remaining, continuing, at that time. My odds were less than 50%, and the other shareholders in the board opposed me. Yet I understood that I was merely risking liquid assets. It wouldn't lead to the group's bankruptcy, but rather offer a glimmer of hope for future development. However, no one anticipated that a global infectious disease outbreak suddenly erupted, severely impacting the group's revenue. Subsequently, due to insufficient liquid assets, we faced continuous losses. The human pig raised his desperate gaze to Qixia. I thought I was gambling for a ticket to paradise, only to find myself in hell. After saying this, he meticulously cleaned the revolver's chamber. Qixia felt that the human pig's words had slightly clarified some of his inner confusion. So you believe this place is hell? Who knows? The human pig shook his head. It was I who built this group, yet in the end, I was expelled by the board as chairman. I lost my power, to repay my debts. I sold my shares at a loss. My wife helped me build from nothing, yet she could not afford my medical bills. My daughter, studying abroad, could no longer afford tuition and ultimately became a well-known prostitute at her school. Compared to the real world, this place is my paradise. I need not concern myself with anything but devising ways to ensure your demise. The human pig's tone gradually spiraled out of control. I often ponder what might have happened had I not gambled on that less than 50% chance. Qixia remained silent for a while before finally uttering 4 words. A wager is a wager. Ha, ha, ha. The human pig suddenly seemed to lose himself, chuckling bitterly. Indeed, a wager is a wager. But there is one thing I still do not understand. Qixia spoke. Qixia pieced together the fragmented clues in his mind, feeling a sense of incredulity. He organized his thoughts and inquired again. So you once had the chance to leave, yet you chose to remain here to atone? Click. The human pig furrowed his brow. As he had mentioned, Qixia possessed an extraordinary degree of luck. As the 3 consecutive shots had failed to fire, I am uncertain if I can escape, but I chose to stay. The human pig continued, I hope none of you have made mistakes. Otherwise, you will ultimately, like me, opt to remain here voluntarily. After all, staying here offers a glimmer of invisible hope. Qixia slowly approached, his demeanor serious as he asked. Therefore, what is the quickest way to exit this place? Click. The human pig closed his eyes, his body trembling, yet the gun remained silent. I cannot say for certain, he replied. The 3,600 paths are evidently the slowest method. Even if I don the mask, there remain many unknowns. After all, I am still human. If you wish to uncover the truth of this place, you must find a way to conquer heaven and earth. He paused momentarily before adding, do not harbor delusions of defeating heaven. Simply overcoming earth will suffice. The heaven, earth, and man triad is hierarchically arranged, with the dragon at the apex. To survive in this realm, the first rule is to avoid provoking heaven, and the second is to steer clear of the dragon. The human pig's 4 responses indeed clarified Qixia's thoughts considerably. It appeared that escaping this place was not as insurmountable as he had imagined. Having no further questions for the human pig, Qixia noted that the other party still held the gun, their expression complex. He understood that the probability of death with the 5th shot was 50%, and the 6th shot was a certainty. The scene before him felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of the moment when he had gambled his life with a 50% chance. Qixia stood up and turned towards the exit, with Lin Xing and old LV following closely behind, perplexed. Just as they were about to leave, Qixia turned and posed his 5th question. Uncle, do you feel regret? Without waiting for the human pig's response, Qixia led Lin Xing and old LV away. The once bustling chess club now felt desolate, with only the human pig sitting solitary in the center. After a lengthy contemplation, he slowly uttered 3 words, thank you. A resounding gunshot echoed, and the human pig collapsed. Chapter 65. Imitation. The trio that emerged from the chess club found themselves in a state of turmoil. Although it was the human pig who had perished, he was undeniably a being of flesh and blood. He was neither a monster, nor a madman, nor the embodiment of pure evil. Qixia kept his head down, deep in thought, while Lin Xing remained steadfastly at his side. Old LV, on the other hand, continually glanced back into the room where the human pig's body lay. He seemed unconcerned and was instead searching for something else. What's the matter? Qixia turned to inquire. Well, though this may not be the best time to say it, old LV replied, you gambled your life and won. Their paths are now ours. Don't be foolish. Qixia shook his head. The human pig couldn't possibly have any remaining paths. The 10 he gave you were all he had. What? Old LV's eyes widened, and he exaggeratedly shook his head. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. He hurried into the room, trying not to glance at the human pig's corpse, and began rummaging through the drawers. The once tidy chess club was soon turned upside down. Just as Qixia had stated, there wasn't a single path left. Outside the door, Qixia shook his head. If he had any paths remaining, why would he choose to gamble with us? Isn't that just cheating? Old LV cursed in frustration. Pulling off a con. Pulling off a con? Qixia struggled to comprehend old LV's reasoning. Hadn't the human pig wagered his life? That's true. Old LV clasped his hands together, bowing towards the human pig's body. I'm sorry, I acted in haste. After a few bows, old LV still felt a sense of loss. After all, he hadn't intended to take the other's life. I need to find something of value, he resumed, searching the room. But this was merely an abandoned chess club, and aside from the ubiquitous chess pieces, The only other items of any worth were the tables and chairs. What a loss, old LV lamented, shaking his head. Kid, we really got the short end of the stick. You nearly died here, and in the end, we're leaving empty-handed. While they spoke, old LV's gaze suddenly fell upon the pig's head mask lying on the floor. The mask! Old LV's mouth moved as a realization struck him. Damn it, say this the most valuable item? Qixia frowned and stepped forward to ask, what are you planning to do? Make a deal. Old LV picked up the filthy, odorous mask, cradling it as if it were a treasure. With this mask, can't we conduct Go Club business? What? Qixia's pupils dilated. Sensing the unreliability of the idea, old LV, you want to become the human pig? Ha! Nonsense about being a human pig. Old LV waved his hand dismissively. Impersonate. Do you not understand? You. Old LV lifted the mask, pretending to wear it, and spoke in a muffled voice. Heh, finally someone has come to play with me. Quick, distribute. Qixia remained furrowed in thought. The notion seemed far too perilous. The Zodiac was under the S. Although Zhang Shan sustained injuries, they were evidently not fatal. From Lin Qing and Tianqian's descriptions, it appears that the Black Bear merely inflicted some superficial wounds without damaging any internal organs. But how could he have perished in his sleep? Did he sustain any additional injuries? Lin Qing inquired. Perhaps he was stabbed by a blade in the early morning. No, Lao El shook his head sorrowfully. But I can't say for certain. After all, we are not forensic experts. All we know is that Zhang Shan has ceased to move, no longer breathes, and his chest no longer rises and falls. Qixia stroked his chin, sensing that this matter was likely connected to Xiao Xiaobai in the game of Earth Cow. Qiao Zhijian and Zhang Shan were undoubtedly the standout players. Without them, it would have been impossible for so many to survive through 2 rounds. Yet, in the span of a single night, both met their demise. If Xiao Xiao was not responsible, then it must have been the Earth Cow. Are you trying to cheat? Qixia muttered through clenched teeth, his gaze icy. Who, me? Lao El was taken aback. No, Qixia felt an ominous premonition. If this trend continued, the number of those with hope of clearing the game would dwindle. With this thought, he turned to Lao El and said, Lao El? Since your organization no longer exists, could you tell me about the escape? No longer exists? Lao El awkwardly scratched his head. I can't say it's completely gone, it's just that with Zhang Shan's death, I can't remain there anymore. Qixia was perplexed. Wasn't Zhang Shan your leader? Not exactly. Lao El shook his head. Zhang Shan was not our leader. He was more of the third in command within the organization. Third in command? Yes. Lao El continued. Our organization is called Heaven's Mouth, consisting of roughly 20 individuals. The leader is named Chu Tianqiu, a remarkably astute man. The second in command is Yun Yao, who possesses exceptional luck and often wins during bets. She is also quite beautiful and, I've heard, was a star before coming here to AS for Zhang Shan. He mostly selected cattle due to his past military experience. Wait a moment. Qixia felt as though he had stumbled upon a flaw in the narrative and quickly interrupted Lao El. You said your organization has 20 members? Now, it's likely less than 20. With Zhang Shan's death, we wastrels have been cast out. That's not the issue, Qixia said, his expression one of confusion. Lao El, on what day did you all arrive in this place? 2 days ago, Lao El replied without hesitation. Aren't you the same? Qixia was now even more bewildered. We indeed arrived 2 days ago, but I still don't understand. How could you establish an organization in such a short time? Even designate 3 leaders? Can you all truly trust one another? After voicing this, Qixia shook his head again. No, that's not right. You already had an organization yesterday. In other words, you established this thing called Heaven's Mouth on your very first day? Yes. Lao El nodded solemnly. It was all Chu Tianqiu's idea. He didn't participate in the game on the first day. Instead, he scoured the city corners searching for strong individuals. Since Zhang Shan and I, along with Little Glasses, emerged from the same room, we joined him. But now that Zhang Shan is dead, hold on. Qixia interrupted Lao El again. You're saying that this man named Chu Tianqiu gathered 20 individuals in just one day? Indeed, Lao El looked earnestly at Qixia, which is why I say Chu Tianqiu is exceptionally clever. But why would you trust him? Qixia asked, puzzled. Shouldn't one approach unfamiliar individuals with skepticism when forming a team? Because Zhang Shan trusted him, Lao El explained. I don't know what he whispered to Zhang Shan, but after a few minutes of contemplation, Zhang Shan brought me and Little Glasses to join Heaven's Mouth. However, I must admit, the people there are quite decent. Comparatively, I am the most useless of the lot. Qi Xia regarded Lao El with disbelief, as if assessing the veracity of his words. If Heaven's Mouth truly exists, and if there is indeed a formidable figure like Chu Tianqiu, why has he remained unharmed? If the Zodiac genuinely seeks to eliminate capable participants, then the first to be removed should be the leader. Chu Tianqiu, didn't T Little Glasses accompany you? Qi Xia inquired further. No, Lao El replied, somewhat dispirited. Little Glasses is stronger than I am, so he stayed with Heaven's Mouth. He has always excelled academically, unlike me, who has merely sold socks at a stall for over 20 years. Qi Xia nodded, realizing that although Zhang Shan had perished, nothing had fundamentally changed. This organization known as Heaven's Mouth still possessed the means to escape from this place. The notes on escaping that Zhang Shan had once mentioned must be in the possession of the leader. And as Lao El, he likely could not know the intricate details. Qi Xia gradually clarified his objectives. This time, upon finding Officer Li, he would strive to team up with him, as he was one of the few individuals Qi Xia could trust. They could then propose their candidacy to Heaven's Mouth, seeking both the method of escape and the opportunity to engage with a group of capable individuals in these life-threatening games. As Qi Xia pondered. The trio passed by an intersection marked with the letters S and Z. Lao El led them in the opposite direction. Lin Qing paused and turned to Qi Xia. Did we take the wrong direction? Were those S and Z not left by them? I don't know. Qi Xia shook his head. Lao El overheard their conversation and cast a glance at the two symbols that resembled both letters and numbers. S and Z? Lao El hesitated. ISNT that 52. Do you know what it means? Qi Xia asked again. I don't know the meaning, but I've seen such numbers in many places, Lao El replied. Perhaps they are simply numbers to aid in navigation. For instance, this street might be called 52 Nd Avenue. Upon realizing that these symbols had no connection to Officer Li, Qi Xia lost interest in their significance. After all, there were far too many perplexing matters here. There was no time to investigate each one individually. We are almost there, just ahead. Lao El quickened his pace. Chapter 67. The Rabbit Turning a Corner. The three arrived at a dilapidated police station. A rabbit-headed figure stood at the entrance. Right here, Lao El declared. It seems to have come to an end. Qi Xia glanced at the rabbit-headed figure, who appeared to be yet another woman. Her mask was tattered, and her suit was covered in dust, clearly marking her as Human Rabbit, indicating that if Officer Li truly participated in her game, she likely posed no life-threatening danger. Do you wish to play my game? Human Rabbit inquired with a smile. No, Qi Xia shook his head. I just want to ask if the man and woman who came to participate in the game are still here. A man and woman? Human Rabbit crossed one arm over her chest and supported her chin with the other hand, appearing somewhat flirtatious. You mean that burly young man, right? That's correct. He is quite the unromantic fellow. Human Rabbit pouted. I told him he could forego the way, as long as he would spend one day with me, but he acted like a block of wood. Qi Xia sighed impatiently. Where is he? Young man, you are rather handsome as well. Human Rabbit suddenly reached out to touch Qi Xia's face, startling him. Although you don't appear as robust, if you can spend a day with me, I will not only grant you the way, but also reveal the whereabouts of that man. What do you say? Qi Xia pushed her hand away, turning to his companions. Forget it. Let us search nearby. Lao El and Lin Qing were well aware of the need to avoid entanglements with the Zodiac, and they promptly followed Qi Xia in leaving. If we are to search ourselves, we must hurry. Human Rabbit smiled sweetly. That young man is quite injured. If we delay, it may be too late. What? Qi Xia took 3 steps before suddenly freezing in place. Why is he injured? Confused, he turned back. Is your game really that dangerous? Not at all. Human Rabbit swayed her hips and stepped forward. My games are all escape-type games. I have designed very intricate mechanisms. Yet that young man, relying on his physique, insisted on using brute force to break through. What can I do? Upon hearing this, Qi Xia fell silent, turned, and suddenly spotted fresh bloodstains on the ground. His expression turned cold as he spoke. Let us go. The group followed the trail of blood, which indicated that Officer Li's injuries were likely not severe. Human Rabbit was probably exaggerating. Before long, they followed the bloodstains to the entrance of a pharmacy, where sounds of commotion could be heard from within, suggesting that someone was inside. Officer Li? Qi Xia called out. The commotion inside ceased momentarily, and Lawyer Zhang and Qi Xia felt a wave of confusion wash over him. They had followed the faint trail of blood, which appeared to be merely from a cut on the arm. How could it have led to such dire consequences? The 3 of them entered the room behind Lawyer Zhang. where a strong metallic scent of rust assailed their senses. After taking just a few steps, they encountered Officer Lee, whose entire body was drenched in crimson. It was impossible to discern where he had sustained his injuries. His lips were pale, his complexion ashen, and he sat on the ground, utterly drained of strength. What has happened? Lin Qing trembled as she rushed forward. Officer Li, where exactly are you hurt? Officer Li turned his head to look at Qi Xia and Lin Qing. Managing to force a bitter smile, he slowly extended his hand, as if he wished to say something. Qi Xia looked down and felt his heart leap. This was not merely an issue of where you hurt. Officer Li's entire right hand had vanished. A rough severance marred his wrist, appearing not to have been cut, but rather torn away. It seemed he had tried to staunch the bleeding by tying a piece of iron wire around his arm, which was embedded tightly into the flesh, leaving the surrounding tissue a deep purple. Consequently, only a trickle of blood flowed from the severed end. Oh my goodness! Lin Qing wanted to assist in some way, but found herself utterly helpless. Lawyer Zhang, what on earth has transpired? That rabbit's game. Zhang Chunza bit his lip. Qi Xia furrowed her brows and rose to her feet, her earlier admiration for Officer Li dissipating entirely. You conspired with that fraud, constantly devising ways to aid his escape, yet you deceived us, claiming you were on surveillance. Although I am not an exemplary citizen myself, the thing I despise most in this life is corrupt officers. Officer Li tilted his head back, tears streaming down his face. Indeed, corrupt officers. He let out a bitter smile. I am not surprised to find myself here. I perceive this as my judgment. What? Qi Xia's expression hardened as she cast a cold glance at Officer Li. Perhaps my demise here would serve as atonement. Just as Officer Li finished speaking, a resounding chime echoed from afar. Dong. Qi Xia turned her head toward the outside, her face a mask of shock. Why is the bell ringing again? What words are inscribed on the screen this time? Officer Li, as if oblivious to the commotion, extended a trembling hand to retrieve an empty cigarette box from the ground. Extracting a cigarette from within, he felt around in his pocket and produced a metallic lighter. Under Qi Xia's incredulous gaze, Officer Li reignited the cigarette, a look of relief spreading across his face. He then slowly lowered his head, seemingly speaking to himself. Qi Xia, my death would be my atonement. Qi Xia stood frozen, her eyes fixed on the impeccably clean cigarette he held, sensing an air of strangeness permeating the situation. Li Shangwu, don't you dare die yet. Qi Xia rushed to Officer Li's side, kneeling beside him, only to discover he had ceased to breathe. The cigarette remained clamped between his lips, and he grasped an aged Zippo lighter in his hand. Chapter 69. Sacrifice. Pained at a pain that penetrated to the very marrow, Qi Xia gritted her teeth, crouching on the ground and stifling pained groans. She felt as though she were grappling with a profound psychological issue. Each time someone perished in her presence, a splitting headache ensued. What could possibly be causing this? Does merely witnessing death induce such a reaction? No, Qi Xia had encountered death several times within the game. Not all deaths elicited a headache. After a full half-minute, Qi Xia finally exhaled deeply, rising to her feet with a blank expression. The three individuals outside finally took notice of the situation within the room. They rushed in to investigate, only to find Officer Li lifeless with the cigarette still between his lips. Zhang Chunza covered her mouth, wanting to weep but unable to make a sound. Damn it. She slowly made her way to a corner, clutching her hair and sinking to the floor, her previously flawless Mandarin now devolving into dialect. What on earth is happening? What is going on? Her emotional state appeared exceedingly unstable, as if she had suffered a tremendous shock. Before Qi Xia could utter a word, the bell tolled once more from a distance. Dong, Lin Qing, and old Lu jumped in surprise, glancing toward the source of the sound. Though they were ignorant of what the bell signified, they had heard it numerous times in the presence of the deceased. Lin Qing steadied herself, approaching Lawyer Zhang and gently patting her shoulder, saying, Lawyer Zhang, you must gather yourself. How can I possibly gather myself? Lawyer Zhang raised her weary head, her eyes filled with despair. Officer Li died for me. Tio saved me. What on earth transpired? Lin Qing grasped Lawyer Zhang's icy hand, insisting that she not bottle up her feelings, but rather share her thoughts with her. She seemed to possess an innate understanding of how to engage with someone whose emotions were spiraling out of control. And her few words managed to ease Lawyer Zhang's defenses. It's all that rabbit's fault. Lawyer Zhang shook her head. That mad rabbit. She wanted our lives. If it weren't for Officer Lee, we both would have perished. They are all lunatics. They possess no regard for the law. Lawyer Zhang gradually recounted the events that unfolded after Qi Xia and the others departed. Their experiences diverged from Qi Xia's deductions. It was not Officer Lee who uncovered the game mechanics of this sinister place, but rather Lawyer Zhang herself. After the four of them left, Lawyer Zhang promptly engaged in conversation with the Minotaur across from the convenience store. Just as she had stated, she needed to gather sufficient intelligence to make an informed judgment. Upon learning that the game in this place would not result in death, but rather offered the potential to gain Dao, she explained the situation to Officer Lee, Xiao Ran, and Dr. Zhao. However, only Officer Lee supported her views and decided to risk their remaining Dao on a gamble. This decision met with vehement opposition from Xiao Ran, who understood that Dao served as the currency for participating in the game. She insisted on keeping it close, preferring to squander this slim chance rather than risking it in a gamble. Officer Lee, due to the fact that she was a weaker sex, continued to counsel her kindly, but Lawyer Zhang did not coddle her. After several incisive exchanges, she left Xiao Ran speechless. After all, when it came to arguing, how could a kindergarten teacher possibly contend with a lawyer? The game designed by the Minotaur was a remarkably simple one. An obstacle course. The restaurant was strewn with discarded tires and wooden walls. As long as one completed the course within the allotted time, they would win 2 Dao. The game was almost tailor-made for Officer Lee, who had a background in police academy training and had practiced obstacle courses frequently during his student years. Though he had grown somewhat rusty over the years, completing the course within the designated time was still well within his capabilities. The entry ticket cost 1 Dao, with a victory yielding 2 Dao. Officer Lee appeared to have discovered a loophole, participating 3 times in succession, resulting in their Dao increasing to 4. They only departed the game area when he was utterly exhausted. This experience bolstered their confidence, as they believed they could gather an ample supply of Dao before encountering Qi Xia again. Subsequently, they unwittingly arrived at the game venue of Human Rabbit. This was an escape-type game, and they initially assumed the difficulty would not be too great in a small room. They found themselves trapped in opposite corners. Lawyer Zhang was bound within a massive transparent fish tank, which was steadily filling with water, while Officer Lee was handcuffed to the wall on the opposite side of the room, with only a wooden stick within reach. The key to Officer Lee's handcuffs lay within Lawyer Zhang's fish tank, while the switch to fill the tank with water was conveniently located near Officer Lee. Each held the means to save the other. However, Lawyer Zhang was ensnared by wires, unable to free herself or toss the key out of the tank. Although Officer Lee was close to the water valve, his right hand was restrained, leaving him 2 steps away from reaching it. Neither could rescue the other in a timely manner. Just how cruel was this game? It was not merely an escape game. It was a thorough test of human nature. While it seemed both were trapped and needed to escape, a closer examination revealed that Officer Lee's situation was fundamentally different from that of Zhang Chunza. As time passed, Zhang Chunza would inevitably drown, but Officer Lee would not. He could remain there for an entire day without peril. Zhang Chunza candidly stated, "At that moment, I thought I was doomed." Next, Officer Lee tried numerous methods to escape the handcuffs. For him, ordinary handcuffs were not particularly difficult to open, but he lacked any unlocking tools. The only thing at his disposal was a wooden stick. Officer Lee was truly foolish. Zhang Chunza sobbed quietly. Why didn't he just throw the stick over to break the fish tank? Instead, he ended up injuring himself. Qi Xia sighed helplessly. He struggled with the decision. What? Zhang Chunza's vacant eyes widened. You mean this was the result of his deliberation? Yes, Qi Xia nodded. He must have realized that using the stick to shatter the glass was not a wise choice. Yet, he didn't even attempt it. Zhang Chunza began to weep anew. He could have at least tried. And if he had tried, Qi Xia countered, what if that stick hadn't shattered the glass but instead fell beside the fish tank? What then? Zhang Chunza fell silent, Qi Xia's question cutting to the quick. If the stick had not broken the tank but instead landed far away, they would have lost all hope of escaping. As Zhang Chunza stared in shock, Officer Lee used that very stick to shatter his own palm. Chapter 70. New allies. If the roles were reversed, Zhang Chunza knew she would never sacrifice her own hand for the life of another. Yet Officer Lee had done precisely that. His initial thought was simple. By dislocating his palm, he could easily free himself from the handcuffs. However, he miscalculated. Qi Xia recalled the time Officer Lee had rescued Han Yimo from beneath the harpoon. The situation had been equally dire. Yet he had not faltered. Perhaps this time he was genuinely flustered. In his attempts to strike his palm, he inadvertently struck the handcuffs with the stick. The mechanism of the handcuffs operates in such a way that applying force from the outside merely tightens them further. He understood that even if he shattered the bones in his palm, he could not extricate himself. Witnessing the water in the tank rise above Lawyer Zhang's neck, Officer Li made a swift decision. Abandoning his plan to smash his palm and instead redirecting his efforts toward his forearm. This time, he exerted even greater force, to the point where he nearly lost consciousness several times. Lawyer Zhang could only tilt her head back, desperately seeking air above the water's surface. Just as her consciousness began to wane, the man arrived. He immediately shut off the water valve and used the stick to shatter the fish tank. He then used his remaining left hand to free Lawyer Zhang from the iron wires, binding him. In the brief span of a minute or two, Officer Li's right hand had begun to bleed profusely from the fracture. Zhang Chunza hastily broke a piece of wire, tightly binding it around his arm. At last, they had managed to escape from that hellish place. With a sorrowful expression, Lawyer Zhang glanced at Officer Li's lifeless body and remarked. Just as he said, he was a police officer, and thus could not stand idly by in the face of death. No, Qi Xia slowly shook his head. He was perhaps merely trying to atone for past mistakes. Past mistakes? The others looked at Qi Xia in confusion, seeking clarification. Qi Xia intended to say more, but ultimately swallowed his words. The tale Officer Li had recounted was one that he likely wished to keep from too many years. Since he was now deceased, it was best to let that secret be buried with him. Lin Qing removed her outer garment and draped it over Lawyer Zhang. Lawyer Zhang, you're completely soaked. Be careful not to catch a cold. Old LV, feeling somewhat extraneous, fumbled for a while before bringing over an aluminum pot, addressing Lawyer Zhang. Young lady, my condolences. Would you care for something to eat? Lawyer Zhang paused slightly before asking, and you are? I am Elvide, just call me Old Elvide. He chuckled foolishly, man is iron, and food is steel. One meal skipped makes a person uneasy. He is someone we met while participating in the game, Lin Qing clarified. Lawyer Zhang, you must be hungry, right? Qi Xia specifically brought this pot of meat for you. Meat? Lawyer Zhang indeed felt a pang of hunger. Since her arrival at this place, she had gone a full 2 days without sustenance. She quickly accepted the pot and began to devour the cold, greasy meat voraciously. Observing her drenched and disheveled state as she gorged herself, one would hardly believe she was once an arrogant lawyer. After consuming several pieces, Lawyer Zhang mumbled, Qi Xia, thank you. Qi Xia remained silent. After all, this pot of meat was meant for Officer Li, and now that he had passed, there was nothing inappropriate about giving it to Lawyer Zhang. At the very least, she appeared more reliable than Xiao Ran and Dr. Zhao. Qi Xia, I initially had some reservations about you, Lawyer Zhang continued, but not only did you bring us food, you also provided cigarettes for Officer Li. You are truly considerate. She pointed to the cigarette that Officer Li had been holding, saying, he spent quite a while searching for 2 moldy cigarettes. Qi Xia pondered for a moment and stepped forward to retrieve the cigarette from Officer Li's mouth. He had never seen this brand before. The filter bore the words Dong Chong Xia Chao. Bringing it to his nose, he detected a rich milky fragrance mixed with the scent of traditional Chinese herbs. Indeed, this is the cigarette I brought, Qi Xia said, his expression complex. It's a pity Officer Li never got the chance to smoke it before he died. Lin Qing felt puzzled. She had been almost glued to Qi Xia's side and had no recollection of him finding the cigarettes. Qi Xia then picked up the metallic lighter from Officer Li's hand. This lighter was also meant as a gift for Officer Li, but it seems I can only use it myself now. Naturally, no one objected, though Lin Qing remained somewhat perplexed. Qi Xia walked aside, examining the lighter and cigarette intently. He felt an inexplicable strangeness about the situation. Could it be that it all related to the chime? With that thought, he picked up the old cigarette box from the ground and inspected it thoroughly, finding no hidden mechanisms. What's wrong? Lin Qing approached softly, asking, is something amiss? Qi Xia frowned, unable to articulate an answer. How could he explain to Lin Qing? Did Officer Li extract the cigarette from a box? Or did he pull the lighter from his own pocket? These seemingly mundane occurrences hardly seemed strange. Yet they left Qi Xia baffled. Perhaps I am simply mistaken, he murmured, placing the cigarette and lighter back into the box before turning back to ask, how is Lawyer Zhang doing? Is her emotional state stable? What shall we do next? Qi Xia nodded, stating, our objective has always remained singular, has it not? He then slowly approached Lawyer Zhang, saying, "Lawyer Zhang, I will speak plainly. Could I borrow a dao from you?" "Borrow a dao?" Lawyer Zhang raised an eyebrow. Somewhat puzzled. Indeed, Qixia confirmed, "To be frank, our dao has been destroyed, and now we have none left." Hearing this, Lawyer Zhang slowly lowered her head, seemingly deep in thought. "Tisa, I can give you all of my dao," she said seriously. Looking up, "Let us form a team." Qixia pressed his lips together, replying, "It is not that I do not wish to team up with you. It's just that being near me seems fraught with danger." He succinctly recounted the experiences of Qiao Jiajin and Tiantian to Zhang Chunza, then added, "I am currently being targeted. They will kill those around me to thwart me." "Did Qiao Jiajin and Tiantian's deaths affect you?" Lawyer Zhang inquired. "That you wouldn't be impacted," Lawyer Zhang asserted, "which implies that threatening you by killing those nearby is ineffective." "Theoretically, yes. Then I am safe." Lawyer Zhang gradually stood up. "Let us make an agreement. I will give you all my dao, and I will assist you in the coming time. But in exchange, you must help me escape." Chapter 71. 3 questions. Qixia's expression grew solemn upon hearing this, and he sighed. "Are you not being overly optimistic? I have no idea how to escape this cursed place." Officer Li once mentioned that if it were truly possible to escape, Qixia would likely be capable of it. Qixia fell silent at this, for in his life, few occurrences had ever exceeded his expectations. He typically orchestrated everything with meticulous plans. However, since arriving here, he had often felt powerless. Everything seemed to unfold contrary to his designs. Initially, Qixia formulated a strategy, intending to rely on gambling with his life to acquire a dao, but soon encountered the Earth Bowl, which could lead to death in the game. Later, he witnessed Qiao Jiajin and Tiantian perish before his eyes. Despite his deep resentment, he was utterly powerless to intervene. Now, he had intended to team up with Officer Li to discuss the next course of action, but now that Officer Li was dead, he had no choice but to ally with Lawyer Zhang. Yet, what kind of person was Lawyer Zhang? The inability to strategize left him feeling quite uncomfortable. "Lawyer Zhang, may I ask you a few questions?" Qixia murmured. "Questions?" Lawyer Zhang pondered for a moment before responding. "Sure, as long as they don't involve personal matters. What is your compelling reason for needing to leave?" Lawyer Zhang found the question intriguing. "Even without a reason to leave, I certainly wouldn't willingly remain here." "Would I?" Qixia nodded and asked, "Do you believe that killing to seize a dao is a viable option?" "Killing to seize a dao." Lawyer Zhang rested her chin on her hand, considering the question carefully before responding. "I believe this method is feasible, yet I do not wish to pursue it, as it violates the law." Qixia contemplated for a moment before asking, "All right, one last question. Have you ever made a mistake?" "Mistake?" Lawyer Zhang was taken aback. "Are you referring to committing a crime?" "Not regarding law," Qixia clarified, "but rather a mistake significant enough to alter the trajectory of your entire life. One that fills you with regret. One that haunts you for the rest of your days." Lawyer Zhang's expression suddenly turned icy, her gaze fixed intently on Qixia as she demanded, "What do you mean? How does this question relate to our teaming up?" She did not respond, but Qixia had already discerned the answer. It seemed the root of all this lay in the first game. Everyone had lied. "All right, I understand now. Let us act together." Qixia nodded and extended his hand to Lawyer Zhang. Lawyer Zhang regarded Qixia with suspicion for a moment before slowly extending her hand to shake his. Old LV, observing their interaction, felt like an outsider once more, realizing that integrating into this small group would require some effort. He understood that following Qixia, a person of exceptional caliber, would significantly increase the chances of acquiring a dao. With this in mind, Old LV stepped forward, chuckling awkwardly, and said to Qixia, "Now that we've found the people, should I take my leave?" Qixia, expressionless, nodded and replied coolly, "No need to see you off, eh?" Old LV was momentarily taken aback. "Qixia, are you not going to keep me around?" "There is no necessity," Qixia said, turning to sit down slowly, continuing to examine the lighter in his hands. Old LV stood there awkwardly, initially hoping to perform a touching scene of everyone reluctant to part, yet forced to stay. But the young man before him showed no interest in such theatrics. What was he to do now? He turned to Lin Qing, his eyes filled with a hint of expectation. However, Lin Qing knew Qixia all too well. He would never allow a stranger to remain by his side. After all, the previous fates of Qiao Jiajin and Tiantian had been caused by that stranger named Xiao Xiao, so Lin Qing ignored Old LV's plea. Seeing Lin Qing's silence, Old LV could only look back at Zhang Chunza. He pondered to himself that this woman appeared quite familiar and should not be so heartless. Thus, he bent down beside Lawyer Zhang, tightening her clothing a bit more, and then remarked, "Little girl, I must take my leave now. You must take good care of yourself." What old LV did not anticipate was that Zhang Chunza was even colder than Lin Qing. "Uncle, your concern is unnecessary," Zhang Chunza replied coldly, adding, "Let me make it clear. Unless in a critical situation or a medical setting, please refrain from touching me." Old LV was infuriated, his teeth grinding, yet he found himself at a loss for words. For it was he who had insisted on leaving. He had only ever seen others graciously step down, but never had he witnessed someone elevate themselves onto the precipice with a single step. This time, it was old LV who felt reluctant to part ways. As he turned back multiple times towards the door, he realized indeed no one was urging him to stay, thus he could only sulkily step outside. Just as he was about to depart, an idea struck him, and he hurriedly returned to the group, proclaiming, "This morning, I discovered a game that requires a team of 4 to participate. Are you interested?" Upon hearing this, Lin Qing and Zhang Chunza simultaneously looked towards Qixia. Qixia slowly lifted her head and, after a 3-second contemplation, asked, "What animal?" Observing that Qixia was genuinely intrigued by the game, he decided to take a seat. "Heh, it's a dog," old LV declared. "This is a game to test our team's coordination. It will surely be fine, dog." Qixia was taken aback, lowering her head to ponder for a moment. The dog game was of the team coordination variety, and both Lin Qing and Zhang Chunza were no fools. They would heed her commands, so coordination shouldn't be an issue, with the only variable being old LV. Qixia's expression turned complex as she scrutinized old LV, seemingly weighing the feasibility of the team game. "Qixia, what's wrong? Don't you trust me?" old LV asked, a hint of urgency in his voice. "I've told you, the more critical the moment, the smarter I become. Old LV, can you agree to one condition?" Qixia inquired. "Certainly. Speak your mind. During the game, I want all decisions to be guided by me." After a moment's reflection, old LV's eyes darted, and he nodded. "All right. What else?" "That's all. Just this one condition." "Ah, I thought it was something serious." Old LV chuckled, waving his hand. "Don't worry, Qixia. I will follow your lead." Yet Qixia remained skeptical, cautioning, "I might make some seemingly bizarre decisions, but to win the game, you must heed my instructions." "All right, I understand." Old LV nodded seriously. Seeing old LV's earnest demeanor, Qixia no longer pressed the matter, turning to Lawyer Zhang to inquire, "Have you eaten enough?" "Yes," Zhang Qinza replied, picking up a relatively clean scrap of paper from the ground to wipe the grease off her hands. "Though it may sound a bit inappropriate, would you consider changing into Officer Li's clothes?" Qixia suggested. Upon hearing this, Lawyer Zhang paused, glancing at her drenched attire and then at Officer Li's blood-stained t-shirt, pondering for a moment before shaking her head. "I have a cleanliness obsession. I prefer to stick with what I have on." Chapter 72. Identity cards. After a brief tidying up, the group followed old LV to the gaming venue. Perhaps, as old LV himself mentioned, due to his years of street vending, he was particularly familiar with the intricate alleyways of the city. As they followed him through various narrow paths, Qixia felt lost several times, while old LV strolled leisurely, turning left and right with ease. During their journey, Qixia spotted the numbers old LV had mentioned. Besides the previously seen 52, she also came across 19 and 34. She speculated that old LV might indeed be correct. These numbers were likely markers left by someone for navigation. Approximately 20 minutes later, they arrived at the front of a dilapidated inn. Dog was standing at the entrance, seemingly engaged in conversation with several individuals. As Qixia and the others approached, their expressions changed instantly. The dog mask before them was exceedingly lifelike, resembling the face of a large bulldog, clad in a shiny black suit and a pristine fitted shirt. "It's Earth Dog." Qixia was momentarily taken aback. Zhang Chunza blinked slightly and asked, "What does Earth Dog mean?" "Isn't it Human Dog?" "Earth Dog is a rank above Human Dog," Qixia replied while stroking her chin. "In Earth-level games, deaths can occur." "Deaths?" Zhang Chunza was taken aback. "Are we still participating?" This Qixia furrowed her brows in contemplation. Even if it was an Earth level, the game remained a cooperative type. As long as the 4 of them worked together, she was confident they could win. With this in mind, she turned back, carefully scrutinizing Zhang Chunza and old LV, and asked, "Can you guarantee to follow my arrangements?" "Certainly," Zhang Chunza nodded. Absolutely, old LV echoed. Upon hearing this, Qixia felt a sense of relief. Wonderful, someone is coming. A shout came from the direction of the Earth Dog, indicating that they could begin. Qixia turned to see that the young individuals next to the Earth Dog were all looking in their direction. What's going on? Aren't we supposed to form a team of 4? Qixia queried old LV in confusion. I don't know. That dog told me this morning that a team of 4 was required to participate. Stepping closer, Qixia examined the 4 individuals, 3 men and 1 woman, all appearing to be in their 20s, with 1 man and woman embracing each other, seemingly a couple. These individuals exuded a certain delinquent aura, their hair dyed in vibrant colors, leaving Qixia with a rather poor first impression. If Qiao Jiajin gave off an air of a notorious enforcer among delinquents, these youths resembled the lowest-tier minions. Would you like to join my game? The Earth Dog's deep voice suddenly resonated. Each of you will receive 1 Dao. Life and death shall be as fate dictates. The losing team will face complete elimination, while the surviving team will each receive 5 Dao as a reward, along with all the spoils from the eliminated team. Complete elimination? The group was taken aback. What kind of rules are these? Qixia coldly inquired. Pay the entry fee to learn the rules. Here we go again. Qixia shook her head in resignation. The previous game with the Earth Cow had been similar, with no clue of what awaited them until they paid the entry fee. Hey, what's the holdup? Are you scared before the game even starts? One of the green-haired delinquents appeared somewhat impatient. Ignoring the green-haired individual, Qixia pondered for a moment and asked, Earth Dog, will your game feature random team assignments? Random team assignments. Old LV and Lin Qing seemed to have an epiphany. This was indeed a concern. If the Earth Dog followed the Earth Cow's example and suddenly rearranged the teams after the entry fee was paid, the outcome would be unpredictable. Not at all. The Earth Dog replied, you will always remain in your current teams. All your efforts will be aimed at securing the team's benefit. Upon hearing this, Qixia gradually felt reassured. It appeared to be a thoroughly team cooperation type game, albeit with 2 competing teams. Noticing Qixia's lingering hesitation, old LV quickly produced 4 Dao and handed them over. Old LV, what are you doing? Qixia frowned. This time, it's on me, old LV grinned mischievously. And if we win, make sure to give me a little extra. I don't want to give you more. Qixia retorted, the Dao we win will be evenly distributed among everyone. Otherwise, I'm leaving right now. Fine. Old LV sighed, clearly displeased, and reluctantly nodded. All right, you're really stingy. Both teams promptly paid their entry fees. To everyone's surprise, after the fees were collected, the Earth Dog's demeanor shifted dramatically as he gleefully welcomed them in like a host. Please, come in, everyone, the Earth Dog exclaimed with a smile. Welcome to my gaming venue. Although the group was bewildered, they could only follow along begrudgingly. Once inside, Qixia surveyed the shabby inn. The interior was quite simple, with long corridors on both sides, each lined with several rooms. Do any of you enjoy watching spy dramas? The Earth Dog asked, rubbing his hands together. Qixia noticed the Earth Dog's hands were furry, like he was wearing very realistic gloves. Spy dramas? Who watches that? A blonde delinquent shook his head. Quit the chit-chat and tell us what we are going to play. Impatient, aren't we? The Earth Dog pulled out 2 stacks of cards from the front desk drawer and handed them forward, saying, although you are grouped in teams of 4, each individual will have their own identity card. Please draw your identities. Qixia glanced at the stack of identity cards, reminiscent of the cards encountered during the first meeting with the human sheep, with Enhua Game inscribed on the back. Standing at the forefront, Lin Qing gathered the 4 cards and turned to ask, who wants to draw first? They're all the same. You deal, Zhang Chunzi replied. Lin Qing nodded in agreement, shuffled the cards face down, and distributed them one by one to the 3. Upon receiving her identity card, Qixia looked puzzled. It read sender. Should this be kept confidential? Old LV inquired, carefully holding the card to his chest. The group turned their gaze towards the Earth Dog. No need. The Earth Dog replied with a smile, team members can view each other's identities. If you wish, you may also exchange identities. Upon hearing this, the group gathered around Qixia, forming a circle. They unveiled the cards one by one, each person's identity differing from the others. Qixia's identity was sender. Lin Qing's identity was receiver. Zhang Chunzi's identity was hostage. And yours? Qixia turned to Lao El, noticing his reluctance to reveal his card. How should I put this? At this point, Qixia ceased her inquiries, directly gripping Lao El's wrist and forcefully revealing the card. It read Spy. Chapter 73. The Spy. A spy. Qixia pondered deeply, unable to grasp the meaning of this identity card. If there existed a spy among the four, logically, the identity should remain confidential. Yet, Digo initiated the game by allowing everyone to verify each other's identities, even permitting the exchange of identity cards. What manner of game was this, ladies and gentlemen? Do you wish to exchange identities? Digo inquired from the front desk of the inn. Qixia glanced at the cards in everyone's hands, feeling somewhat perplexed. With the next game looming, she had no knowledge of what it entailed. How could she discern which identity was most crucial? If the identity of spy was intended to sabotage teamwork, then that card suited Lao El perfectly. He was not particularly astute, making him relatively easy to handle. But what were the roles of sender and receiver? Qixia, let us exchange, Lin Qing suggested, extending her receiver card forward. Though I do not fully comprehend the meanings of these two identities, the literal interpretation suggests that the sender comes first, followed by the receiver. I shall take the lead. If you play the receiver, at least you'll have some maneuvering space. Qixia found Lin Qing's argument compelling. It was indeed necessary for her to act as a backup. Very well, let us exchange. The two swapped cards. Lin Qing became the sender, while Qixia took on the role of receiver. Lao El, holding his card, appeared at a loss. Qixia patted his shoulder and reassured him. Lao El, regardless of the objective of the spy, focus on fulfilling your duties. Remember, we are a team, and think critically when necessary. Lao El nodded, seemingly understanding, as Qixia turned her gaze towards Zhang Xihen's. At that moment, she was lost in thought while holding a hostage card, her attire damp, and Qixia could only imagine the chill she must be experiencing. Lawyer Zhang, are you all right? Qixia inquired. This hostage. Zhang Chunza's lips moved slightly. Could it be that kind of hostage, the one tied in a fish tank? Qixia considered the question seriously and nodded. It is indeed possible. Dio, you need me to exchange with you? No need. Zhang Chunza shook her head, offering a wry smile. Perhaps you all lack the experience I possess. It would be best if I took on this hostage role. Seeing the facade of strength on Zhang Chunza's face, Qixia was at a loss for words of persuasion, merely stating, do not worry, I will rescue you. I am not concerned for my own situation. I just hope you do not injure yourself. Having confirmed their identities, Qixia turned her attention to the opposing team, who had also completed their card exchanges. The identities of the green-haired, golden-haired, and bald individuals were sender, receiver, and hostage, respectively, while the only girl in their team was the spy. She seemed dissatisfied with her identity, as if it had been exchanged by someone else. Now that both sides have chosen their identities, please line up accordingly, Digo cheerfully instructed. Qixia was momentarily taken aback, noticing that when Digo smiled, his entire facial musculature shifted, as if he did not merely wear a dog mask but possessed an actual dog head. First, may I invite the player who drew the spy to step forward? Digo gestured grandly. After a moment of contemplation, Lao El and the girl stood up. Please give them a round of applause. Digo clapped his hands. In a one moved. Everyone silently listened to his solitary applause echo in the stillness. First, I must congratulate the two of you for drawing the identity with the highest survival rate in this game. The highest survival rate? Both frowned simultaneously. Indeed, from now on, due to the unique status of the spy, you will operate within the opposing team. Digo elaborated, gesturing as he spoke. You have two ways to complete your tasks. First, act as a competent spy, securing victory for the original team and ensuring the survival of all members. Alternatively, you may abandon your original team and assist the current team in winning the game. If, at the last moment, the team you join is willing to accept you, you might survive under a new identity. Lao El processed this information and then queried. So, we are not merely spies, but double agents? No matter which team wins, we are victorious. Precisely, as long as the new team is willing to accept you. You will have one, Digo confirmed with a nod. Qixia sensed a flaw in this rule and asked, why then are there two spies? Wouldn't one suffice? A good question, Digo acknowledged. For this is precisely what makes this game intriguing. If a new team wishes to accept a spy, they must relinquish their own SPY. In other words, a team can have a maximum of 4 members. There cannot be a scenario where both spies join the same faction. Upon hearing this, Qixia's expression darkened. Indeed, everything occurring here was unforeseen. So, it turns out that a spy can defect. Before Qixia could respond further, Lao El turned back and asked, Qixia, you won't abandon me, will you? Qixia stared into Lao El's eyes for a moment in silence before retorting, what about you? What benefit would I gain from abandoning you? I covered the cost for all 4 Dao tickets. Lao said anxiously. The winning team earns 5 Dao each, plus the spoils from the opposing team, correct? Yet you're all as impoverished as could be. With only that lawyer possessing a few Dao, if I kill you all, I'd only gain 5 Dao at best, meaning I'd toil for half a day just to earn 1 Dao. Qixia nodded in agreement. It is good that you understand this principle. I will not abandon you. Then we have an agreement. Lao grasped Qixia's hand, declaring, I will do my utmost to create chaos for the opposing team and help you win the game. Wait. Qixia pulled Lao close, whispering, there are a few matters I need to discuss with you. On the other side, the girl, also a spy, felt similarly troubled after hearing the rules. She approached her boyfriend, the green-haired man, and with a reluctant expression, said, What's this? I'm supposed to join the opposing team. Don't worry, darling. The green-haired man wrapped his arm around the woman's waist. It's just a formality. How could those weaklings possibly defeat you? A mere formality? The woman cast a meaningful glance at Qixia's team, questioning if they could really succeed. What kind of words are these? I don't want you. I want that old man. The green-haired man pulled the woman closer, their faces nearly touching. Darling, please don't keep rejecting me. Can we see how it goes tonight? The girl pressed her hand against the green-haired man, replying, There's a logical relationship in this, which hinges on whether you can win the game. Chapter 74. Lawyer Zhang's Choice. Digo, what are the remaining rules? Qixia inquired. What is the objective of this game? Please follow me. I will explain as we walk. Digo replied, leading everyone to a corridor within the inn and stating, This inn has 2 parallel corridors, both arranged identically. Each team occupies 1 corridor to commence the game. Whoever completes the task first shall declare victory. With that, he opened the first door of the corridor, marked Sender. This is the sender's room, Digo explained. Once the game begins, the 2 senders are confined to their respective rooms and may not venture outside. Your task is to deliver a letter containing a password. The room was bare, furnished only with a table, upon which lay a letter, an iron box, a golden key, and a golden lock. Lin Qing pondered for a moment and asked, Since we cannot leave this room, how are we to send out the letter? Quite simply, you hand the letter to the spy, Digo replied. Please follow me. He guided everyone out of the room and into the corridor, which served as the activity area for all spies. You will navigate through your respective corridors, tasked with delivering the letters. Letting the spy assist in delivering the letter? Everyone was momentarily taken aback. Have any of you watched spy dramas? Digo chuckled. Sometimes you know the messenger is a spy, yet you still have to send the letter. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, most of whom were young and had little experience with spy dramas. What is this? Lin Qing noticed a small machine in the corridor. The device resembled a heater, with a palm-sized opening at the top. This is a shredder, Digo explained. Spies may choose to dispose of anything they wish in the shredder, including letters, keys, and locks. However, it is worth noting that due to size constraints, the iron box cannot be discarded. So, we can have the spy deliver anything? Lin Qing inquired. Can we send just a key? Indeed, as long as you are willing. The spy may traverse the corridor repeatedly. The crowd harbored an unspoken sense that this game was far from simple, and the forthcoming circumstances were entirely unpredictable. For now, I shall refrain from elaborating further on the initial rules. With a smile, the underdog instructed the sender to return to their respective rooms, stating that the subsequent rules did not require their involvement. Lin Qing cast a glance at Qixia before slowly making her way back to her room. The golden-haired member of the opposing team similarly retreated down another corridor and entered a room. Qixia glanced at the shredder in the hallway, a sudden wave of regret washing over her. It seemed that the spy was destined to be the most unpredictable element in this game. The 2 spies, regardless of what items you receive, they must be delivered within 3 minutes. Unless you have already destroyed them. The underdog pointed to the electronic clock in the corridor, which displayed a 3-minute countdown. Should the time reach 0 without the items being processed, there would be consequences. Old Lu and the girl exchanged bewildered looks. Were we not told that our identities were the safest? Of course, as long as you either deliver or destroy the items, you will be safe. The underdog smiled, explaining that this rule was established to prevent any delays. Noticing the silence among the crowd, he added, Please, the spies remain behind, while the rest follow me. Old Lu and the girl stayed back as the underdog led the remaining individuals onward. Currently, only the recipient and the hostage remained on each side. At the end of the corridor stood another room, marked recipient. The underdog pushed the door open, revealing a table with a single silver key and a silver lock atop it. In the corner of the room stood a large device resembling a refrigerator. This would serve as the recipient's area of activity. The underdog stated, aside from the spies, you are not permitted to communicate with anyone. After saying this, he moved next to the large device and continued, this cabinet is where the hostage will be confined. Once the game begins, you will be trapped inside. Qi Xiao was the first to approach the cabinet. Noticing an electronic display on the cabinet door, currently indicating unlocked. The interior structure of the cabinet appeared rather peculiar, with metallic walls adorned with numerous holes, resembling. This is a custom-made large microwave, the underdog explained. If no one opens the cabinet within half an hour, the occupant will be turned to flesh. The bald man nearby gasped in shock. He was the hostage from the opposing team, a microwave? What the hell? He shouted, stumbling backward. In a way, I'm going in there. Hey. The golden-haired man seized him, stating, stop messing around. If you back down now, MU will kill you once you're out. Upon hearing this, the bald man visibly recoiled in fear. But I can't just climb into the microwave, don't worry. How could these people possibly stand a chance against AMU? The golden-haired man grasped the bald man's shoulder, urging him to trust in his abilities. After a moment of contemplation, the bald man hesitantly nodded. AS for the recipient. The underdog continued, your rules are no different from those of the sender. The only crucial point to note is that if you successfully receive a letter, you must immediately open the envelope and decipher the door code to rescue your teammate. The first team to rescue their teammate will be deemed victorious. Noticing that Zhang Chunza had remained silent, Qi Xiao gently inquired, do you trust me? After a moment of reflection, Zhang Chunza replied, Qi Xiao, I believe in you, but the variables in this game are too numerous. In this room, you cannot communicate with others, nor can you strategize. Just because I trust you doesn't guarantee that you will be able to rescue me. Qi Xiao found herself momentarily speechless. The underdog, interrupting their conversation inopportunely, approached with a smile, stating, even now, if you wish to exchange identities, I would not oppose it. Upon hearing this, Qi Xiao was taken aback, pulling out her recipient card to examine it. Was it not excessively cruel for Zhang Chunza, who had just escaped from a fish tank, to then be thrust into a microwave? Zhang, logically speaking, I should indeed swap with you. Qi Xiao said, feeling conflicted. It's too much for you to become the hostage twice in AROW.its, all right? Zhang Chunza replied, Qi Xiao, from the perspective of maximizing benefits, you should take the recipient card. Being at the center of the game will allow you to better control the situation. Compared to others, I feel more secure with you unlocking the door. Don't you find it rather cruel? Qi Xiao asked. Cruel? Zhang Chunza forced a smile. If it is the right thing to do, it should be executed unconditionally. Why clothes are still damp? Think of it as a chance to dry off. Chapter 75. Psychological Warfare to all present. If you comprehend the rules, please take your positions. The forthcoming instructions will be broadcast from within the room. The underdog arranged everyone accordingly before proceeding to the front desk. Throughout the two corridors, everyone had assumed their places. The senders were seated in the first room of the corridor, while the opposing spies stood within the hallway, and the final room housed the recipient and hostage. The rules of this game appeared deceptively simple. The sender would pass the password to the spy, who would then relay it to the recipient, who would check the password and ultimately unlock the door. Yet, what could be succinctly articulated in a few words left everyone feeling uncertain. After all, the most crucial element of the game lay in the hands of the opposing team. Everyone, the underdog announced into a microphone at the front desk. Simultaneously, his voice echoed through the speakers in the various rooms and corridors. The game will commence in 10 minutes. Spies may now make contact with the senders. Lin Qing examined the various props in her room, her mind racing with strategies. Among the box, lock, key, and letter, 3 items were susceptible to being obliterated by the shredder. Evade the shredder. The letter must be concealed within the box and locked, thereby preventing the entire box from being discarded into the shredder, allowing the spy to deliver it to the opposing side. However, the question remained, what of the key? Although she was unaware of what tools Qi Xiao possessed, the game's design implied that there could not be a matching key or any unlocking tools. How would she open the box upon receiving it? A faint knocking sound interrupted her thoughts, and the spy girl outside opened the door. Are you ready? She asked, her expression flat. Lin Qing glanced at her and inquired, what is your name, Jiang Ruoxue? Are you prepared? Ruoxue, would you consider joining us? Lin Qing asked directly. After contemplating, Zhang Ruoxue replied, "The risk of joining you is too great. I cannot take that gamble." "Risk? Indeed," Zhang Ruoxue nodded. "If I assist you in winning, yet you choose not to accept me at the last moment, I will still perish." Her expression was earnest, as if she had pondered this dilemma long before. "Your concerns are not unfounded," Lin Qing acknowledged. Initiating a conversation technique she excelled at. "However, let us entertain a hypothetical scenario. In your estimation, what methods would your team employ to secure victory?" Zhang Ruoxue furrowed her brow slightly. "You mean they might collaborate with the spies?" "Precisely," Lin Qing affirmed. "Like a job interview, we are currently engaged in a mutual selection process. You two must consider whether your original team would abandon you." "They would not," Zhang Ruoxue asserted confidently. "There is no way they would forsake me for some old geezer." "They are not abandoning you for an old man. They are doing so to survive." Lin Qing spoke with a deliberate tone, aiming to lower her companion's defenses. Generally, individuals prefer to control their own fates rather than rely on others. "Do they not?" Zhang Ruoxue hesitated noticeably this time. She opened her mouth, as if to voice something, yet fell silent once more. "And my collaboration with you is solely for the sake of survival." "What of the spy you dispatched?" Zhang Ruoxue queried. "He is clearly your teammate. Can you truly abandon him without a second thought?" "I have known him for no more than 4 hours. I would never gamble my life on such a brief acquaintance." Lin Qing stated with sincerity. "And how long have you known your teammates? Would they risk their lives for you?" Zhang Ruoxue stood in a daze, pondering. After a period of contemplation, she still did not acquiesce to Lin Qing's request. "I cannot trust you. Hurry and prepare the letter. I suggest you make it sturdy. I will do everything in my power to destroy the contents." Zhang Ruoxue shook her head, insisting, "Let us not discuss anything further." "May I ask what motivates your insistence?" Lin Qing inquired one last time. "Mu is my boyfriend. Do I need any other reason?" As a psychological counselor, Lin Qing understood that dismantling a person's mental defenses in mere minutes was nearly impossible. Such scenarios only occurred in science fiction novels. A typical individual harbors an acute sense of wariness towards strangers, particularly in life and death situations where every exchanged word may lead to fatal consequences, compelling them to exercise even greater caution than usual. Lin Qing refrained from squandering any more time, redirecting her focus towards the box before her. Were one to disregard the notion of collaborating with the traitor, could there be a viable method for Qixia to obtain the letter? Meanwhile, in the room of the sender, Mu encountered the traitor, Old Lu. "Listen here, kid. Hand over the goods," Old Lu remarked impatiently, leaning against the doorframe. Mu scratched his emerald green hair, casting a scornful glance at Old Lu. He chose not to regard the items on the table, but instead pondered for a moment before speaking. "Old man? 10 Dao for your comrade's life. What do you say? What nonsense?" Old Lu responded, momentarily taken aback. 10 Dao. You don't seem like a fool. You must be aware of the survival rules here, right? After a lengthy contemplation, Old Lu slowly began to articulate his thoughts. What foolishness is this? How could one betray a teammate for merely 10 Dao? Moreover, I paid for the tickets. 15, Mu interjected, in addition to the rewards from this game. I will provide you with an extra 15 Dao. Old Lu's gaze gradually drifted to the ground, his expression rife with hesitation. Stop mulling it over, old man. You should know how to ensure your 100% survival. Amu's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, the sound laden with a warning. We will accept you and allow you to live. Once we step outside, we shall part ways. Old Lu cautiously inquired. If you give me 15 Dao, wouldn't you be left with nothing? Not a problem, Mu replied nonchalantly, shaking his head. If we take each other's lives, we can acquire the spoils from one another. It wouldn't be accurate to say we gain nothing. What about that woman? Old Lu pressed. Isn't she your partner? Just a woman, Mu retorted, leaning in menacingly towards Old Lu. If she dies, I can find another. But if I die, the situation becomes rather dire. Old Lu sensed an indescribable danger emanating from the man before him. However, upon further reflection, he recognized that Qixia and the others were unlikely to muster 15 Dao between them. Complying with the request would yield him a substantial profit. I need a deposit, Old Lu stated firmly. Give me 5 Dao now. What if so? You won't be able to kill me. Old Lu smiled, beads of sweat trickling down his face. Killing to obtain Dao is not permissible, correct? Chapter 76. The critical moment of cleverness. You are quite astute, old dog, Mu remarked, his expression darkening instantaneously. Of course, I am clever in critical moments. Old Lu wore a grimace. I truly wish your teammates could witness your current countenance. Mu produced 5 dao from his pocket, scattering them on the floor as if feeding pigeons. Old Lu hurriedly bent down to gather each dao, stowing them away in his pocket. Dumb, why teammates will understand. Old Lu dusted off his hands, adding, I've long warned them that I am clever in critical moments. They never anticipated I would betray them. I had no choice. Mu donned a faux smile, handing the locked box along with the golden key to Old Lu. What follows is in your hands. Meanwhile, in the receiver's room, Qixia sat in a chair, eyes closed, seeking tranquility. The prisoner's dilemma? He murmured to himself. No, it should be the bucket theory. The weakest member of the team determines the overall strength of the group. Qixia's fingers lightly tapped the table, mentally counting down the moments. Yet, which plank truly belonged to their bucket? It was evident that both sides' traders had encountered the sender. With his eyes still shut, he endeavored to reconstruct the scene of their meeting in his mind. Approximately 10 minutes passed, and their trader had yet to deliver the letter, indicating that Linqing's persuasion had failed. After all, a woman in love would find little reason to harm her beloved. As for the other side, Qixia opened his eyes, idly toying with the silver key on the table. Old Lu had most likely betrayed them. His expression gradually turned cold as he spoke. From this moment onwards, the opposing side will simultaneously receive assistance from 2 traders. Matters are trending towards the worst possible outcome. The good news is that the bucket theory is effectively nullified. There are no longer any weaknesses within our team. A cold smile crept across Qixia's face as he continued. Next comes the MiG-25 effect. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed from the doorway. When the Soviet Union was developing the MiG-25 fighter jet, despite all components being inferior to those of the United States, it managed to become a world-class aircraft by enhancing its overall performance. This is the MiG-25 effect, isn't it? Qixia turned to find the trader, Zhang Ruoxue, standing at the threshold, her expression impassive as she regarded him. Cradled in her arms was a locked box. Do you believe the MiG-25 effect to be valid? Zhang Ruoxue inquired. I am uncertain, Qixia replied, his expression equally stoic. I cannot ascertain whether the components I possess are functional, but your mere presence dispels all my doubts. Did my appearance enlighten you? You must be a once-in-a-century genius. Zhang Ruoxue retorted with a hint of derision as she placed the box upon the table before Qixia. Now, please employ your MiG-25 effect to unlock this box. Qixia scrutinized the box closely. The golden lock firmly secured it. He attempted to use the nearby silver key, but it would not budge. He then lifted the box and gently shook it, confirming he could hear a rustling sound within. There is a letter. What name shall I address you by? Qixia asked. Zhang Ruoxue. Zhang Ruoxue. Did you shatter the key earlier? Qixia probed. Do you think your teammates would hand me the key? Zhang Ruoxue crossed her arms, as though she were watching a captivating performance. Someone like you, who perceives themselves as clever, cannot open the box without the key, she added with a smirk. It is splendid that she did not give you the key. Qixia's lips curled into a smile as he replied. Did you hear that? Did you hear what? The footsteps, Qixia stated. The soundproofing in this olden leaves much to be desired. You should have heard the footsteps before you made your move, correct? So what? Zhang Ruoxue scoffed. In this entire building, the only ones capable of moving are me and that old man. The presence of footsteps is hardly surprising. But why did he depart before you? Qixia continued, tapping the table with a knowing gaze directed at Zhang Ruoxue. Why did our trader set off first? You. Zhang Ruoxue's expression faltered as if she had grasped something significant. How likely do you believe you are to survive in this game? Qixia persistently tapped the table, aiming to dismantle her psychological defenses with his words. If your team has allied with our trader, do you still hold any chance of victory? I understand now. Zhang Ruoxue's eyes gradually turned icy. You cannot open the box, so you've shifted your focus onto me? Isn't that rather juvenile? Qixia nodded, saying, have you seen through my intentions? Do not presume to sway me. Zhang Ruoxue retreated a step, resolutely stating, I will never trust you. Qixia fell silent, turning his attention back to his tapping fingers. Time was of the essence. His expression hardened as he murmured, let me verify whether the components are functional. Before Zhang Ruoxue could comprehend the meaning behind his words, A cacophony of shouting erupted from another corridor. It sounded as if a brawl had broken out. Unfortunately, the distance rendered the specifics inaudible. Excellent. These are top-notch components. Qixia ceased tapping the table and gradually rose. Addressing Zhang Ruoxue, Miss Zhang, had you agreed to cooperate with us earlier, the outcome would have been entirely different. However, that opportunity has now vanished. You are merely a spare component. Ah, how intriguing, Zhang Ruoxue remarked, shaking her head in resignation. Now, I am keen to see how you intend to acquire the letter. Qixia had no intention of attempting to unlock the lock. Instead, he took his silver lock and affixed it to the box as well. At this moment, the box bore 2 locks. Have you lost your mind? Zhang Ruoxue questioned. Adding another lock, do you think that will yield a positive outcome? Am I losing my mind? There is indeed a possibility. Qixia replied, presenting the box to Zhang Ruoxue. Please, return this to the sender. What? Zhang Ruoxue was taken aback. You want me to return this box with 2 locks to the sender? Suddenly, clarity dawned upon her, and she gasped in horror, realizing Qixia's scheme. Wait, you, without allowing her to finish, Qixia shoved her out of the room and locked the door behind her. Zhang Ruoxue stepped into the corridor, and the countdown on the wall illuminated. Showing 3 minutes remaining, she stood there, holding the box, her expression complex. Had she known the nature of her opponent, she would have feigned agreement earlier. As she entered the corridor, the sounds from the other passage became distinctly audible. Zhang Ruoxue refocused, slowly leaning against the wall to listen intently. Before long, her expression grew serious. Amu sounded extremely furious, shouting, "You old dog, how could you destroy the key?" Chapter 77. Premium components on the other side of the corridor. In the room of the sender, old Lu had already been beaten to a pulp, his nostrils bleeding and a finger broken. Please, stop hitting me. Old Lu pleaded, if you kill me, no one will send messages for you. Spare me, old dog. Amu grasped what little hair old Lu had left and said menacingly, haven't I treated you well? Huh? I've given you the way and trust. How dare you shatter my key? I'm truly sorry. Old Lu forced a bitter smile. I delivered all the boxes before realizing I hadn't sent the key. I intended to deliver it immediately, but with only 3 seconds left on the countdown, I would have died if I didn't throw the key into the shredder. Dio, you think I would believe you? Amu yanked old Lu's hair and slammed him against the wall. The impact struck his eye socket, causing blood to pour from his brow. Ouch, please stop. Old Lu cried on the floor, clutching his forehead. If you keep hitting me, I will truly die. Amu took a moment to steady his breath and slowly released his grip. Old dog. Thankfully, I didn't fully trust you. He gradually stood up and retrieved a letter from his pocket. What? Old Lu was momentarily stunned as he saw the letter. You didn't put the letter inside? Your little tricks seemed childish before me. Amu Sq. Zhang Ruoxue clapped her hands in joy, realizing that the phrase she had deciphered was indeed long live the extreme path. I thought it had failed. She mused. The mere mention of these 4 characters caused Qixia to exhibit an unusual panic. He plopped down onto his seat, his gaze, filled with trepidation, fixed on Zhang Ruoxue, as he muttered, what exactly are you all planning to do? Oh, it's nothing, Zhang Ruoxue replied, shaking her head. I'm going to die anyway. Consider this my farewell. Farewell. Qixia gritted his teeth. The last time you said farewell, you killed 2 of my companions. Oh? Is that so? Zhang Ruoxue was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Xiao Xiao had taken action. She hadn't mentioned it to us, but it was of little consequence. You must be more forgiving, as Xiao Xiao has always been like that, though she is quite a decent person. Really? What nonsense are you spouting? Qixia slowly rose. A decent person? I could not wish for anything more than to see her torn to shreds. You do seem genuinely angry. Zhang Ruoxue approached him, patting his shoulder. How about this? After this game, I will die, a life for a life. Would that help alleviate your anger? Qixia did not respond to her proposition, but he sensed something strange about Zhang Ruoxue. Or rather, all those associated with the extreme path seemed peculiar. He hesitated, then turned to retrieve the letter from the table, inquiring, what about the original code? If you change the password, won't that endanger my teammates? What are you talking about? This is the code. Zhang Ruoxue looked at him in confusion. Isn't this a letter sent by your teammate? You. Qixia was equally perplexed. Are you saying long live the extreme path is the code? Are you allied with Earth Dogs? Not at all. We have no connection with the Zodiac. Zhang Ruoxue shook her head. Qixia, you must grasp a logical relation. Since Earthdog stated the letter is the code, and the letter is long live the extreme path, then long live the extreme path is the code. What? Qixia felt as though he was grappling with a bizarre logical construct. Zhang Ruoxue did not appear to be the sort devoid of reason, yet her words remained elusive. He slowly approached the cabinet, hesitantly handwriting the 4 characters long live the extreme path on the touchscreen. Upon seeing this, Zhang Ruoxue smiled and remarked, it is indeed somewhat astonishing to see these 4 characters written by your hand. With a soft click, the cabinet door swung open. At that moment, Zhang Chunza sat trembling inside. She looked up and met Qixia's gaze. Before Qixia could utter a word, Zhang Chunza rushed toward him, enveloping him in an embrace. Qixia. Qixia felt a little awkward, unsure where to place his hands. This is wonderful. You scared me to death. Zhang Chunza was shaking all over, whether from fear or cold. She continued, I thought I would be roasted alive in there. Lawyer Zhang, I recall you dislike being touched by others. Qixia said awkwardly. Zhang Chunza quickly released him, wiping her tear-streaked eyes. I'm so sorry. I hope I didn't cause you any trouble? Not at all. You merely startled me. Qixia shook his head. I'm not particularly fond of unexpected occurrences. You don't strike me as the type. Yes, I apologize. Zhang Chunza lowered her head, gradually regaining her composure. As the two lapsed into silence, the intercom crackled to life once more. A team had successfully rescued their teammate, and the game had come to an end. The entire building erupted into chaos, for as the saying goes, some rejoiced while others mourned. Qixia heard a cacophony of footsteps approaching. Sensing that something was amiss, he stepped outside to investigate, only to see old Lu, battered and bruised, sprinting towards him as if fleeing for his life. Help me. Qixia furrowed his brow, noticing a green-haired figure hot on old Lu's heels, pursuing him like a rabid dog. Old dog, didn't I tell you? If I die, you will pay with your life. The green-haired man, seemingly blinded by rage, relentlessly chased after old Lu. Isn't that your boyfriend? Qixia turned to ask. Are all those from the extreme path this deranged? He is not from the extreme path. Zhang Ruoxue crossed her arms. This role-playing game of mine has come to an end. Portraying a lovesick woman is truly exhausting. Does that mean you 1T intervene in what happens next? Qixia inquired. I 1T. Zhang Ruoxue replied. I'm waiting to die. She retreated into the room, closing her eyes for a moment of respite. Qixia nodded, seizing the iron box from the table. Chapter 79. A strange logic. Old Lu finally reached Qixia just as he was on the verge of being caught. Qixia. Someone has been killed. He shoved Qixia in front of him. You must save me. What happened? Qixia asked, puzzled. Upon seeing Qixia standing in his way, Amu appeared furious. Get out of the way. Qixia did not yield, instead blocking Amu's path. Let us talk this out. What is going on? Did my teammate offend you? Amu gradually halted, looking at Qixia with suspicion. Are you their leader? Qixia scratched his head, not answering Amu's question, but rather saying, just don't make a move yet. Tell me what happened. Fine. Since you have questions, I'll make sure he understands, Amu growled. Just now, this old dog. Before he could finish, an iron box flew toward Amu's face. He was caught off guard by the sudden attack and was struck on the nose. In a split second, Amu regained his footing. Damn it, you've got some skill. Though his nose throbbed, Amu recognized that the man before him was not to be trifled with. If he let his guard down, he could very well be killed before any punishment could be administered. Having just steadied himself, before he could even adopt a fighting stance, Qixia swung a punch that landed squarely on his face. Amu, seeing Qixia's awkward punch, had expected it to lack any real power, yet to his surprise, he found himself knocked to the ground, his temple throbbing painfully. Qixia followed up with a swift kick to Amu's jaw, leaving him unable to rise. Seeing that his opponent had lost the will to fight, Qixia slowly discarded the lock he had been holding. Generally, being struck in the temple with such an object would leave anyone incapacitated. Who cares what transpired? Qixia said coldly. You dare lay a hand on my teammate. Tio Gamble is to accept the stakes. At that moment, a bald man and a blonde arrived on the scene. Qixia found it odd that the other cabinet door had also opened. Had they also deciphered the code in close pursuit? Amu. The two rushed forward, discovering Amu sprawled on the ground. Kill them. Amu said weakly. If we don't act soon, We'll be punished. Damn it. The two of them stood and drew folding knives from their pockets. Upon witnessing this, Qi Xia and Old Lu took a step back. Although Qi Xia had been ruthless in his actions, facing two knife-wielding thugs with heightened focus left him at a loss for a counter-strategy. Hey, Earth Dog. Qi Xia gritted his teeth and shouted. Aren't you going to intervene in this player-on-player conflict? After a few seconds, a feeble voice came from a distance. Of course I will intervene. But please wait a moment. I'm tidying up some things and we'll be there shortly. Ha! The bald thug slowly raised his knife, saying, the Zodiac hopes for us to kill one another in the game. Why would they stop us? Qi Xia's expression darkened significantly. He had never anticipated that player-on-player conflict would be tacitly endorsed by the rules. Previously, when they clashed with Zhang Shan in the Earth Bull game arena, it was only at the last moment that the Earth Bull intervened. It appeared that this situation was only going to worsen. Old Lu, take Zhang Chunza and run. Qi Xia whispered, I in the room where I was. There's a window. Break it and escape. What about you? Old Lu asked, a hint of panic in his voice. I'll think of a way to deal with them. You? Old Lu's eyes darted as he quickly made a decision. Then you be careful. He turned back, grasping Zhang Chunza's hand, rushing into the room, pulling Zhang Ruoxue aside, and smashing the window with a chair to go. Old Lu shouted at Zhang Chunza, those people are desperate. They will truly kill. Zhang Ruoxue watched the two with keen interest, a smile playing on her lips. I can't go, Zhang Chunza replied. Please don't touch me, uncle. What the hell is going on? Old Lu felt that the girl was being excessively stubborn. They were in the midst of a life-or-death situation. What's wrong with me touching you? I want to leave if Qi Xia doesn't. Zhang Chunza stated. If it's about escaping, you go on your own. With that, she picked up a long shard of glass from the ground, gripping it tightly, and turned to head for the door. Girl, are you out of your mind? Old Lu was nearly frantic, stepping forward to grasp Zhang Chunza's wrist. What are you planning to do with that? They have knives. Please don't touch me. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Zhang Chunza's eyes. In a place like this, mere running would prove futile. He resolved to fight them fiercely. Zhang Ruoxue, listening to their conversation, couldn't help but burst into laughter. You two are truly amusing, she chuckled, covering her mouth inappropriately. The two men exchanged glances, yet neither spoke a word. Old Lu continued to persuade Zhang Chunza. Little girl, have you ever watched a television drama? Normally, fleeing is sufficient. Yet some people insist on returning to meet their demise. Aren't you just one of those who complicates matters? Zhang Chunza pondered for a moment before responding. If it were only Qi Xia, his chances of survival would indeed be slim. However, if I join the fray armed with a weapon, the odds of survival for both him and me will increase exponentially. What nonsense, Old Lu remarked, bewildered. You think charging in with a shard of glass will lead to exponential growth in survival rates? Zhang Ruoxue found the exchange utterly amusing, bursting into laughter beside them. What are you laughing at? Zhang Chunza inquired. Zhang Ruoxue approached Zhang Chunza and asked, could you reveal your strategy for dealing with those two? I don't know, Zhang Chunza replied, glancing at the glass shard in her hand. If luck is on my side, I might be able to pierce someone's throat with this. Zhang Ruoxue slowly extended her hand, clasping Zhang Chunza's and speaking deliberately. Sister, you must understand the logical relationship involved. Logical relationship? Zhang Chunza questioned, somewhat puzzled. Indeed, just as you said. Zhang Ruoxue smiled at Zhang Chunza. It is precisely because of your involvement that the survival chances for you and Qi Xia will increase. Therefore, your presence will inevitably lead to the death of one of them. And to achieve that, you must use the glass to pierce their throat. This is all predestined, so do not speak of if luck permits. What do you mean? Zhang Chunza still did not comprehend. Madam, are you not allied with the enemy? Do you think I care about allies when my life is on the line? Zhang Ruoxue gradually released Zhang Chunza's hand and said, go now. A life awaits your claim. Chapter 80. Elbu's existence. Zhang Ruoxue's words left both Old Lu and Zhang Chunza somewhat dazed. However, given the urgency of the situation, there was no time for further contemplation. Zhang Chunza took 3 deep breaths, grasped the shard of glass, and charged forward. At that moment, Qi Xia was tying her outer garment around her arm. Attempting to maneuver against the two men, Qi Xia, I'm here to help. Zhang Chunza lifted the shard of glass, standing beside Qi Xia. Help me? Have you lost your mind? Qi Xia bit down hard, urging her. Get out of here. It'll be fine. Zhang Chunza seemed to reassure herself. We will be all right. Spotting Qi Xia distracted, The blonde thug rushed forward, intent on plunging his knife into her chest before it was too late. "Qixia, watch out!" Zhang Qinzhe stepped forward, tightly closing her eyes, and thrust the glass shard forward haphazardly. The blonde thug found the scene amusing. Did she truly believe she could kill with that shard? He sidestepped, intending to evade the woman before him, only to step on a metal box on the ground. What? His balance faltered, and he stumbled forward, crashing his throat against the glass shard. Cough. Cough. Blood gushed from the blonde's mouth. Qixia was momentarily stunned, hastily shoving the thug away. Free from the shard, his throat gushed blood like an opened faucet. "Ali!" the bald man yelled, rushing to support his companion. The bald man frantically pressed his hands against the wound on the blonde's throat. Clearly panicking, Qixia stood there, shaken, witnessing the scene. The metal box had fallen during her earlier attack on the green-haired thug, unexpectedly aiding them in this dire moment. What a fortunate coincidence! At last, Zhang Qinzhe opened her eyes and was horrified to find her hands drenched in blood. "Ah!" She dropped the glass shard in fright. Having spoken of killing, she had now taken a life, causing the once composed attorney Zhang Qinzhe to pale in shock. Without hesitation, Qixia snatched up the dagger that had fallen from the blonde's grasp. The battle was far from over. They could not afford to let their guard down. "You bastards are seeking death!" the bald man roared in a frenzy, raising the dagger and swinging it toward them. Qixia immediately pushed Zhang Qinzhe into the room and then retreated several steps. Such erratic attacks were the hardest to evade, as one could never predict where the next strike would land. Qixia could only attempt to distance herself from the bald man. However, she was cornered at the end of the corridor, and within a few steps, she was trapped in a dead end. Though both sides wielded daggers, Qixia's intent was solely to survive, while the bald man resembled a rabid dog, frenzied and unpredictable. "I will fight you to the death." The bald man swung the dagger down with ferocity, prompting Qixia to sidestep to avoid it. Seizing the opportunity while he was off balance, she decisively slashed his arm, realizing she had struck deeply, perhaps even hitting bone. "If you wish to die, then come," Qixia threatened. The bald man disregarded the pain of his wound, raising his knife and lunging for Qixia's heart. Recognizing she had no time to evade, she lowered her stance, and the knife meant for her heart instead pierced her shoulder. She stifled a groan of pain, immediately retaliating with her dagger aimed at his abdomen. However, in the next moment, the bald man extended his left hand, firmly blocking Qixia's blade, causing the dagger to pierce through his palm mercilessly. "You think you can kill me?" The bald man glared menacingly. "Have you ever taken a life?" Before Qixia could respond, he viciously twisted the dagger lodged in her shoulder, tearing through flesh and muscle. "Ugh!" Qixia cried out in agony, nearly losing consciousness. Just then, a rotund figure suddenly charged in from behind, tightly embracing the bald man. The bald man was momentarily stunned, losing grip on his dagger. Damn it. The bald man realized the person clinging to him was none other than the traitorous old Lu, and his rage flared. "So you're the one who ruined our key, huh?" Though terrified, old Lu clung on desperately, knowing that if he loosened his hold, Qixia would surely perish. The bald man flipped his left hand, extracting the dagger from his bloody palm, and stabbed it into old Lu's ribs. "What?" old Lu gasped, feeling a cold sensation invade his flesh, a feeling he had never experienced before. Gritting his teeth, the bald man withdrew the dagger and stabbed several more times. It was then that old Lu truly felt the excruciating pain permeating his body. Trembling, old Lu maintained his grip, biting down on the bald man's shoulder and tearing away a substantial chunk of flesh. The bald man howled in pain, preparing to finish old Lu off when Lin Jing appeared from nowhere. Plunging a shard of glass into his arm, "Qixia, if you don't move, old Lu is going to die," she shouted, her face a mask of panic. The urgency of her shout roused Qixia from her near-fainting state. Although the entire left side of her body had gone numb, this was not the moment to collapse. Upon assessing the situation, her expression shifted in alarm. Without hesitation, she yanked the dagger from her shoulder and, with a furious roar, drove it into the bald man's neck. The bald man instantly lost his strength, and they all fell to the ground, weakened. Old Lu, Qixia pushed the bald man aside and hurried to check on old Lu's condition. But after a mere glance, her voice trembled. "Old Lu, are you all right?" Old Lu lay on the ground, convulsing, his left ribcage a gruesome mess. Qixia, you really weren't very clever at a crucial moment. Old Lu managed a faint smile. His complexion ghostly pale. I'm not as clever as you. Qixia extended trembling hands to staunch Old Lu's wound. Yet blood continued to seep between her fingers. Old Lu, don't die. I haven't returned this ticket to you yet. How could I possibly die? Old Lu sighed, saying, Qixia, if you knew my real name, you wouldn't worry about me. What is it? I warn you, don't laugh. Old Lu chuckled weakly. Whenever I told others my real name, they would always laugh. I won't laugh, I promise. Qixia was devising a way to staunch Old Lu's bleeding, but the bald man had struck too fiercely, and blood flowed uncontrollably. My name is El Fengxian. Old Lu chuckled weakly. My parents named me. Doesn't it sound like I can't possibly die? You are El Bu in the flesh, of course. You won't die. Qixia knelt on the ground, trembling incessantly, until her head throbbed painfully and Old Lu lay motionless. Qixia pulled Old Lu close and whispered, there are a few things I need to entrust to you. Entrust to me? Old Lu was somewhat perplexed. Qixia, do you have a plan? The game is about to begin. Hurry and tell me. After a moment of contemplation, Qixia replied, it's not exactly a plan. Old Lu, if they invite you to join them, you may consider accepting. What? Old Lu was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the situation. A scheme within a scheme. Is it? He mused, I shall acquiesce first, and then undermine them from within. No. Qixia shook his head. Old Lu, let us part ways here, eh? After careful contemplation, I realized that we had only just met for a brief period. To wager one's life for your sake would only bring unrest to the entire team. Qixia explained earnestly thus, the best course of action is for you to withdraw from the group in advance. If conflict arises, none of us would feel pressured. You? Old Lu's expression faltered slightly, revealing a childlike vulnerability beneath his middle-aged, portly exterior. I apologize, Old Lu, but I must make the most prudent choice. Qixia, Old Lu suddenly interjected. You assert that your lives cannot be risked for my sake, yet I can. What? Qixia responded. Regardless of your plans? Do not act just yet. I will present my own sincerity at the first opportunity. After you see it, you may decide. Old Lu stated. But if, at the critical moment, we do not accept you, you will perish, Qixia countered. You are not that sort of person, Old Lu chuckled. Though I have sold socks my entire life, I have an uncanny knack for discerning character at pivotal moments. Just wait and see. Sigh. Qixia shook his head in resignation. While I acknowledge your words, I cannot place my unwavering trust in you. I shall observe your actions first. Chapter 81. Surrender? Pained, Qixia cradled his head, trembling uncontrollably. Lin Qing stood beside him, her expression one of concern. Although she had witnessed such scenes before, Qixia's demeanor was particularly unsettling. He knelt on the ground, wailing, as the overwhelming agony in his mind eclipsed the pain from the wound on his shoulder. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Ruoxue tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and remarked, Your captain seems rather peculiar. Has he always been like this? It appears he suffers headaches whenever someone dies. Then why does he not experience pain when he kills? Zhang Ruoxue inquired. That Lin Qing was at a loss to explain the origin of Qixia's headaches, but she recalled that they indeed occurred after every death. He resembles someone entranced, Zhang Ruoxue continued. Each time he experiences sorrow, his brain seems to numb that feeling with pain. Lin Qing's eyes widened in realization. Hypnosis? Oh, you understand hypnosis? Zhang Ruoxue turned to Lin Qing with curiosity. Lin Qing fell into deep thought, responding, That makes sense. If it is hypnosis, it could indeed produce such an effect. However, it would require extraordinary skill and complete immersion from Qixia. Such expertise is likely non-existent domestically. After expressing her thoughts, Lin Qing found herself even more perplexed. If no one domestically could accomplish this, then it was even less likely that an international hypnotist could. Hence, you are a psychologist? Zhang Ruoxue asked. I am a psychological counselor, Lin Qing replied. Zhang Ruoxue, do you possess knowledge of hypnosis? Not at all, Zhang Ruoxue shook her head. But I have been hypnotized before. The hypnotist provided an example, stating that under specific conditions, humans conceal their emotions through hypnosis. Qixia appears to embody this situation. Indeed, such a technique may exist only in theory. It is nearly impossible for anyone to achieve in reality. As the two conversed, a heavy thudding of footsteps approached. The earth dog had finally made his appearance. Oh dear. What a mess, he remarked, surveying the lifeless forms of the bald man, the golden-haired individual, and old Lu, his expression betraying some discomfort. You contestants really have no sense of restraint when it comes to fighting. As soon as he finished speaking, he approached the barely conscious Amu and ruthlessly crushed the man's skull beneath his right foot. Vivid red brain matter mingled with emerald green hair, exploding in a shower like fireworks. Zhang Chunza and Lin Qing turned their faces away. Despite having witnessed death numerous times, the slaughter of human life like livestock remained unbearable. I suppose it's time for me to take my leave, Zhang Ruoxue said with a smile to the others. If all is well, I shall be hanging up now. We can reconnect at another time. Upon seeing Zhang Ruoxue's willingness to meet her demise, the Earth Dog seemed to understand something. Zhang Ruoxue removed a rubber band from her wrist and gathered her scattered hair into a bun. She then remarked, "Some individuals are fervently dedicated to disrupting competitions. Others revel in obliterating the Tao, while yet others parade in the streets, masquerading as indigenous people. However, I am unlike them. In what way are you different?" Qixia inquired. "I delight in experiencing diverse games and observing the intricate machinations of people," Zhang Ruoxue candidly replied. "Though the extreme practitioners are a bunch of lunatics, swindlers, and gamblers, each one strives to protect this place in their own capacity. My method of safeguarding it involves inciting the righteous to participate in the games." "You are a stooge?" Qixia asked incisively. "A stooge." Zhang Ruoxue pondered for a moment before nodding. "By your definition, I indeed am a stooge. Though no one compensates me for it." Qixia found herself momentarily at a loss for words, her mind racing with a singular question. What exactly is the extreme Tao? "And you?" Zhang Ruoxue asked. "Are you truly prepared to give up?" "What do you think?" Qixia released her grip on her wound and displayed the bloodstains between her fingers. "Can you help me heal?" "I cannot accomplish that." Zhang Ruoxue shook her head. "I cannot fathom the logical relationship that would allow your healing. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly save you. After all, you just spared my life." Noticing Qixia and the others still regarding her with caution, Zhang Ruoxue decided against further provoking the situation. She stretched languidly, revealing her alluring curves, and asked, "Do you intend to kill me? If not, I shall take my leave." The trio, not inherently malicious, found no justification for taking Zhang Ruoxue's life. Upon reconsideration, they even realized they had no reason to detain one another. "Am I really leaving?" Zhang Ruoxue verified once more. Seeing that they remained unresponsive, she shook her head in resignation, stirring a distant chime. Upon hearing this resonant sound, Qixia could no longer restrain herself and asked, "What does the chime signify?" Zhang Ruoxue turned back, contemplated for a moment, and said, "In light of your act of saving my life, I may make an exception to answer your question, but you must also respond to one of mine." "All right," Qixia nodded. Upon receiving Qixia's agreement, Zhang Ruoxue continued, "Currently, only two known circumstances can cause the chime to sound. The first is hearing the echo, and the second is the echo vanishing." "What is an echo?" Qixia inquired further. "That constitutes your second question," Zhang Ruoxue replied, shaking her head. "Do we share such a close relationship?" Qixia, clutching her wound, felt her complexion gradually darken. Zhang Ruoxue seemed to feel a pang of empathy and added, "Qixia, I shall make another exception and answer you one more question. Echo is an exceedingly abstract concept. Some individuals spend their entire lives failing to comprehend it, while others may understand it yet be unable to wield its power. Today, I have been fortunate, successfully achieving echo twice in succession, which is also why you have survived thus far." Zhang Chunza appeared to have an epiphany. "Indeed, the person I killed with glass was manipulated by you. If your understanding remains confined to manipulating, you may never grasp the essence of echo," Zhang Ruoxue declared as she turned to leave. After Zhang Chunza remarked, "Having been here for such a considerable duration, if danger were imminent, we would have perished long ago." "No." Qixia, intent on stopping Zhang Chunza, reached out, but her impulsive nature propelled her forward with swift determination, leaving Qixia to call out to Lin Qing, urging her to intercept her before any unnecessary risks were taken. Lin Qing nodded, hastily following suit. However, the massage parlor was rather small, with merely 4 compartments lining the corridor, and within seconds, Zhang Chunza had located the source of the commotion. After a brief moment of contemplation, she knocked on the door. "Chunza," Lin Qing whispered anxiously, "be cautious of the natives. The natives are unlikely to cause us harm." Upon receiving no response, Zhang Chunza boldly pushed the door open. As the door creaked ajar, a foul stench wafted out, causing both women to instinctively recoil inside. A gaunt man stood with his back to the entrance, administering a back massage to a client on the bed. The sight that greeted them made them gasp in horror. Indeed, the natives would not inflict injury, yet their actions were enough to send chills down one's spine. The figure sprawled on the bed was nothing short of a desiccated corpse. While the emaciated man continued to press down with crossed hands, relentlessly kneading the corpse's back, it appeared he had been at it for quite some time, with the back of the corpse completely flattened and repulsive fluids splattered across the bed. "Client, is the pressure adequate?" the gaunt man asked lifelessly, pressing down with vigor. His hands struck the bed beneath the corpse, producing a dull thud. The two girls froze in place, momentarily paralyzed. Chi Xia slowly approached, extending her hand from behind the two and quietly closed the door. "Do not be affected by this." With that, Chi Xia sought a relatively clean compartment and entered, taking a seat on the bed. "Find a piece of wood." Regaining her composure, Lin Qing recognized the urgency of staunching Chi Xia's bleeding and promptly turned to locate some dry wood. Meanwhile, Zhang Chunza pondered the earlier scene, and after a few moments, she inquired, "Chi Xia, do you think these individuals that are similar to us?" Chi Xia did not respond directly but cautioned Zhang Chunza, "Lawyer Zhang, you must temper your impulsiveness. If the room had not housed natives, but rather a group of ruthless individuals like that bald man we encountered earlier, what would you have done?" Zhang Chunza lowered her head slowly, admitting, "I may have been a bit too concerned. If we cannot find a place to rest here, your injuries will worsen." "Concerned?" Chi Xia felt a tinge of awkwardness. Contemplating before replying, "Lawyer Zhang, you must understand that my rescue of you from that enormous microwave was solely to secure victory in this game. It does not signify any particular favoritism on my part." "I understand." Zhang Chunza nodded, perhaps haunted by the recent loss of Officer Li, a truly good person. "Right before my eyes, I fear you may meet a similar fate." "Such a good person?" Chi Xia fell into silence, reminiscing about the story Officer Li recounted in his dying moments. Could Officer Li truly be considered a good person? Chapter 84. My name is Li Shanggu. I lied. On May 22, 2010, my colleagues and I received a task to stake out a fraudster named Zhang Huanan. He was notoriously cunning with a lengthy criminal record. More troublesome was Zhang Huanan's exceptionally high anti-surveillance awareness. He had evaded police capture multiple times. In this particular fraud case, he was swiftly identified as one of the prime suspects. And it was up to my colleagues and me to keep him under watch day and night. "Li, care for a smoke?" Xiao Lu pulled out my favorite winterworm summergrass cigarette. Though not affluent, he always carried cigarettes worth over 50 yuan and would often offer me one without indulging himself. "Xiao Lu, how much do you earn monthly?" I declined the cigarette, opting instead to pull out a pack of Red Generals. Priced at a mere 8 yuan, affordable yet potent. 2007. Xiao Lu replied, "Li, aren't you aware? You earn 2007 and smoke winterworm summergrass?" I lit a Red General, and Xiao Lu hurriedly offered me a lighter. "Li, what are you saying?" He chuckled. "I could never afford to smoke winterworm summergrass." "It's just for you." I shook my head in exasperation, advising him, "We're detectives. The one who can solve the case is the real deal. Leave the workplace antics behind." "Of course, Li, you're right," he replied, stashing the winterworm summergrass back into his pocket while pulling out a pack of 6 yuan Changbai Mountain cigarettes. "I'm just learning how to handle cases from you." Truth be told, Xiao Lu was quite intelligent with a keen sense of understanding. It was said he excelled at police academy, yet his parents had evidently imparted some oily political skills to him, causing headaches for us seasoned officers upon his entry into the force. "Li, do you think we can catch Zhang Huanan?" "Well," I pondered briefly, "why concern yourself with that? The higher-ups have instructed us to stake out here. We simply follow orders." We parked across the street from Zhang Huanan's residence, our focus fixated on the sole exit. Typically, such surveillance involved pairs, allowing one to rest while the other remained alert. Yet the uncertainty of how long we would be here intensified the urge to smoke. "I should have brought an extra pair of underwear," Xiao Lu lamented. "What? You plan to change here?" "Haha, just kidding, Li. Want another?" In this confined space, we smoked one after another, and with the windows sealed, the car quickly became hazy. Xiao Lu occasionally turned on the air conditioning to circulate the air. Otherwise, the risk of lung cancer would skyrocket. A full day passed without a wink of sleep for either of us. I, accustomed to sleepless nights, felt I could endure, but Xiao Lu was already on the verge of dozing off. "You should rest a bit," I suggested. I can keep watch alone, Ali. Is that really okay? You haven't rested yet. I can't sleep first, although he spoke bravely. His eyelids were heavy. It's all right. Sleep? I'll wake you when evening falls. Fine. I'll just doze for half an hour within 20 seconds. Xiao Lu's snoring filled the air. It was evident he was utterly exhausted. Once I confirmed he was in a deep slumber, I slowly retrieved my phone from my pocket to check my unread messages. Out of 4 texts, 3 were from Xin. Daddy, are you coming home for dinner tonight? Daddy, Grandma said you're on a mission these days. Please be safe. Daddy, there's a parent-teacher meeting next Friday afternoon. Will you be able to make it? I furrowed my brow slightly but still replied, I'll be home in a couple of days. Make sure to eat well. After sending the message, I opened the 4th unread text. From an unknown number, it simply read, Still staking out? I glanced at the sleeping Xiao Lu beside me, then shifted my body slightly to reply swiftly, Stop with the nonsense. Stay hidden. Having completed my task, I tucked my phone away and reclined the seat, preparing to catch a quick nap. The department's new vehicle was rather luxurious. The seat reclined smoothly, unlike the older models that would drop suddenly, risking a back injury. As for surveilling Zhang Huan and, don't be ridiculous. With me here, he wouldn't dare show himself. I lost track of time until I was abruptly jolted awake by vigorous shaking. I opened my eyes in a panic to find Xiao Lu staring at me, his expression fraught with tension. How could you be asleep too? I was still groggy, trying to comprehend this situation. Oh, you're awake? Oh no, Li, we both fell asleep. What if Zhang Huan shows up? Relax, he once he escaped. I rubbed my eyes and returned the seat to its upright position. Once he escape? Oh, I meant I just fell asleep. So it shouldn't be that coincidental. Xiao Lu still looked uneasy, vigorously slapping his cheeks. I shouldn't have slept. This is a disaster. First mission and I've already messed up. It's fine. Kid, I reassured him, patting his shoulder. If anything goes wrong, I'll take the blame. Strangely enough, from that moment on, Xiao Lu seemed to be infused with newfound energy, remaining awake for the next 2 days. Meanwhile, I managed to catch several naps, yet each time I awoke, Xiao Lu was still fixated on the opposite building. Dio, you want to collapse from exhaustion? I asked, a hint of concern in my voice. I am awake now. You should rest and away. Xiao Lu's dark circles were pronounced, and he appeared somewhat haggard. I want to rest until Zhang Huan shows up. Just then, my phone buzzed in my pocket. Even my Nokia 6300 was running low on battery. I checked my phone and saw that Zhang Huan had messaged me again. I nonchalantly shifted my body to see what he had sent, but Xiao Lu suddenly inquired from behind, Did the department issue an order? Oh, no, I chuckled, discreetly moving my phone aside. Not from the department? Who sent that? He gazed blankly at the phone in my hand. I understood that most people would not dare to utter such an impolite question. Xiao Lu, currently disoriented from prolonged sleep deprivation, appeared somewhat dazed. Observing his condition, a sudden idea struck me. I reached into my pocket, transferred the cigarettes from the box into my pocket, and then produced the empty cigarette box, waving it before him. Xiao Lu, why don't you go buy a pack of cigarettes? Buy cigarettes? There are no convenience stores around here. He replied, momentarily taken aback. But I've run out completely, I said, tucking the cigarette box and my phone into my jacket. If there's nothing nearby, then go a little farther. It's essential to have cigarettes when staying up late for extended periods. Moreover, the bottled water and bread in the car are nearly finished, so if it's convenient for you, please buy some as well. He pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, All right, Captain Lee, I'll be back soon. Chapter 85. High-end goods. Upon witnessing Xiao Lu gradually disappear down the distant street, a surge of anger welled up within me. I immediately replied to Zhang Huan's message. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Don T reached out to me. To my surprise, there was no response from Zhang Huan after he received my text. With no other option, I pulled out a cigarette I had hidden in my pocket and lit it. As time ticked by, my anxiety grew. Waiting for someone who would never appear felt like a waste of my time. Just as I was about to finish my cigarette, I suddenly heard the car door open. I initially thought it was Xiao Lu returning, but instead, a figure settled into the backseat. Officer Lee, how have you been? A voice I had not heard in a long time echoed from behind me, sending a shiver down my spine. Zhang Huan, are you out of your mind? Do you realize what kind of car this is? Zhang Huan snatched the cigarette but from my hand and took a deep drag. What car? It's not like it's painted like a police vehicle. Through the rearview mirror, I caught sight of his nonchalant expression, which only fueled my anger. "Aren't you afraid I might drive you straight to the police station right now?" "Oh? Oldly, we're in the same boat here," Zhang Huanan mocked, casting a glance at me. "Remember when you arrested me 7 years ago? I gave you 100,000 to save Xinxian. You should be grateful. Your debt was settled long ago." I gritted my teeth, feeling a deep internal conflict. Had I known better, I would never have entangled myself with such a scoundrel. I tried to keep him in check. Yet he continued to land himself in trouble. I should have personally delivered him to the police station. "Is this how you speak to Xinxian as savior?" Zhang Huanan tossed the spent cigarette out the window. "Xinxian is in elementary school now. Isn't she? I believe she is in the 4th grade. Class 6? Hearing Xuanxuan's name leave the lips of this scoundrel ignited a fury within me. "If you dare lay a finger on Xinxian, I will ensure you meet a gruesome end. That we're in this together," Zhang Huanan chuckled. "You helped me evade capture, and I won't touch her." Deep down, I understood that once I boarded this ship of thieves, I would never be able to disembark. 7 years ago, when I apprehended Zhang Huanan, he had suddenly offered me 100,000 for his life. Though I had always detested evil, my daughter Xinxian suffered from an exceedingly rare illness. I had not anticipated such a maneuver. In an instant, I withdrew my left hand. The next moment, my vision returned, only to behold Zhang Huanan producing a hammer from an unknown source. Before I could react, that hammer soared towards my head. In that fleeting instant, I felt the world spin, as if my very soul were on the verge of detaching from my body. I recognized this as a prelude to fainting. The following few seconds would present my last opportunity. The vehicle, too, began to slide erratically due to the violent tremors, and through the window, I caught a glimpse of the buildings on either side of the alley collapsing, their walls cracking, even the distant sky appearing to fracture. "Wait, the sky is splitting." Before I could process this, Zhang Huanan's hammer descended once more, narrowly missing me. Gathering my wits, I understood that if I did not take Zhang Huanan's life here, he would claim Xuanxuan's life, and countless others would fall victim to his deceit. Even if I were to perish here, I would ensure that Zhang Huanan was dragged into the abyss with me. I extended a finger and forcefully jabbed it into Zhang Huanan's eye, feeling the warmth and dampness as my finger pierced through his eyeball. He let out a wail, releasing his grip on the gun, and I immediately aimed for his chest, pulling the trigger. The bullet unmistakably penetrated his lung, yet at that very moment, his hammer swung at me, striking my temple. The subsequent shots, whether due to the tremor's intensity or the impact to my temple, were wildly off target. Though I yearned to fire again, my balance had been irreparably compromised. Before my eyes lay an abyss of darkness. I did not even know where I had collapsed. The hammer seemed to still be descending upon my head. Yet, I felt nothing. A warm, viscous liquid clouded my vision, accompanied by the ominous sound of my skull reverberating with dull thuds. Everything was shaking, everything was breaking. Distant sounds swelled like tidal waves, screams, shouts, the clatter of colliding vehicles, and the resounding crash of collapsing structures erupted around me. No, I could not die yet. I must swiftly deal with Zhang Huanan, then exit the vehicle to save others. I needed to contact my team for assistance. Lives depended on immediate rescue. Every minute lost during an earthquake squandered precious time and condemned lives. I had my mission. I could not stand idly by. But would I still be alive? Am I alive now? When I opened my eyes, I found myself facing 9 strangers. This place resembled an interrogation room, yet we never prepared a round table. A circular table would not instill a sense of pressure. Rather, it evokes feelings of reunion and comfort, which is why interrogation rooms typically feature square tables, while hotel dining tables are round. At first, I thought this might be one of Zhang Huanan's tricks. Yet, upon deeper reflection, both he and I should have perished. I reached up to touch my head, finding a slight depression in my skull, but no blood. My fingers grazed my neck, eliciting a sharp pain. It seemed the injuries I had sustained were still present, yet I had not died. How could this be? Both my neck and skull bore potentially fatal wounds, yet here I sat, able to see, hear, and even touch my injuries. A senior officer at the precinct had once told me that as one approaches death, they relive their life in a vivid montage. Yet, I could not recall having ever encountered these 9 individuals before me, each bearing an unfamiliar visage, just as lost and bewildered as I. So this was not a montage, but rather a peculiar dream. A minute later, A man wearing a goat-headed mask ruthlessly executed someone. And at last, I grasped my mission. Even if this were a bizarre dream, even if this were hell itself, my duty was not yet fulfilled. This was a place for me to continue repaying my debts. I must eradicate those evildoers and rescue all innocents. This time, I would not waver, nor would I allow myself to regret I am a police officer. Even here, I must fulfill my responsibilities. To my astonishment, I drew the identity of a liar, leading to a dilemma. Should I prioritize saving the innocent or ensure my own survival to personally confront the masked pervert? After a few seconds of internal conflict, I understood. Never follow the suspect's line of thought. He seeks to incite us to turn on one another, but I am determined to save everyone. As long as we all survive, there remains hope. Alas, even if I win this game, I cannot return. I have taken a life. I cannot face Xian now. Only legal retribution awaits me. Thus, my journey must end here. Life offers no second chances. I cannot alter my past. Regrettably, I have no cigarettes in my pocket, and I left behind the lighter Xian bought me with her pocket money. The days ahead promised to be unbearably difficult. If only I could indulge in just one more winter worm summer grass. So let me complete what I must do, and then quietly depart. My name is Li Shangwu. Is time for me to begin lying. Chapter 87. Kings do not meet. The ochre sun of the third day ascended once more into the dark red sky. It should have been another foul yet tranquil day, yet Lin Jing and Zhang Chunza in the massage parlor were in a state of alarm. Qi Xia had vanished. They scoured every corner of the establishment, even sensing the chill of Qi Xia's blood on the bed, blown cold by the wind. Yet his presence eluded them. At the far end of the corridor, the indigenous man continued massaging a corpse. A disquieting sight. He has left. Zhang Chunza gazed longingly towards the door. As he had said, he was weary and had given up. No, it cannot be. Lin Jing felt incredulous. Perhaps he was too worried about the two of us and ventured into the game alone. 20 Dao were here. Zhang Chunza picked up a small cloth pouch from the bed and waved it at Lin Jing, pointing out that Qi Xia had taken not a single Dao. How could he participate in the game? Lin Jing was momentarily speechless, utterly at a loss for words. Where could Qi Xia have gone? He was injured, without any Dao on him. What could he accomplish in such a state? Lawyer Zhang, would you join me in participating in the game? Lin Jing steadied her thoughts and spoke slowly. Us too? Zhang Chunza blinked in surprise. Do you have confidence? I am certainly not as strong as Qi Xia. So we should seek out human-level games. If we win, it will be a gain. If we lose, our lives will not be forfeit. Should Qi Xia return one day, we will have enough Dao to welcome him back. Zhang Chunza pondered briefly before nodding. Qi Xia could return? With only 7 days remaining until annihilation, Qi Xia's injuries would only worsen in the coming days. Complete recovery was impossible. Could he truly return? The two gathered their belongings and stepped into the new dawn. Qi Xia clutched a map drawn in blood, staggering down the street. He had never imagined that excessive blood loss would render his limbs unresponsive. After just over an hour, he was drenched in sweat. He glanced at the map in his hand, understanding it to be his last hope. Paradise's Gate. After 3 days of probing, Qi Xia had gathered a general understanding of the situation here. Collecting 3,600 Dao through these games was akin to reaching for the heavens from the ground. The rewards for each game were far too meager. Even human-level games could only expand the rewards through life and death gambles with the Zodiac. Yet Earth-level games offered no such opportunity. Participants faced mortal peril within the games. In other words, whether in human-level or Earth-level games, the pursuit of substantial rewards required a willingness to stake one's life. The most perilous game Qi Xia had encountered was the black bear hunt of the Earth Cow. Without the presence of Qiao Jiaqing and Zhang Shan, it would have been a certain death. Yet, in such a dangerous scenario, one could earn a maximum of only 20 Dao. If Qi Xia truly intended to gather Dao through participation in games, he would need to compete in dangerously high-stakes games like the Earth Cows in a clean sweep manner, doing so consecutively for 180 rounds. How many lives would be lost during that time? How many injuries would be sustained? How could he ensure his survival until the final moment? Qi Xia calculated throughout the night, unable to ascertain his chances of survival. After much consideration, Paradise's Gate seemed the best option. Zhang Shan had once mentioned that they had seen someone escape from here and even found the notes of the escaped. Now in the hands of the leader, Chu Tianxiu. Following the map left by Zhang Shan, Qi Xia pressed on, finally arriving at the headquarters of Paradise's Gate at noon. was an abandoned school. With the sign of the school in disrepair, Qixia could not determine whether it was a primary or secondary school, only seeing the teaching buildings and the basketball court before him. A young man stood at the school gate, vigilantly surveying his surroundings. He wore a sports tank top and had his hair braided, appearing to be merely 15 or 16 years of age. Qixia tightened the bandage on his shoulder and approached the young man. Upon noticing someone approaching, the boy heightened his vigilance and asked, "Are you a benefactor?" "Benefactor?" Qixia found the man's accent peculiar. But he could only nod, responding, "I am a benefactor. Do you require assistance?" The young man not only spoke with a strange accent, but also exhibited odd grammar. Qixia deliberated for a moment before stating, "I wish to meet Chu Tianqiu, TOC Brother Chu." The man slightly furrowed his brow. "May I ask your name?" "Qixia." After a moment of contemplation, the young man nodded at Qixia and said, "Brother, please wait a moment." He then entered the school gate, locked it behind him, and hurried towards the teaching building in the classroom at the southernmost end of the first floor. A man dressed in a black shirt and wearing glasses was fervently scribbling on the blackboard. Not far from him, a stunningly beautiful woman sat at her desk painting her nails. "Brother Chu?" "Sister Yunyao," called the boy with braided hair from the doorway. "Come in," Yunyao replied without lifting her head. Her tone indifferent. The boy stepped inside, glanced at the two, then bowed slightly and addressed the man in the black shirt. "Brother Chu, there's someone outside who wants to see you." Chu Tianqiu continued writing, casually asking, "What is his name?" "Qixia, Qixia." Chu Tianqiu paused his writing and took 2 steps to the left, searching among the dense text on the blackboard. Soon, he found a particular line. Number 87. "Liar, springing up like bamboo shoots after rain, death from the heavens, cunning snake." He drew a horizontal line beneath this line and lowered his head in contemplation. "What's wrong?" Yunyao inquired from the side. "Have you heard this name before? This is an exceptionally formidable individual." Chu Tianqiu smiled slightly. "The 3 zodiac signs responsible for the interview of number 87 are all half a foot in the realm of Earth. What kind of game do you think they would devise?" Yunyao was momentarily taken aback. "Wouldn't that mean a total wipeout during the interview?" No, Chu Tianqiu shook his head, because this young man named Qixia had 9 survivors in this interview. "All survived? Is that even possible?" Yunyao raised her bright eyes to look at Chu Tianqiu, suddenly recalling something. "Qixia, isn't that the gentleman who has been on Xiao Yinjing's lips these past few days?" The boy with the braid seemed to understand something, nodding as he spoke. "Brother Chu, I'll bring him in right away." No, Chu Tianqiu reached out to stop the boy, adding, "Jian Yuanshuan, could you ask him a question for me?" "A question? Yes," Chu Tianqiu nodded. "Please ask the one named Qixia. On which day did you arrive?" "Brother, if I go and ask him that, what if he doesn't understand?" "It's fine. This is a good opportunity for you to practice your Mandarin," Chu Tianqiu said with a smile. Though Jian Yuanshuan was somewhat perplexed, he knew Chu Tianqiu was always thoughtful, so he merely nodded and exited. "I don't quite comprehend," Yunyao remarked as she dried her nail polish and capped the bottle. "You clearly said that the one named Qixia is an extremely formidable individual, yet you don't plan to recruit him?" Chu Tianqiu smiled gently. "Yunyao, this is precisely the principle of kings not meeting kings." Chapter 88 An idle kings not meeting kings? Yunyao found this phrase intriguing. "Are you implying that the one named Qixia is even as powerful as you?" "No, he is far more powerful than I." Chu Tianqiu returned the chalk to its holder and found a chair to sit down. "However, he has endured too little training. To harness his strength, we must await the right opportunity." After Jian Yuanshuan stepped outside, he glanced at Qixia, who was waiting silently at the entrance, feeling somewhat awkward. "Is he going to see me?" Qixia inquired. No, Jian Yuanshuan shook his head. "Brother Chu asked me to pose a question to you." "A question?" Qixia contemplated for a moment and nodded cautiously, curious about what he wanted to ask. "May I ask, on what day did you arrive here?" Qixia furrowed his brow, finding it rather strange. There were many questions to ask, yet Chu Tianqiu only inquired about this matter. "I arrived here 3 days ago. 3 days ago. Jian Yuanshuan nodded. "Brother, please wait a moment. I will go relay the message." Qixia nodded solemnly, though he was beginning to have trouble standing. 3 days ago? Chu Tianqiu chuckled. "Is that what he said?" "Yes," Jian Yuanshuan nodded. "Brother, we all arrived here 3 days ago, so it's not too surprising, is it? Do we need to ask anything else?" "No need to pay him any further attention," Chu Tianqiu replied. This time he answered incorrectly, and we need not give him another chance. "Huh?" Jian Yuanshuan was taken aback. "Brother, that person seems gravely injured." If we ignore him, it's likely. Then let him die. Jin Yuanshuan was stunned. Brother, didn't you say that it's not the right time yet? Chu Tianqiu turned to look at Yunyao. Yunyao, can you escort him out? All right, understood. Yunyao stretched, stood up, and walked towards the door. Brother, if we wish to escape, shouldn't we rely on the strength of the powerful? Jin Yuanshuan questioned, perplexed. If that man is truly formidable, why not allow him to join us? He must join us. But not at this moment, Chu Tianqiu said with a smile. Currently, Qi Xia is akin to a wounded snake. He despises everything here, desires to survive, and wishes to escape. In this state, he cannot join Paradise Gate, nor can we regard him as an ally. Jin Yuanshuan was silent for a long while, nodding as if he comprehended. A few steps outside, Yunyao spotted Qi Xia standing in the courtyard. Half of his clothing was drenched in blood, presenting a rather frightening sight. Qi Xia? Yunyao called out. Yes, Qi Xia nodded. Let me ask you, if the first half of a 7-digit password is YMWDH, what should the last 2 digits be? MS, Qi Xia replied without hesitation. Are the people from Paradise Gate this bored? Is that for real? Yunyao was taken aback. Did you think of that in just 1 second? The English words for year, month, week, day, hour. When calculated by duration, the last 2 letters must be the initials of minute and second, Qi Xia explained. Is this part of Paradise Gate's interview? Not exactly. It's merely my personal test. Yunyao smiled charmingly. I quite admire intelligent individuals. We actually lost a teammate trying to crack this password. That indicates Paradise Gate is not all that impressive. Qi Xia replied. No, it merely reflects my own inadequacy. Yunyao shook her head, correcting him. If Chu Tianqiu were to handle it, he would likely solve it in just a second. When can I meet Chu Tianqiu? Qi Xia asked. He has kept me waiting for 20 minutes. You won't be able to see him, Yunyao replied with a radiant smile, her eyes twinkling. You haven't passed the interview, so Paradise Gate does not intend to accept you. Upon hearing this, Qi Xia displayed a hint of disbelief. The first question was indeed the interview. He fixed his gaze on Yunyao. Did I answer that question incorrectly? I cannot say, Yunyao pouted. Chu Tianqiu said you were wrong, so that must be the case. I understand, Qi Xia nodded, turning to leave. Wait, Yunyao called out. Though Paradise Gate does not plan to accept you, I quite like you. Would you consider staying as my rumored boyfriend? I believe Chu Tianqiu wouldn't refuse. Qi Xia glanced back at Yunyao, a smirk playing on his lips. I appreciate the sentiment, so cold. Yunyao scratched her head, producing a bottle of mineral water from behind. Here, take this. Let us be friends. Seeing the plastic bottle in Yunyao's hand, Qi Xia swallowed hard. He hadn't had a drop of water for nearly a day. This bottle of water counts as a debt I owe you, Qi Xia said, reaching out to take it, twisting off the cap, closing his eyes, and downing the entire bottle in one go. In his current state, heavily wounded, he had little to fear even if it were poisoned. So sweet, Qi Xia exhaled. It seems I've been deprived of water for far too long. The sweetness comes from the fact that I took a sip from this bottle, Yunyao said with a suggestive smile. So now we've had an indirect kiss, haven't we? Thank you for the water. I'll repay you when I get the chance. Qi Xia tossed the bottle carelessly on the ground and turned to leave. Watching Qi Xia's retreating figure, Yunyao felt a surge of irritation. How rude. A popular idol personally extends a friendly gesture and is met with rejection. He has gone. Chu Tianqiu appeared behind Yunyao. Inquiring, yes. Has he given up? His expression doesn't seem like one of surrender. Rather, it appears he has made a resolution. Yunyao shook her head. This person is truly remarkable. I think I'm starting to like him. Oh, just a couple of days ago, you said you liked me. Have you moved on so swiftly? Chu Tianqiu chuckled. I really can't figure you out. Don't try to guess the thoughts of an idol. Yunyao shrugged. I look forward to the next time I meet Qi Xia. The two departed through the main gate, and the dilapidated campus once again fell into silence. Meanwhile, the youth named Jin Yuanshuan resumed his position at the door. Cautiously observing his surroundings as if nothing had transpired, Qi Xia found a shattered wall and sat down to rest for half an hour before standing up again and walking along the road. After this indirect encounter with Chu Tianqiu, he became increasingly aware of the rules of this dreadful place. The situation is, alas, far more intricate than he had envisioned. At present, he is left with but a singular thought, to venture to the outskirts of the city.